пластинки. Эй, диджей, все нормально. Слышишь, все нормально. Играй свою музыку, диджей. Давай, 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 кислотный диджей. Эй, кислотный мьюзик. Эй, кислотный people. Эй, давай, давай, веселей. Кислотный диджей. Эй, кислотный мьюзик. Эй, кислотный people. Эй, давай, давай, веселей. Кислотный диджей. Эй, кислотный мьюзик. Эй, кислотный people. Эй, давай, давай, веселей. Кислотный диджей. Эй, кислотный мьюзик. Эй, кислотный people. Эй, давай, давай, веселей. Давай, давай, веселей. Давай, давай, веселей. Ты высоко где-то там, ты звезда моей любви и не равняясь годам. Меня с собой позови, ты перестань удивляться. Ты лучше поверь, что я могу не стесняться, что могу быть твоей. Yo, people, hey, music, hey, DJ, давай веселей, давай, 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 кислотный диджей, hey, кислотный music, hey, кислотный people, hey, давай, давай веселей, кислотный диджей, hey, кислотный music, hey, кислотный people, hey, давай, давай веселей, кислотный диджей, hey, кислотный music, hey, кислотный people, hey, давай, давай веселей, кислотный диджей, hey, кислотный music, hey, кислотный people, hey, давай, давай веселей.
Hello everyone, good morning. Hope everyone's enjoying this good morning. I'm ready for the persecution of Phil, but in the meantime I was just killing time looking at these new magic cards, and they're butt. I don't get it. Anyway, the cancerous radiation rating from this interview is going to be lethal. Yes, make sure you have your radioactivity outfits on. So I wanted to start a little early because I'm trying out a new overlay, and it's good that we got some talk in the chat because then I can start correcting that. But yeah, I am live from the Clone Labs. I managed to get a job working there, and I've got this pretty sweet little office space here. I've got a 4 monitor setup, and you can see the toxic tanks behind me. But I have to keep track of the clones. I got a clone counter I got to do. We might see multiple clones this stream, or just one. It's going to be really hard to tell. But let's fix my chat. This one here? There you go. Let's I was hoping I would be able to get something like that, but that's whatever. Yeah, because that's way too small. And he did a little primer video, apparently, explaining why it is that he did nothing wrong. So I look forward to seeing that as well. You get free coffee at work? No, this dude keeps drinking it all. Yeah, that looks way too bucky and shitty. God damn it. That did not work quite as well as I had hoped. Are you? I am not. I'm just managing it, the one that is built. So while we're waiting on me to figure out my damn chat, I'm going to watch this video about he did some sort of primer for it, the side scrollers. I think I already watched this, but it's worth rewatching it.
Let me tell you something,
so
brother.
you know, you all don't forget how this is supposed to work.
Snort, snort, tell you, drip, snort, snort. I got the drip.
What is up, everyone?
Just
Phil
ignore me
here,
back here.
and in case you've been living under a rock for the last several days, I wanted to make a small, formal video announcing that I am going to be appearing on the Side Scrollers podcast here on YouTube this coming Thursday. Because I'm appearing on this podcast, this absolutely is going to affect my own daily schedule. Normally, I would be streaming around 10:45 a.m. Pacific time to start my own little pre-stream. Usually I have my own level 1 podcast at 11:15-ish
That sounds
a.m.
kind of
Pacific
cute.
time, and it usually runs till like 12:30. Then after that, we usually switch over and we do gameplay for an extended stream until like 4 p.m. Well, as you can see, The Side Scrollers
Would you watch
podcast
Catwoman
starts at
Hunted
11
anime
a.m.
movies?
Central Time,
Maybe.
which equates to 9 a.m.
You
my
recommend them,
local
I
time
imagine?
here in the Pacific time zone. What that means is that I'm going to be over there at least an hour and a half to 2 hours, if not longer.
God damn it, this sucks.
Since that's the case, okay, I'm definitely going to be late to my own content. In fact, I was talking with Craig about it, and he advised me if you could leave your schedule open, because we have no idea how long your interview is going to be.
We have no idea how long we're gonna piss
It'll
you
be
off.
great. So that's what I'm doing. All right. So I want to let everyone know, first of all, I'm going to be late to my own stuff. When will I be here? I don't know. It depends on how long this show goes. And once it's done, what we're going to do is come over here.
People
I'm going
just
to
have something
post
like
up
that.
on Twitter at They Call Me DSP, as well as in the community tab here on the channel, to let everyone know, hey, guess what, guys? I'm done on the podcast. Let's come over and let's start my content for the day. Now,
Yeah,
what I'm planning
it's
to do
trashy, man.
is what I'd like to call a decompression stream. After having been on their show for a bit, I want to talk here about what exactly
We'll
we
just
did
leave it
on
like
the
that
show,
for now.
how it went, hear your opinions on it, because I'm going to be talking to them, not to anyone else, just to them, and I'd love to hear what people thought of my appearance on the show. And if we have time after that decompression, if people want to do gameplay or whatever,
goodness.
I'm down for that. Maybe you want to do some Hogwarts Legacy or something. If not, we could just chill for that main stream and then do gameplay that night and then get back to the regular schedule on Friday. Now, you might say, now, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
What is Side Scrollers?
What is
Why
this
Phil
thing?
appearing on it? What is this appearance? Okay?
I'm so confused in chat
give you
right
some
now. I might
backstory.
start watching
I used to
Detractors.
be a fan of a website called screwattack.com in
Meh,
the
nah.
mid-2000s.
I'm 90% meh.
This is actually
On this
how I was
interview,
introduced
this
to
interview is
any
going to be
video
a
game
shit
nerd,
show. It's
because
not
he
going
used
to
to
be
put his videos
remotely
up on their
entertaining.
website. But
He's
their
going to
website
pretend
was
like
a
he's
gamer's
really
website
grilling
before
Phil,
YouTube
like I'm
was a
really a
thing. They
hardcore
were
interviewer.
doing daily
But he's just
gameplay
going to
videos,
believe whatever DSP
countdowns,
says.
News stories.
He's not gonna call
and
out
a
anything.
podcast called Side Scrollers. At the time, it was actually audio only, but it was quite popular. Now, over the years, Screw Attack shut down. They got bought out by Rooster Teeth. Then they got liquidated. There's been other businesses that have started and stopped. Finally, last month, after like a decade, they decided, well, I should say Stuttering Craig decided, he wanted to reboot this podcast from scratch. And it's been running for about a month now. I can tell you right now, I really enjoyed
Dude,
the
I have
show.
no
I've been
idea what you're
watching every
talking
single
about.
episode.
Nuclear
I've enjoyed it a lot. I think
reactor?
it's a great variety show where each of the members
I
of
don't
the
even
show
think that
bring a
technology
little bit of different
exists, dude.
perspective on life.
Man, the
They
chat in
talk
here
about
is
all
going
kinds of
crazy
gaming,
over there.
News, collectibles, just fun stuff. It's a really great show. If you like variety, I recommend that you give the show a look.
'Cause that's really
over on their
annoying.
YouTube channel,
Who
which
was
is called
this,
Side Scrollers, okay?
There was this religious author.
how did it come about that
I
I'm gonna
forget
be on the show?
who his name is,
Well,
but
basically,
if I describe him, maybe that'll
Craig
make things clear.
contacted me. It was a little before their...
I want to pause this. There's this religious writer, and he grills him, or he portrays himself as this like hard ass, super tough, investigative reporter. He gets to the truth, right? And I read one of his books, and his interviews are such shit shows because the person will say, "Yeah, this is true," and he'll be like, "I agree, that is true," and then they move on. It's like you're not a hardcore investigative journalist if the person tells you something and you say, "You know what? I agree with you. Yeah, that's true." That's the opposite of journalism, I would think. Anyway, I think that's what Stuttering Craig's gonna do. Yeah, and then what do you have to say about the WWE Champions thing? Yeah, it's not true. I agree with you, Phil. Let's move on. All right, can't wait.
Her show had been rebooted back in February. He emailed me out of the blue. I hadn't heard from him in 10 years.
Let me see if I can
had
look
some
up. I
interactions
remember
with
the
Craig
name
back
of
in
the
day.
book.
Maybe we'll talk about those on the show. But now, having talked to Craig in a decade, he emails me and says, "Hey, we're rebooting the show. We'd like to have you on as a guest." And I said, "Sure, sounds good." Now, in the
Lee
meantime,
Strobel, that's
I've
it.
been watching the show, and it's a variety show. The guests basically come on, just introduce themselves briefly, and then they jump right into the normal daily schedule of things like gaming
Absolutely,
news,
it is.
topical stuff. Like, for example, the past couple days, they've been talking about personal collectibles that they all have, and they show them off on the stream. It's been a great
DSP can't show
discussion.
off his collectibles,
So
those cost
I was
money.
under the impression this is going to be a normal show where I'm just a guest on it. It was good for variety because people have been saying to me, why did you want to do that? Well, listen to all the stuff I've been doing this year. Take a look. My setup is different.
That's
right?
not really
I have
a whole lot
alternate
of stuff
new
you're
YouTube
doing,
channel called
dude.
DSP Reacts. I'm branching out to React content.
branching out
trying
to
do new
more
things this
stupid
year
shit.
to diversify myself. And I figured,
let's have
hey,
this be-
appearing on a show like
Yeah,
this,
yeah,
where
let's have
most
this
of the
be a
viewers of the
square
show have
monitor. That looks a
absolutely
little
no idea
better.
who I am, or they've only heard negative things about me on the internet. Maybe having me as a guest would actually have me branch out and be known a little better. Maybe I get a couple new viewers or whatever checking out my content as a
Get some
result of
new
being on the
stooges,
show. That would be
right,
sweet. So that was the whole premise. But I don't think that Stuttering Craig knew what he was biting off of.
I think he knew.
And he bit off more than he could chew having me on the show. Because I
think
warned
he
him
knew.
ahead of time. I said, "Craig, I'd love to be on the show, but I strongly recommend you don't really talk about it." I was not going to tell my viewers until maybe the day before as like a surprise. He decided to announce it on the show on March 1st.
Let's
and
do
it
this. This is
backfired.
good.
What I mean by
I
that
like
is
this.
all of my detractors flooded this guy on social media.
Oh, yeah, we flooded
comments
him,
of
all
the
right.
show.
I peed
You
on
got
him.
to ask Phil all these questions about all the toxic things that everyone says about him on the internet. You don't understand. You're the only person to have Phil on an interview in years. The quarter.
It's okay. It's not only that you have to ask him about that, but rather here is the evidence on the other side. DSP is like a prosecuting attorney who wants you to not have no. He's a defense attorney, but he doesn't want you to have video surveillance. He doesn't want you to have witness testimonies. He doesn't want you to have cross-examinations. You need to come into the courtroom saying, I think Mr. Phil Burnell killed a guy, and you are not allowed to show any proof. Whereas DSP on the defensive side of the equation can show his also non-proof. No, dude, people were telling him these things because they wanted to demonstrate, here's the evidence for this stupid shit that he's done. You know, so it doesn't seem like we're just pulling it out of our ass. But DSP doesn't see it that way.
Was the last one, and that was 3+ years ago. You got to ask him this question, and basically it blindsided Craig. He had no idea.
I think he knew that was going to happen, but he was being a loser about it.
He just wanted to have me as a normal guest on the show, but because of this, it's now evolved from I'm a guest on Side Scrollers to I'm going to get interviewed on Side Scrollers about all this stupid shit. Okay, and it sucks because I should be able to do things like everyone else on this planet. I should be able to just go on this show and be a normal person and have fun as a guest. I'm not allowed to do that because of my haters, because of the detractors that follow me around in their own toxic clouds and try to ruin everything for me. I'm just trying to stay in my lane and make content for my own viewers. And I say, this will be an opportunity maybe to branch out a little bit. Oh, but they don't want that. They want me to look bad in the eyes of everyone. So now when I show up on Thursday,
I don't have to make this guy look bad. He does perfectly well on his own.
Rather than me just chilling with them, which is what I wanted. All right?
I'm being
sucks, but it's like, this is what happens.
Do you need
All
your
right?
lawyer present, DSP? I think you should bring
if
your
it's
lawyer
changed,
into this.
Why are you still going to be on the show? Well, first of all, these guys have been, no lie, bombarded with crap from my detractors for 2 weeks. That wasn't fair. They weren't expecting.
Okay, I understand what he's trying to say here. He's trying to make it seem like it was this massive flooding of information. But you have to understand something, DSP, and I don't think you ever will, is that you are the reason why that flood exists. There's so much stupid shit you've done. Are you aware of how much stupid shit you've done? I don't. This dude's Wikipedia would run for, I don't know, 18 pages. So it's not really our fault that we're providing all this information to him. It's your fault for having so much stupid shit to be associated with. I mean, I think so anyway.
That they didn't even know that anything like that was going to happen. Okay, so now after 2 weeks of being bombarded, is it fair to cancel? No, it's not. In addition, if anything, I feel these guys are going to be very objective. Here's why: they knew absolutely nothing about all this negative crap about me on the internet at all. They've now been bombarded with it for 2 weeks, and they have honest questions. They just want to hear my side of it. They want to hear my answers to all the crap that's said about me all over the internet every single day.
Ready for? Okay, I'm reading the chat now. Sorry, DSP, the patrols run your life, and what we say goes. You're not going on an interview and having a good time. No.
Preconceived notions, misconceptions.
And it's kind of his fault for being this kind of lame in general. There's tons of celebrities who have done a ton of stupid shit, and they have interviews still. There's people who are associated with some stuff that's kind of scummy or has the potential to be seen as scummy, and they can still do interviews and stuff. Now, they do moderate the shit out of it. They have their own publicists and teams and whatnot, but they also don't throw themselves in public forums. Do you realize how much shit Tom Cruise would get if he was in a public forum? People would be shitting on him for Scientology left and right. So I'm sorry, if you're a person who has a lot of negative stuff attached to you, it doesn't matter if you feel it's fair. It's just not going to work. Anyway.
And an agenda. Instead, they're just there to get the answers because they're interested to hear what my side of the story is.
You guys can just use my view.
I feel like this is a great opportunity to actually get a fair interview out of people rather than someone coming in with an agenda to a gotcha interview. You see what I'm saying? And in addition,
I hope that this guy's actually half the decent interviewer that he thought he was. I kind of intentionally didn't watch any of Craig's other stuff because I didn't want to set myself up for too much disappointment. I don't know if that's an excuse or not, but it's kind of like I didn't want to watch him be an absolute shithead in his interviews and then think, oh, this is going to be a waste of time. I might as well kind of tune out of it. But
criticisms and the hate and the nonsense, the conspiracy theories, the nasty,
I told you
toxic
guys,
things said
it's
about me on a
yes.
daily basis.
the
I've
trolls
addressed
have
them
their
all.
hand up his ass.
If you're
He's like
a
a
fan
puppet.
of my channel here, you've probably seen me address these things so many different times before, but this is going to give me an opportunity to put it all
exactly.
in place. I've never actually sat down and just said, boom, 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 here's all these questions, let me answer them all, right? Never. It's always been, oh, something came up today new that they made up, okay, let me address it. And then the next thing, the next week, let me address it. So now it's all together. And if anything, this should be a cumulative answer. Anyone want, oh, what about all that drama about Phil? He already answered all that. Go check it out. You don't have to believe him, but
Yeah,
he
check
did
out
answer
his
all of it. If you
4-hour
want to watch
interview.
it, go watch that episode of Side Scroller.
That sounds
There
dumb.
you go. All right. I'm hoping for the best. I'm hoping that this ends up being a good show.
You
I'm
keep
that
hoping, buddy.
All parties involved. It's entertaining. It's fun, but also people learn a lot, and hopefully they give me a fair shake. I think they will. And it'll be good to get it out of the way, because once it's done, I actually said this on my podcast this morning. I'll say it again in this video. Once this is done, it's done. And what I mean by that is, if I'm addressing all these things and these are my answers, I don't have to talk about them again. It's over.
That sounds like a pretty good promise to me. I like that idea. You're never going to bring this shit up ever again, DSP? Well, then you're really not going to have a whole lot to talk about for a while. So I'm done talking about the trolls. Anyway, so the trolls, they pissed me off. Okay, see, that's not going to happen.
That's my side of it. If you believe me or not, that's it. It's not going to change. The story's not going to mystically change, okay?
Journalism degree. Well, DSP has a business degree.
With them asking me all these questions is done. That's it, and that's my side, and that's all. You can believe me or not, watch my content or not, that's your choice.
But if I don't believe you, you're going to say I'm a stupid shithead.
No more lingering, unanswered bullshit questions
Yeah,
about
he's said that
conspiracies.
multiple
They're
times.
all
It's
answered.
going to be
Check it
over
out,
after this.
Okay?
Didn't he say that
I almost feel
while
like
he
a
was
weight off
still
my
in
back, I
Connecticut?
think, to get this out of the way, and then we can just move forward with everything constructively, you know, for the future. Okay? So, if you're interested, 11 a.m. Central, 9 a.m. Pacific, this Thursday, March 16th.
This creeps me out. Oh, damn, I don't have Chip Zaniff here to point it out. But these moments in Snort Hogan's videos where he's edit things out and you see little faces show up behind DSP, it legit kind of freaks me out for a second. I think, DSP, look out, you're being haunted.
On the Side Scrollers channel, podcast with me on it, asking me all the
There's a
tough
bunch of
questions.
fucking ghosts in my
After
house,
that show is
dude.
done, I'll be starting up content here on my own channel. I don't know when that'll be. I can't promise you because I don't know exactly how long the show will be. But hopefully, fingers crossed, it goes well, and we can have a good streaming day.
Okay.
All right, guys? Thank
Yeah.
you so much. I'll see you all Thursday, maybe on the show. If not, I'll see you in
This is going to be
my own
such a shit
content
show.
here. Thanks for watching. Fingers crossed. Hope for the best.
So here I want to show this off real quick. I really love this this everything about this thumbnail is great. First of all, you got DSP licking his lips because he's got some sort of weird oral fixation, and that I think his teeth are damaged, and I think he's dehydrated from drinking so much. So you got a little evidence of that. He looks terrible. He looks like he's been beaten up. He's got his black begging shirt on, so that's kind of topical. And then, Darkside Phil interview. The most hated man on the internet? There's a little trick that if you ever see a headline that has a question, the answer is almost always no. DSP is not the most hated man on the internet. Hell, I wouldn't even think he's really hated. People just can't stand his stupid crap. I feel like hate is a very specific emotion you feel for only very few people who have personally wronged you in some sort of way. DSP has never personally wronged me. He's personally annoyed me. But he never, caused any problems to me personally. So hated, no, you're not hated, DSP. That's a weird little ego trip people do is, oh, I'm hated by people. It's a rapper thing, too. I'm hated by my hood. No one hates you. People don't even know who you are. Man, people in chat are going crazy with bringing up all the different references. Look at how bad this chat is. If you're on... No, you're not on the stream. But, It's just explosive with negative comments. I guess DSP's kind of right, because if he did have his chat unmoderated, it would be this all the time. Gin tweets, horses, travel vlogs, all this and that. That's rough. You hate him? He's licking the lye residue from his lips and eating it. Yeah, he's got to recycle it like Chris Chan does. Don't think about that too much. Ignore it. So I got an hour to kill here waiting for this dude. What can we watch in the meantime? I guess I could watch some him flipping out in Modern Warfare. Do we got a good This Is How You Don't Play? To decompress, you have to actually produce and be active doing things. This guy is toxic. Oh, he was getting mad about Wolong again, wasn't he? He's a little baby with that game. I didn't see some of this stuff here. Oh, the clips take his money. Yeah, I've watched most of this already. It's not really worth getting into over again. I do want to watch this one about Wings and Boogie. I didn't see this dumb story.
Snort,
story.
snort, Kogan, drip, snort, snort. I got the drip.
Elusive Shady did a super chat.
10 reasons the detractors are wrong. Number 3 might shock you.
Time. It's too dangerous. It's really unprofessional. It's really irresponsible. It's pretty much the worst of the worst. These guys embarrass themselves for money because they're desperate.
I decompressed too much. I hurt my body.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to need some money for some doctor visits.
Elusive Shady, I'm actually not being aggressive with you at all. I'm expressing my opinion on the matter. I'm pretty opinionated on it. I think it's really stupid and irresponsible that people would even ask for that. Two guys who everyone knows are overweight and unhealthy are going to fucking fight each other for a cash payout. Like, let me put it this way. Here's the truth. Everyone just wants to see those two guys get hurt and laugh at them, right?
I'm kind of rubbing my eyes here for a second. Remember, this is the dude who watched a shit ton of WWE. I don't know if he realizes this, but most WWE stars are in bad shape. Not necessarily that they're not athletic. Yeah, they're all far more athletic than any one of us will ever hope to be. But rather, their bodies are busted to shit from doing all that activity. And there's really not a whole lot of recompense for them. There's no way they get better from it. Same thing with football. Football has their athletes battered to shit. So when he's coming in here saying it's immoral to watch two people who are unhealthy fight, I think most fights we watch are between people who are unhealthy. How many boxers have taken so many blows to the head that they're unhealthy? So that's stupid. And I'm not saying any of that's right, but I'm saying it's really obnoxious that DSP suddenly cares about the health of combatants all of a sudden, just out of nowhere.
That's what it is. It's basically the epitome of online bullying.
I hope
make it a main event, pay them so they'll do it because they're desperate for money, and make them hurt themselves. I mean, people would probably also enjoy if they just, jumped off a building. You know what I'm saying? They probably would. Oh, that's great. That's amazing entertainment. No, it's not. It's insanely irresponsible. It shouldn't happen. It should be illegal. I don't know why anyone thinks that it's something funny or reasonable to do. It's really, really, really messed up. I think it says a lot about the people who are actually thinking this is a good idea. How messed up in the head they are. How fucked up they are, right? So, Elusive Shady, that's it. Don't think that I'm being aggressive with you. I'm just being honest about the situation, okay? Timmy Not Jimmy says, how much would it cost to wrap Wings up in bubble wrap and hit him with the car? I mean, exactly right. Seriously. People who want to see these two guys box probably would think that's funny too. Oh, that's acceptable. Just because they're people on the internet that people have derided. Just let them get.
One moment, I want to backtrack a little bit.
I mean, people would probably also enjoy if they just jumped off a building. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it would actually be really hype seeing either of those dudes explode when hitting the pavement. Now, granted, I don't mean that I want them to do that, but if you can imagine it in your head, that's good enough. Like, holy crap, people would get doused by the Wings runoff.
They probably would. Oh, that's great. That's amazing.
Did Phil turn off 24-hour chat wait?
It's insanely irresponsible. It shouldn't happen. It should be
Black
illegal.
Current. It's.
I don't know why.
I don't think he turned that off, but the interview place
really messed up.
has theirs on.
People who are actually thinking
you can say anything. That's why his chat's blowing up.
They are. How fucked up they are, right? So.
Or their chat's blowing up.
So Elusive Shady, that's it. Don't think that I'm being aggressive with you. I'm just being honest about the situation, okay? Timmy Not Jimmy says, how much would it cost to wrap Wings up in bubble wrap and hit him with the car? I mean, exactly right. Seriously. People who want to see these two guys box probably would think that's funny too. Oh, that's acceptable. Just because they're people on the internet that people have derided. Just let them get crazy personal injuries. We don't care. It's funny, right? No, it's not funny. You're a sicko. You know?
This weird moral stance that he's taken on this is really obnoxious because he likes to take hostages. He likes to hide behind the morality of stuff that he has historically never cared about. And also that he's willing to endorse people who do that. Jake Paul, you hate Jake Paul or Logan Paul, whoever it is who's doing the boxing. You hated him. Did you come in saying that was wrong because he could have been hurt? No, you said it was wrong because it was publicity, and that's bad. So you don't care about these things, DSP. That's why you being honest doesn't mean anything.
Anyway, Sid Alchemist says, do you remember when Wings and Boogie were asking for funds for their gastric bypass surgery because they thought it would solve all their problems? I don't know if they ever did. I just go by what it says in documentaries and stuff. Boogie, I know nothing about. Wings, apparently in his documentary, the one that we had watched last, did say that did happen. The problem is, remember when I reacted to the documentary last year? What did I say? I said just simply getting the bypass doesn't work. You also need to have the discipline and control to change your lifestyle.
Pictured, master of discipline and control right here.
It doesn't matter what surgery you get, it's just going to come back, which apparently is exactly what's happened, you know? So,
DSP is right.
I mean, that's probably why. That's what I mean. Like, it's not just about getting a surgery, it's about having that support system in place so that you can continue.
I also don't know if DSP realizes this, but he was valedictorian, so I assume he does. In gladiator games, most gladiators were actually very fat and overweight, and the reason why is because if you take a sword to the stomach while you're fat or obese or whatever, you don't have as much risk of dying because, you know, you're hitting a bunch of fat layers. DSP, what about that? Did you guys hear Phil threatened to punch an 11-year-old girl? Oh, Dick Stroking Phil Vlogs is in here. No, I gotta ban him too. Yeah, so you've got these people who are willing to take physical harm for it. It's the same thing with kind of like Wings and Boogie. I think they're going to be fine. I don't think either of them is going to throw a punch so hard that it's going to get through all that cushioning in their stomach and kill them. I don't think it's going to happen. Or even the cushioning in their face and kill them.
The healthy lifestyle that comes with it, which they don't have. So what a shocker that the weight came back, right? It's like common sense, but some people, I guess, just don't really have it, or they just have too much wishful thinking when it comes to certain things. I mean, think of it this way. If you are a person who's depressed and has issues, emotional issues and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I do detracting some of that person.
Absolutely no support system. What makes you think that you're not going to just go back to the bad habits that led to you having that bad problem to begin with?
What are some bad habits you have, DSP?
Exactly what's happened in both.
Like money spending?
Again, maybe. We're going to be watching that second Wings documentary in a couple of weeks here.
He does realize that compulsive spending is in fact an addiction, right?
Not even. I'll be finding out the true story of what happened with Wings in the last couple of years because I don't know it. You know, I just go off of what I'm told. So.
Go. I got the truth.
Did you guys catch there at the very end? Hold on, let's see if we can hear that again.
A couple of weeks, not even. I'll be finding out the true story of what happened with Wings in the last couple of years because I don't know it. You know, I just go off of what I'm told. So.
This guy will give 30-minute rants about stuff without having any real information on the subject. Even admit that he has no information on the subject. But also, I'm honest and I'm telling it like it is. And you can agree or disagree, but if you disagree, you're a shithead. Meanwhile, DSP, to really fully understand DSP, you need to have watched at least 30 hours of his content. And that's on the lighter side. You really should try and strive for 180 hours before you can make a judgment on him. And if you make a judgment on him, it's wrong. How is that even remotely fair that this dude can pass that much judgment on shit? Meanwhile, you have to watch 18 seasons of the DSP show, and then maybe you can have an opinion. Maybe. That's dumb. That's really stupid. Let's see, what else do we have? I could watch some Low Tier God stuff. Low Tier God's been cracking me up lately. But I don't want to sound too tribal, but there are normal tractors that hang out in Restreams, and there are those who dwell in the mountains. There are those who take it a little bit far, and I feel like doing that's a bad idea. But in general, no one likes them, and that's kind of the self-moderating system. I really wish I could have had the entire moment on video. It was one of those things where I saw it at lunch at work, and I thought, oh, I got to make a video of this when I get home. And by the time I got home, it was over. Someone had posted a thread on Kiwi Farms about how DSP was getting a divorce. And they posted basically nothing substantially proven. They just said, you know, this is happening because Cat's tired of this and all this and that. And what happened was pretty beautiful. Almost unanimously, people told this guy to eat shit. Because they said, dude, you've got nothing to prove this with. You have nothing. You have no evidence. Yes, we all think this would be hilarious, but you have nothing to base this on. And eventually the thread just got deleted. And that's what I wanted to show was DSP thinks that people, the detractors, just believe any wild conspiracy they hear. No, they really don't. I think in a lot of ways it's very beautiful that they don't. And I know that he would never watch that video, but it'd be great to have a video demonstrating his trolls, his detractors, saying, no, we don't believe you. And in that same extent, that's what the those who dwell in the mountains that you mentioned. There are those who say stupid shit like that, and then the community, like at, Kiwi Farms or other detractor communities, people say, look, that's dumb, or they ignore it. So I think we self-moderate a lot. 18 seasons, watch the revive. No, man, 18 seasons, look, it follows the first 50 volumes of the manga, and you have to watch it all, man. That Kiwi Farms post, you saw it too, did you, Wet Floor? Yeah, I was really excited because I was gonna want to get screenshots and everything of it, because it's kind of a thread that should have stayed up as a demonstration of what shit they don't actually tolerate. But when it got sent to the Shadow Realm, all that evidence got lost. Whatever. It's not an addiction. He can stop spending anytime he wants, namely when the bank repos his home. Guys, you won't fucking believe it. A bunch of detractors disguised themselves as repossession people, and they took my house. Phil, how can they take your house? No, you don't understand. They actually lifted it up on winches and cranes and took the house. Holy crap, that's awesome. They shoplifted your house. What happened to the pastor? Who was it? Delphi, I'm going to be completely real with you. I did not follow the pastor stuff at all. I felt like it was extremely lame the very first second I heard about it, and I had no interest in following it. It looked like a distraction. It looked like an attempt to do a spin-off of the DSP show. Like, I don't know, like a Joey spin-off of Friends. I'm not interested. I'm already barely interested in Friends. I don't actually like Friends. That was the best example I could think of. Yeah, and he also, Jay Kramer, DSP has a hard time understanding jokes, which makes sense because he has no humor. He has no sense of humor. Farts, poops, eating. When, what was it, Destiny or whatever was wanting to interview him, he was saying they were planning to attack me. They were talking about how it was going to be a trap. No, they probably saw that you weren't going to show up, so they started joking around about how funny it would have been if this happened. But you don't understand that. You think it was actually intent. So, goodbye. You're dumb. Alright, so I wanted to watch a little bit of the Nioh This Is How You Don't Play. Because him screeching about Wolong reminded me, I need to watch some more of that and see exactly what it was he was complaining about. We'll probably watch this until it starts up.
Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity?
You're one of Eric Miller's mods? Oh.
Insanity is
I don't really have anything I really know about the guy. The whole event looked dumb to me, so I didn't want to get
over
involved.
and over again, expecting shit to change. That is crazy.
Oh my god, that's bullshit! Fuck you. Fuck you, Team Ninja. Fucking idiots. Learn
What?
how to fucking put proper hitboxes into a fucking game, you
I heard this game was great. What's happening?
Fuck this, dude. It's so stupid. I should have done this. Soul matching cost discount. How the fuck was I supposed to know there's another menu of discounts? Fuck this game. Fuck this bullshit. Suck my dick. Salt.
Something to look forward to with this video is, and also Sekiro, This Is How You Don't Play Now. DSP plays Wolong in quite possibly the most brain-dead way possible. He plays it like a Muso. He goes charging in, pisses off the entire country, and tries to solo 50 dudes. And then he gets bonked, as any person would, really. And then he gripes about how this game sucks compared to Sekiro and Nioh. So when you're watching Nioh, expect him to draw in 50 dudes and just solo the crap out of all of them. Kills them all. He's like Devil May Cry.
Use my footage for anything you want, as long as it's not.
Oh shit!
You know,
Negative comments.
Copying and reposting my footage. That's all I really care about. In fact, what I actually would like is if someone could do like a montage of the hilarious amount of deaths that I had. I think that would be probably one of the funniest things ever.
Do you know there's like a guy in
Oh.
our group right now who's like
This would be the coolest, is if the interview has them reenact this whole skit. I don't know if you guys know this, but there's someone in our interview right now who's like sort of like semi-famous. Oh yeah, that's Darkside Phil. DSP's already disconnected.
streaming this whole thing? He's sort of like semi-famous.
Oh, yeah, I think that's Darkside Phil. He was the guy that got caught for masturbating.
I hope Outsider cuts to a lot of moments in Nioh and Sekiro where he was screaming about those games.
5 years old.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he was masturbating in front of children
That's
on
right.
a YouTube
Yeah.
live stream. Hilarious. He's
He's
a
twitching.
pervert or something. I think he's a
That's
pervert
right, I'm a
or
huge
something.
pervert, guys. That's all I do. I just masturbate constantly in front of children. You're absolutely right. Look at our team. Look at our score.
Damn, Dark Video is trash.
Oh god.
What is up, everyone?
Yeah, this is associated with
Hello,
Nioh, isn't it?
Welcome. Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know.
Hello. Rock back and forth.
What's going on, everyone? Phil here.
Holy shit,
Welcome
Hitman
to something
wallpaper.
I
I
was
love that
planning. It's
wallpaper.
kind of spur of the moment, incredibly, kind of a really unique experience. I've decided I'll do face cam.
Are they starting early?
Loads of
Come on, start early.
Oh. All right. Here we go.
So what is this interview going to consist of, since everything
Nioh
will be
also
off limits?
boldly asserts a fresh and surprising identity with an intricately layered combat system that forces
He
you
had
to
said that he
adapt
wants
your
the interview to
playstyle by
just
the
be
second.
about two old dudes shooting the breeze about what they used to be up to when they were
Each
gamers.
weapon has three stances: high, mid, and low.
You know, early
High
gamers.
stance attacks do the most damage but are the slowest and cost the most stamina. Low stance attacks are fast and weak. Mid stance attacks are a balance of the two. The right stance at the right time can easily turn a
Keep that in
troublesome blow
mind.
into a simple one.
As
Stances?
if that wasn't all enough, Nioh also offers you multiple different combat styles, all of which can be switched to
Yeah, we're not doing
seamlessly
any of that,
in
man.
battle.
I don't know what you're
These
talking
are
about.
called stances, with the game offering you high, medium, and low stances.
Stances?
For heavy offensive attacks, defensive parrying, and relatively less aggressive attacks, and
don't know
high
what you're talking
evasion
about,
and
dude.
light attacks, respectively. While you are free to pick one and stick with it, the game implicitly
Dark's Vanilla's
encourages you to
trash,
switch
bro,
them
was
on
one of the
the fly.
funniest
In fact,
outbursts.
with many of the tougher enemies, you'll find it easier if you can switch your
The
stats
best one, I think, the
times
best
in the middle of
ever.
battle.
The fact that there are three stances in the game, but they're not necessary in order to beat the game. Sure, maybe if you master the game and you do all three stances, switching between them flawlessly at all times, it'll make the game a little bit easier. But for the most part, every time I played Nioh, I never had to really switch stances.
So that's nice. DSP admits that the stance system exists, says it's irrelevant, and then gets bodied and screams about how it would have been better if he could have done something else. And also, there's some enemies that are completely immune to some stances. Any enemy that's crawling along the ground can't really get hit with mid-stance attacks, because mid-stances are almost always sweeps at about chest height. So that's stupid.
Mid stance was good enough for every single fight in the game. Yeah, maybe it would have added more variety and flair, but if it's not necessary, why overcomplicate things? The same thing kind of goes for the little ninjutsu items and stuff. Yeah, they're in there. Maybe they make the game a little bit easier if you master.
I should
them,
make
but
fun of
they're
my
not
stutter.
necessary. If maybe they balance
It's gonna be like
the
a
game
hangout
better
session
in
where-
sync,
yeah, that's
and
what I've
make so
heard.
that you need to really
But that's a
utilize
retcon
two
because the only
weapons
reason
at
the
a
interview
time
was a
or
thing was
two
because of
different
him getting
stances or
triggered by the
whatever.
trolls and tractor
Then
videos.
maybe I can
Yeah,
say it's a little bit
yeah.
better, but
And
for
he also
now, it
wanted to
really
do,
does feel like
you know,
the combat
proselytizing to
can be
people.
played a lot more simplistically than they lead you to believe, and that is a shortcoming of the game.
Dustin, that's because black hide stains better.
They want the two images to have the same intensity.
Oh, I was saying the best ever time when someone said something over chat to him was the "look at my skeletons" bitch. That shit killed me.
Sure.
I still watch it every once in a while.
Subtitles on.
This is the guy is the second place for me.
Alright, camera type action.
Oh my god, I dropped my combo.
Action. If you don't
Whatever
have
will I do?
Setting for this demo, if you put on action, it focuses on performance, meaning that the frame rate of the game will be high, which is good for a game like this. You need a high frame rate in order to react to stuff.
I feel like DSP's got some spooky insights into video games. I didn't know that.
The graphics will look better. Who cares? I want to get
How's it going, Roach Babe?
a game that looks pretty, you know?
I will keep an eye on the temperature levels and on the fluid levels, because sometimes he has to pee.
Not really. I don't know what these
No,
mean.
any real interview, if he ever felt like it would be a legitimate interview, he would never show up. That's why I don't think he really thinks this interview is going to be serious
Oh,
at
wait,
all.
oh no, here it is. Stabilizes the resolution or stabilizes the frame rate. I want the frame rate, so we're putting on action mode. Game mode action.
Action. Action?
Got off the boat. Fresh off the boat. You look
Oh,
exactly
Richard already
fucking
had
like him, man.
that joke.
How the hell do people die to that? How do you die to that?
DSP, I wonder that about a lot of the stuff you die from.
Hello?
Stops attacking.
Oh my god, staggered me.
What the hell are you doing? He's confusing him. It's part of the strategy.
Wow, so much for, wow, first death.
So much for what? Standing there and taking a hit?
Had insane poise. I stabbed him, he didn't stagger at all.
You didn't even hit him.
Yeah, whatever.
Whatever.
So I guess it's all about stabbing and not getting hit.
No shit.
This game's a blast. Watch out. Okay, he's going to take out both these dudes really easily.
Wow, nice
Because this
dodge.
game facilitates that. Not like Wolong. What the hell's happening?
I'm dead. I have no stamina. I couldn't move at all. Huh.
Must have been a glitch.
No, zero stamina. I couldn't move.
We got 30 minutes. Show up, guys. Do your interview. Come on. How many people are actually viewing it? I want to see this.
Kidding?
We got 323. That's
He
low.
started swinging, so I dodged, and he tracked me with his swing. Lame. Lame.
I think the first time I died on this game was to the boss in the second area. This game was easy.
Look at this.
Holy shit, he's got a stand.
Oh my god.
Are you gonna get killed while you're in this mode? There's no way.
Oh, but I'm getting
Holy
fucked up.
shit.
Great.
Just lightly jog
come
out of
on, he had
danger.
multiple attacks. The guy had multiple
I'd like to
attacks.
interview DSP. I think I'd be rather fair about it. I'd give him plenty of time to say his stupid case.
Wow, I couldn't get out of his range. Dude, I couldn't.
Because you're walking. You're
well,
walking.
I lost all my soul, all my fucking Amrita. Wow.
Dude, these guys keep shooting me. You're walking. What is their normal viewership? You know, I don't really know. At least their live viewership, I don't know.
Wow, I couldn't dodge. Oh my god! What the fuck?
He wants to promise a decompression stream in the event that they accidentally ask something he doesn't like.
Around that guy's blade at all. I have to,
So,
I guess I
you
have to
know.
block. His fears
Just in
insane.
case one of these jerks says, "How's the gout?" He needs to be able to have this on hand. So this image that I made for the background of my layout, I was using some AI art, and I made the description was basically like underground secret clone lab.
You saw that, right? I flew it through his body. It
No,
didn't work.
you whiffed him.
Oh my god.
He had a sniff of your feet.
Wow, you're great, bro.
Okay, it's 3-on-1. DSP has this. Wolong can't handle this, but he can.
Pulling 100 dudes.
Jesus Christ. The whole damn county's after him.
What a fucking bitch. What a bitch.
DSP's got this.
Like a little
Mow
fucking
through him.
cock-sucking bitch. Wow. That's the definition of a bitch right there. Wow. And
What's a
that's
bitch?
it.
That?
At least I got my stuff back down to the beach. Damn.
Loser.
It all fucked up.
6 or
when I
7
wanted to fight
clones?
the
That's a
spear
pretty good
guy,
bet.
And another guy with a sword got pulled from up high, which didn't happen ever before. And he dropped out. That was it. I couldn't fight the two at once.
No, you'd have to... And in some ways, maybe that's Craig's 5D hyper chess, is what if you make DSP so comfortable talking about random, unassociated bullshit that he accidentally lets something slip. Because if he's on guard, he's never going to really say something unless it's a very lucky occurrence. But if you get him placated, talking about, hey, remember when Screw attacked when we did this, we did that?
Insane health too. You noticed that, right?
And remember when we had this happening? And then he's going to accidentally slip. Yeah, and Panda Lee was like, you know, just about to go to the senior, become a senior then? Whoa, what? What's this about? Panda Lee was about to become a senior? I mean, she was already, she was about to graduate, dude. Uh-huh. Let's continue.
By the way, the only thing that my face cam is covering is the mini-map, which I'm not even using, so...
That might be part of the problem.
Don't worry, the mini-map isn't very useful.
Okay, never mind. Maybe that's it. Maybe Craig does have this all under control. He knows that the only way to get an answer out of Phil...
Oh my god, are you serious? He was so far away from me, he was off the
He's
camera.
got one of these long poles, you see, and a blade is attached to it. Oh yeah, he's got this. Comeback time.
Wow! Oh my god! Instant kill! Wow.
This guy's gonna bully him, huh? Why can't I just attack constantly?
There we go.
It's bullshit.
Oh my god, are you kidding again? Again! What the fuck? He was on the ground.
I didn't know you
pressed
could die in
triangle,
Hogwarts Legacy.
It didn't work. He got up because I was out of stamina and insta-killed me. What the fuck? Sometimes the ground execution doesn't
I retroactively like Panda Lee. Panda Lee made sense a little bit more than DSP. They were both petulant children, but at least with Panda Lee, she was 18. And quite frankly, I don't really even feel like people really fully mature until their mid-20s. Or even early 20s. And DSP was in his late 20s. So there's really no excuse. And I mean like fully mature. Like you really get your shit down nailed completely. I'd say about like 23, 24. And it made more sense for her to be weird.
Oh my god, are you serious?
And furthermore, it wasn't like she ever had anyone around her pressing her to become more mature. She was hanging out with this dude.
I tried to fucking do it. I must have been slow. Fuck, man.
Now, I did not like her voice and her laugh. Her laugh was really obnoxious. I found it more obnoxious than any of DSP's laughs, honestly. What's with this clown hour shit, Panda Lee?
What the fuck? What? He has 0 health, but he has
Troll should have coordinated to
poison.
enter Craig's chat at the same time saying hello, Jim. Apparently they're like saying hello to apple juice. Whatever. It must be an insider meme. He was showing my stream? How sweet of him. You know what? I gotta do the same thing. That's only fair. This dude's the hero.
No, Len isn't playing Nioh, or he's watching.
Oh shit!
I don't play and talking.
Late. You saw that, right? He was dodging too, and he still gets hit.
I have a
So
soundboard
cheap.
here that's pretty robust.
Make you fight a boss in a high up area where you have no actual space to dodge, and if you fall, you get fucked because all the enemies fucking aggro to you. It's so
Thank you, Death in
ridiculously
July,
annoying
for
just
the
because of the way they set it up.
super chat. Oh, it's an anthropomorphic lemon.
Oh,
He's
I
going
see.
like.
This ass, the
I don't know why DSP has to point out that everything
when
in
I have a cookies
the,
from
the super
mid-stance, I'd
sticker
rather
is
do mid-stance.
anthropomorphic. It's an anthropomorphic lemon.
This dude's the hero.
Hey, it's a shut up.
Oh shit!
Can't block. I can't even hit this guy. This is bullshit.
Streamception.
That was beautiful.
I couldn't hit him. I blocked, and then when I tried to counterattack, he always dodged.
That was good. That was
I lost
fun.
all my fucking souls. God damn this game.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Sorry about the echo you got there.
Wow,
Ludwig World
fuck
Order.
this. Come on, man. This is ridiculous. Fucking guy in the tree ends up sniping me perfectly and kills me. Fuck, man.
That was my favorite mission, I think. The one that he just died in.
He's running me off.
It's not fun because you have to keep redoing the same shit. It'd be one thing if, like, there were checkpoints. There's no fucking checkpoints in this game.
You asshole. How about
You
Meerkat?
gotta keep killing the same fucking guys 100
Sorry
times.
about that.
These super chats, but I don't. They do the same thing.
That was fun.
For example,
Okay, moving
especially
on.
when it comes to like Let's Players and stuff.
This sucks.
Yeah, basically that's it.
Yeah,
I
see,
don't
this is
think
what I was
anyone
talking
has
about.
any
If it's a
need to connect
horizontal
with
slash, you can't
unless
do anything
those
to these
people
guys.
have big bank accounts and they're generous.
You have to
Those
catch them while they're
people
jumping, and that's already a bad idea.
I've never actually sat down and just boom, boom, boom. Here's all these questions. Let me answer them. Right?
And then he tires
like
himself
the
out like an idiot
stream?
every time.
Never. We've never done this, except the one time he did it.
No,
And he
no
made a big
topping,
deal
no
about it.
tipping for me.
And he said after
The tips are open for if some billionaire wants to
drama
come in
ever
and give me some money.
again.
I don't
He addressed it,
want
right?
heroes'
We're still
monies.
addressing it to this day. And after this stream, he's never going to address that drama ever again.
Oh shit! I forgot that I kept this on.
I can only get like halfway through the stage. I need to have more potions. I tried to dodge after the second stab. Wow, I couldn't. Wow! I was a stun lock. Oh my god. Great, I'm fucked. Wow!
Wait, I just came back. Why is there another video running in the back? Sorry about that, Sniper. I forgot that I didn't close the tab. It's over.
That's the gate right there.
These ninja dudes are the coolest. And you're gonna get jumped by, again, 30 dudes. Nope, none of that, sir.
I was opening it.
Then what happened?
That's the gate. That's the shortcut gate I need to open. If I open that gate, then I don't have to redo the whole stage.
I would love Time Magazine to figure out DSP exists. That would be quite the story. I think some journalists could make some money off that.
Yeah.
So there's this guy, right? His name is Phil Burnell. And he somehow has more drama associated with him than any 8 politicians. Pretty weird, huh?
Wow. The chest re-seals. The chest re-fucking seals.
How's it going,
Go
Darksy?
there, open it, damn it, man. I don't know.
Hope you're doing groovy. And he's still... What do you think's going to happen, DSP? How do you think that's supposed to go? That the enemy's supposed to sit there and wait for you to open it? I think he thinks every game is a turn-based strategy. It's not your turn to do something. I'm opening a box right now.
This is ridiculously difficult.
I'm hoping this next batch, this next clone that we're about to bring in, he's been in the tanks a little bit longer. Oh, but I was saying about this this AI art I made. One of the things that made me finally get the images I was looking for. Hold on, let me get rid of this real quick so you can all see it. Yeah. Main moniker.
Oh my god, 2 grab animations.
So the big thing that I got to have this really cool look
I got my ability, I'm gonna try it.
was I added the description greasy. And it made it so much better. It looks oily and sticky now. And that's a proper DSP clone
Oh,
lab.
that lasted 2 seconds?
If there were a...
Wow, tracks me. Oh, zombie grabs me. Oh.
That'd be awesome. Some sort of Giga Megazord reaction event. Well, that's how it's going to be when he has his divorce arc.
Oh my god. Oh
He's got how many people fighting him right now? 3. And death.
Oh, fuck this game. What the fuck?
This game doesn't let me be an absolute retard. What's wrong with this game?
Oh my god.
I'm having a great time. I am technically on level 1. This is level 1 of the cloning facility.
Maybe I make a straight run for it. Okay, I'm gonna make a straight run for the game.
That's a really, really bad idea, DSP. Quite possibly the worst idea you could have. And it's over.
No. Nope.
Holy crap, he's getting bukkakied.
Just kill me. I'll try again.
That's his impatience. That's his impatience right there. Sort of. It's kind of like an offshoot of Umbrella. It is beneath his lair. It's part of the Site 57.
Slowed and poisoned.
God, you suck, man. Nioh was such a fun fight.
That's it.
Nioh.
Well, god damn it, this boss is ridiculous. I mean, I could beat him. I have to keep trying, right?
What's
I
this guy
actually
saying?
got the furthest the first time.
Man, Agent Proper's here. Everyone's here. The whole team's here.
Whatever, the protector, the spirit animal, whatever it's supposed to be. Actually helped me more the first fight. So if I went around and killed a few little enemies to build up that meter. Then I ran in there. I could probably beat it, but I think that's gonna be it.
Yeah, let's 47. 40. Holy shit. He's on mission, I want to say 4. I want to say mission 4, and he's at 47 deaths. I think by the time I was at mission 4, I had 9 deaths, and 8 of them came from the boss in mission 3. No.
For the alpha demo of
oh, he's on the alpha, so it skips the 3rd mission.
it is difficult. See, I'm kind of on the fence about if I want to buy this game or not, and here's why. It's definitely beatable.
It's wonky, though. I
But
hate
it's
wonk.
so difficult. Like, this game
You work for
is
Deep
so
13?
fucking
Hell yeah.
difficult. I'll be honest.
Love Deep 13.
It drains me. Like, right now, I feel like I'm fucking tired from playing the game.
Diablo.
Because it's so fucking just gruelingly draining.
I like
to play
watching
the game.
Diablo.
And I don't know, is it
I usually have no idea what's going on,
where it's like
but it's kind of cool
not
looking.
fun? I don't know, like I'm having fun now, but this is the demo. Imagine if you're playing the final game and it's like twice as fucking hard as this. Imagine that. I mean, I don't know. I'll have to think about it if I want to actually get it or not. But I hope that you enjoy the coverage of the demo.
Good lord, 47 deaths in the demo.
Of what to expect from the final game.
Oh, the camera's on.
Just like Dark Souls. I locked on just like Dark Souls. Just like Dark Souls. This is literally Dark Souls. I mean, just like Dark Souls. Just like Dark Souls, I just found a shortcut. There are drop attacks, just like Dark Souls.
Yeah, no other game had drop attacks.
Sucks. There's no invincibility on the roll. They're not like Dark Souls.
I never get to die.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Finally, the time is
There are a
up.
few
Gallop
games I
Speed.
did far better than I thought I would ever do in.
Shall we? It's Nioh time, baby. Oh, yeah.
Wait, who are these people? Are they toxified? Hold on. Who's DK Mario Link? Gotta get to the bottom of these characters.
Fucking show on the road, shall we? It's Nioh time, baby.
Little Shadow, I wanted to ask, what do you think of the new Lord of the Rings cards?
Team Ninja, there we go.
I feel weird saying this, but I think they're all shitty.
So all the big-breasted chicks from Dead or Alive are also in this game if you didn't know. Oh, look at this.
Normally, I see a couple cards that I think, oh, those are okay, those are decent. But every single one of them this time looks bad.
Ooh, epic. That's a lot of fucking demons.
This guy's having a good time. He's having a seizure, though. Man, Nioh's so good. Did you all play Nioh? Nioh's great.
I'm just gonna call him Geralt the whole game. Oh, who the hell's that? What the fuck? It's Sylph from Final Fantasy, one of the Espers. Yes, the epic duel. And so Geralt, now that the Witcher franchise has ended, must find other employment. Here he is. Yes.
I like the yes he does at the end of his joke. It's kind of like the badumts, but in verbal form. It's Geralt. He's finding new employment. Yes. Did he learn that during his acting career? He said that he did some stage acting and did stuff like that. Did they say, every time you make a joke, make sure to say yes at the end? Otherwise, people won't get it. Lord of the Rings has an expansion. It's Lord of the Rings themed. They did an official licensing with it and made Magic the Gathering Lord of the Rings cards. Here they are right here. They're not that impressive, really. This one's kind of cool, but... Played through Nioh 1 and 2 co-op with a friend. Really loved the combat, although at times I confused myself. Yeah, it happens.
That's the other staircase I came from.
I kind of resent when people say that it's like Dark Souls. Oh, it's like Dark Souls. Oh, it's like Dark Souls. Man, it's a genre, okay? Every game that you play that you have a gun in your hand and you see from your eyes, it's basically just Doom. Oh, you're playing Halo? You mean fake Doom?
Unless this wall be open, I don't think so. Bookcase.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I can see the gimmick in a lot of them, but they look bad.
This is a dead end. Where do I go? Oh my god.
Dude's already
I
stumped.
don't know where to go.
I forgot that they skipped this segment in the demo. I didn't play the demo.
I
don't know where to go. So fucking slow.
Because I was already convinced I wanted to play it, so it didn't matter to me.
No to the axe and no to the sword. Kusarigama? I don't even know what this is.
The DSP clones only run for 2 or 3 hours before breaking down. Nothing we can do. Yeah, it's the result of so much cloning.
I think I'm gonna go with spear.
We've broken down the cellular systems.
I'm gonna do it. Spear.
Diablo 2 is like Dark Souls. I believe that, man. Everything's like Dark Souls.
My death counter and my face cam are covering the map. Take this, check this out. Look. I'm completely covering the mini-map. By the way, the only thing that my face cam is covering is the mini-map.
See, right there. That was a clone. Different clone right there.
Speak to Tome.
I never said that the mini-map doesn't give you much important information. I don't know what you're talking about.
Over smithing text.
Smithing?
Is it smithing or smithing?
You're the valedictorian, dickhead.
I'm probably not going to do this yet either. Oh, people are saying there's no game audio? There's no game audio. Oh.
Oh shit, it's almost time to start.
Oops, I had it muted. Alright, it's not.
Do we got a pre-stream? Let's go. Uh-oh.
What is that?
Ask DSP about Subaru Man. Trust me, he will laugh about it. Oh, he'll definitely laugh. Did you watch Gotham Knights? No, man, I haven't watched any TV lately.
I guess we would just change the...
It's on my list, though. I'll try and check it out when I can, Lewis. I need to watch that, and I need to watch more Turn A Gundam. To Phil's logic, then, every platformer is Super Mario Brothers ripoff, but he won't say that. Yeah, Rayman? Yeah, that's Super Mario. Like, the parts in... Oh, what about that? What about in parts of Dark Souls where you have to kind of do some weird platforming? Is that technically Mario, but 3D? This is gonna kill him. The bats are gonna kill him.
Knocked him off. Oh no, he died.
Gets him every time.
Oh no! Oh, come on! You've got command run clown mode.exe. Wow! There's gotta be a way out.
Roachbait, it's kind of like Metal Gear Solid. We've managed to make it so that they can't procreate. Not to worry.
Oh, it's just one of these guys.
And you're right, Sudden Fool. Nioh is more about... I don't want to say Dark Souls isn't as much about combat, but it's not as much about having dynamic combat.
Oh, there's a sniper in here. Alright, then fuck this.
What? You could just go kill the sniper. You're gonna die. Welcome to Dead World.
What the fuck? I don't even know what happened. I don't even know what happened.
Because if they hit you out of the special ability, you get winded immediately.
You're supposed to be invincible when the ability's activated.
Dustin, are you on drugs? He can't do that. The green screen exploded.
You say?
I don't understand how a green screen can break. I guess he had to have it under some sort of running water or something, and it eventually broke apart, or he had it on top of his furnace and it burned or something. I don't know how you can break it. It's like breaking a rug. Then again, this dude just recently said that rivers can be destroyed, so his comprehension of what can be destroyed is very odd.
Hopefully they can't fucking use ladders. Oh shit.
Semantics, you know? I meant that it was like damaged. Rivers can't be damaged. That's just not how it works language-wise.
Something exploded and knocked me off the ledge. I have no idea what exploded. I have no idea.
We would have to change the color of all of our currency in order for Bill to even... Phil to use a green screen? Yeah, that could work.
Almost dead.
Now what you meant to say, DSP, was that the river's course was damaged, or the river bank was damaged, or the river water was polluted.
He needed one more hit to die.
They rolled up and shot the hell out of the ocean. They broke it, dude.
One more fucking hit. Instead, nope.
He probably broke the stand. Cat sat on it. Probably. This is the boss that pissed me off.
That was fast.
DSP manages to beat her pretty quick, and that's fine. But she really gave me trouble.
Wow, I don't know
that right there.
She's paralyzing me.
And then she does the grab or something. Yeah, that shit was annoying. NTGY speaking, I'm more excited about the Shadow over Interrogation. Yeah, that's cool. I'm sure you're going to love that. I'm excited for March for the Machines. That's what I want to see.
Wow, look at that damage. Fuck. I got hit even though I was dodging. I'm dead. That's it.
I know the feeling,
What the
Philo.
fuck?
I was there several times.
It's really lame. She fucking can hit you even when you're dodging. I dodged out of the way.
No, she has a very specific window to her attack, and that's what took me so long to figure out, is that you don't dodge when you first see it, you dodge when it's about halfway to you. Because if you first see it, it's going to track you.
Bye-bye.
Having a problem? Having troubles?
What the fuck?
Maybe if you switch your stance? There you go. Can't even hit a stable, solid object.
You try high stance.
I was wondering if he would do something like that, Roach Bait. If he would say, I couldn't come to the stream. I couldn't go to the interview. I had the shits. I couldn't do it.
Oh my god, exploding.
Where are all of DSP's fans and supporters? Why aren't they in the chat? Why aren't they here? I don't understand. He has all these people who love him and adore him. Why aren't they here?
A fucking guy showed up
How's it going, VR Joe?
and hits me from the
Thanks.
side.
Thanks for the compliment on the layout.
So fucking lame.
I use sword with low stance. It gives you an insane amount of iframes. For real, it does.
Just fucking walks up
I usually use the Kasuri Gama in high stance and the sword in low
brought to you
stance.
by you. If you'd like to support the show, head
Hey!
over to patreon.com
Here we are, guys.
/sidescrollers. It's time for Side Scrollers on YouTube.com. With me, Stuttering Craig. You got a goal? Go get it. Adam Krigler.
I'm better.
This guy's my favorite. No, she's my favorite.
And producer extraordinaire, Travis Key.
Hi, guys.
That guy,
Brought to
no.
you by you, the G2 community, at patreon.com/sidescrollers. And now, broadcasting from our homes, it's time for the #1 gaming and entertainment podcast.
Derek's watching
on
a different
planet
kind of
Earth.
interview.
It's time for
Casting
Side
couch kind of thing.
Scrollers.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome on out to Side Scrollers on YouTube.com. What's going on, everybody? Hey, I'm Stuttering Craig. Welcome
What
to
is
the
this
#1
intro
gaming
video?
and
I didn't think you
entertainment
could do
podcast
these.
on planet Earth. Side Scrollers. Big show
I'm not
today.
going to be using the
Big
soundboard
show
at all
today,
during
huh?
the
Hey,
interview. I
everybody,
don't want
good
it to
see
distract
you.
me.
Joining us, as always, not Travis Keys. Travis is going to be manning up on the chat today because we know the chat is going to be super busy. Blabs will also be hailing up on social media. So big ups to Blabs and big ups to Travs for doing that. But joining us, as always, Mr. Freeze, the greatest gamer in the room. It's Adam Krigler. Hello, Adam.
Hey, he's got his cat.
I'm never gonna live that Mr. Freeze down, but I kind of like it actually.
They have inside jokes.
I gotta learn all of Arnold's.
DSP, you
really
could have all this if you had
puns
friends.
from that movie, so I can drop those periodically throughout the episodes.
I think that'd really endear you to all those who love the freezing aspect of you, for sure. So,
I
see
can't
we
believe
have-
I'm still
Would it
freezing.
possibly be
We
a
have an
guy
additional
who,
guest,
or
too,
a
looks
hot
like in
chick
your
that's
lap?
sitting in front of a
Oh
skateboard
yeah,
and
this
an
is
arcade
Osiris.
machine?
He's hanging out. Say hi, buddy. He's like, no, I'm trying to chill. All right, he's chilling.
Look at this interactive
Excellent.
chill cat.
Yeah, he's hanging.
Did this guy
Before we
also
to
get
our
$2,000
guest
to reveal his
today,
cat?
I want to let you guys know some things we have coming up on the show that I think are actually really, really important that hopefully you guys will want to come back for. I know we got a lot of folks coming in today. Hopefully you guys want to hit
We're
the
up to
subscribe button
791
and,
viewers.
join us because we are a show we go every Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock Central Standard Time. The whole idea of Side Scrollers is
Gout, gout,
it's meant to
gout,
be a
gout.
breath
Ack,
of fresh
ack.
air. It's meant to be a place where common sense reigns supreme. Something that is very hard to find in the gaming industry.
Where's Phil?
But we do
Darkside
have some great
Philip.
guests coming up. Obviously
Show up.
today
He'll show up
we have
out of
Darkside
nowhere.
Phil who'll be joining us very, very shortly. We also have Mark the Cyborg.
You can't
joining
find
us.
any better
And,
pictures of this guy.
James Rolfe, the angry video
guess you
gamer,
really
will be
can't.
joining us here in the next couple
Weirdly
weeks.
enough,
as
I think
well. So make sure
DSP's
you guys,
best
once you hit the
picture is when he's
subscribe
wearing
button,
glasses.
Come join us and be a part of our great little positive community. we
Adam
have
seems
going
like the
on
least
over here.
dented. I'm glad Travis
In
and his
addition, if you
terrible
guys are
takes are in the
listening to us
chat.
over on Spotify or iHeartRadio, make sure you guys hit the
I don't really know these
5-star
characters
rating,
that
and
well.
of course, give us a nice
I'll take your
comment
word
over
for
there.
it.
If you guys are watching over on YouTube, please hit the thumbs up. We'd greatly appreciate that.
Holy shit, we're already at
As
100
always,
likes. You
can
better blow
support
some
the show over
bubbles,
at
Craig.
patreon.com/sidescrollers. We greatly appreciate that. You get access to our post show, which
Could you
will be
imagine
happening
if you could
directly
carry over
after
emotes in
today's
YouTube
stream.
chat?
We'll
That would be
continue
literally
as
awesome.
Adam, and we'll probably bring in
Yeah, they
Vlad
might
and
have to shut
Travis,
it down
and
if
kind of talk
that
about
happened.
everything that goes on today. with that said, today's show is obviously a little bit different. Usually
being
we
said,
kind of talk
shout-outs.
news and we talk about fun stuff. Today we're diving in deep with, I guess some would say, the most hated man
1
on
Minute
the
Man
internet.
is DSP.
We are doing an interview format, and this is something that was not meant to happen when initially asked to bring
Why
Phil
does
on the show.
Stuttering Craig look
but,
so
it
orange?
is it's quickly morphed into that. You know, I've talked about how I have this degree in journalism that I got 20 years ago, and I haven't used it. And there's a reason why
There's some dust on that
didn't
bad
go
boy.
into that field. It's because it sucks. And journalism is just trash bag of an industry. It's just a huge business, and we can talk about that all day long. But
okay.
So you weren't able to get a job. I get it, man. Same thing with my degree.
Journalist.
Okay. Well, but I would like to point out that I am no journalist. I am no journalist.
Okay.
And I think that's the biggest thing. Is
That's
have a
gonna be
degree,
printed
but I
all
am
over
not
the place.
a journalist by any way, shape, and form. With that said, we are going to do our
What's
best.
the
today. We
gender
know
of the
there's a lot
cat? If it's
questions,
female, remove it as soon as
and,
possible.
comments
Phil is
and
married.
concerns,
Nice, that's a
and
good
we're
one.
going to touch them all because we've been assured that nothing is off the table today, and we're going to go for as long as we need to go.
That's not true.
For everyone to feel as good as you can possibly feel, which is next to impossible because we can solve cancer, we can cure cancer today, and find out who shot JFK, and it still won't be good enough for some people. And you know
It was
what?
the CIA.
Easy.
Already toxified.
Sorry.
It won't be good enough for some people. Yeah, you know what would be good enough? Evidence.
But with all that said, we're going to go today, and I'm looking forward to diving in deep. And
I'm losing hope
so I guess
already.
with all that said, let's get into this. I'm excited to bring on Dark Side Phil.
There he
Phil,
is.
How are you?
Holy crap!
The camera's
Phil,
on.
the camera's on now.
You guys actually did it. I'm on
We
the
did
show.
what?
I'm on the
You did
show.
it.
I mean,
Wait,
you got
is he
listen,
here?
listen.
Ugh.
guys
I
have
can't
a
hear
good
you.
run.
I can't hear you, dude.
Hello?
I'm just joking. I can hear you.
You got okay.
It's funny because I thought you
For a
couldn't.
month. I've watched every episode. It's a great show. However,
You're a little quiet,
you made
DSP.
the big mistake of having me on your show. As of today, March 16th, you guys are officially canceled. I'm sorry. It's over.
You can't cancel something that doesn't care to be canceled, and we don't really care to be canceled.
I'm already really not
We're
enjoying
sponsored,
this.
we're sponsored by the people out there, so we're good. Brave.
Exactly. When you're not worried about what sponsor you're going to freak out today because you accidentally said something in the wrong way, it's a lot of relief. You can just be honest with your audience, and that's.
What did you say in the wrong way, DSP? The N-word? What's the proper way to say
Let's
the
get into
N-word?
this, man. I'm excited to have you on. I think this is going to be a really telling.
You might want to turn up
you know,
DSP's audio
hour,
slider.
2
He's a
hours,
little too
whatever it may
quiet.
be, 3 hours, 6 days, however long it may be.
It's the guy. I'm watching him on the interview.
I was told pretty much after we announced this that you were coming on the show. I was told that you should not come on. I was told not to interview you.
I agree.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I mean, considering the fact that the name of the show is, you know, possibly the most hated guy on the internet, I don't think it's rocket science. You know, people don't like me for various different reasons. And
He's asking why.
you know, they come at me with so many accusations, so many crazy conspiracy theories, and I'm just a small-time guy trying to make content on the internet.
I'll try and mute my mic.
Doing it and loving the interaction I have with my little audience. And every time that I address it, any of the stuff that they say about me, it's completely counterproductive. It doesn't help anything. It just exacerbates.
And yet he does
worse.
it.
So why have me on a show when people feel like all I'm going to do is not answer the questions you're going to ask me, not provide any additional information to things
You don't.
I already said.
You never
You
do.
know, people think I'm just going to be here for a fluff piece or something. Like
That's-
you guys
that's
are gonna
correct.
kiss my butt for 2 hours or
That's
so.
correct.
I don't think so. I think this is an opportunity for me to come on a show and be honest, transparent.
Well,
as much as
that's
I
not gonna
can.
happen. The
Again,
honest
I've already
part,
said
not
this up
happening.
front. I got to protect my family. I got to protect my business. I can't.
Are you
be
participating in the
showing
chat? No,
ridiculous
I don't want
personal
to
information
participate.
about any of
You
that.
can- look at them.
At
They
the
already
same
have it
time,
covered. Holy crap, they're going off on this
The
dude.
reason that I feel this interview will be different from what they're expecting is because I am going to be an open book. On my streams, I try to curtail the nonsense.
I
My
don't want to
viewers are not
participate
here
only
to hear me
because I'm
talk
not going to be as
about
funny
my
as these
bankers.
other guys.
They're not
So.
there to hear talk about accusations of spending $100,000 on
Accusations?
a mobile game or how I groomed someone in the past. This is ridiculous nonsense. They're just there to listen to gameplay. They want to see me play a video game or talk about news or something. And every time it brings up, oh God, he's doing it again. He's entertaining the trolls. Why is he doing it? So now,
That sounds
this
really
interview will
dumb.
be an opportunity for me to
Yeah, Cat
finally
Dude's already checking out.
open up about all these topics. Nothing is off the table. I've said this to the guys here Ask me anything. I will address every
Yeah,
single
small-time
thing
guy
anyone wants
who's
to ask me.
financially
You know how much
stable,
I can
or
talk
at
about
least
it again.
says
There's
that
some
he
good
is.
things going on and everything, but we'll talk, and this will be the focal point from now on. You want answers to all the drama? Watch Side Scrollers from March 16, 2023. Phil addressed it. And if you don't believe him, that's okay. It's everyone's subjective ability to judge whether or not someone's
You've misused that word.
right. So you can't make someone believe you, but at least we'll have one situation where I sat down, I answered every question that you threw at me, and even if you don't ask certain questions, I'm probably going to bring up topics that I know people want answers to, so that way it's all out.
He wants to do
we can just move on.
the-
I don't want to have this crap on my content anymore. I just want to move on with my community and breathe a sigh of relief after today, and I'm hoping
The
that
Escort
some
saga
closure will
first.
come out
That's
of
what he
it.
wants to talk about first.
So
This is really bad,
nothing's
yeah.
off the table today. We can talk about whatever we want to talk about, which is great. I feel good about that, and I think that's one of the things that, once again, there's going to be things that we're going to talk about that I feel is, as long as you're honest, and we're going to push you on
that's not
things, Phil.
happening.
You need to understand that we're going to push you, and I think, you know, the one thing I've said over and over again is
They're just
I
here
feel
for
that I'm a
gameplay,
fair
but
interviewer,
also my
fair
long
interview
ass
to
rants.
myself, fair interview to the person I'm interviewing, and fair to the audience. And that's one thing to keep in mind as we go along here. So I guess
Could I very briefly just make one statement before
Sure.
we begin? I want to publicly apologize to you guys, to your other hosts, to the G2s, and anyone else who likes side scrollers, because for the past 2 weeks, you guys have seen your content derailed because of me. I never intended for that. I kind of was worried it would happen.
Don't mind me,
It
I'm just
happened.
sucking your
I
dick.
don't control this black cloud that follows me around the internet as much as I try, but I still feel bad about it. It's not your fault that because
Dude,
you
Phil,
decided to
will you
have me
not
on
just
your show
waffle
as a
on and
regular
definitely...
guest, that now you
You're
have
getting
to
a
put up
little
with
taste of the
weeks
pre-stream.
drama and nonsense. I'm hoping this again will put some closure to it as well. It's not just
Most
about
channels
me,
put in more
it's about
effort,
you
Dustin,
guys
you're
also
right.
being able to say, okay, we did it. We had the interview, and can we get back to normality?
Stall game,
I love
probably,
your show.
or
I
deflection.
am a longtime fan of Screw Attack. I used to watch everything you guys were putting out in the mid-2000s before YouTube was even prominent.
See, he's
I've watched every episode of
psyching
the
them
show
up, you
since
know,
rebooted it.
sucking their dick. I really
I'm so
like you
upset
guys. I'm sorry for all
that
this
this
bad
has
stuff
become
that's
about me
happened to you,
somehow,
but
and I'm done
you
with
know,
it.
I don't
Like, that's
mean to
why
be
I
mean to you.
want to apologize to everyone.
He's
Never
already-
intended, and I hope that we can move on from it today.
so. Phil, you just killed our show by giving us an endorsement. Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
Oh, you're horrible. You guys suck. I hate you. Oh,
Craig
you're gonna
dude's
ask
a
me terrible
loser.
questions today. I really hate you guys.
All right. Well, let's get into some of these terrible questions, and I think this is something that I've heard. The questions that I'm going to ask today, they're a good mix of questions that have been on the internet. They've been questions that I want to know. There's questions that some of your biggest detractors have asked me to ask you. So they're, and I think that's important. I want to get all sides of this.
You're not getting all sides of it.
I think a great starting point for here is when you're streaming, Phil. Who is streaming? Is it Phil or Darkside Phil?
Whew. Well, it depends.
There is no
on-
difference.
Okay.
There is no
It depends
difference.
on what I'm streaming. It also depends on what time period you're talking about. Today, you're pretty much almost getting 100% the real me. Of course, every once in a while, it's funny to over dramatize something that's going on.
You
I
mean
was saying
clown
on my
mode.
podcast called Old Man Yells at Cloud, where, you know, I really ham it up if it's a dumb topic I'm talking about and I over dramatize like I'm so concerned about it. Or if I'm playing a game that really is, I'm dying a lot, or I'm playing an online fighting game, I'll emphasize the fact that, oh, it's unfair, it's bullshit.
But
know,
you said
I'll
that
always
was
ham it
real
up.
takes back
But that's
then.
kind of my shtick. That's always been kind of my shtick, and I think my
You said it wasn't a
actual
shtick.
fans know that. But, you know, the internet wants to pretend like otherwise, as if you have never watched.
Already
my content
lying.
for the past
Already out the
15
gate
years that
lying.
I've been a content creator on the internet. You would have seen this is kind of the shtick that I do in certain situations.
He's using his bankruptcy
But
call voice. Yeah.
today, I am so different than how I used to be. You know, when
Not
you've
really.
made
You're
content
really
for
not any
15 years,
different.
You go through several different stages and evolutions, and you know, when I started on YouTube way back when, it was all about being a character. It was about over.
But you said that was real Phil.
Being dramatic. It was about saying the risque thing that's going to get people talking. What did Darkside Phil say in his playthrough today? Are you kidding me? I can't believe he said that. But what happens is over time things change, you know, and there was really, how can I say, almost like an epiphany to me. In 2017,
After you
a lot
banned
of
the
different
4
things
million
changed in
people
my
telling you
life.
about the
I had a lot
epiphany.
of things that kind of rebooted. And
This is-
business-wise,
it's just a pre-stream, man. This
is
sucks. This sucks,
someone
man.
who focused on on-demand content, you know, videos that you would digest and watch offline, versus being an interactive online streamer.
Yeah, he didn't invite
When
any
I became an
detractor to be on there.
interactive
Well,
online
that's weird.
streamer, I realized, wow, wait a minute.
Used to like this
I've been doing
Tech
this
guys,
wrong
but
the
this is
whole
a
time
mess
because,
show.
like, for 8
This mess
plus
shows that
years,
Craig is a long
I've just been
card, yeah.
talking to a camera and pretending like I'm the only one in the room. I have an audience live watching me. What the hell am I doing? I'm ignoring them. And once I started having an interactive conversation with my audience,
How long are we
became so
already?
much better. This social experience of having meaningful conversations, seeing their live reactions to things I'm doing on
Yeah, you
stream.
might need a little bit
And so
more
I
drink than
realized
that,
I don't
dude.
have to be a character anymore. I could just be me. I could just talk with these people and be honest about my feelings about games or whatever. And again, yes, every once in a while there's an exaggeration, absolutely. But
So you
that's
don't
part
hate
of the fun
Wolong?
of it all. You know, we're not all just here to be Mr. Serious all day. How boring would that be? But at the same
So
time,
we're gonna have a 15 to 20 minute
today
answer
I
to
would
every
say
question.
I'm a lot more
Yep.
laid back of a person, and I'm a lot more honest and transparent with my audience with the discussions we have.
It's kind of a strategy,
Although
Little
every once in a
Shadow.
while,
If you
yes,
can
there's
clog up
obviously-
their time with so much bullshit,
everyone wants to, every
then
once in a while,
he's
hand
gonna
up, be a
filibuster.
cartoon
You gotta
character,
cut him
joke a
off,
little
follow
bit,
up.
get
Yeah.
a little laugh or a little rise, but for the
He's
most
just
part,
gonna
I would say
talk
what
the
you
whole
see today in
time
my
and not let
content
them
is
get any
more
questions in.
authentic than it used to be.
So Darkside Phil is your hamming it up, and
No.
right now you're just Phil.
Yes and no. Again, I mean, it's cool to be.
Well,
able to kind
what is it?
Yeah, which is
You
it?
know, like what does it when you say there are times that I'm over the top? Like, give me an example of what that means. What does it mean when you say, well, I'm over the top, and why would you
Let's roll the clip.
The
Well,
internet
it
has
fucking
changed,
sucks,
right?
dude.
There was a
I
point.
fucking hate this
You
game.
are correct in saying that back in the early 2000s,
I think they did. The other two hosts left.
when you kind of rose to prominence, there was you took your personality and you put in a little it would exponentially make it a little more over the top. But the internet has changed to authenticity. People want to get to know, and I don't disagree.
you've
with
gotten
you
to
there.
know him, all
But
right.
when you
That's
when
the
you mix
problem.
up, and
That's
it's
the
almost
problem,
like you're
dude.
sending mixed signals to your audience, and most people they haven't watched you for 15 years. You know, the idea of saying like, hey, I've been on the internet for 15 years. You should know how I act. But the
you better-
reality is
you better
that
get out of the
most
chat,
people see
DSP.
you through clips,
Get off
through
the
Twitter
interview.
or YouTube, and they don't know you. So regardless of how long you've been on the internet, I mean, I've been doing this forever, and the vast majority of people watching right now have no idea who I am. So you treat every viewer like a potential new viewer. So I don't know, kind of walk me through that, because I do think that's kind
This
of,
guy's about to get banned.
like, provide me with an example of what.
Yeah,
what
she
DSP
didn't want to
is
be here
versus
because he's
Phil.
married,
Sure. Right now I'm playing a game. It's called Wolong Fallen Dynasty.
and you're a
Right?
bitch
It's one
about
of
it.
These games made by Team Ninja, not FromSoft, but it's very much meant to be like a From Software style game, like Dark Souls. Or
It's
Bloodborne, or
not,
Elden
but
Ring.
continue.
It's ultra challenging. Things are going to kill you with 1 to 2 hits, right? In my opinion, this is my opinion, it's not very good. A lot of people disagree with me. They love this game. Okay, I don't like it. I think that it's a cheap knockoff. I feel like it's very wonky. It's not polished.
What's wonky mean?
I will say those things in my content, but in the heat of the moment, if I'm running through a stage and I get instant kill, cheap death, I freak out. Oh, you son of a bitch! This game sucks ass. It's the worst game ever. The game.
Lewis, he needs to wrap this up within a couple hours, or else
the dark side
big
of
ear
Phil
infection.
Over the top persona kind of coming through. I could just sit here and say nothing, and be like, that sucked that I died. People don't really tune in for that. In fact, the reason people are watching me play
The
that game
problem
is
with
they
it,
wanna
though,
see that over the
DSP,
top
is that you make it
So I'll
personal.
ham it up every once in a while. I don't hate the game. I don't hate the game devs. Of course I don't. You know,
But
they
you
tried to
say
make
you
it a good
do.
game. I think
So
it's
how
decent.
handy
I
is
don't
that,
think
that
it's
I can
great,
say I hate this thing, but
you
I
know,
don't mean it.
You'll go over the top every once in a while. Now,
They
just like-
all should
But
be
is that
embarrassed.
just something that Phil would do also?
Yes.
Well, Phil would
yes.
do that, but Phil wouldn't be like for example.
There's no difference
okay,
between the
game
two.
Killed me. It's a cheap death. Do you really think
They're the
that I'm
same
that upset
person.
about it? It's a game. It's a big deal. Oh,
Everyone
killed
gets
me.
triggered by games. I mean,
I get exactly, and
They're falling for it
I
already.
allow
They're
that
falling
to
for the
flow
Pignosis.
freely.
There's
A
no
lot of
difference
people
between the two
filter
people. They're
over
both
what
just
they
as
say and do
responsible.
when they put out their content. Why? Because they're trying to be marketable, right? They're trying to say, I want that sponsor. I want that opportunity.
Yeah, I heard people
have
love
never
Wolong.
filtered myself on the internet. That's why a lot of people don't like me, because they don't want truthful reactions. They want Mr. Marketable, Mr. Smiley. And
No, because you
when
say
I
mean
like,
things to
"Oh,
people that are hurtful
this
and
game
bad.
I really don't like because this is unfair. Do you think that game company's happy about it? Of course not. You know, but
But Phil, hold on. Like, do you think that do you think that those game companies are like looking to establish a relationship with like they're not. I mean, the reality is that these
idiot.
companies are looking for streamers who
But I
stream
can't mean
to
it.
5,000, 10,000
But I don't
people
mean it.
as opposed
You know
to
what?
a
Kojima
couple
should be
hundred.
executed,
And
but I don't really mean that.
like what
Yeah, I think
whether
so.
it's you
+1.
saying or DSP saying it, I don't. I think that if people were watching to see those over the top reactions, I think they were watching for that a decade ago, and I really mean that, right? Like So look, I had a character named Evil Craig, right? And Evil Craig was meant to be the essence of just the internet troll, right? I did it for 10 episodes, 12 episodes, whatever it may be. And I stopped doing it because I realized that I was growing an audience of people that were negative and trolls, right? And it's funny. It was funny, and it was
wait.
so
Are you
silly,
implying that it's Phil's fault? Get this guy out of here.
By you starting with the idea of saying like, look, I'm going to overreact big. I think there's two prongs to this.
Yeah,
question.
Cat Dude
Number
is not
one,
having fun.
If people were really watching to see your over-the-top reactions, don't you think they'd be making clips of that instead of other clips that they're making, and those would be going viral?
That's a proper statement.
And number
Dustin.
two, if you're really not enjoying the game, why play it? Why play it in the first place?
That's a great question.
I have no answer, and you're banned.
But start with number one though. Start with number one. Like, why if people were watching to see your over-the-top angry reactions, don't you think they'd be clipping those as opposed to clipping other things?
What? Oh, Disney needs to go.
Yes, I don't know what they clip because I have so much stuff on the internet about me that I don't really watch a lot of it.
That's not true. First lie.
From my viewers.
First lie out of this sentence, I mean.
No, I understand what you're saying, totally.
You don't understand shit. It all bounced right off your head, didn't it?
There's totally some people who are turned off by this playthrough, and they're like, I don't want to watch Phil play it because he's going to get angry, and he's going to turn into this rage ball that we don't like watching. We like seeing the real Phil.
The real Phil, the boring one who doesn't say anything.
People, but I've told my audience.
Craig's about to get sent to the shadow realm. He's on thin ice. Let's ask the cat if he has anything to say.
I've been very transparent with my audience about this game. I don't like it. I feel like if I'm going to play a FromSoft game, why don't we just do a second run of Elden Ring, a new game plus run? And a lot of people are down for that, and others are like, no, Phil. We like seeing you rage. This has been a part of your shtick for 15 years.
We love seeing you be stupid. We love this.
I'm seeing more attendance on my roll-long streams, and I'm getting more, honestly,
you had to play the game to protect my family.
Because they want to
There's a
see
bomb
that
in
rage come out of
Cat's
me,
chest,
as
and it's
opposed
going to
to me
go
playing
off
a
if I
bunch
don't
of
play
games where I'm more
Wolong.
laid back and relaxed and chill. I have a bunch of those in my rotation. That's my core fan base will show up for that and support it. But you will always get.
We might see Cat Dude fall asleep on stream.
That really, I feel, is
Craig
one of the
doesn't
reasons
care.
why I'm still here 15 years later.
Craig,
I
why
have
do you look so
different
orange?
audience.
Do
I
you
have
live
one
next to a
audience that'll
nuclear
come and watch me
reactor or
do the real
something?
Phil. The relaxed Phil. I just sit back, I'm chilling, I'm playing the game. I'm not going to rage. The game's, nothing really too challenging, right? I'm playing Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion right now. That's exactly
The problem with it is, DSP, is that your criticisms of the game are usually based on you being bad at the game.
Now a whole new audience shows up.
So how is that fair?
You'll watch one of my streams, you'll say, well, Phil gets around 200 to 400 viewers a stream, okay? But in reality, when you look at my metrics on YouTube or my analytics, actually, those are like thousands of different people. One stream gets 200
there he goes.
viewers,
He started
the next
falling
stream
asleep
gets
there.
300. Those are
Did you see it?
500 different people because people are coming for different kinds of content. When you've been around as long as me, you realize
Poor
you
cat
get people
guy.
from all over the world and for different reasons.
Think about what you could have been doing instead of this.
But are they sticking?
There you go. Interrupt this dude.
Are they staying though? Because if you have 500 people come in and they're just kind of coming out, that's actually bad for the algorithm. That's bad. You want people to stay and subscribe and
well, they do stay and subscribe.
These new people coming in because they want to see a new game, not necessarily because they want to see you. Right? They're interested in the game, not necessarily you.
Shit, this guy's making too much sense.
Topical
Gotta
or
get this
new or
dude
something
out of here.
Again, yes and no. I would say back in the day that was the case. Like new releases, I would get ginormous spikes in attendance.
See, Kyle, what the hell are you doing over there?
DSP Gaming, which is my gaming channel, used to be one of the more
I'm not a
prominent
Nazi.
gaming channels for Let's Players on YouTube.
Why aren't you wearing a vest, dude?
I was in the algorithm. I play a new game, I would see my attendance double, triple, just because I'm playing a new game. I don't get that anymore.
I think, Dustin, he does. I think that he thinks that Bill Murray is always Bill Murray at all times, as he is in the movies.
False copyright strikes. It kicked my channel out of the algorithm. So today, it doesn't really matter what I play, honestly. I mean, yes, I'll play a new game and I'll get a little bit of a spike. But as for audience retention, it really depends on what I'm playing and who's there for what. There's some people that don't care what I play. I could sit here and play.
Right, you got your hardcore. You got your hardcore. You can play Tiddlywinks and people.
I think
will show up,
Lil
right?
Shadow, he's very quickly figuring out this guy will drone on if he doesn't stop him.
A rage-inducing game or a multiplayer.
That was really cool. That was probably the coolest thing I've seen in a while with someone interacting with DSP. Okay. I've got a question.
People online in a competitive setting. People like that. And that's the variety that I bring in. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. It would be great if maybe I was just one kind of content, but I found in the 15 years,
It would be
playing
great
both
if this
sides,
thing that would
it
make
gets you
sense
different
happened,
audiences,
but no.
and it's worked for me. At
It
least
worked
that's
for
what
me.
I feel is one of the keys to
I
my
got a bunch of
longevity.
money and everyone's banned.
Tomorrow,
Worked for
if
me.
they never made another FromSoft game, I'd be okay because I still play everything else.
I would not be okay with that.
Oh, this
I
guy
wouldn't be
finally
okay with
woke
that
up.
either. I love those games too. As much
You
as I
hate
rage at
them!
and I'll be angry in the moment.
You said that
I
they're
absolutely
shitty game
appreciate
devs who
them
never
for what
learned
they
their
are.
lesson on how to
Clearly, you just
develop
need to
games.
get good. I'm just, you know.
Exactly. I'm a terrible player. Everyone
You
knows this.
are.
Well, let's talk about something real quick. So you early on had this perception of the king of hate. That was something that
Uh-oh.
you
I don't know what you're talking
marketed, you
about.
created, or whatever, right? Whatever
no
it
idea
is,
what
that
you're
was
talking
your
about.
thing.
That
The
wasn't
king of
me.
hate. You had the kingofhate.com and all that stuff, and now you're Phil, right? But do you feel that
Phil?
Do you feel that still follows you around? This
Yes.
idea of built around, like, look, James Rolfe, angry video game nerd. He's clearly a character. People know that there's the angry video game nerd, and then there's the character. But your perception is that there's this hate around you, this negativity around you, right? Do you think that has followed you to the point to where, regardless of if they're coming to watch you, Phil, or DSP, that
it's DSP Gaming,
that
idiot.
is been a negative detractor for you? The whole hate moniker.
Absolutely.
That
and
you
of
made.
course, I guess
That was your
would be a good
fault.
time to talk about what the moniker means, because a lot of people think the king of hate means, that means.
It
that
feels
Phil
like
is
Fred
an
is going to
evil
shift the
person
interview
towards
style because it seems like he
games
wants to
and
stop
game
DSP from
developers and
growing.
everything else.
Yeah, I
He's
think
gonna
that's exactly
rage
what's
on
going to have
his
to
stream
happen.
and just
He's
hate
going to have to
everyone.
put his
That's
foot down
never
on this
what it was.
DSP guy.
Anyone who does 5 seconds of research what does the king of hate mean? I've answered this question so many times in the 15 years I've been a content
BR Joe, that was a
creator.
really
The answer-
embarrassing stream. The
answer
closet
is,
clean out
I used to
stream.
be a competitive Street Fighter player back in the 2000s.
No, not this.
And back
I'm gonna
then,
start
it was
crying.
a really weird situation because Street Fighter wasn't big like it is today. Street Fighter was on the down.
Snort's throat clears are thrown up in the mic.
So the
Odd,
way
huh?
to get
Yeah, they got the
attention on
best clone they
Street
could.
Fighter community was
We
building
grew a
up
special batch for this
Right.
interview.
I would go online and I would be the biggest internet troll to everyone in the Street Fighter community. I would make fun of them. I would just destroy them online. And everyone
Okay,
knew
so
Phil's like the biggest internet
let's
troll.
fast forward, right? This has been well established. This is a decade ago. Let's talk
God
about
damn, that
today,
was
though.
nice.
Like, do you feel that this has followed you around? Do you feel that people? Do you think that the King of Hate moniker is still relevant?
Yes.
Today it is not.
Yes.
It was.
It is
because when I
absolutely still
started,
relevant.
The meaning behind it is when people hate on you, you don't use that to become a victim. You don't use
Which
that
he does.
to crawl into a ball and hide in your corner and, I'm defeated. People don't like me anymore, so I quit. Instead, you use that as a way to motivate yourself to do better. For example, when
That's
people
not where
say,
it came from, DSP.
You're never going to beat this game because it's so tough.
If DSP just
you say
rolled
I
with
can't do it,
this,
you're hating
how
on
you
me, say
don't
I'm a
play,
bad
he'd
gamer,
have
I'm gonna
far
beat that game just because you
exactly
said I couldn't,
sniper.
right?
There was
You
a
say
million
I'm a bad
opportunities for
content
DSP
creator,
to fix
I'm gonna
this.
fail. I'm gonna prove you wrong. I'm gonna use that hate around me, and I'm gonna be the king of it. I'm gonna motivate
But that's not
myself
true,
with all that
DSP.
hate
That's
to
not
be
true.
a
Because
successful
there's a lot
person.
of hate around
This is a
Wolong, and you
mantra I've
bitch about
used
it
my entire
constantly.
life to continue on and be successful. And that's why I have so many haters on the internet. I use that to fuel myself every day to come back and say, no, I'm going to put out a great, meaningful stream for people, regardless of what these
Glasses dude
idiots
is
say
about
on
to
the
pass
internet.
out. Cat
But
left.
it follows me. You're absolutely right, because people say the king of hate is not that Phil owns the hate against
That's
him.
really
It
cool that he
motivates
shut
himself.
down
They say,
that
he's a hateful person. Take a
story.
look at that thing he said 10, 15 years ago, that racial joke he made, that ridiculous
We
sexual
point out
comment
things
he
that
made.
happen
You know,
daily,
that's what the
DSP. We
king of
don't
hate
point
is.
out
And then they'll
things that
say, look,
happened
you used to have
10
a
years
website,
ago.
the
We don't.
keemstar.com, and then they'll reference that stuff.
We reference
and
things
say
you
that
do
I'm a
10 minutes
bigot,
ago, not
or
10 years ago.
I'm a racist. or
You
I'm
are a
sexist.
racist, a
You know,
lazy
they say to
one.
this
It's
day,
somehow
they're
worse.
probably saying it right now in chat. You know,
Okay.
and it's not true.
Well, then let's. I wasn't planning on talking this till later. Yeah, go ahead, Adam.
When you climb to the top of like the hate mountain and claim to be the king of hate, don't you think it's almost inviting people to try to take you down?
Oh, this guy's
You know,
gone.
you
Get him
said
out of here.
that you
The hell's
made
wrong
that
with you?
your thing.
You questioning
in the
me?
Street Fighter world, and then as time
Was-
went on in the YouTube realm, that's what you were, I guess, made your
Yeah, Captain Barnacles. This guy's rather stupefied by
position
being
on
interrupted.
the internet. No, you're the king of hate. So like, you can almost expect people to come back.
I think we
at
need to
you
have
and
Craig
try
be
to
present for the
use
pre-streams.
that same
Cut
kind
this
of
shit
vibe.
down.
And you know, I've seen
slave trade
plenty
joke.
of clips of,
Yeah, it was
of
real
random
funny.
shit throughout the past couple weeks because I didn't know who you were, right? So I'm
Yeah, that's real
I'm still
responsible,
kind of new
dumbass.
to this YouTube realm, and you know, I've seen the way
It's a black
sometimes
woman.
that and of course this is what people share, right? So what I've seen is you kind of letting it get the best of you in some cases, where you're letting that almost get under your skin, where I mean, if you want to be that person on the internet, you kind of have to be able to take it as well.
What the fuck? Oh no, this guy.
I just wanted to
leave,
point that out.
Leave the
It's
interview,
almost
DSP.
like
He
you
doesn't get
kinda
how it works.
asked for it.
I get to be a
By
victim
being
and the
king of hate,
asshole.
and making that your thing. It kind of was like, all right, well, if I'm gonna dish it, I
Yeah,
gotta be
they
able to
are,
take it as
Little
well.
Shadow.
I 100% agree with you, Adam.
Except you're wrong.
Today. But I've been on YouTube for 15 years. And
So you're wrong, idiot.
When I started on YouTube, there were no successful Let's Players making a full living doing it the way that I ended up doing. I'm almost kind of like a history lesson.
You are
Look
a
at
history
what Phil
lesson.
has done,
You are a history
and
lesson.
don't do it. Right? Look at all
Yes.
the mistakes Phil just made in the last 15 years. And
But
if you
DSP
wanna
doesn't
be
recognize some of
someone
his
who makes
mistakes.
gameplay content on YouTube, don't do what that guy did, because he screwed up. You know, when I started 15 years ago, I was like, I'm just going to roll with what I do in
That's
stream.
not an answer to what he said, by the way.
Why not do it on YouTube? I wasn't doing it for a living. It was my hobby. I had a 9-to-5 job. This was
I
something
think he
did 2
might.
to
So
3 hours a
back
night.
in
I would come out
2008,
and play. I never took it seriously.
I
never
was
thought it would be my
hungry
job
for
or anything. So I was
sandwiches,
the king
and
of
so
hate.
it
I
was
just
like
rolled
a
that moniker
refresher
over
of
to
that.
YouTube. Now, fast forward 2.5 years after I started on YouTube, I lose my job.
And I lost my
Oh, crap,
job at
what
the
am I gonna do?
helicopter
Can I
company,
monetize
and I was
my
one of the
YouTube?
sandwiches
I
then too.
guess I can. But now I'm the king of hate. Everyone knows me as the king of hate. For 2.5 years, this is my shtick. This is my moniker. What
It's
do
hard
I
to do DSP
You know?
pre-streams off the top of your head
How
because
do
he
you-
does
how
it
do you
so
erase the
perfectly with
past
how
that
little
you've
direction
already
they go in.
established? And that's what you're known
I also
for.
like the I agree
And
that
so,
you're wrong and that.
It's been
yeah.
rough. It's been rough. I'll tell you this. 2 years ago, well, excuse me, about a year and a half ago, I had a revelation. I was like, I have
God
to move
spoke
on
to
from
him.
my past in any way that I can. I have to try to get rid of this moniker.
The
This
Lord
is
came
something
down
that
and said,
people were
"Phil,
actively using to
kill
weaponize
yourself."
against me. They were going to businesses that I was
This is
associated
God's
with and
order.
telling them, you have a bigot on your website.
In
You know
Minecraft.
that? Look at all these things that he did. And they would link to things, little one-off jokes from 15 years ago.
No.
As
Right.
if it's something I did today.
Well,
And they would say, he's the king of hate. So I said, I have to stop this. I have to get rid of the website.
This man
rebrand
defrauded
myself.
the US government,
And now
that too.
That's why I do not live by that mantra anymore. I don't even mention it.
Craig's
now.
getting annoyed.
But what have you done? What have you done, Phil, to change the perception of that? What
Nothing.
Have you changed the look of your streams? Have you changed your production value? Did you take a break?
No.
Did you say, look, I'm leaving it. I'm gonna come back.
The answer to that is
I need
no
time to kind of
and no.
rethink this. Like, did you? Because you're still going under the.
No.
It's the same, still the same channel, still DSP, still Darkside.
I don't know how to tell you this, Craig, but no.
What have you done to change the perception of that? I mean, it's been a consistent line the entire time of Phil. So what have you done to change that? Because it sounds like you're saying, well, you know,
It was
woe is
very
me, but
close to nothing.
Ultimately, it comes down to your actions.
Yeah, and if you were to watch my content, you know, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
That's
hell,
not what he asked.
2 years ago.
That's not what he
If
asked.
you were to watch my content today.
The answer was
you would
nothing.
see a difference. Like, for example, look how everything
The
looks
Lord
behind
came
me,
down
right?
and spoke to
Up until
DSP,
this,
and the
you know,
Lord
6
said,
months ago,
I don't think you
felt
did anything
like
wrong.
shit.
I'm
I'll
God.
admit
So
that.
that's pretty.
You know, but
probably
it's
the
'cause I don't have
highest
know-how.
authority you can
know,
have.
I'm very much crowdfunded by my viewers and fans, and it's they who contribute to everything. And in this last year and a half,
That
there's been
didn't
kind of a
answer the question,
reinvigoration.
DSP.
Let's change everything I'm doing. Let me listen to feedback. Just in the
What
last
have you
year,
changed? What have you
I
changed?
started doing React content.
That's not
I
a
was
positive
the
change.
biggest critic of React content. I crapped on it constantly, saying it was terrible content. It's the lowest form of.
Have you been
content on the
nicer to
internet.
your viewers? Have you
And
been
then
nicer to your
I started
channel?
listening
Have you
to
been
my
nicer
viewers,
to your
like, Phil,
community?
why
Have you
are
been
so
nicer to your
ignorant about this
detractors?
stuff? You know,
Have you been
gotta
nicer
start
to
to
anything?
open up and be a
No.
little more laid
The
back
answer is
guy about
no,
all this crap. If
DSP.
you don't want to be
You've
the
done
king of hate,
nothing.
You got to listen. And I started listening. I started doing different kinds of content. I changed my setup. I'm trying to change the perception around me. But the problem is, it
Yeah,
wouldn't
we've
matter
got to
if I
roll
went
out the
away
next
for 2
clone here
months and
soon.
rebooted
This
my
is falling
channel and
apart.
renamed it or whatever. There is such an overwhelming stigma against me on the internet.
Yeah, BR Joe.
that
They
it
don't
wouldn't
become a
work.
trend.
These trolls would just follow me no matter where I go, what I do, no matter how much I change. They don't want to believe it, or they pretend like the change hasn't happened.
What
So they
change
keep
has
rolling
happened?
on with their hate trains, and you know, it sucks. I would
You'll
love
notice,
to do a
Craig,
full
that he
reboot
didn't
of
actually
DSP
give you any
gaming. It
changes.
wouldn't matter within a day. That's DSP Gaming. Don't be fooled. It's the same guy. You know, so I have tried to change.
What
and do
change?
better things and make more laid back content. You watch my content today, way less of that rage kind of stuff.
I was
Way
just
more
watching
chill
Wolong. You were
content,
pissing all
interactive,
over it.
meaningful content with my viewers, I feel. But the stigma remains.
Well, let's talk about something real quick that can add to that stigma, right? And I think this is like
No,
this
he's
is
not
important.
answering
So
the
the light
questions at
bulb went
all.
off, you know, about a year ago. You got to change. You changed your background and stuff.
Roach bait, we're having critical system failures all over the place.
But I want to bring up, like, there's still jokes that are made that that don't necessarily, like, they don't fit today. And I want to play one for
Oh,
you
no.
really
Oh,
quick.
God, I
just
gotta
kind of
hop
get your
out of here.
reaction to this. Okay,
Oh,
so
shit.
this is
Oh,
this
here we
is
Oh,
yeah.
no,
so
no, no,
you
no.
know
See,
you know
took
where
him
this
out
is
of
going.
context.
I want to watch this so
No,
we
no,
all
no,
understand
no.
what's going
Stop,
on.
Craig. What are you doing? You're being negative. Oh, God, no.
All right, boys, prepare the slave trade. We're selling her right off for profit.
What do you got to say about that, Phil? That's the end of the clip. You can pause it and stop it if you want. Are you lost? It's over there. Okay, so here's the thing, Craig. That took place like 400 clones ago. You can't hold me accountable for that.
She's worth lots of money.
That's
Okay.
fucked up.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
So
no.
So what's going on?
Cat
there,
guy's
man? Like,
toxified.
let's talk about that. Like, how does that when you
That's
see
two-part.
that? When you see that, how does that make you feel? What are you thinking? Do you regret that saying that? Like, is that edgy
Never mind.
humor?
This is the best interview of all
first
time.
of all, I have an honest question for you guys. You've now seen it. I don't know if Adam has ever seen that clip before. Okay.
No, I
Is that
haven't.
the first time? Okay. What do you think the joke was there? I'm just curious. What do you think I was?
The
trying
joke
to
was that you were saying that
That
we're
you
going to sell a
selling that
child into
girl
slavery.
To the slave trade?
Yeah, that's the joke.
Okay.
That's what it sounded like, and that's pretty fucked up.
Okay.
Oh,
now,
no.
From what reference do you think? How can I say this? Okay, I'll approach it from the detractor perspective. Okay.
Mhm.
From the detractor perspective.
No,
the
I want to
joke-
hear your perspective of what you
Yeah.
Oh,
meant.
fuck. DSP's
Right,
under
yeah,
pressure.
We'll do both.
It's
We'll do both.
pretty obvious.
Hit the escape
what
pod.
the detractors mean. Like for me, that would have put me on the detractor side because it sounds like you were making a joke about selling that little girl to the slave trade.
That
How
is the
it
joke.
Not that.
Oh, God.
Like, what did you mean?
Oh no,
that
that's
isn't-
absolutely that's the joke. But there's a difference between saying that's okay and it's funny.
Oh, no.
Ridiculous in some
He's
situations.
dying up
You
there.
saw that clip completely out of context, correct? You don't know what's going on in the game right there.
Okay, well, explain the
Yeah,
context.
we do have a new
That
clone. Let
sheriff
me
is a
update that.
corrupt sheriff. He is actually orchestrating a situation.
First of all, he didn't know
to
it was
try to
corrupt at the
murder
time.
people inside a building to protect his secrets. He's like a dark guy who controls.
You didn't know that
the
by
town.
that point in the story,
no
though.
one knows this.
I gotta say that in the
Everyone
chat.
thinks the sheriff's a squeaky clean guy. So this is being revealed throughout the plot of the game. He's a scumbag, right? So the joke is this guy's such a scumbag. He's saying to the dad, "I'm going to save your daughter. Give me your daughter. Let's take him in and rescue her." But in reality, he's such a scumbag, he'd probably do something like that. He'd probably, traffic people. That's the joke. Now, is it a joke that's acceptable by today's standards? By 80% of people, probably not. I agree with you.
Do you think that's a joke? Like, do you think that's a joke acceptable by any standards? I don't.
Even a decade ago, 2
Right.
decades ago, 3 decades
Like-
ago.
Oh,
and,
no.
and it's like I just want to
Getting the
hear your
escape
thoughts
hatch.
on that because I think there's edgy content, then there's inappropriate content, and we've all been guilty of edgy content before, So
I think it's dark humor.
Craig
It's
was
definitely
bullying me.
Skirting the risque, okay?
And also,
Not to
that
say
joke was like
I've
50
heard
years
much
ago,
worse,
guys. Come on.
obviously, from other people, but that doesn't make it okay for me to do it. I know that.
Yeah, Glasses dude is not having fun.
And,
He's
you know,
changed
there's-
already.
especially with what's following you around, your reputation, right? Do you think that if the light truly went off in your head to say like I gotta change, don't you think it would be like, well, maybe I should bite my tongue on this one? I may be thinking it, but how about I bite my tongue on this?
What the hell are you saying? DSP has to be
I
honest,
100%
dude.
agree with you. And it's a working process. It's something that has to happen naturally over time. It's not something that can be a switch that's flipped because, again,
Fuhrer
I was
bunkers?
someone who's done this for
That's
15
really
years
fucking
back
funny.
In the day, that's what people came to watch.
You're gonna
That's
hear
the
a single
content they wanted
gunshot.
from me. That's what
And
got
it's
me
Jasper.
popular on YouTube.
He got 'em
That kind of
both.
Ridiculous, unacceptable, over the top, dark humor joke. Okay. Today it's not acceptable. I know that. And the thing is, those jokes still click in my head. I absolutely should have not done that joke. I will tell you that right now.
But you said there was nothing
100%.
wrong with it.
But it's a working process. And here's where you have to have some kind of an air of fairness, or at least you have to see the big picture.
What's the big picture?
Alright?
That it's okay and
I've
funny?
been doing this for 15 years. I've been doing it full time for a job since 2011. I do it 6 days a week full time. 6 days a week I'm here full time streaming.
Everyone liked that.
I have
Hilarious.
over 100,000 videos on the internet. Okay.
So where does that
People
make it acceptable?
Will always find something that moment of weakness, that stupid thing that I said.
But they
stupid
wouldn't
Phil,
find
why
it
did
if
Phil
that
let I
wasn't
make that
there.
joke? But once it's out there, it's out there, and all you can do is apologize for it. Say
Man, this glasses dude woke up in a bad way, huh?
Now there's a reason
Came back online
why
and
I'm
he's
on this
pissed.
show today. Okay, this is what, March 16, 2023, and you had to show a clip, one random clip from last summer. You didn't show something I did in the last week, the last month. You showed something from the one moment of weakness. Whenever I do something stupid on the internet, it gets
great. We can roll up the jailbait joke.
You know, looked in with a microscope and blown away. This is what Darkside Phil is. Have you watched the last 5 years of content I put out? There's probably, okay, yes, I'm a human. I make errors, absolutely. And I'm stupid, and I do dumb stuff when I get over-emotional. This is not the norm on my streams. People see that clip out of
No, the
context.
norm is
You
somehow
guys
even
just
worse.
did. And if all you knew of Darkside Phil was that joke, you would hate my guts. You'd be like, what a scumbag. He'd be like,
I do think that
trafficking.
is a
What kind of
bad
horrible
joke,
person thinks
DSP.
child trafficking is funny? When you watch it in context, it's not as bad, but it's still bad. But when
I
you
don't know.
watch all of
The context that you explained didn't make it any better. I'll be honest.
that's fine. I agree.
Because
That's fine.
I'm not sure which character you're even like portraying. So were you acting as the sheriff in that
Yes,
situation?
that's why I did. That's why I did like the accent. Yes.
No.
I don't know. I think that like in a situation like that, like we live in a society now where like, look, I understand that
really
going
bad
into
for him.
this
I love
interview,
this
that
interview.
literally every second of this is going to be analyzed, and Adam understands that, and you understand that, right? But literally everything you say, there's a camera on you at all times, especially when you're a live streamer, you know. And I mean, for somebody who does this for a living, I just feel like
roll the jailbait clip.
You have to be able to bite your tongue at sometimes, and you need to know better. I mean, you said it yourself.
Yeah, I killed that guy 2 weeks ago. It doesn't really count.
I understand that. I totally understand. I am very forgiving of mistakes, right? But when there's a pattern of these things that go back over the course of time, like it's no longer a mistake.
He pulled every
It's-
excuse
it's
out. You're
a,
right, Captain.
you know, it's a continuation. So I don't know. I
Adam
think,
here is saving
look,
the stream.
If you're saying that I'm also a big believer in taking people at their word, right? Up until their
that's what a
actions are
journalist
different.
does. That's what a journalist does.
So you're saying that over the course of since that joke, you've been pretty squeaky clean, and you haven't made inappropriate jokes.
No, that's not true.
Edgy,
Uh-oh,
I guess.
he even sees himself. Uh-oh.
I don't. Here's the thing. I don't
He
want to say
locked up
that
there.
because I'm here 6 days a week full time. You know, that's a lot of my life. And I guarantee you, if I say right now, man, yeah, that was it, Craig, that's all I remember. Immediately there'll be other examples tossed out right now.
That's bad.
Right?
I understand.
That's bad.
That's the
How do you not
problem
realize that that's bad?
When you are 100% on the internet at all times with the amount of content I put out on
The
internet,
jailbait
people
joke.
always find it
Roll the
as an
clip.
example or whatever. I am actively trying to change. What I will say is this: you would be challenged.
No.
In the last maybe 2-3 years to really find a running pattern of me.
I would not think it's a
really
challenge
bad
at
jokes
all.
like that. Okay,
I'm sorry, I'm
you'll
kind of
find
ignoring
a
chat
few.
for a second because I just can't miss a
Definitely
second.
a flawed individual. But you're not going to find it as like you wouldn't say, oh, here's 47 times within a year that Phil did that. I know for a fact he's a scumbag, right? You'll find one time here, one time here, one time here, and then they blow it
Phil,
up on the internet.
You just gave so many different people a reason to do
Oh, yeah.
exactly that.
Oh, they will. I know that, but the thing is, they do it anyway. It doesn't matter.
That doesn't
what I
make
say
it
or
better.
do.
It makes
This
it
is
still
what they do.
bad.
So,
Now you said that the switch in your brain, was off, so that you made that joke. Like, do you have it in there that it's like thinking like when you said that you're like maybe that was too much, or you were just free flowing, and that's just kind of you.
Yeah, they're not buying this. It's starting to fall apart for them real
let me
fast.
put it this way: if I'm streaming and a joke pops into my head, and I feel, oh man, that's probably too much. Today, I usually will not say it.
That's not true.
It'll be
That is not true.
Circumstance or
You have not shown
just
ever
for a
to
second,
have any sort of
momentary lapse.
self-restraint.
I feel like
Hell, I
that
struggle with
was-
self-restraint sometimes.
was a momentary lapse because I've done it for so long. I get this weird observational humor in my head. And my brain is going a million miles a minute. Here's a joke, here's a joke, here's a joke, here's a joke, right?
But do you think that's observational humor though? Like I don't like I don't know. Like I'm not one to like. There are people who make there are comedians who make jokes and they're edgy and such like that. I guess. Do you fancy yourself as a comedian? Like because you're telling us that people come to your streams to watch you
reading your guys' comments,
rage react to streams and
every single year,
things like that.
He made a human trafficking joke.
I don't necessarily, and I don't know. I'm asking. And I think there's a better
comedians
probably a
who can
better
make it
question for
work,
your
but this
fans.
dude is definitely not
Are they
one of
coming
them.
to watch for those edgy jokes, or are they coming to watch you rage? Because
they're coming because they like him, idiot.
It doesn't fit. You know, that's
I
a
agree
really.
with you. I agree. I actually agree with you today. I should not have made that joke. I know that.
What about the jailbait one?
Today, you're 100% correct. 15 years ago, even 10 years ago, it was a different climate on YouTube, and people were looking for that. That's who I was, and now I'm not.
This was last year, you said?
That was probably summer of last year. Yeah.
So, because it just feels like a big leap from going from a sheriff who is like trying to kill people to seeing a little black girl and thinking a slave trade. You know what I mean?
Now you said it. Now you said it.
See
you
what?
You said black girl.
It was on
that's
screen.
Correct. That's correct. And herein lies the problem.
What?
I didn't think that. In my mind,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't
you're
matter.
Right.
It doesn't
You're
matter.
Right. You're right. I agree.
Interview
In my
canceled.
mind,
Cancel
I
it.
didn't even see that.
Hit the escape pod. We're out of here.
That's the joke was this is a scumbag sheriff.
That's also
who's
another
literally
clone.
lying to everyone. If he's going to traffic someone for profit, I wouldn't be shocked. It wasn't. She's a black girl going to the slave trade, and that's stupid of me. Why the hell did I not make that connection in my head? Because I'm stupid.
Okay.
You know, I admit that.
Daniel
I'm dumb.
Craig's.
I don't know if I believe that.
Craig here is really trying.
You don't have to. That's fine.
Okay.
You don't have to believe me. I can't make you believe me. I didn't think of it at one moment. Did I ever think, oh, she's a black girl, make a slavery joke? Absolutely not. It was about
Adam's
child
not
trafficking,
convinced.
essentially,
Craig's
and
even
this guy
starting
would
to
have probably
reconsider
done
what
that.
he's done
It's a
here.
piece of garbage.
Okay.
Let's talk about your. I feel like we can. I feel like we can go on for, for an hour about
This is
clip,
great.
but,
I'm so glad I took day off.
12-hour show coming up, folks.
Right. Let's talk about this. So it seems like your biggest detractors are some of your earliest fans. They were fans who have turned into.
I haven't seen one
detractors.
either. Little shadow.
Why do you think that is?
I don't think that's necessarily fully true anymore.
So,
I was
this might
never
be
a fan
long
of this
answer.
guy.
My fans will know it, but again, I've been doing this for 15 years. My first 5 years that I did it, all right, I had absolutely no effort to make it professional at all. I was being a jackass on camera, okay? And
Okay, let's
I
pretend
didn't even
that's
have
okay.
direct capture.
Continue.
For 5 years, I was having a camera pointed at my TV. Everything looked like junk, okay?
Not at the
But it was
time.
a
You said
joke.
it
I was
looked
like, I
fine
don't
and you
care.
banned
I'm just
people.
some normal guy filming games. I'm terrible at them. I make risque jokes.
Look, there's
I
a
swear at
statute of
them. That was
limitations
the
to being
shtick.
an
That's what
asshole,
everyone
Dustin.
liked back then.
1
And
year
then,
ago, dude, a week ago I
basically
was an
what happened
asshole.
was after
I'm
doing
a
it
different
for
guy
about
now.
4 to 5 years,
I've changed.
someone made a video, and the video was called "This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 2," and this was a playthrough I had done of Metal Gear Solid 2, where I did my usual shtick, and my usual shtick is, oh, I suck at the game. Am it my fault that I suck at the game? Of course not.
But
It's
that's
the
still your
game's
shtick.
fault. It's
That's
Hideo
still your
Kojima's
shtick.
fault. So I blame
It's
him.
not a
I
shtick if that's who
insulted
you
him
are.
massively during the playthrough. I'm just raging at this game constantly. My viewership loved it.
Oh, there you
But
go. There's your
someone
dent
made
head
a
in chat.
parody
Someone
video
donated $5 to
essentially
kiss his
taking out
ass.
the moments of me doing that.
Phil has
Taking out
apologized so
all
much that his
gameplay
apologies are
moments
being
that would be
weaponized.
considered
Stop
good,
apologizing,
fun,
Phil.
entertaining,
It gives the
only
trolls
focusing
fuel.
on basically the
I'm going to
creative
assume
result.
that's some sort of ass
They made
kissing.
this montage, and it blew up with popularity on the internet. Okay. And essentially what happened was all of my shortcomings as a content creator for 5 years.
Adam's
these things
kind of
that
enjoying
people
this
like
now.
Became, oh, Phil.
Craig's really
is not
reconsidering
like his
over there.
contemporaries.
Oh
He's not
God,
really effort
have I
into
made the
his
worst
content. He's just a
mistake?
jackass. Look at him. He's
I
a,
better
he's
get
a
out of
joke.
here. He's writing
so
his
now, let's make fun of him. And what ended up happening was people would
He's
take
writing his
every
escape
playthrough I
note.
did moving forward and make it. This is how
I
you
want
don't
to
play.
go. This shit
And
is getting out of
my-
hand. This
my
dude's a
fan
racist
base turned on it.
jackass, and he's a
Admittedly, if you
complete
would like,
dumbass.
I'm not going to go into a
I'm
giant
out of here.
explanation.
So your fan base turned on you because of what a video that somebody else did highlighting, like if that doesn't make sense, Phil.
Did you get bitter when that happened? Because when I hear
Oh my God, yes.
So do you think that bitterness changed the way that you were a content creator? Did you like add that into your shtick as you
Ironically, not really. He kind of just kept going.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I would think that
what
not
happened
really.
was I reacted so
He got
bitterly
bitter
to it.
about his interactions with
In
people,
hindsight,
but in the
today, I look
gameplay,
at it
no,
and
it was
I'm
the
like,
same.
that was an opportunity. I could have taken that and run with it. I could have done my own, or I could have highlighted those and laughed at them. But instead, again, it was a different climate. Today, everyone
Now he
who
says
makes
that he knew he
content
was always
has all
terrible
these methods of making a
when
living,
there's
correct?
evidence
We
of him
have
saying that he was one of the
Patreon,
best
we
gamers.
have
He also
crowdfunding on our
insisted
stream. That didn't
that
exist back
his
then.
quality of
Back then, I
content,
was someone
his
who had a
video
full-time
capture,
job, and the
was
job was putting
just as good
videos
as
on
direct
the
capture.
internet.
And if you
Monetization.
disagreed,
That was my
you
only
were a
this
dumbass
was
idiot.
after 2011 when you lost your job.
Oh, correct. Yes, I lost my job in late 2010. I was doing YouTube for a living for about 2 years when the This Is How You Don't Play movement started picking up. And basically, the way I saw it,
yeah, I think DSP is going to
to
toxify this Adam
I
guy.
thought people are stealing my content, man. If someone takes my content without my permission, edits it together, and only shows the worst of me, that's going to highlight myself and my business in a very negative light. That's going to make
But that's
me
your
look like
moments.
crap. And
That was what you did.
With me, now they're gonna
You
laugh
guys
at
took
me.
footage of
And
me
therefore,
lighting
that's
this guy on
I
fire.
outright said this in my
But
video.
you did it.
Stole my content without my permission. How dare you? This is bad.
That's the
You know,
PewDiePie defense.
today,
When
I noticed
PewDiePie
how dumb
got
that was.
in
It's
trouble for
many
something or
years
other,
later.
his defense
And
was that it was
let's
more
be
evil
honest, the
for
bubble was
you
gonna
to
burst on
demonstrate
advertising
that he did
one
something
day
bad
anyway. I don't
than
think
for
it's
him
gonna
to have done
last
something
forever,
bad.
But I was an idiot. I thought I actually went
That's-
1,000,000%
no,
bitter
that's not how that
against it.
works.
And when that happened, people saw that change in attitude of me. Wow, Phil used to totally just not care about anything. Now all of a sudden he's always bitter about people joking about him and stuff. And that just goaded them on to do it more and more.
Well,
And now-
that's what you just said right there. So you're admitting that you added this bitterness, but initially, like 2 minutes ago, you said that's when they turned on you.
Oh shit!
Before
Update the clone
admitting
counter.
that
This guy
you
noticed
actually
it
were
too.
Getting bitter. So don't you think that, like, that kind of correlates? Like maybe it was that moment when you didn't own up to the fact that people were making fun of you, being this king of hate guy, now going to they're stealing my shit. I'm fucking pissed about it.
Where's the cat
what the
at?
fuck?
Adam,
and now
get the
everyone's
cat.
like, well, who the fuck is this guy? You got to own it. If you don't own it, then like why? You know,
Yeah, but
then
no one
then
told
you're
him to
just a
do that
joke.
back then. He's
So
blameless.
it felt like you just kind of like let that run your ship that you were sailing.
Correct. I have nothing
Uber
I
Ellen
can say
doesn't always
counter
work
that
out that
in
way
any offensive
sometimes.
manner.
If you
That is
feel like a
just
certain
mistake I
connection
made.
to him, like it reminds you enough of your
My
brother, sometimes
reaction
you
to
give
This
him a
Is How You Don't
pass.
Play directly fueled the fire for more people to keep
Sometimes.
doing it and to escalate further because it's.
I feel like this Adam guy's got the journalist degree.
Phil's a bad gamer. He doesn't deserve the success he has on YouTube because he has no production.
Yeah, their
quality.
view is
He just-
1,570.
You know, there's no. You're
BRJ.
not going to watch a Dark Side Phil playthrough and get any kind of knowledge of really how to play a game at a good level because he's
I would
not
say
good at
that's
game.
absolutely
You know,
100% true.
Watch him rage and make bad jokes and stuff. But it became instead of watching his raw content,
Adam's starting to shut
working with
down.
ad revenue. Watch the This Is How You Don't Play video so he doesn't get paid for it and just make fun of him instead.
But isn't
And
that
my
your fault?
reactions
Because you're not as
100%
entertaining as your
fueled that.
worst
I will admit
moments.
that.
That's your
Now,
fault.
Over the years, it got worse and worse. And that's, I'm sure we're going to get into how it wasn't just about Phil's a bad gamer anymore. It became everything else under the sun.
If the
We talk
highlight
about
reel
how
is
that
more
evolved
funny
over
than the
time.
actual person,
It's my fault.
then the problem is
It
the highlight
my
reel is
fault
better.
that people have originally turned against me on the internet.
Oh,
100% it is.
What? It's your fault?
Correct.
That's a shocking
So
admission.
you feel that your reaction to the "This Is How You Don't Play" is what really parlayed your fans into becoming detractors.
Yes, and it's not all of them, but absolutely back then, I saw people who had been longtime supporters and fans disappear, only to years later crawl back into, as someone who was crapping on me. Like, whoa, what happened? I didn't. The way I saw it was, and this is again,
But he stopped himself
I'm such
there.
an idiot. I admit this today.
He stopped himself there.
You know,
I
after
thought. I
15
mean,
years of
I
doing
thought
this,
back
you
then.
realize how you change as a person and how you can see from a different perspective. My mentality was, I'm the popular YouTuber. I'm the guy putting out all these videos and everyone's watching. I'm making money. My shit doesn't stink, man. How can you say that I'm doing something badly? I'm the one who has the successful
You still
business,
think
not
that.
you. So who are
You
you to
still
throw
think that,
criticism at me?
DSP.
That was my attitude. What a dumb attitude to have. What an idiotic attitude. Everyone knows that you need to actively be listening to your viewer base and your
Which you
fan
do
base
not
and
do.
working
You
with
still do
them
not do.
to create a product that's meaningful to them. And at that point in
You're
my
saying
career,
stuff you
it was
don't do.
Just put the same shit out.
Oh my god.
Every day.
Damn, that's like their
and hopefully people watch it.
20
and,
times their usual viewer
and
count.
up
The
to
vortex
that
is strong.
point,
Yeah.
2012, 2013.
This shit's exploding.
I hadn't seen any plateauing. I hadn't seen
I
any
think that's what's
decline.
happening
It
in
was
Craig's face right
going
now.
up.
He's,
So
it's
I'm
all
thinking,
starting to
hey,
make sense to
everything's
him.
good. If people are
He's
saying
not
I'm bad,
saying
I don't
it,
believe them. That's
but
bullshit. That's just them trying to ride my coat.
his face went
right?
from kind of
But in
excitement
reality, they were
to
all correct. They were
kind of
100%
dread.
correct.
He looks
My
terrified.
shtick was tired. It was old. No one wanted to watch someone with.
Whereas Adam over
pointing
here,
at their
he went
TV,
from passed out to
raging at
angry.
Hideo Kojima. They wanted to see meaningful content, and things were changing. There were people coming to YouTube with better production quality, much higher quality stuff, interactive streams. I let all that pass me by. I was an
Craig got a
innovator at the
million views,
beginning,
and I only got
and I was a
200.
dinosaur
And
5
180
years
of them
in,
are
and that's
trolls.
totally
What
my
the
fault.
hell?
And
What would you say you innovated?
Yeah, what did you innovate?
at the beginning,
Yeah.
The improv
I
commentary
invented
style
inventing.
and the ability to basically do a full-length playthrough with commentary.
That's not an
grid.
innovation, really.
I was not the first person.
I
who did it.
innovated
There's
finishing
other people,
products.
Everyone will argue.
Okay.
There's actually argument between it was either slow beef, or someone else who originally was like the big first Let's Player. But I was the person who started doing it rather than back then when I started on YouTube. 2008 is the year where I really started doing active playthroughs.
That wasn't the answer to the question.
On YouTube were mostly known for being like a guru in one genre. This is the Call
Now
of Duty
DSP is an
player.
asshole
This is
in
the
every
fighting
genre.
game player. I was the jack of all trades. I could play any game, do commentary over it. That was
And
kind
be
of
bad at
commentary.
every game.
People thought it was funny because of my mannerisms, my jokes. Yes, back then that kind of stuff was funny.
This is
and
you say that kind of stuff. What do you mean?
Well, we just talked about it. We're talking about risque jokes. You know, back
Oh.
then, my commentary was like 90% sexualized content. It was making fun of every woman.
And it was to appeal to kids, by the
Sex
way.
jokes.
Bring
Bad
that up.
stuff.
Bring
That's
that up.
Hey, you don't say that stuff. That's stupid. That's dumb. That's lowbrow comedy. But back then, that was a big part of my content. I watch now. I couldn't even stomach watching stuff that I did 2008 to like 2011. I'd be like, it just turns my stomach to listen to like who I was, how cringeworthy I was back then.
Look, we all get it, right? We understand that people change over time. Totally understand that. I guess my thing is, what have you done? So you've had these light bulb moments, right? You said you had one last year. You had one, you know.
I have
2012,
innovated. I found
2013,
new
where you
ways
realized that
of
you're getting
begging
left
and
behind from a
scamming that
technological
you didn't think
standpoint,
was possible.
And you're doing gameplays that are, you know, the big difference for Phil was Phil could play all games, not just fighting games or Call of Duty or whatever.
The day that
What
will
has
live in infamy.
changed? What are you doing differently now in 2023 that you were doing that you weren't doing in 2013
React
when you
style
had this
content,
realization?
dude.
Because it sounds like you're doing the exact same thing, Phil. It sounds like
Dustin, it
I'm
kind
the
of
guy
reminds
who
me
plays
of one
different
time I
games
reconnected
and
with one of
occasionally
my
come
old
to
friends
my channel to
from,
get
like,
some
high
sort
school,
of
and the dude
shock
became,
value joke,
no joke,
right?
a full-blown
What
neo-Nazi.
differentiates you now from
And it
who
was a
you
little
were
weird
a
because I'm
decade ago?
Hispanic, and I was a
Jeez,
little
first of all,
nervous
full-time
about
streamer
it.
I wasn't back then. I was just a YouTuber. Now I'm a full-time streamer.
And that's what Craig's having right now. Oh God, I didn't realize this guy would turn into this.
Now I do React content as well. We'll talk about that in a second. Those jokes I don't really make anymore.
Couldn't stomach, and yet
Now,
always did
when I
retrospective
turn on
where
a
he giggled
stream,
at his old
it's about
content.
having a
Yeah,
relaxed social
he powered
conversation
through
with
it.
my live audience. You know, I have people who come by and who are regulars now, who I recognize in the chat, and I can talk with them, and as if they're a friend. Okay, back then I didn't know anything.
Each other wedgies in
Maybe I
public.
knew
Well, then I
a
abstained from observing that
suddenly.
holiday.
I didn't know my viewers back then. I didn't have any personal relationships with any of them. Now it's like a friendly community.
You didn't have any personal relationships with them, but you also didn't have any personal relationships with your detractors, but that didn't stop you from shitting on them.
And you know, having that now when I play a game,
That, yeah, BR Joe, bring up the vest
right
gold.
now,
Bring up the vest gold. None of these dudes have vest goals. Like this Adam dude, look at this piece of shit. He probably doesn't have any vest goals.
A relaxing chill session. There was no way I could have done a chill session in 2013. That wasn't what I was. I was a rage, you know, risque.
So your innovation
kind of
has been that
Today,
you've
that's
become
all
more
gone.
boring.
Now, yes,
That's
there are moments
the
of rage.
opposite of
Playing
innovation.
Volvo, there's definitely moments of rage that come back, but for the most part,
Craig's looking
you
how he can
watch
rage
a
quit his
stream
own stream.
today versus all the things that people say that I am, and you'd be like, I don't get it. I get this all the time. Someone will come by.
Windows
a stream
8,
of
still
mine,
running Windows
and at
8.
the end of the
Amazingly
stream,
innovative.
they'll say,
Nice
"Phil, just so
comment
you know,
there.
this is the first stream of yours I ever watched. I've heard all these things about you. And I don't get it. I just watch a 3-hour gameplay stream. None of the stuff that
wedgies of
people
March?
say about you just happened in the stream. In fact, it was very relaxing. So what just happened? I'm like,
Yeah, DSP's off
they
by a day
highlight the
because
moments
of
that are
daylight
the
savings. So it's
short
Ides of
moments.
March
That's
still
what they
works
do
out.
today. Or they reference 2013 Dark Side Phil as if that's today, and saying that's the content I put out today. It's not.
Ask about the jailboat.
I have a whole new channel where now I'm doing React style content, which again, I used to be an idiot. I hate React content. Reacting, that's lowbrow, that's minimum effort. And people are like, Phil, people are interested in your thoughts. They just want to hear you react to random stuff from the internet. They want to hear you talk about new stuff. Why would you think that's bad? And then you know what? Let me give it a shot. I started doing React content. People love it. So that's on me for years being an idiot and saying dumb shit on the internet. And now
So you haven't actually innovated. The whole answer to the question is no.
It's interactive with my audience. That's the difference.
If you want to
Is
tell
that
me
I
no,
now
DSP, you can
will
just
become
tell me
a more
no.
laid-back guy. I want to put out meaningful content for my people every day.
Well,
There's a difference
that's
between
not really working
I did
out.
one rage-inducing thing, everyone laughed at it and talked about it, versus, wow, I just put out a 4-hour stream.
But you weren't
and
rage
people told me
induced
that
when
they
you
were
said
able
that
to separate
jailbait joke.
from their daily lives and relax with me and have a good time.
Okay, we gotta
That's more
stop you here,
meaningful
man.
to me
We're
than
going a
getting
little
one
too far.
rise out of a stupid joke.
What is what's a day like look for you? Like when you wake up, what is it? What is your average
Well,
day?
I wake
like?
up
Walk
usually
me
on the
through a
kitchen
day
floor at around
of
11:30, gin bottle in
Like when you
hand,
from
and
the
it
time
always
you wake
somehow
up
gets
to
worse
the time
from
you
there.
go to sleep.
Usually I don't wake up. Usually my cat wakes me up.
BR Joe, that is leaving
And,
money on the table.
You know, I get out of bed and get ready for
Yeah,
the
they're
day.
wearing hats right now.
Just like a normal person.
Holy shit, you're right.
Shower or eat breakfast, have a coffee.
Yeah, and that guy's wearing glasses. He should have charged money for that.
My wife's at work, some days she's not. You know, jump into the office here. So I you know, time-wise, you know, I probably get up between 8, 9 a.m.
That's not true.
Every day.
That is empirically false.
I get into the office usually between 10:30 a.m.
That's a lie.
I'm setting up for my stream for the day. I'm reading news off of Twitter to try to have.
Because that one time where he had to wake up early to do that Nintendo shit, he was saying, I usually don't wake up this early.
You know, we do a little bit of pre-stream.
Nope.
You know, get some people on the stream for about 15-20 minutes, play some music or whatever. And then I do what I call
Then I start
the
banning.
podcast. This is about an hour to an hour and a half long show where it's just discussion. And it could be a wide variety of topics, whether it's my gaming schedule,
Whether it's
for
this
the next
weird
week,
pimple I've been
whether it's
picking
special
at,
events
or
coming up,
if it's
get
cat
some
blowing
feedback
shit
from my
up.
viewers on how you like
Well,
the
it could be
things we're
anything.
currently doing, news stories, all kinds of
Someone
stuff. This is
pissed me
something I just
off.
started about a year to a year and a half ago.
Daylight
that I
savings
used to do,
time.
and I realized this is meaningful that I should be doing in my content. So I do
no.
the podcast. Usually
No,
the
no.
podcast ends around 12:30ish Pacific time. You know, maybe take another few minutes break. Then we start with gameplay.
Then I do some racist
So we'll do
jokes
about a 3
that I
to 4
ban
hour
people.
gameplay stream. Games of, as we talked.
Then it's time for
about my
WWE
variety.
Champions.
I have a set schedule I do every day.
That's
I'll
not
put
entirely
shit
true.
up
There's
everywhere
never a
on my socials
time for
so people know
WWE
what I'm
Champions.
doing.
It lasts
That
throughout the
gameplay
day.
will usually run about 3-4 hours. Then when that's done, I have to upload all that content. So you know, another half an hour roughly setting up.
No. You've said
then
that the
usually I
setting
spend-
up of
if my wife's home from
uploads
work, I'll spend
can take
about
hours.
An hour with my wife having dinner.
That's a lie, then.
You know, running errands around the house. Again, depends on.
It's
the
almost
day.
like you shouldn't lie to emphasize how much you don't
Right
like
back
doing
on stream
something.
again,
Like I shouldn't say it takes me hours to
6:30,
drive to work when
I'm
it
in the
takes me
office again.
an hour to drive to work.
And I'm streaming again for another 2 to 3 hour, you know, gameplay stream. The late night streams are more chill.
That really
streams.
pisses
What I
me
say
off
is
too,
the daytime
BRJ.
streams are more.
Because
let's
when he
say
was
there's a major
crying
new
about the
game
damn
coming.
daylight savings time, I had to drive
You know,
into
in a
work
few weeks,
early
we have
that day,
Resident Evil. Actually, that's
and
the
I
Resident
felt
Evil
like
4
terrible,
remake. That'll be my
terrible,
daytime
terrible
stream. That's
crap.
the one everyone wants to see.
Meanwhile, this dude
More
can
people
walk
watch
across the
usually on
hall
earlier
and be at
time
work.
zone or time frame. So I play that on the first stream. But late night streams are chill. You just want to relax with me.
Talk about
you don't
my
care about
woodland
rage.
critters.
You don't care about a new game. You just want to relax with Phil. Come to my late night stream. That's like 6:45 p.m.
And then I see you flip out on Call of
that runs
Duty
about
and then
2-3
go on a
hours,
nuclear
and
meltdown
it's just
afterwards.
chill gameplay. It's not about the gameplay. It's about me talking with my audience. And if there's gameplay, great. We'll advance with the game, but it's more just relaxing. And then when that's done, you know, that stream probably runs till around 9:30 p.m. Then I got to upload. And then, of course, I'm
Does DSP
doing
think
now
he's
today,
convincing
setting
them?
up
That's the
streams
real
next, probably
million-dollar
out of my
question here.
office
How do you think DSP
between
thinks he's
10
doing
to
right now?
11 p.m.
Because
So
right now
all
he
in
is
all,
dying up there.
You know, we were talking work day wise.
Adam dude
My
has
workday
not changed his
starts
opinion
roughly
whatsoever
around
on this
9:30,
guy.
10 a.m. and ends
And
around
Craig
10
looks
to
like
11
he's really
p.m.
reconsidering
Then
this whole
after that, I
endeavor.
maybe have an hour to spend with my wife.
But how does
relax at
DSP
night.
thinks it's going?
You know, watch a movie, watch a TV show or whatever, and you know, and then chores around the house. It's time for bed and on to the next day. And that's 6 days a week. That's my life. 1 day a week I take off from streaming and content creation, and that day is essentially every possible thing you can think of that I need to cram into 1 day, whether that's grocery shopping, doctor's appointments, running errands, everything you can think of. Oh, by the way, that's the 1 day I have off to spend some time with my wife.
You just
Other than
mentioned
an hour
her.
here and an hour there. So if we're gonna do something,
Bills,
we try
disco
to cram
heat.
it in on that day, and that's
So-
my life.
So let me ask you this.
I guess so. He has to think he's doing great
Just
if he's
based off
still around.
what you're saying right now, that doesn't seem like the most healthy lifestyle.
Oh, shit.
It doesn't seem
Ban
like
him.
the most conducive, like, you know,
Are
from,
you telling me to get
a
out of the
streaming
house?
perspective,
Dude,
or
there's
a content
people out there. I
perspective,
can't go to
yes, you're
Walmart, that's
producing
for
a lot
sure.
of content, but it doesn't seem like a very healthy lifestyle. Do you
Victim
feel
time.
Do you feel that your community
good quote from
and
Baxter.
people who donate to your streams are enabling that lifestyle? Do you feel that they are
time to leave.
encouraging you to live that lifestyle that may not be the healthiest lifestyle?
So you're saying through people showing up and supporting my streams, they're making me work more? Is that the question?
No, that
Maybe,
was not the
maybe
question.
you have a pressure that you're putting on yourself to do that because this is your only job, and then you're therefore
I
working
can't get
as much
other
as you
jobs,
are
dude.
because you are, you know, working for the support that you have. So it's like cyclical. Like they come and then you're like, I need to be there,
this
and
is
then
dangerous
like now you
as
need to
hell,
be there and do it
guys.
all day.
They're starting to get
And
to
then
the
if they're
bottom
not
of
there
it.
for you, then it's kind of like this mental.
They're breaking down the
addiction
Pignosis
almost.
code.
I mean, I've been
Right.
doing YouTube for about 3 years.
DSP is going to have to
and,
send a hitman
I
after
know
this
that
Adam
it's a
guy.
thing.
The Lord came
being
down to
addicted
Adam
to
and said, "You're doing great
super
work out
chats,
there. I love it."
numbers, analytics, like the way that you spoke about analytics about 20 minutes ago, or no, 40 minutes, I don't know, earlier in the stream, you know, you're clearly very much like watching it and you know, attuned to it. So it's obviously on your mind.
Right. I think the biggest thing is, you know, we talk about mental health, right? Mental health, physical health, and how they're so tied together.
This is really
one
bad.
thing I didn't hear.
I don't think it's going to be said
is
enough
a time
how much
to,
these guys are
you know,
pulling
whether
apart
work out
DSP's crap,
or have
and I
time
don't
for
think
yourself.
he even
You know,
realizes
everything
it.
that you're doing right now seems to be from a streaming perspective, from a content perspective, right?
Oh, hanging out with his wife. You know,
Right. Well,
watching a movie.
but an hour at the end of the day,
chill.
right? Yeah, and that's awesome. I'm just thinking once again, like you it seems like you're in this never-ending, I don't know, for lack of a better metaphor, like a hamster wheel, where you get up and you start running, and then you finish up at the end of the day, and you
Stop
finish up
asking
running.
about the
then you get off,
masturbation thing.
go
Come
to
on,
sleep, and
it's
you
not
wake
that
up,
funny
and you do
anymore.
that
We got
6
other
days a
stuff we're
week.
focusing on right
and I understand we all have our hamster wheels.
Sorry, I
in
didn't
our,
mean
in
that.
our,
It is
our,
hilarious, but-
rotations and our schedules and the way we do things, but
Yeah, Adam needs to go.
It just appears that
Adam's been
just from the outside looking in.
You can't really see it because of the
that,
headphones, but he has an earpiece from Tevin.
If you weren't making the money that you were making, you probably wouldn't live that lifestyle.
DSP's starting to feel it.
Okay, fair enough. I've talked about this many times over the last.
And I can't do anything about it.
They say, what would you change if you could improve anything?
I would kill all my trolls.
What would you do? And the answer would be somehow to take financial pressure off of me so I could spend more time with my wife.
And that brings us to WWE Champions time.
We haven't been on a trip since we got married. Can't afford it, you know. And I'm sure stuff will come up. Yeah, I went through a bankruptcy because of.
Never mind. I think the decompression stream has become very necessary.
Ruining a lot of my financial income with my business. And a combination in tandem of that ruined a lot of stuff for me. Since the bankruptcy
He gives
went
back
through,
to his community with
I have not been able to
impressive,
fully
intelligent
recover
commentary.
because of it's always something else, and I'm tired of it. I really am. I'm looking. Where's the light at the end of the tunnel? So I can have an extra day off with my wife once a week, which I think I deserve and she deserves. But every time, and again, I want to make something very clear here. I am not trying to put myself out as a victim.
You are.
The reason that a lot of the things that happened to me over the years is because of me. I know that. I'm a flawed human. I'm sorry for some of the horrible things I've said and done over the years. I publicly apologize. That's why a lot of people hate me. But every time that it looks like things are getting better, these people will do something horrible to me or my family.
What did we do to your
ruins
family? I didn't hit Kat
financial
once
things for me. This
because
has
she's
happened several
she
times
honestly
in the last
pretty
few years.
buff.
It was 2
Pretty
years ago.
buff. Sorry.
All right?
Yeah, kind
There
of
was a
burped
light
there.
at the end of the
She's
tunnel.
pretty
This was-
buff. I
was
don't want
still
to
on
fight her.
Twitch. This wasn't when I was full-time YouTube streamer. I was a Twitch streamer. I've been streaming on Twitch for 4.5 years. I built up my viewership and my subs on Twitch were at like 900 subs a month. Things were going good. I said publicly to my audience, guys, this is great. You know, the bankruptcy went through last year. That's not great, but that took a lot of financial burden off of me. If things
And
keep
you
going
committed
how they're
fraud
going,
on that.
I see a light. I'll be able to improve my business. I'll be able to maybe take time off, spend time with my wife, reduce
It
the amount
is,
I stream.
absolutely.
This would be outstanding.
That is a nervous tick.
My trolls took the King of Hate mantra, which we just discussed earlier, and they got me kicked out of the Twitch Partner Program because of it. Now, I've been with the Twitch Partner
No,
Program
you got
for
kicked out because you
4.5
were
years.
saying hateful slurs.
Twitch had no issue with me. Twitch, knowing who I was in my past, the kind of content that I put out and everything.
No, you were saying
willingly
hateful
took me into
slurs,
their partner
dude.
program. They signed me up for promotional opportunities.
Man, it's when you and I were starting to agree. Finally, Phil.
Different things on their streams and stuff. And then they actually campaigned to get me kicked off of Twitch, and they did. So I'm
But
not
isn't
kicked
that
off
within
Twitch,
our
but I
rights?
can't make
Isn't
money
that
on Twitch
within
anymore.
a sense of justice?
What did they do? What do
Yeah,
you
what did I
feel
do?
that they did to you?
What did I do?
To get you removed off Twitch specifically?
They organized a campaign.
Good.
They did it, and the thing is, these people are so. They everything they do, they try to do publicly, so that way they can get a laugh out of it, or at least get credit for it. So there was an organized movement against me, where what they were going to do was say that 2021 Phil, because that's the year this happened, is the same as 2009, 2010 Phil. They took out of context clips. They took those bad jokes from back then, which I've already.
The context was that it was
publicly
hilarious.
apologized for, and I don't do that kind of stuff regularly anymore. Okay, I've grown from that.
Well, I just saw a bad clip from a year ago. So that's pretty recent.
Correct. That's correct. And again, I'm totally fallible. I make mistakes from time to time. Okay, but for the most part, that's not me anymore. You can
I know, but what you just said was just disproven because you just made it that same kind of racy joke. I'm not trying to like make it a big deal, but I'm just pointing out that what they were saying is 2021 Phil is the same as before. When you just told me in 2022 you made a joke. So this was after they'd said this, and you're making the same kind of like inappropriate.
Oh, this guy's crossing the line.
Back then.
Correct.
So it's kind of they're right. Are they right or are they wrong? I mean,
they're right in saying that I still make mistakes and I'm a flawed human. They're wrong in saying this is who Phil is all the time. This is.
But
his
it
content,
is.
'cause that's what got this happening. And by the way, it wasn't just the Twitch.
If you have a
program.
history of beating up orphans, that means you have a thing with beating up orphans.
They said he's the king of hate. He has
I'm a fallible human. Sometimes I just beat up orphans.
Racist, sexist, horrible jokes he's made over the years.
We need the Phoenix Wright music.
This into like
yes.
a montage.
He's getting raked across the coals right now. This is what the quartering was supposed to be, man.
To the point where they said, listen, it's not that, we had Phil on our site for so long. We knew this.
He didn't hate using those slurs. He was having the time of his life using them.
Us for this. So we have to end it. That way it'll stop. They won't still keep
Did
bringing it
Twitch
up.
tell you that? Did they say that to you?
Yeah, what did Twitch say?
Told me,
yeah, what did he say?
Here's what they told me.
What did they say? This is great.
We launched an investigation into your history.
Launched
we
it.
Found that over the years you have used, what was the word? It
Hateful
wasn't
slurs.
racial. It was
hateful slurs.
Harmful slurs.
No, hateful slurs.
Harmful slurs, as if basically I'm saying
see
really
that?
nasty racial or
he
things that I do
touched
not
it up with a little bit of
I
paint.
do not say those things.
He said
You'd
hateful
have to
slurs.
go back so far to see me say something like that, and it was a one-off comment that was, again, I'm sure people will bring it up what it was specifically, and we could address it individually if you want to. But the way they're portraying, we found that you said this 100 years ago. Sorry.
That's not what they said. That's not what they said.
I was on your site for 4.5 years.
That's not what they said.
Money.
They said that you have a history of saying hateful slurs. That means that it is long enough to be a problem.
Changed overnight. And the funny part was, it happened to me. It happened to another streamer called Wings of Redemption, and others all at once. Almost as if Twitch was having a culture shift, where they decided.
Isn't that within their rights?
People off the site.
Isn't that within their rights?
That is true. I mean, that happened to plenty of people. Right. I know people who got booted off of Twitch because they're Christian and they're proud of it.
I don't know about all that.
Crazy. So I don't like Twitch.
So here I am. I've never.
Oh shit! Adam's
any
becoming
kind of
untoxified.
I've never gotten a community strike. Everything I'm doing according to Twitch terms of service is fine. I'm not banned from Twitch. I could stream there right now. But according to their partnership criteria, all my past actions are unforgivable, and therefore you can't make money on our site anymore.
Did you go to them and bring them, did you explain to them this comment was made? Have you had any sort of discourse with Twitch to kind of explain these things? Because if you're saying that these comments were made a decade ago, 5 years ago, 7 years ago, whatever, and culture was different or whatever it is you want to say, have you had that opportunity to speak with Twitch about these things? And if you did,
he didn't even try.
We'll start there.
Okay.
No.
And by the way, it's not just Twitch. This happened to several other businesses too. I don't want to talk about all of them publicly, only because it's just going to open the hornet's nest. But basically,
that's not the
these businesses,
metaphor,
the way
but whatever.
that they approach it now is, we have terms of service. If you break them, too bad. We have absolutely no legal obligation to tell you what you did wrong.
Yes, that's within their rights.
We just don't have to.
Yeah.
I don't believe that's true. I think if you do something wrong, they should tell you what exactly.
Like a child,
specifically,
DSP? Like a baby.
And how to remedy it. Because if you're telling me I did something
like
to break our legal agreement, obviously I want to fix that. I don't want to be doing the wrong thing.
When you pushed little
care.
Sally, that hurt her feelings. Oh, I didn't know that.
We have no obligation to have further contact with you. If you'd like to reapply for the Twitch Partner Program,
Twitch does suck, but it's again in the case of Dustin W, where DSP and everyone else can come to the right answer, but DSP's math is wrong.
Okay, so can you still be an affiliate?
Nope, I was completely out of the Partner Program for a full year.
So it's been a year. Why don't you try to rebuild the affiliate side of things and try to reapply? And I mean, it's been how many years now? I mean, and if you go the affiliate, so if you go the affiliate route, I mean, being a partner on Twitch, and let's be real, being a partner on Twitch, it allows you nothing. There's no benefit of being a partner on Twitch at all outside of them.
It's actually worse because you can't share your content in multiple places. You have to be exclusive on Twitch.
Right. So it would seem like the best route would be go the affiliate route and not be a partner on Twitch.
Hold on,
That
you're
way you
making
can
sense.
stream
Get the
to
hell
YouTube
out.
and cast your net as wide
Twitch
as you
reserves the
possibly
right
can
to
and
departner
and
anyone at any
grow your
time.
audience as
And
much
they
as you
said they'll hold
possibly
you
can.
responsible
I don't
for your
know.
actions
Like,
off-site in their TOS.
why not do that?
No, they
Well,
should treat me like my kindergarten
I've told
teacher.
you one half of the equation.
Sit me down and
Let me tell
talk to
you
me.
other stuff that was also going on. Within that same time frame of that happening, the whole year, Twitch had basically several times shut down my business entirely for things I never did.
You said that they
For
didn't do
example,
this
the
stuff.
Summer before, I'm streaming.
All right, so we got a new clone.
And my stream just goes offline right in the middle. What
Me
happened?
and Twitch have
Oh,
been
you've hit by a
solid.
copyright
Me and
strike.
Twitch have always been
Copyright
solid.
strike.
They
Someone
fucked me
lied,
over.
They worked for the company that I was playing the game of and impersonated an employee, and Twitch doesn't vet it. They just shut your whole stream down.
You told
This
me Twitch
happened
was all
probably
about
3 to
you.
5 times
They were
within
on
a
your
small
side. They
time
loved
frame.
you.
And I'm like, wow, like, I hope it goes away. Eventually it did, but they left me with basically no avenue to really fix this issue besides going to their support and saying, you know, what are you doing? Do you actually have confirmation this is real or not?
DSP hot tub
Then, at
stream
the
would be
same
pretty wild.
time,
I think it
okay,
would draw in
that
viewers.
I got kicked out of the Twitch partner program. I decided
Adam's
I'm
kinda
gonna
checking out
just
again.
What you just said, Craig. I didn't just quit Twitch that day. I stuck around for about a month after that. I said, you know what? I can't get super chats.
Remember,
I can't get paid subs
if
right
any
now.
troll brings
I'm
up
gonna roll
something,
with it anyway.
they can go
Let's
back to
see what
this
happens.
video
Can
and
I
be
make a
debunked.
living? I had a Patreon.
I don't think he
People
wants to
were
make
sending
that
me
claim
tips and
anymore. I
direct
don't think he
donations,
should
as you call
say
them.
that.
Maybe I can still make a living
That
doing
interview
that.
was
You know
awful
what?
and
More
out of
power to
context
it,
and
because if I
negative.
can,
Never
now,
ever refer
who
to
cares
it.
if I'm not in the partner program? What are they going to get me kicked out of, right? As I'm
I think
streaming,
even Phil can tell
I
his
get
dream of being
shut
a
down
regular
again.
guy.
What?
Yeah, I
you-
think
you
that's
said
gone.
a
I think
racist
Adam's gonna
term.
have a problem with it more than anything.
No, I didn't. And then I repealed it. Oh,
What did
you're
they
back.
say you said? What did they say that you said?
I believe it was the N-word, but I don't know
Oh.
because they don't say that in the log that they submit. They just say, "Oh, you were caught saying a racist term."
Did
And
you
if
say
go
the
back-
N-word?
Oh no, I was playing Returnal, and when I was playing it, I was in the middle of saying something, and then like an enemy attacked me, and it was like a jumble of words. That
That's
just
not what
happened to
happened.
Maybe sound like that. If you were not listening in context, you might say, "Oh my God, I heard it out of context. It sounds like he said it," but it was. It was actually like me getting tongue twisted.
So
Yeah,
I
didn't
could
have it
understand that
anyway.
because I also
And then they
mumble and get
mass
tongue
submitted
twisted.
my trolls,
However,
mass
he said
submitted
it
to
really
Twitch.
distinctly.
Oh, he said the
Really
N-word.
distinctly.
So now I get kicked off of Twitch temporarily. My whole stream gets shut down.
I could
It took
almost
about a
buy
day.
that
I
excuse,
got
except
brought
no, it
back.
doesn't
It's
really
like,
work in that case.
at one point, when am I going to realize this business is not being professional? They're going to kick me out of their partner program for stuff I did 10 years ago, not give me any recourse to appeal it or stick up for myself. We don't have to do that legally. So
DSP is
going
gonna somehow have to publicly disavow this interview.
I was making for a living. Now you can
Side
shut down my
scrollers
stream
are a bunch of
anytime for something I
scumbags.
didn't
Don't
even
listen
do.
to anything they
And
say.
then I have to go out of my way to correct your mistake because you're an unprofessional business. I mean, and I was there for almost 5 years building a community. I had so many
He
people
said
who
it.
loved me
He
being
said
on
it
Twitch,
pretty
and I lost
clearly.
a lot of viewership
And
and a lot
even
of
if you want to make the argument that it was a
Twitch and coming
mistake,
over
that I
being a
accidentally
full-time
said it,
streamer on YouTube.
how
YouTube is
often are
not
you
as
saying
profitable
it
as streaming.
outside of your
There's
streams
no
that it
real,
becomes a mistake for you?
discoverability over here. It's very hard to get
Because
noticed on
DSP very clearly
YouTube.
says gay. As
But
well.
there's no
why do you wanna
discoverability on
do it
Twitch
then?
either. Yeah,
Why do you want to even be a streamer anymore? Like, what is your
'Cause it's easy.
reasoning?
It's easy.
I like streaming. I understand. I love being on stage. I'm a musician as well.
It's
There's
easy,
something
and you
about
can beg from
having an
people who
audience
you don't
that I
actually have to
really
meet.
love,
That's
and
why.
I love
It's
having
super
an audience.
good.
They're the reason that I'm successful. And
It's
like, if you're
long-range,
struggling, if you're
unapproachable begging.
Facing this, like, wouldn't it be better for your
Unapproachable.
well-being and like your relationship with your wife and your family to just stop
Dustin,
doing this for a
pretty
little
much.
while, get a
My
normal
new
job, and
capital
just
is
kind of take a
Vladivostok.
breather?
Phil, isn't
A lot
that
of
pretty
people
much
said
in
that
the
to me. My
ocean?
mother said that to
I have
me
no idea what
when
you're
I
talking
got
about.
there.
There's only one way to go from here, dude.
Look how things are going. You know, on the internet, everyone's crapping on you. And,
Yeah, I saw that one in
you know,
Like a
don't you think
Dragon.
That maybe long term, things should change. And at that point, and that was around 2019, before the bankruptcy and all of that. I kind of agreed with her. I was like, yeah, look at this. You know, I'm trying my best. I'm trying to improve and be better.
You're not,
And some
though.
people
You haven't
don't
tried
care.
anything.
People just want to crap on me no matter what I do. And my mom
He's
said
starting to feel
something really
depressed now.
important to me. She said, "You're not beholden to anyone but yourself and God. Like, as long as you're
God,
okay with who
I don't think you
are
want to bring
going
him
in
into
and that
this.
you feel that you're okay
I'm
with
sure
God."
he'd be kind
And
of
my mom's
annoyed.
religious. I'm not. Okay, but when she said that to me, it was like she's right. You know, why do I have to answer to an angry mob of people every day? Why can't I just live my
I
life
am
like everyone
basically
else?
only
Right?
answering to God.
but-
That's not a good
Of
outlook.
course, there's always a but. A lot of things changed between 2019 and now.
My mom's an
I
idiot.
love what I do.
And she's stupid.
At one point,
and
I'll-
she didn't
I'll
get me a
openly
Wolverine
say this,
figure.
I hated what I did for a living. Around 2016, a lot lot of things are going really bad for me. YouTube had really started to just totally hate me.
Yeah, he's locking down again.
All kinds of horrible things were happening to me behind the scenes.
Damn, I did not anticipate enjoying this interview as much as I did. I thought it was going to be a complete shit show. It still is.
I didn't know what to do. I felt like I was trapped. I was like,
Hearts Iron's fun as hell.
There's no way
I lose every time though.
If I'm gonna make, if I'm gonna get
DSP would hate that game.
I'm gonna lose everything. I'm gonna lose my house. I'm gonna lose everything because I can't afford it. If I get a 9-to-5 job, I would never make as much money, as I do.
But it's stable income you can always count on. You don't have to do.
So that's really what it comes down to. Is streaming is more profitable than getting a 9-to-5.
That's 50% of it, I would say, about a 50% weight, because the other half is since I became a full-time streamer in 2017 and I changed my formula. It's not just about pumping out a ton of videos a day. Instead, it's about having meaningful content with an audience that I connect with. This now, I would say, for 2017 till today, has been the absolute best time of my life, professionally.
It's true. You can't interact with people at jobs
because I met my wife, and I have a great personal life.
You can't at all. They don't let you talk to people at your job.
It's the best experience I've ever had in my life. It was a life-changing experience meeting my wife, and then becoming an interactive.
Let's go in about that. What about the wife thing?
Behind it, I have to fill dead air constantly with a stupid, risque joke and dumb commentary. And growing up,
Dustin, he doesn't believe in God. Because does God believe in God?
Teenager or 20-year-old being an idiot on the internet. My audience today is not the same audience I had 15 years ago. Now, if you look at as Adam says, I'm Mr. Analytics, right? If you look at my analytics,
Adam, I love you.
I get almost no teen viewers. Almost like less than 1% of my viewership are teens. It's people in their mid to late 20s, 30s,
yeah,
and 40s.
People lie about that stuff all the time.
Now you come to my content, and it's chill, fun. Every once in a while the rage comes out.
DSP ought to just start saying the N-word. You know what? Screw you, Adam. Screw you, Craig. I don't have to be beholden to you. I answer only to God. And that's it. I'm going to say the N-word.
But they're kind of like my friends. They're really good acquaintances who I know, and we can chat, and we can dick around every stream and have meaningful talk. I learn stuff from my audience.
We might need to send
now I look back at my past. What a dummy
an email to God.
I had this
God, do you want to answer in on all this?
And instead, I sat there making dumb jokes instead of actually making content.
I don't want to get involved in DSP stuff.
What does meaningful mean? What does that like? Walk me through. What does that mean? Do you feel like you're like? Is this? You say you have your audience is your friends, right? You feel like you have a now. I've seen clips of you say that your audience is not your friends, right? So like, are they your friends or are they not your friends? Are they?
You guys are my friends.
Because
I love you all. Can you help me move a couch?
Just based on clips I've seen.
Sure.
You kind of speaking of both sides of your mouth here.
My audience are not close personal friends. I'm not going to come on stream and tell you about super important behind the scenes stuff in my life.
You have.
Know what I'm saying? At the same time,
because you thought they were your friends.
I'm here 6 days a week. This is my social interaction outside of my wife, and the one day a week that I leave this house to do stuff when I'm not streaming.
That must be pretty easy for DSP to go out and do stuff because no one's allowed to talk to him. He goes to the grocery store.
So
grocery store has
me being friendly
mouth
with
sewn
people.
up.
That's as if you were you go to your place of work. Hi, how you doing? Your coworkers, right? You walk in, you hang out with them or whatever. It's kind of what it kind of feels like, a camaraderie with regulars. And there's people who come in and out all the time, and that's the nature of the beast. But I really do feel like today it's more meaningful what I do. There's back in the day, people would say, Phil, I loved your content because I got a laugh today watching you rage. Today, it's like, Phil, let me tell you something. Something horrible happened in my life. And I came by your stream, and I hung out with you for 2 hours today. You were playing Oblivion. We talked. I helped you with the game. We had fun conversation about something going on the internet. At the end of that stream, I felt so much better. It was such a fun, meaningful experience to me. And when people give me that feedback, that lets me know that what I'm doing is worthwhile. With all the hate and all the shit that gets thrown at me every day, that what I'm doing is meaningful. Since I've become a full-time streamer and I've taken ownership of who I am and the content I put out rather than just making dumb jokes, I feel like now...
That's another clone right there. You've never made any sort of attempt to take ownership for your shit.
I don't know if that sounds crazy or not, but that's what they tell me. And I love it. It helps me.
Oh, someone said that. That doesn't count as clone.
Back and forth.
But I'm doing it anyway.
Okay.
That's a shitty answer.
I think that every streamer has a relationship with their audience that's unique, right? As somebody who's doing it, I don't know your personal relationship with your audience. Is that you, Adam? Was that you toasting? Okay, just making sure.
You were talking about a relationship with the audience, and
right?
Just giving them giving them a toasty.
Yeah. Okay, just making sure. So, but it seems like your relationship is a little different
Yeah,
when
it's
it comes
toxic.
to
It's super negative.
You know, you're very open that you are funded by your audience, right? You
Begging.
said many times that you know, you don't want sponsors, but you started talking today about how no sponsors will touch you, right? Because of for a number of different reasons, for your reputation,
has a health
right?
emergency, and DSP's going to be left alone, and he won't be able to figure out how to wash his
Which one
dishes.
is it? Would you rather have sponsors? What's wrong with having sponsors compared to like if a sponsor is going to come and pay you $500 to talk about, you know, whatever their product is, wouldn't that be better than having to rely on crowdfunding or your audience on a day-to-day basis?
Oh, you know, it's a double-edged sword. It really is, because I could say right now, if I had a bunch of sponsors on my stream, absolutely would things financially be better? Would the pressure be taken off of me to earn on a stream? Yes, absolutely it would. But at the same time, and again, this is something that people will bring up that feels stubborn. You know, I agree. I have always, in the 15 years that I make content, always been critical of people who shill. And there's a difference between, I have a sponsor today and I shill.
Not to
There is.
DSP.
I know that.
There's never been a
You
difference.
watch people out there who they put out a 30-minute video and 2 minutes of the video is a plug. I think that's acceptable.
Nope, you said that was
But
unacceptable
then
too.
there's people who, like, they try every opportunity to monetize everything they possibly could. Every aspect of what they do is a monetization. I've seen in my React content last year, I watched someone who apparently is supposed to be doing a heartfelt message to about something going on. They're crying on stream, and on top of the stream, there's ads running. Like, you can't turn that off for 5 seconds to do your heartfelt message. To
Speaking
your
of that,
audience,
DSP, let's talk about your friend dying and you monetizing it.
But hold on, Phil, because there are times where you say, look, hey, I really need, you know, I'm in a really tough spot now. I got this coming up, and on the same screen you have a tip tracker. You know, it's the same type of thing. Like you're tracking your revenue on the stream, and I don't have any problem with that. That's done by millions of streamers, but it's the idea of saying like, hey, I'm in a really tough spot right now. I really need you guys to help me out. And in your words, you know, I'm going to be eating, you know, lunch meat sandwiches, right? Like, what's wrong with lunch meat sandwiches sometimes?
There's nothing wrong with lunch meat sandwiches. I eat them a lot.
You got to understand, I am the God King. The God King doesn't eat lunch meat sandwiches.
For the tip tracker,
you goddamn
that's
loser.
Really there for
what the hell's wrong with you?
Rewarding my audience, and I know that sounds weird. I would prefer not to track tips.
I would hope that they'd come into the chat. Maybe that's going to be the surprise guest. It pops across and there he shows
What
up.
I'm doing with my audience.
You mind explaining to me these
but,
expenses?
You know, there's incentives. There's rewards that they like. They like silly things I do on stream. They've come up with ideas, not me. They come up with.
I thought you were the innovator.
A certain amount on a stream, I put on a stupid hat or a vest.
God damn!
They donate.
This clone tracker is getting way too high.
Stream to look like an idiot, and I'm okay looking like an idiot for them. I don't care. What do I? You know, I'm
you said they were your innovations, DSP.
You know, they're supporting me. It's a way to give back. No, I hear what you're saying. The difference is, all right. There's a tracker on the screen. Okay, big deal. I'm not going to sit there and talk about it constantly.
Yeah, transparency,
right? Stream I put out.
Like
yes, every once in a
he
while,
actually
like,
is transparent
hey guys,
about that shit.
Great, we can get some more support on the stream or whatever today, and then we move on, right? And I'll hit it upon it a few times during the stream. Some people say I hit upon it way too much, and I understand that. Everyone has different perspective on that. I agree that sometimes I do it too much. I'm trying to get better at that.
You have yet to try and get better at it.
Difference
Have we had a
between
single
that
stream
and
without it?
That a
I
stream
don't
is
think
being
so.
done because someone is enjoying themselves and having a passion, or someone turned on a stream today to make money. You know what I mean?
We got away from the
people out there
original
that I feel
question
like
though about the
The only
sponsorships.
reason that they're in it is there's no passion. You know, they don't love what they're doing. It's
Remember
because they
Gamer
saw dollars
Grub?
and they
But
want
Phil,
to monetize as much as
Sounds
they
like
can.
projecting right now.
Yeah, but
Just being
Phil,
honest.
Phil, you just said a few minutes ago, and I mean this with all sincerity, man. You said just a few minutes ago, the reason why you still do this is because you can make more money than a 9-to-5 job, right? And
Half
it's
of it, right?
right. So like that's a pretty big half, you know. And I don't know, man. It doesn't seem.
Rage quit.
It seems like
let's get out of here.
When you're asking your audience for money consistently, look, Adam and I have both worked with people who like the worst thing you can do is look at your audience as a dollar, right? And
DSP does it, buddy.
This is something that I don't have a whole lot of, you know, I've left companies over this.
Yes,
right?
I remember you used to sell controls. I remember you used to sell
this is something that I don't
off
I don't
warranty
agree with
controllers
them,
or
but
something like that.
I would say that when money comes in and you reach a
Arcade
goal,
sticks, that's what it was.
let's say you reach a goal and you put on your vest or whatever, how are you taking that money and are you reinvesting it into your content?
No,
are you reinvesting it into cameras? Are you doing special streams outside of
not really. You think
just your
he does, but
day-to-day
he
gameplay
doesn't.
stuff? What value are you adding by people? I mean, I get you have to pay bills. I get it, right? What value are you adding to your audience?
I got a
experience to
new
further that
vest,
meaningful
you
relationship
dumbass.
that you're offering.
A new vest.
Yeah, we've had big goals.
See?
Like, for example,
You could pay to see this new one.
Members goal on YouTube if we hit a sub goal on Twitch. Now instead of just doing,
It's like
our
this
normal
Craig dude doesn't
gameplay,
understand how much work
I do
DSP
an
does.
interactive event with the viewers where we'll talk for a series of weeks. What do you guys want to see? Do you want to see a big React event? Do you want to see a special party atmosphere? We just did one a couple of weeks ago. It was a Super Bowl event. I'd never.
What is a React event? What does that mean? Is it just you watching stuff or?
Yeah, it's you watching stuff.
Well, React would be, for example, let's say there's a documentary, a long-form documentary.
Rocking back and forth on the. He's doing some Z-axis this time. He's spinning around. He's throwing in a whole nother axis. See, this guy is an innovator.
My normal schedule to do. You know, people also don't want to get backlogged on the games that I'm playing. But take that event
He's
now. We're
being
going
locked
to do
on
special
fighter.
things, you know,
I'm trying to use
that
my
event,
flares and they're not
separate from
coming
all my
out.
other content. A lot of times it's hyped up. We set special things around it that I normally wouldn't do. Yes, some of that money gets reinvested.
Camino?
I have a series. I know this sounds
Biarjo,
stupid, but
Planet
my fans
Camino?
love this. It's called
That's
Feasting
probably my
with
favorite
the King.
planet in all Star Wars.
Basically, I order a meal and I eat a meal with my audience. They think it's funny because they think it's funny to see me eat. I look stupid. They say I look like I'm in pain when I eat.
You banned people for saying that.
When you say the king,
you're still using the king moniker. I see.
Right, the king of hate.
Not the king of hate. That's the thing.
It doesn't matter. You say the king, and you know that's what it was. So people are gonna make that connection.
You're 100% correct, and I need to, the thing is, I do need to try to fully.
This Adam dude's saving this whole thing. If Adam wasn't here, this interview would have been complete dog shit.
That I do that have the king moniker in them that I probably should try to phase out or rename, but
because Craig's kind of like half paying attention sometimes.
Pushback, like don't change it. We love it. It's been like that for so long. Those are my true fans saying that, not my haters.
DSP, I think
But you're
this
right,
interview
you're
was
right,
a
I agree
big
there.
mistake because they're not
But
even
anyway, no.
interrogating
Yes,
you.
I
They're
try
letting
my
you
best
talk
to
and make a
do
fool of
it.
yourself.
You know, there was
how.
Well, like I just said, doing something above and beyond.
Fuck
Well, that doesn't cost any money though.
I tried
You
to
know,
shoot
doing
him.
another stream, reacting. That's just
Correct.
making more money.
Correct, but then the ordering of a giant meal that normally I wouldn't order. No, I'm talking.
But that's something you can have for groceries throughout the day. That's a regular grocery run.
50, 60 bucks on my pocket that I
But you can
normally
eat it
would not
throughout the
spend.
week, so it's not really an
It's not
expense.
budgeted, but because
It's if I go and say, "Hey guys, I'm gonna buy a couple groceries for the month," and then I'm gonna eat a couple of them in front of you. That doesn't mean anything.
Every day. Where's the money go? Would you really like to know?
Yes, please.
Do you really want?
It's not honestly. It's not that we are asking. It's that I feel like the people out there that have been supporting you, that now have turned against you because they feel you lied to them or you saw them as dollar signs, and that's all that they were to you. It's like I feel like they want to know most.
Well,
No, they don't. They're all
let's talk
stupid.
about that. Let's talk about that for a minute, right?
Oh, WWE time.
There was a, you went through bankruptcy, right? And
WWE
that's pretty
Champions
public.
time.
You went through bankruptcy, and there was this.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding, Rolling Stone.
The $5,000, business expense thing has been talked about by your detractors quite a bit. They say, what could you possibly be spending $5,000 on? Look,
Yeah, for real. I don't even go through
streamer who
$5,000
streams,
and say,
by your
7
own
months.
schedule, you're active 12 hours a day doing this, right? And
that's a lot
And
of
by your own
money, DSP.
admission, you said like you didn't fix the set at all. It's been just a shoddy set for most of your over a decade of doing this.
It's kind of shitting on him
Right.
now. I like it.
So
where's Adam's
there's
thing?
this
I need to
whole,
subscribe
what,
to this guy.
What do your business expenses look like? I mean, I've done this for a long time. The business expenses are your initial
Gotta
cost of
quickly
setting
come up with
your
something.
camera,
Oh,
your
shit.
lights, and that's about it. And then after that, it's your cost
Internet
is
bill.
your
It
time.
pays for,
is your time, right? And so
It pays
so
for
walk
this
me through it.
gun,
What does
which I'm
that
gonna
look
start
like?
shooting at
What is
you.
it? Specifically, there's this $5,000 business expense every
Right.
month. So what is this?
Okay, so first of all, we're talking about things that came out publicly during a bankruptcy proceeding.
Yes.
Correct. And I believe that the $5,000 a month number came off of, I believe it's from my a tax return. Is
It's
that correct?
your
That I
math,
filed
dude.
or
You explain it.
I'm trying to remember exactly where it came from. You guys probably know more than me because you've probably been.
No, you're the one who did it, dickhead. So you should know.
I want to hear it from you.
I think, again, I'm just speculating.
Adam's getting pissed.
I think what
I like
happened
this.
was when I filed for bankruptcy, a lot of information goes public.
Yeah, Adam's all right. Craig,
Look
I
at a
don't
public
know.
filing.
He's kind of neutral
I
for
guess
me,
there's
but
certain
Adam's
information
kicking
that's
it
made
up
public.
here.
I don't think it's all your tax returns. I think it's like 1 year's worth or something. And I guess there was a number that was thrown out there.
I guess there was a number that was in my thing. I don't know how it got there.
$5,000 a month on business expenses.
I don't know how that number
Now,
got there, man.
number
Anybody could have put
one,
that there.
I don't do my own taxes. I have a tax.
But you
guy.
report
I
it.
pay him to do it. Okay.
Your tax dude can't
Here's
throw
what
a
I can
number
tell
in
you,
there.
All right. When I can tell you right now because I'm working on it right now for this year. What are considered?
You have to give them that
expenses
estimate.
A tax attorney wants to know you're spending every month. Jeez.
So the tax attorney is
your
just throwing
mortgage,
random
because if you
numbers
work
on
from
there.
home,
This is
I
really
guess that's part of
dangerous.
it.
You
I
wouldn't
don't
want to
know.
have him as a
Again, I'm
tax
not
guy.
side, but you cost your mortgage, all of your utility bills that apply to you operating the business. Correct?
Hold on, Phil. You've been doing this for 17 years and you don't know what your business expenses are. You don't know what you get tax write-offs on and stuff. I mean, like,
We're counting down the
Honestly,
seconds. He's gonna
no, I
rage quit
don't.
any second here.
I give it all. I pay him a lot of money to a tax guy. I have a giant, spreadsheet of data. that
But what's
I
the data?
provide. They work it out because every year it's different. I get to feel the tax laws change and stuff, and they figure it out. I give them all the
No,
data. In
Craig's
fact,
not buying this one
I just
either.
got an email from a tax guy the other day. He's like,
He has a
this data
tail.
for you for
He
this
does a
year's tax
slight
filing.
head shake when he's not
How
when
much
he's
you pay for
doubting something.
utilities, what
Very
you cost
slight.
internet
It's near the
fees.
top of his head that
You need
shakes.
all that information, and I got to get them to, and then they do it. So, here's the thing, all right? Everyone, we're really going to get to the meat of it. Is this stupid WWE Champions?
Yay! Let's get to it.
Cannot wait to talk about it.
well, we'll get to that. But I want to stay on this for a minute. Like, just once again, walk me through this because, like.
Yeah,
I'm
doesn't make
I'm trying to
sense.
put myself in your shoes.
Because
and
even
I'm
if
trying
you want to
to
go with his
trying to
story,
think
it makes
through
you
what-
look like a complete idiot.
Piecing it together, building that up, I just want to remind you, Phil, like you said at the beginning of this stream, you want this to be where people can go to finally you just go watch that video, right? I don't
think that's going to work anymore.
So this, you said what do we want to know? This isn't for us. This is for the people out there that are like, what about the $5,000 a month? So what about WWE Champions, which we'll get into? Like, what about these things? So it's like, this is your chance to now.
Please do this to low tier
say,
God. And low
all
tier
right,
God
it
would
was
kill
the
these
freaking
guys.
Business expenses.
I'm gonna send my
whatever.
boys
I mean, it was
the
the mortgage.
covenant.
It was this. I don't know if
Like
that's
this guy,
actually
he's gonna get
considered a
BBC
tax
to
write-off.
death.
I
This
don't-
dude.
I don't want you to get in trouble.
I
But
guess he'll get drowned
I
in
don't know,
semen,
just
maybe.
feels-
No, and see, that's the thing. Again, when I went to that bankruptcy, oh my God.
He's
that
trying
was
very hard, Lewis, and he's not doing a good job. So far, his explanation, Lewis, is
my
that
tax
I don't know
attorney-
where these numbers come
my
from.
tax attorney, I misspoke. My bankruptcy attorney had no idea what they were getting into with me being a public persona. And
This is
there
not
were
an
things
answer,
you could
DSP.
do, I guess, to protect from online harassment, which they did. I tried to explain. They didn't really understand who I was or whatever. And so when all that went public, that was the most drama-filled bankruptcy hearing ever.
I don't think
Sure,
that's
he was
true.
inundated with
I think
thousands of
Donald
messages
Trump had a
from
few
haters
more
about
that were a bit
stuff.
more drama filled.
But anyway,
hell, I
let me
think
answer the question
mobsters
first, and
had
then we can
more.
get to anything you want to talk about there. I would assume that
I think
the
Trump had
expenses
2 or
are
3.
including everything that I do. Okay, that's related to the business, and that could include mortgage, any insurance that I'm paying that relates to the business, health insurance and or medical costs, legal costs, and that what I'm talking about is my tax attorney, but also other attorney and things that I've been involved in over the years, which
Tax attorneys, I
maybe
don't think are
we'll
covered
get
by
into
that.
today, or maybe we won't. I don't
I
actually.
don't know.
I really can't
I'm
talk
not sure
too much
about
about
that.
certain things. We'll get to that about identity theft and stuff. I know it's the first time I ever mentioned that, you guys. So, among other things, all the normal things in a month. Like I said, utilities and all of that. It adds it up. Here it is. Here's my tax.
I do
return.
not
All of a
spend
sudden, I'm being
$5,000 a
accused
month.
That was a lie
Ever.
or something. All right. Here's what I can say, because I'm not going to sit here and go back to a 2010 tax return and say, here's what my accountant said or whatever.
Right.
This is from 2010. That's $5,000 a month.
Oh, excuse me. Did I say 2010? I meant 2020. That's totally my fault. I meant 2020. This was my bankruptcy was.
Craig's
2020,
checking out, too.
So I think the tax return that must be referenced is like 2019, something like that. Okay. Here's what I know.
Someone in chat says, "Who would steal Phil's identity?"
This judge that was involved in the bankruptcy hearing was attacked online with so much shit. I had to go into meeting after meeting with both my bankruptcy attorney and this judge. Hours of work. We went through line item by line item of all of my expenses. I had to explain to a judge who has no idea what live streaming is, the entire concept of being a live streamer, and
they're not buying this. Look at that. Look at those faces.
And rationalizing what it
was
to my business. This is this, right?
That's awesome, man.
And it took
Keep
so
up the
much
good work, Lewis.
At the end
I
of
hope
the
you
day,
enjoy it.
after all that extra work and time
Did
and
you
money
give him
that
the
had
cider
been put
stick?
into my bank
So I'm gonna call in
account,
rocks, and
the
he's
judge
gonna
understood. I
do
showed
all
them
sorts of
everything. If anything,
disgusting
anyone
sexual
could see
shit to you, Craig.
Line item by line item, what my business expenses are, should probably be the judge.
Yeah, this
who's gonna
was
make a
this
ruling
was
on if I should be
not a
granted
good
bankruptcy or
idea.
not, right? That's the government.
Phil is
government
dodging like a Dark Souls
representative,
pro.
correct?
He is.
They saw
He
it
still
all.
hasn't.
They went through all of it, and at the end of the day, they said this all makes sense.
This all makes sense. We love your content.
Well, so
What is
but
it?
in the vast majority of time, winners in bankruptcy experience like some sort of relief, right? Whatever the debt is
Yeah,
that
that's
you were
irrelevant.
paying,
The question is why
it's
so
gone,
much of a setup is
right?
donated.
So
Yeah.
why do you feel why do you have to go back to the well, going back to your audience?
I
and-
keep
and
needing
ask your
money.
audience
Why don't you
to
understand, Craig?
crowdfund
I need
your
all of your
content,
money always.
when you claim and you still say that nothing has really changed financially for you.
I'm trying to
Great
start
question.
the white collar
Thank you for
insult
asking it,
discussion.
because this is one of the ones I get hit with every day.
I dig it.
We just talked about 2021 and what happened.
Yeah, we're
with
burning
Twitch.
through these clones
Okay, so
and Craig
the
Beans. I
bankruptcy
thought they
goes
were going to be a
through
little bit sturdier.
Around mid to late 2020, I'm relieved of all this revolving debt that I had in my name. But there's still debt that remains. There's still my mortgage. There's still my car payment. There's still taxes. And taxes is a big thing because for years there, I was not able to pay my federal taxes properly. And
Well,
it came back to bite me.
you couldn't pay them, or you didn't prepare to pay them properly. There's a difference. Because
I thought you hold on. I thought you said that you paid a guy to do your taxes.
Shit.
I do. Correct. To file the taxes.
because I think the one thing that people need to understand is
I wanna
that
play
you
a
are
sound clip.
acting as an independent contractor with YouTube and Twitch and whoever, right? So when you're paid, when somebody gives you $1 super chat, YouTube takes 30% of that, right? And then so you get 70%.
DSP said it was like 90%.
That 70% then
I'm lying,
needs to be
I'm lying. He didn't say
taxed
that.
by
But that's how he feels
by
like it is.
Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam comes in and they take however much of that. So you by the end of it, you could be getting anywhere between
DSP,
50 cents of that,
for real, I think
or,
you should
or
quit out of the
35
interview.
cents of
You're
that, depending
getting
on what
bodied
your
up here.
revenue is for the year. And you're the tax brackets you're in. It sounds
No,
like
not once incorrect
Bill,
means.
that you didn't necessarily plan accordingly for that, and you didn't save your
Dude,
money
it's
to
like the
ultimately
Dark
pay.
Souls of
And
interviews.
if you have a tax person to do this, a CPA, which
Man, he
is
shut down there for a
any
second.
online creator, that's like the number one expense is having a CPA to do your taxes. That's the number one thing, because
That's also
going
why I
through
don't
and,
want anybody
that's
to tip me. I don't
extremely
want to do
important.
all that
But
shit.
your tax,
I don't
like,
want
has
anything
your
to do with any
tax
of that.
person ever came
Lewis,
to
he is
you and
not
said,
liking this.
hey, you should probably prepay your taxes. You should be paying quarterly instead of having one big lump sum at the end of the year, because seems really irresponsible for somebody who works online and has done so for 17 years
I
to have a
personally would
tax
not
person
blame DSP
who
for
hasn't
quitting at this
suggested
point.
that and haven't had
If
you
I was
prepay.
this much of a shithead
Not pleased. That my tax
and was
guy
getting
is
this
great.
exposed,
Okay.
He I have an
Well-
estimate of what I should be paying, not even quarterly, monthly. Like, basically, can I make this
yeah,
monthly
this
payment?
is.
And some months I can
It's almost
easily
making me
make
starting
it
to feel
no
bad
problem.
for Phil, because
Other
he
months
is
I
getting
can't.
toasted
I have
up
to pay
there.
less, depending
But-
on the income that I make that month.
But that income is based off of your tax for that month.
still
is
haven't
based,
even
and your
addressed the
quarter and your
$5,000
year is
thing.
based off of the revenue that you're making that month. So if you make $10,000 that month, then you're going to be, then you prepay whatever $2,000 in taxes,
God,
whatever,
he's
however
gonna have
much
to
it
do
is, right?
such a
So the
decompression
money is
stream after
already
this.
in your
I
account.
was joking about it, but it is
why
mandatory
would you
now.
have trouble spending? Why would you have trouble with that? I'm really having a hard time following this, because
Sure.
if you have the money, it's either being spent before it's time to pay taxes, or
You got saws, you got swinging
I don't know.
blades.
I don't know. Please walk me through it.
Whew, okay. So I have two revenue streams. One revenue stream is very much
Mom.
daily income that I get from my viewers, meaning
Basically,
tips,
mom.
Let's say. Okay, that's pretty much tips on a stream.
Okay.
The other revenue stream is the other income that I get from YouTube. That's ad revenue,
Okay, ad revenue,
super
okay.
chats, memberships, and all.
What
that.
about Patreon?
Okay. Daily, I get tips,
Patreon?
and that essentially is the money
Okay,
that
no
I'm
Patreon, never
paid
mind.
today to
Cat? No cat. Never mind. That's
pay
not part of that.
some bills. go
Yeah,
grocery
yeah,
shopping,
Dustin. Granted.
buy a
Yeah,
new
I don't feel
game
anything for
the
this dude.
stream
But I
coming
think,
up,
like,
all that kind of stuff. The YouTube money
It's
that
kind of the
comes
point
in
where
behind the
if
scenes
I was in the
is
same
what I
position,
used to do,
having
all
had a
my
history of
ongoing
being a
recurring
shithead,
payments, my
I think I
mortgage,
would have bailed
car,
out.
Health insurance payment or whatever. Here's what's happening.
Because there's no way
okay?
this is going to get repaired.
Bankruptcy
It's over.
happens. Great. End of 2020.
Do you think
things are looking
anything
up.
DSP is
I'm
going to
actually
say
getting
is going
more
to change
popular on
Adam
Twitch.
here's
I'm starting
mind?
to make good money.
No, it's
I
over.
announced to my audience in early 2021, hey guys, guess what? There's a light at the end of the tunnel. You guys are supporting me so much. The bankruptcy went through.
And then you kept begging money from them.
Keep this going this year. Not only for the first year in many years, because now the bankruptcy's over with. Now I can pay all my taxes properly. For the first time
Lewis,
in a
you're
long
seeing a
time.
lot of
You know,
nervous ticks
I
out of
promise you have that
DSP.
much debt and everything. You can't, I
He is
couldn't do it.
floundering, and he
It's my
knows he's
fault. I was in
floundering.
Financial ruin. All right, 2021 things are looking up.
After what Phil did
And
during
then what happens?
John and Howard.
They get me kicked out of the Twitch
No,
partner
I
program.
have no sympathy
They
for
shut
Phil.
down other revenue streams for me that I can't really.
God damn it! Bump my knee.
Later on that year, identity theft, which we might not get it today. I have to talk about that. That's a huge one. Identity
You clearly
theft.
want to talk about it.
And we'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah. It cost me so much money to fix the identity theft thing. So now I went from I'm good to I
Right,
immediately
exactly,
have
Captain.
lost the
It's
revenue
great to
stream from
have
Twitch. I
live
have go to
feedback
YouTube.
to
I'm
his
making way
rants,
less
and that's
money
what we're
on
getting.
YouTube now than I was on Twitch. All that money that was going to make everything even, I'm good to go now, is gone again. I'm way reduced income again.
Why?
So you're right. Because it just now, nothing else adjusted. My mortgage still exists. My car still exists. All those regular expenses still exist, and now I'm making way less.
Hey, that sounds negative, BR Joe.
This is a running pattern, and I hate this shit. Every time in life I feel like I'm getting ahead, something happens and screws me over. I'm serious. It's like a comedy of errors. It's
But
ridiculous.
once again, Phil, then
know
why
if I'm
not
gonna be able to
remove
afford all
all
that,
that
Louis.
shit and just do something different? I'm not telling you what to do, but like if you keep running if you keep running into a wall,
Craig's becoming
eventually
the
you need to
therapist
take
now.
a different direction, right?
I think so too, Louis.
And like I
Adam is not
love that
sold.
you love what you're doing right now, but if you're still struggling with
Right,
it so
Rolling Stone?
immensely,
He's let some
at
stuff
a
slip
certain
out.
point, don't you need to like self-reflect and say like, look, man, I'm
No,
running into this
what?
wall fucking 5
There's no
times.
self-reflection
I
here.
should
It's
probably
your all fault.
not be doing this or change my approach to it.
If I do get all those movies, Louis Smart, I'd want them to be
I
on
hear
a
you.
hard drive.
Like I said, I had that conversation with my
not
mom in
disc.
2019.
So maybe.
About changing it and not be beholden to people, do something different with my life. I mean, yeah, let's be honest. A major factor is money. Have to be honest here, right? That's what this is about. I'm going to be transparent.
Major factor. I mean, it sounds like it is the factor. I mean, it sounds like you're just spending the money as it coming in instead of saving and preparing for the next month, where it might not be as profitable. So that you could be like, I'm saving. Maybe I'm not going to buy that new game. Maybe even though it's probably a write-off because you're doing it for a business, it doesn't matter.
Right.
It seems
Get
like
the
you just
DC
gotta
animated 30 film collection. That sounds
start
pretty good.
saving
How much
money.
is that?
Maybe be a little smarter for the future. I mean, I'm not trying to like lecture you.
No, you should
right.
lecture
But
this guy.
it seems like you need it. So
Yeah, I need what I need, and I've said this before. I'll just say that.
Sure, Phil.
I need like and here's what I mean.
You
by
guys
that.
won't believe
I
this.
need 1 year
Jasper came in and shot my
to make
computer.
content and not have my trolls fuck with my income.
it's never going to happen.
I agree
Never.
with you. I now agree with you. I know that now, but that's what's happened. Is every time something happens that screws my income again. Well, wait. Here we go. I worked my ass off. I changed who I am. I'm a different kind of content creator. All the things that they had issue with me. This is why they do it. To
Yeah,
me,
the cat
right?
dude's all
We
right.
don't like
He's
Phil
on
for
my
this. Okay, I'll change all.
I'm liking this guy a lot.
Nope, still do it anyway. Ruin his income.
So why change? Why change? What's the point? It's not doing anything. Why wouldn't you just stay the person that you were and that you are or whatever, instead of like trying to like adhere to people on the internet? Because the people on the internet are gonna hate. The haters are gonna hate. Like, who fucking cares? So what's the point? You're doing it for nothing.
I agree.
He keeps going for his mouse. Yeah, BR Joe. Yeah, that's what he was doing.
Very productive.
The instincts.
Now
He keeps trying to lean in on Adam here.
I do now. I actually genuinely.
That's good.
want it
Good thing you
here
caught
every
there.
day with my audience. It's fun. I wake up in the morning energized, ready to
That's
go.
not
I
an
just
answer,
remember,
DSP.
I gotta go play games and film again. That was a horrible mentality.
I'm surprised
You know,
Adam
I
hasn't
treated
quit.
it like any other job.
Because I think
Now,
I would
look,
be
for the last
annoyed
4
and
or
I'd just
5 years.
leave.
But
If this were someone I
hear you.
wasn't regularly
But
following.
yeah, if I were to quit YouTube, let's say right now.
Work
cold
Monday to Friday?
turkey,
I wish
quit
work
YouTube.
Monday to Friday. I work Tuesday to Saturday.
I can't
Working
find a
on
job
Saturday
that
sucks.
pay what I'm doing now. You know, in addition to that, there's always the factor that I've been out of the job market for a decade. Who's going to hire a 40-year-old guy that hasn't done anything besides?
There's a lot of places that do that.
Operate an
Part of what I
online
work
streaming
for.
business
they
Nobody
have
with
work
that
hours.
attitude, though. You know, so it seems like you're already defeated, not even worth trying.
Yes.
So you're putting yourself in this hamster wheel that Craig was mentioning earlier. It's just like there's no option. This is it. So I have to grind. I have to do this.
You're not grinding.
And like that sounds miserable to me. Even though you say you're having fun, it seems like you're just trying to convince yourself that instead of
actually
it might be true. It might be true, but these two things could be true also. I'm just pointing that out what I'm seeing.
And I just like to kind of continue on with that, right? The idea of like, do you have
We're
a
up to
business
188.
plan? Do you have what it looks like in what your business looks like?
No,
in
there's
a
no
month
10-year
from now?
plan. I don't know
you
what
have
you're
a
talking
business
about.
plan
Ban.
for a year from
Ban
now. You have a tax guy who runs your numbers, but are you saving money? Because it doesn't sound like you are.
And Craig Beans, he's
just
not
based off
a
what
good
you're
guest.
saying, and it very
but
much
he is
sounds
a great
like
guest for
you're
being
going to
this
be
kind
doing
of
this
weirdo
when you're
situation
60,
and defending himself,
right? And
which goes back to his
if,
streams.
and
His
if you
streams
want
are
to be
only
doing it
entertaining
when you're
he's
60,
being
that's
a
fine.
bad
But
version of a streamer.
This doesn't seem very forward thinking.
a funny bad version.
You seem like you're living day to day as opposed to thinking about long term. And dude, you're 40 years old, and at a certain point, you got to look at things and say, like, well, do I want to be doing that? Like,
But
will
yeah, I
I
would
ever
never
have
have this dude
enough
as a
money
guest
to
on my show.
retire? Will
He
I ever
doesn't
have
know
enough
anything,
money
and he talks all over everybody.
to not do this? So walk me through that. Walk us through that. The idea of, like, and it's okay to say you don't have a business plan. It's okay. It's like, we're putting it all on the table here, Phil. And if you don't,
DSP
that's fine.
does not have a business plan.
Just kind of walk
His
me
business
through
plan
that.
is to have a whole bunch of money.
Currently, do I have a business plan? No. Have I had business plans in the past? Yes. And every single one of them has been destroyed by my income over and over. To have a plan, a long-term plan, you have to know at least what the stability is going to be today and depend on a little bit of
And
that
if that's true, don't you
sucks.
seek out
like
stability?
Adam said, YouTube, Twitch, any kind of online content creation is a constantly fluctuating thing. Tomorrow, everything could be turned off for all of us. We can't even stream, right? It could be a new law.
But we all have
can't
something
do it
stable
anymore,
to
in
fall
which case,
back
then
on,
I guess I
DSP.
am boned. and
Yeah, I
gotta go out
stream.
there and get
If,
an offline
Susan came and broke
right?
my computer, that's okay. I'll just go to
But
work.
How can I lay out a business plan when every month is different? When it looks like there's
No.
consistency to my life. Oh, here's what I'm making
This is
every
a
month.
Mandingo
That's,
massacre
again,
in
that's
Adams.
exactly what was happening in
Oh
2021.
my god.
There was a
Have you
series
been
of
watching
months,
some
like
low
the
tier
first
God
2 months,
streams over
4
there,
months of the
Uber
year,
Ellen?
Things were going great. I had a business plan. Here's what I want to do. Let's do this for a certain amount of years. Let's expand. Let's improve the setup. Let's try new things. Let's
Catch
do
a card
this.
on fire.
And then if it keeps
Jasper
going,
did
we
that.
get to the next stage of the business plan, right? And what happens? I lose my partnership, identity theft, income's destroyed. Now what do I do? Business plan's gone. So how can I set a plan when these people won't allow me to even have any level of stability?
I
in my
didn't
life,
make you
even
spend
if
all
it
your money,
once,
DSP.
You know what
because
you
of the
do?
Stuff that they're doing.
You make another business plan. You move forward. That's what you do.
Like I don't.
What choice do you have?
Right.
The only choice is to make a new one and continue moving forward.
I
Right,
agree.
like-
I will not be beaten by these people.
You have been.
What you just said sounded like you were.
Oh
Like,
no,
you have been
absolutely
over
not.
and over again.
One of the
I'm
major
letting you
things-
know. I'm letting you know what you what you had just finished with.
Mhm.
You know, I had a business. He asked what your business plan is. He was like, I had a business plan, but they kept shitting all over it. Like that was your response instead of this is my business
We're
plan.
up to 10.
Right? You don't have a future
Adam called
vision.
that one
That's,
out.
I think that's what
Oh,
Craig
I
was
do.
going
Okay. I spoke. I do have a future vision. The problem is
They're waiting on that
if
one.
I fully explain it, they're gonna try to ruin it. You understand?
That's a good answer. That's a good answer.
I should have said that. I'm sorry about that. Like, do I have an idea of what I'd like to do? Yes. I know exactly. Actually, I have steps in place to know exactly what I can do to try to fix my
Step
situation.
1, get a shit ton of
I don't
money.
want,
That
listen,
sounds good.
I don't want to be here on stream every day saying to people, toss me a few bucks. Oh my God, that's the worst feeling every time I effing do it. I don't want to say, hey, tip me, do this, do that. That's obnoxious. I just want to play games and chill with my audience. And this is the funny part.
And
that my detractors
now
never
we
mention.
have
Before
DSP's mom on
my
stream
income
to talk about the
kept getting
business plan.
screwed over.
Phil, you've
All these
become a
different
huge
times by them
disappointment to
and
me.
by my
I'm
choices,
cutting you out
not
of
just
my
them,
will of
also my bad
Marlboros.
choices that did this. I never had any kind of crowdfunding. It was always just Phil's making a living on YouTube via ad revenue. I had no sponsors. I didn't take any money, extra money from anywhere. I wasn't asking my fans for crowdfunding.
That's not
Everyone
true.
else
That is
was.
not true.
I wasn't doing it.
That is
wasn't
not true.
until
You asked
the
for money
revenue
back
started
then.
to get hurt
You were
by
begging
that
out the
that
gate,
I
dude.
decided to do crowdfunding because everyone told me to do it. Right?
No, so it's everyone else's
my
fault.
income's ruined over and over by these
What's the
people.
snort count?
and what's their
0.
number one
He hasn't
critique?
snorted
You
one
beg
time,
too much.
Richard.
I wouldn't beg if you didn't keep messing with my income. The only reason I have to do
that's
it
weird.
is keep ruining my financial income. You keep ruining it for me. So
Beg-
how can
begging-
I have? Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Phil. Begging for money is never a good look for anyone.
Completely
anyone.
agree. Completely agree. I can't dispute
So
it.
justifying it isn't good.
Okay, then look, we all established. Look, the idea of like going on stream and saying, "I really need help for these taxes.
No
I really need
burps
help
either,
for whatever.
and
I got
no
a big thing
hiccups or
coming up."
anything like that?
Trav, can you please kill it with the chats, please?
Yep, toxified.
The biggest thing, and people asking, "Is this live?" Yes, this is live, right? Of course, this is live.
This is a live pig you're seeing.
You had an opportunity with Keemstar and Drama Alert to go on there for it was $50,000 was being offered to you to go on this podcast, right? $50K. Why not do that? Like that's a giant amount of money. And yes, there's taxes attached to that. It's after it's all said and done, it's probably $30K, right? But why not just say, okay, I'll take your money and I'll spend a couple hours on your podcast, and that would clear up so much of your financial burden.
Yeah, and you wouldn't even have to say anything because I fulfilled my promise. I
Here
sat on your podcast and listened to you.
Well,
all
no,
talk.
but just
My
answer
mic is
that
muted the whole
question.
time.
I don't want to hear the story. I just want to know, like, why would you not take $50K?
Because that's not what happened. You've been told a story that's not true. I have to tell you what actually happened.
Please.
So there's a history with Keemstar where, over the years, this guy has a horrible reputation on YouTube.
We got a brand new story.
Everyone knows it. I'm not going to crap on the guy here, but just go look on YouTube. You'll find out all about him and the things he said.
No, I need to watch about 20 hours of his streams to really get an understanding of him.
I've had a little bit of history with him. Little bit, but not a lot.
Craig is starting to lose his patience.
And basically, he had been
Or
pretty
Adam.
nasty to me a few times, tweets and things like that. What it is people will ask me something on a stream. What do you think of Keemstar? And I'll be like, it's not
How
just
does
Keemstar,
this
it's a lot of
play
guys. I don't
into
like
the
these drama
50K
YouTubers.
thing?
I call them miserable folks.
Answer the question,
What they
fucker.
do is, if you have a bad day, they're having a good one.
I'm
because
sorry,
you had
I'm
bad
using a
day.
lot of profanity. I'm getting
What
really
kind of
cranky.
content?
That's not an excuse.
To me,
I bring it
I
down.
feel that's the worst kind of content. You're benefiting from someone else's personal drama and misery. Keemstar is definitely one of those people in my eyes. You can disagree. That's okay.
If
That's
I
what
disagree,
think.
I'm wrong and stupid.
Okay, so I said this one day casually. He starts insulting me and everything on the internet. So we don't have.
Yeah, we're doing a
little bit of
live
bad
retcon.
Okay. All of a sudden, it was last year. Okay. Unbeknownst to me, people start telling me Phil Keemstar is trying to contact you. I'm like, what? What are you talking about?
What?
I have a
Keemstar?
public- They knows.
Contact? These
Make
words
email.
make
I
no
have a
sense to
public
me.
email. If you want to talk to me, contact me. Let's talk. Let's figure out, it's a business relationship. No email, nothing, okay? He's sitting on his Twitter and he's making public tweets. Someone tell Darkside Phil I want to talk to him right now. Contact him. Tell him I need to talk to him. There's $50,000 on the table and he needs to contact me right now. Is that, first of all, is that how you start a business relationship? Is you scream on your Twitter to have someone come talk to you? If he has something to offer me, should he not contact me?
You
I
probably
only
have
know
him
about this
blocked
because
already.
People come to my stream to tell me about it. Okay.
So to answer your question, I think that in a traditional environment, no, that's not how you start a relationship. When you deal in the space that Keemstar does and kind of the drama, like look at me space, yes, that is how you would start it. Because you throw out $50,000 on Twitter, people go, whoa,
we got 40K.
I want to get this attached. So is traditionally no, but we're not dealing with Coca-Cola. We're dealing with Keemstar.
Yeah,
right?
it's
And
completely
that's
different.
what he does for a living. So he wants to put eyes on his
He
product
offered you
and
a way,
drive
Phil.
interest.
Yeah, and you could have screwed over Keem.
I would
You
say,
could have.
yeah, he did.
Come
do it
onto
the
a
right
stream
way.
and say nothing the
in
whole
his
time.
world, in his interest.
Stand there, shake your head.
It's the
nod
same
your head,
thing
whatever.
as the people making this is how you don't play a video game. It's the same shit. They're using your, I don't know, for lack of a better word, clout to
No,
make
not clout,
content.
more like
and
infamy.
It works. So Keem did it, and you're doing that same thing. You're bitter that he's not approaching you respectfly.
Yeah, Captain, I heard that
If he
that
actually
happened,
wants
something
to
like that.
get you on his stream or whatnot, he maybe should have reached out to you, but he's basically using you. It's like the right thing would be is to use him back.
Exactly.
Right.
Instead of getting all upset.
Right. And if there's 50 grand on the table, what better way? There's no way he's going to make 50 grand back off an interview with you. Like, why don't just take it, cash the check, and then you're golden?
Okay.
Or even if it's 10 grand, even if it's 5 grand, even if it's $1,000, like, why not just be like, yeah, I'll take it. Sure.
Okay, let's continue because this isn't what happened actually.
Please.
It wasn't.
Please continue with your.
So explain that part, because I just want to know about that. Like you said, that's not what happened. So what did happen?
Correct.
Yeah, what happened?
So eventually, I had to DM him on Twitter to even get his attention because he wouldn't contact me. I learned it from drama on my stream. Everyone's drawn up drama on my stream. He wants to talk to you. So I DM him, and he's like, "Call me right now." I was like, "I can't." You know,
lack of a better word,
just tell me what this
your
is about.
shame.
You know, I'm busy. Just let me know what this is about. So I'm serious. I had to go back and forth with this guy so many times for him to just tell me in a DM what I'm interested in.
Keemstar is going to leak the DMs. This is not a good idea, DSP.
This was not an interview.
He would do it
for 2 hours. This was some kind of like a big project he wanted me involved in. I don't know exactly what. Let me explain. So he says, "But I don't want to talk about it in a DM. We got to have a phone call." I'm like, "Okay, that's reasonable, right? Let's have a phone call. Here's my number. Here's when to call me. I'm available at these times of the day." Okay?
Yeah.
Wait, the call never comes. It's been like 2 days. The call never comes. Maybe he's not serious about it. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in this guy's head. All of a sudden, I'm on streams. He starts calling me when I'm on streams.
Yeah.
I'm like, is he? I don't, you know.
Well, how much were you going to make during that stream? Were you going to make
so
50K right during that stream?
I'm like, hey, you want to? So basically, it's like stupid telephone phone tag. The guy won't even contact me to talk about what he wants to offer me when I'm available.
So how is that
right?
not 50K
so
offered? How is this story that you said was fake
figure out what this is, and I talked
proven
to my wife
fake through this
We
story?
sat
I don't
down,
understand.
I was like, sounds to me like.
Oh, here he is. I offered Phil a good deal. Very, very respectful, and he gave me nothing but disrespect in return. And he's lying about me not calling him. I called him. He ignored set times. Uh-oh. There he is in the chat.
If this was real.
Shit. Live debunk of a debunk. Not good.
You know, back, you know, jump ahead, almost square one, I would say, with all the things that are going on financially behind the scenes. And, you know, at the end of the day, you got to do what's best for you. You got to
review your wallet, USA. That's pretty funny.
Everything. Everyone's good interest. And if this were someone who I felt had like my best interest in mind, or possibly had the history that he has, I probably would have done it, you know. But this is a guy who has a history of online. He gets you involved in something, and then everything he does is for his own personal gain, and it doesn't matter how much he hurts you, as long as he's still benefiting from it. Okay, there was no offer to me of being on an interview for $50,000. That's a lie.
So what? Okay, and just for if it sounds like there's miscommunication
because he had the check mark next to his name and everything.
If we were to get Keemstar on the show right now, and
this is going to be really
walk
bad.
through this, because I'm very intrigued by this. Right, I want to know more about this project.
This is
Would
a very
you be
bad
open
idea.
to that?
Absolutely not. Not after all the stuff that happened after that.
Okay, so you would not be open to talking to him right now?
I'm never going to do business with Keemstar. Not after the things I now know about.
What if it's 1 mil? I think you'd be willing to do it.
Okay. Then I'll delete my tweet that I was about to send asking Keemstar to come on the show. I didn't send a tweet out, just so you know. I was going to.
Here's the thing. You could say it's a difference between short-term gain and long.
Little shadow.
Right?
It's a full-blown
like
wrestling match in
any
here.
association with that guy in the long term is just going to hurt rather than help. I feel like it's going to be even more trolls, more toxicity towards me than I already have, because I've seen this guy. I've seen documentaries on this guy.
The debunk on Clemson. Yeah, gotta get the next one.
That he creates.
I don't want to worry about. I don't want to talk about Keemstar.
Yeah. Let's move on.
I want to say you should use that mentality towards money. It seems like, you know, you're holding him on that, but instead in your own world, I'm just saying it's just going to help you out. I feel weird because it feels like I'm like lecturing you, but I'm just like, I'm the type of person. My friends called me an honest asshole, and I'm cool with it. Like, I don't mind. I'm
That's what DSP is. Must have stolen it from DSP.
Vicious sometimes, and it just seems, you know, you're being really raw here, and honestly, props to that. So
yeah, major props for sure.
No props to be found, sir.
This is who I am. So I just feels like.
No, I take no offense from anything, and I appreciate all of the input. I really do. Having conversations like this can only help.
Well, so how do you square the idea of not taking Keemstar's money?
It's cool, little shadow.
But taking it from your audience.
That's better.
You may not know. Maybe they're slinging crack. Maybe your audience. You don't know where that money's coming from, right?
Derek.
They may be getting it morally in a way that you may not agree with morally. How do you square yourself with that? You know, maybe that. I think everybody. You know, if you have a sizable audience online, you deal with people who are favorable people, and you also have some unfavorable people in your audience, right? And they may get money from other ways. So how do you square that in your brain with Keemstar
Keemstar
versus
in there too.
unknown money?
I don't equate the two. Like, Keemstar money is, I'm taking money for a direct project that apparently is going to be a long-term business relationship with this guy. I'm associating myself with a guy who I don't respect, don't like the content he puts on the internet, versus people who watch me, like who I am, like what I stand for, want to support.
So
that
if
effort.
Keemstar kissed your ass, you'd take his
You know,
money?
my crowdfunders are the people who allow me to do this for a living 15 years later. I'm a small-time guy, but I can still make a living doing it while others of my size can't, because I have the amount of support that I get, and I
Because you got the amount of people you can beg from.
They know that. I tell them every day, thank you so much for allowing me to keep doing what I feel is meaningful for you guys, and what you tell me is meaningful every day. But here's the thing, and this is an interesting point. As someone who's crowdfunded, mostly, you know, it's mostly income coming in from
He
streams.
doesn't feel anything for anybody. Everyone's worthless and stupid to him, except these guys, and he doesn't respect them now.
Too, I guess. This is interesting.
Sure.
Can you be held accountable for your viewership? Correct? Like, for example,
I got shouted
right
out
now,
in the chat.
The G2s. I would hope that they're all upstanding individuals, right? You always want that, but you don't know what they're all doing, right?
Sure.
You don't. Do you micromanage
I don't know, Gary.
your
He's
G2s
not,
and say,
or Jerry,
you know,
he
there's
doesn't
someone
seem
who's
like
nice
he's too
on my
happy
stream
about
and
it.
they come by every day.
But
And
it's good for him.
I just found out. I went to their Twitter to find out that they're a horrible person. They say racist things on their Twitter all the time.
They say slave trade
If
jokes.
someone came to you and said that, would you say, "Oh, I gotta ban them from my community now because they say things on their own personal Twitter"?
Yes.
No, it's censorship. I don't.
Yeah, that's censorship, and I don't
No.
agree with that either.
The
But
answer is no.
I do think that it starts and stops with expectations, right? Your expectations,
No, you're right.
and
That
it
is
starts
censorship.
with leadership.
But also,
right?
if someone's
whether you like it or
sufficiently
not, I
toxic,
think
you
that
don't
you
want
are
them to
the
be part
leader
of your
of your
stuff.
community. You are the people
Secret
that everyone
Limited
looks
in
to
chat, too.
on how somebody should act, how somebody should interact with other people in your chat. How you are the flag bearer of how what the community should be like, right? So.
Yeah, for real.
I think ultimately
He
your
needs to
community
start licking
emulates
this
the
dude's
hosts.
ass. Then he'll be on board with taking his money.
That being
That's the
said,
thing.
I do say I absolutely understand.
You need to appease me
not
and
wanting to
give me
go into business with someone that you don't respect.
Yes.
I personally know many different people.
Yeah,
that
that's fine.
Are very successful that I don't respect, and I'm like couldn't be happier not working with them.
Mhm.
Right.
Exactly. That's true.
The
That is exactly
real
my
ones. No.
mentality there with Keem.
Yeah, I mean I get that. I get that.
So let's kind of let's kind of dig into this a little bit, right? So where's the line, right? When you have, let's just say you have a community member that you know via their Twitter. Let's just say they are selling coke, right? They're selling illegal drugs, whatever. Don't you want to be like, hey man, like I'm not into that. Like there's visual evidence of them doing something bad or at least alluding to something negative, something that would be shunned in a normal society, right? But you know they're a part of your community.
Derek? Oh no, we're getting into Derek.
And once again, they're coming into their community potentially, potentially bleeding that into
Derek,
the
look away from chat.
I don't think you censor them, but maybe have a conversation about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I want to have a conversation with you all about.
I agree. It's
Y'all are doing great, and I love
it's a
all of
line
you.
of, is it influencing you and your content and your community or not? So I think we're going towards a certain topic. I don't know if there's a particular person you may be referencing, Craig.
Yeah, because it is a difficult
I'm not
line
going to
walk.
reference any specific community members. That's not what this is not about. This is not about.
It's not about Derek.
Specific community members. We're here to talk to you.
Okay.
I want to actually address something real quick. So Keem actually just tweeted and responded to what you had just said, and I want to hear your thoughts on it. I'm going to read his tweet. Keem, he said, DSP is lying in this live interview. I called Phil at the agreed times, and he ignored my calls and claimed later he was at work. He ignored my calls for $50K up front for the Low Cow podcast to stream to under 200 live viewers, begging for them to pay his rent and his utility bills. Both Wings and Boogie agreed to Low Cow podcast. The only reason it didn't happen was because of DSP. Thoughts? Response.
He's lying.
He didn't lie. He called me when I was on stream.
That's
I
not
looked at my
true.
phone
Is
when I
that
was on
true?
stream wondering why I was getting a phone call.
Why am I getting a phone call during business hours?
It's just blatantly false. I gave him the times. I said there was time frames between streams.
Yeah.
To call. One day I actually.
It was only a
sat
matter
there
of time, really.
For
I
an
saw him
hour
doing
in
that
my
too.
office after a stream, waiting for him to call, and he never called.
Well, if it's not true, he's gonna post, when you were
Screenshots.
streaming and the phone call, and if not, then
Oh,
it's
shit.
pretty easily provable.
Yeah, that's fine.
So,
He never.
there
I
it
tell
is.
you right now, to my knowledge, He never actually called me when
Break out the phone.
during
Let's
time
look at
that we
WWE
talked when he was
Champions.
available,
Come on.
to my knowledge.
Quick spin in.
So that's all I can say. And then, you know, after the fact, here's the thing. I just wanted to have the conversation. As I told you guys, I personally have issues with the guy and the content he puts out. I do.
That's what's up, Liz.
At least, at the very least, knowing it's in my family's best interest to have the conversation.
This is
out
gold.
what
God
the
damn, I'm
conversation
loving this
is
so
about,
much.
At least to find out, you know.
I would have been really disappointed if I'd
he
missed all
wouldn't even have
this.
the conversation. So if the conversation doesn't take place, of course I'm not going to say. If you can't even have the call, how on earth could you ever enter a business relationship with someone for a big amount of money, for a big commitment of time, or whatever it was going to be? You know, it just didn't make any sense to me at all. So that's why it never happened.
Exactly, incorrect beans.
And by the way, Boogie, I've talked with Boogie behind the scenes. He really wanted me to be on the show.
Yeah, if someone called me up offering me a $60 an hour position while I'm at work, I'm gonna be like, hey man, I'm at work. I can't really talk about this.
It's kind of like the
I'm gonna
same
drop
thing. I
whatever
know
I'm
this
doing
sounds
and
crazy.
listen to this call.
All right.
What's that?
I'm
You
the
say
kind
I
of
can
guy
do
that
even
I-
less
if
work
I
and
can
get
help it, I won't
get
shop
paid
at
more?
Walmart.
I'm there. I'm quitting
Okay,
today.
why? Because I hate that company. The company has destroyed small businesses, little towns, right? Now everyone shops at Walmart because it has the best price. If I can help it, I will. Once
This
in a while,
is
I do it.
irrelevant.
But for the most part, I can't. That's the kind of guy I am. Maybe that's a huge flaw with me, right? But I'm not going to take money. I would feel like taking a paycheck from Keemstar.
To my knowledge, as Weasel words, it absolutely
That's
is.
money he made on the back of
legalese.
people, drama content he put out, people he's hurt to earn it. I'm not going to do that.
Didn't you start your career on like drama and hate?
Shit.
But not,
no.
I will say this: I never, if I could help it,
But the people in the
directly
Street
hurt
Fighter,
anyone.
the Street Fighter community, like that's who you said you were targeting.
Oh, okay, that's different. And here's the thing: you're right.
They deserved
How's
it.
that different?
Yeah, they deserved it.
No, it's different because I've changed now. I will agree, and I've talked about this in documentaries about.
I'm
In
sorry,
the past-
you sound like the abusive ex-boyfriend trying to get back with his girl. I've changed now. Don't worry about it.
I'm not beating you in the eye anymore.
I know. I'm just calling it as I said. It just sounds funny. Like
I'm
hearing
telling it
that,
like it is, man.
That I changed now. That line is so. I don't know, overused.
I
by
mean,
the
I was an
wrong
online
people.
I hate Walmart too, but it's a necessity, dude. What do you want me to do?
I've learned from that. I've been through it myself now, and I realize how harmful that is and why.
But you still do it.
Especially when you're someone in a position of power who has an audience to actually troll people, to do drama against people. That's so harmful to them.
But you didn't think so at the time. You were having the blast.
And
It's as soon as you lost that power that you realized it was
I feel
bad.
like I'm taking money from other people who've been hurt in order to benefit. I can't do that.
That's not true.
Have you reached out to anybody that you feel that you wronged in the Street Fighter community
no. Are
to
you
let them
crazy?
know that you changed and that you're sorry?
Are you on drugs?
Well, the people from back then, I would have absolutely no idea how to contact. But
They're on Twitter.
I have publicly said things.
They're on
For
Twitter.
example, last year I did a.
I believe you shit on
down the rabbit
Jason
hole video.
or Justin Wong one time. He's on Twitter. I see him all the time on
Millions
Twitter.
and millions of views. It's one of the videos everyone was watching. It was made in 2017. It covers all my early years as a YouTuber.
You
but
can't
also my
apologize to
Street
T.
Fighter.
That's over.
And I admitted publicly to how bad I was back then. What an awful person.
If I could help it, exactly. He was about to do
Street
that.
Fighter community.
Caught him.
You know, there's people back then that.
Adam doesn't like this
For
guy.
no
He's
good
done.
reason, I
He went through the
For no
stages of
reason,
grief.
no-
He
you know,
went
I'm just an
through
asshole.
initial
And I
revulsion,
apologize in that
anger,
video. I mean, do you want me to name names? I mean, this is
Well, sure,
so
yeah,
bad.
because I want to know who's so hard
and
to get
now
a hold
he's
of.
at. I've accepted that you're a piece
what's
of
his
crap.
name?
And that's the end of the
Shady K.
discussion.
I don't even know if he's even around anymore in the Street Fighter community. I mean, in the early 2000s, I just
What about
this
Viscount?
guy for no reason, no good reason.
What about Viscount?
I don't know, you know,
Viscount's
I
on Twitter.
latched on to people because look, the more I
Pretty
make fun
sure.
of this guy,
We'll
or the
check.
more I try to attack these people, I get over, right? And it caused so much drama. You know, we almost fought at Evo. It's so stupid. Now I look at it, I'm like, boy, I was dumb. What kind of dumb shit was I? I thought I was a pro wrestler. I thought, oh man, I'm talking shit, and we're gonna have big rivalries at fighting game championships. It's the dumbest shit. You know?
Right, so
is that
is
him,
this-
long Tran?
I don't know. You tell me, because that's the thing. Like these people are not hard to get a hold of, and his DMs are open. So like I feel like
Viscount is on Twitter.
That's pretty disingenuous.
Yeah, you
to
can
say like,
apologize
well,
to
you know,
Viscount.
it's more like you don't want to put forth the effort in saying that, you know, I'm going to say this publicly, and it's a big blanket to cover all the things that I've done wrong. When if you know that you've done things that you
about
regret,
Ja?
you should probably reach out to people and say like, hey, I'm sorry for what I did. I'm sorry for what I said. Because the reality is that on today's internet, it's not impossible.
Yeah, I find people I forgot
to find these
existed.
people. It's very easy, and it
It's
just
really
comes
cool.
down
It's a really
to
cool
like
feeling.
a little bit of effort. And I'm not saying that you're not, but I'm saying that maybe there's an opportunity to provide a little more effort.
You know what, Craig?
That's
I
it.
never
That
even
is a
thought about it
low
like
hit.
that.
I'm officially
Here's
given the
why.
Steam key. Today was a good day.
Little mini story. When I was in high
It
school,
was
I
a great
Googled,
day.
Okay.
Thank you,
And
Little Shadow. Make
years
sure to
later,
send it
one
to
of my
someone else. I
uncles
don't want it.
Actually,
Because it doesn't feel right for me to have it.
Brown that time frame, and I was in the Street Fighter community. And he found me online. He contacted me out of the blue. He's like,
He's like the Germans at Curse.
You got to stick together.
Getting wrecked out there.
No, he basically said, I'm sorry for what I did to you in high school. Like, I think back on it now, because I've grown and I've matured, and I realized what an
DSP would never accept that apology.
And I responded, I said, thanks, but I don't really care. You know, I've moved on with my life.
That's kind of shitty, by the way. I don't care about that stuff, man. No, you accept the apology because it meant something to him to finally apologize. That's kind of shitty,
Does this guy
DSP.
care to hear from me 20 years later in a DM?
Yes.
Never even crossed my mind, but you know what? You've made the point. And now I'm going to have to think about it.
I'm going to think about being a good person.
Who possibly I could maybe reach out to. He's definitely probably number one. Because that was one of the people who, you know, man, for no reason. It was just every day hammering that guy to the point where at the end of Evo, we had a grudge match on stage. And then when it ended, I wanted to shake his hand, and he was so upset he refused to shake my hand.
Well, it's covered in grease and slime.
He basically was like, irrevocable harm that you've done to me. I'm not going to shake your hand. You're a piece of garbage, right?
DSP, I don't think I would shake your hand. I think I would catch something.
The same, because I've been through that shit. I'm on the other end of the trolling now, and now I get it, right? But
those are the worst kind of people who only realize something after they were getting affected by it.
You know what you're talking about. You're talking about growing as a person. I think those are things that people you can absolutely learn from, you know, and absolutely should learn from. And those are things that are incredibly important to do. And to answer your question, does he want to hear from you? I guarantee he wants to hear from you. He doesn't know he wants to hear from you. Yeah. These people don't. But
that was the best scene ever in an Adam Sandler movie,
hey man,
when he apologized to
it's not a bad thing. It's not
Steve
a bad
Buscemi.
thing, you know. If especially if you know you messed up.
Really
like people said, "Oh, Craig, you messed up," but I don't know why I messed up. They just point their finger, you know.
No, I know why I messed up.
It's me every single day on this show.
It's been a consistent theme with Adam. He's always pointing his finger. You really messed up. All right. Oh, wrong way. There we go. I'll say this.
Don't point your finger at me.
I'm not pointing any fingers. No way.
Damn straight.
There's one right there.
All right. Let's continue on. All right. So we've made mistakes. We're gonna tune for them or do our best. Let's go into WWE.
Yeah. Finally,
let's
the
talk
highlight
about
of the
this
stream.
has been a consistent theme with all the detractors. They want to know about your experience with this game.
There's a couple people that I would say
just a real simple.
I recognize you're giving me an apology, but I do not accept it.
Do you currently still play WWE Champions?
Yes.
Okay.
Guilty.
Yes, you do. Why are you so? Why are you so hesitant to talk about that or to talk about WWE Champions? And we'll start there.
Oh, why am I hesitant to talk about WWE Champions?
Because it makes me look really bad.
The thing is, I wasn't at first. I did talk about it.
No, you did talk about it. Then you started banning people like crazy.
Innocently talked about playing it casually. You know, that I was a fan of wrestling.
Yeah, you did mention it up.
Game that I played.
Mention it up one time.
Years, every once in a while, I will casually mention a mobile game I'm playing or whatever. But,
yeah, that happened. Then what happened?
You know, it's nothing that I.
Then
would
it got
think
really
that
toxic.
The audience would be super interested in.
We found your account. Suddenly it started getting
casually
bad.
Talk about them. That would be like something I would mention on my podcast. You know, oh, let's talk about playing a new mobile game today.
That's a good.
Right?
That's a good statement, Cap. That's real funny.
Is, over the years,
they're gonna come on stream and say I'm the coolest.
That's not directly related to my content or my business, what I'm doing on stream.
But it is related to your business.
Gets twisted.
It is related to your business.
Distorted or messed up by my detractors to make me look bad.
So far, Lewis, he's actually staved off any sort of crankiness that I thought he would have.
I disagree. Trying to orchestrate something. Well, just one of the many things, because we can go through a lot of the things they've done that have been completely disproven. But this is one of the things that I never went out of my way to disprove because it's stupid. It's ludicrous.
Can I ask you, Phil? Have
Sure.
you ever spent money on this game?
Of course I have. Yes.
Have you spent a lot of money on this game?
Good question. What does a lot mean?
Anything over $100 is too much on a mobile game. So
probably when the game first came out, yes, I spent over $100 on it. That was 2017 when it first came out. Trust me, I'm versed on this game now for all the wrong reasons. So yes, in the first year.
Wait, did you just flex on how good you are at the game?
No. I said I'm versed in the game because I have to know about it because they're freaking put me in conspiracies about it and shit. It's ridiculous.
Okay,
I don't want to know about it.
Then,
how much money have you spent in this game? Do you mind saying?
Total, I couldn't tell you. It's definitely total under $1,000 over the years that it's been in operation for sure.
Okay, not over $1,000.
No.
No,
Because
absolutely not.
that's not what people think.
That's correct.
They
Oh,
think,
oh,
they
I
think
know.
that you're some sort of a whale in that game.
Oh,
He
I
definitely
know. I've
is.
seen every. You know, well, okay. I haven't seen every video. I've heard it all. First, it was like
DEFCON's getting pretty high.
10,000, then it was 20, then it was 40. Now it's 100. I think 100,000 supposedly I've spent on this game.
Well, we started talking about it, and you instantly went into just attacking other people. Like, we don't have to, like, your detractors. Like, they may deserve it. I don't know, but
I deserve
we can
it.
have this conversation.
You can
without
attack
even
me.
Bringing them up.
Sure.
Right. We'll bring them up if they're.
Yeah,
if
this
they're-
is.
You know,
I'm
you're
gonna be very
saying,
quiet during all
you're
this.
instantly going to they're making up shit. But you do play this game. You have spent money on it, and I think what's happening is when you're begging your audience for money and then complaining that, you know, this King's Feast is too expensive for a $60 meal, and you're stressing for money, and then putting money into a game that is a mobile game that is, I mean, let's face it, mobile games are not necessary in life.
No
Spending any amount of money on a mobile game.
Yeah, mobile games for sure.
I've never played.
I have spent
WWE.
a lot of money
I
on
don't
free to play
even know.
games.
I saw
if I liked them.
A picture
and I didn't have
of
any
it.
other
It
games
looked
I
like
wanna play.
Candy Crush, or so, I don't know what the hell it is, you know, but it just feels like they feel like you're just using them to, like, using your audience, and like I don't want to be used.
Yeah, we might have to. We might have to do a remote destruction on this.
I've been
clone.
used by
He's
people
probably
in the
still got a
past,
couple
and
more minutes left.
I
in
don't
him,
have
but
time for that in my life. So when people are watching someone online and supporting them, and then feel used, like when you say you beg too much, and you know you're working on that, which is good because
Not really.
as I said,
He
it's not a
hasn't
good
really
look,
worked on it.
But even talking
went,
about hey,
what,
this other
2
game,
weeks without
that
begging?
they believe you're a whale in. Why do they think you're a whale? Where are they getting this?
Yeah, let's hear it. I want to hear your version.
See, here's the thing. I don't exactly know.
That's not true. You did know
much
one
to
time.
this thing
There's
over
another
years
clone.
That, you know, I'm just gonna briefly in my head try to go over what I remember. Apparently, at first, it was that there was an account in the game. That's the name of the account was They Call Me DSP. Okay?
Which is also your Twitter handle.
That's correct.
And it's also one of your other handles. I forget which
just by
one.
that association, they're assuming that's me in the game. Okay. Now
That's not a bad
what I don't
association to
understand,
make.
After I guess at some point it had been asked on a stream or whatever, is this you? And I said, no, that's not me in the game. It is not, by the way. That is not my account in the game.
What is your account in the game?
Yeah, tell me the account.
I'm not going to say. And if you're going to say why, because back when I signed up for that game in 2017, there had never been any drama around mobile games or anything like that I had been involved in.
I see the chat
Ask
moving. I'll
question,
respond to that in a
what's the
second.
account? I have an account name on basically my
Yes, he's still
Apple
playing it,
device
Lewis.
that kind of crosses over a lot of different accounts. Okay, and if I were to tell you information about my account, these people will absolutely use
But
that
why
account
would that be a problem if those
try
other
to use
account
this
names aren't
data
doing
to
anything?
get into other
It would
accounts,
only be a problem if you're
probably
guilty.
Try to commit identity theft, impersonate me with Apple. I can't do that. I've already been
Okay,
through that 2 years ago.
so on the record, you're saying that that account, They Call Me DSP, is not you.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well,
Now-
okay, but here's the thing that I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around, right? Because apparently that name was changed later to Down from the Rafters, right? Why would somebody, if this is a troll that is a whale,
Oh shit,
right?
that's
That
making
in
too much
this
sense.
game, why would somebody let's say after this was brought to your attention, the name is later changed.
Yeah,
right?
why
And
would
they're
they change
spending
their
all this
name?
money
Oh,
on this,
DSP. That
right?
makes
And
too
they
much
know it's
sense.
being, this is being tracked in this game. Why would they change the name if they're just trolling you with They Call Me DSP?
Sudden Fool, that's the right way to pay for
Why
stuff.
would they then change the name if it's just a troll to begin with? What's the point? I'm trying to wrap my head around this idea. here.
Sure. Apparently, there's a couple theories. Theory number one is, like you just said, this person
funny,
was
Rusty.
actually a troll who was trying to make me look bad, and that was the theory until the name changed. But I agree with you. That doesn't seem to make sense, does it? Why would you try to change your name if you weren't, maybe, and again, this is me just guessing. I have no clue because this is not me. Maybe this person was a legit player. Maybe
Yeah,
a
Phil is
fan of
getting
mine.
a train
Maybe
run
it
on
was
him right
like,
now.
Who knows? Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's complete chance. This is not Darkside Phil. This is not DSP Gaming. This is They Call
It's
Me
Darkside
DSP.
Patrick.
Yes,
No,
right.
again, Who knows? You're right.
It's that Indian
that's the
music
point,
maker dude.
It wasn't my name. It wasn't like Phil Burnell or whatever. It was.
Well, who on there has their name?
Account. So maybe this legitimately was someone who was playing the game and over the years was getting like harassed. I don't know. Here's what I can tell you. Since this started happening, all right, I was afraid that my actual account name was going to get out there, and they were, like I just told you guys, they were going to try to like harass me or change, harass my Apple account, hack my Apple account, whatever. I reached
Phil,
out.
I gotta say real quick, if that whoever they call me DSP changed it to whatever the hell they changed it to, why haven't you changed it to some?
That's what I'm about
thing?
to say. That's exactly what I'm about to say. I asked they have the help chat or whatever. I asked them. I said, "Listen, this is happening, and I'm really afraid."
Yeah, the name
And they told
change
me
thing
they
doesn't
don't
make any
do
sense to me.
I was like, "What?
What?
Yeah, we don't do that.
But
We
you
don't
just
do
did
that."
it for. I mean,
there's evidence that there is.
You did it for that other guy.
They wouldn't do it for me. So maybe, I mean, I don't know. Maybe
We destroyed them, but at
person,
what
because
cost?
of the level
Any
that they
cost is
spent
acceptable.
Supposedly in the game because they're a whale. Maybe the company did them a solid.
Yeah,
'cause
Dave
they
should
keep
have
spending,
gone with Derek's
and so
idea
they
of
did
going
it
to the
for them.
casting couch instead.
Apparently, you can't just change your name. There's no option in the game to change your name. I've tried. It's not there. And you contact support, they say we won't do it.
Yeah, those previous 11 clones, they screwed up everything.
Look,
He's not buying it.
There's a lot here. There's a lot here. And look, I'm of the mindset of once somebody gives you money, you can do what you want with the money.
Absolutely.
But
true.
I think that there's
a line.
We're here to put all the cards on the table here.
You can't use that
and
to
work
beg.
through these things. So when you play this game, and
it's been a wild ride.
You have this whale that has the exact same Twitter handle that you have, that is pulling this elaborate troll on you.
Yeah, they spent
right?
all this money to troll DSP.
If that's what it was, I don't know.
Right, but I hate to bring this up.
Is he afraid that
I'm going to because
his
I feel like
real
it needs to be
username is going to
addressed.
show up in white nationalist sites?
People have been very aggressive with you to the point to where they have leaked bank statements from you, right? And that's
No, that was
obviously
identity
not
fraud.
cool at all. It's ridiculous that somebody would go to that length, and it's
identity
honestly
fraud, man.
upsetting.
I did nothing wrong,
but it's out there, right? And there have been, according to these leaks, there
gold.
have been.
I'm not going to talk.
Dozens, hundreds of transactions,
maybe little
to the Apple Store. Some many over hundreds of dollars that have been there. Were those your transactions?
Yes.
No.
So those were not tied to you at all.
So these transactions happened over
the bank
years.
leaks. Now we have to get into the identity theft thing, okay?
Well, let's just talk about the bank leaks first.
Yeah, let's do the bank leaks.
Well, they're tied to that.
Okay.
What I mean, like they go hand in hand. Those bank
Go ahead,
leaks.
explain it. Yeah.
Sure, the bank leaks are not accurate. That is not my account.
It is your account.
So it's the person who took your identity was spending money on in the Apple Store?
No, that's not my account at all.
Really?
Whatever
So
that is not me. That's fabricated. Or
ooh, a new story.
But that's not my account.
Oh, this is good.
I've had a lot of issues that happened with identity theft that same summer, but they used that to run with some kind of this crazy conspiracy theory and say that was me, and it's not.
Oh, wow.
So you're saying, just so we're on the same page, you're saying that this account that is not yours, that had thousands of dollars of fees to the Apple Store consistently, that are these amounts just happen to tie to exact amounts in the game that we're talking about, WWE Champions.
This is new lore. This is so good.
And it's a game that you also play. Just so we're all on the same page.
But you were saying that it was your account.
That is not your account at all, and
But
they
you were
were
saying it was.
unsuccessful in hacking your bank account.
Then it wasn't identity fraud.
They did not hack my bank account. They did not have access to my bank account.
But you said that they did.
Seems awfully convenient.
No,
And
this,
right.
this is horseshit.
Right.
It does sound awfully convenient, but that's the truth.
You can understand how us looking from the outside in looks at this and raises an eyebrow.
So
and
he's
doesn't
changed
quite
the story
buy
to
it.
a brand new one.
To me, I mean, from an outside perspective, who doesn't know anything, would look like you had to go and file for bankruptcy. You had all these issues and people calling you out for spending way too much money on this game when you should have been saving for taxes. And then you know, this shit comes out and you're freaking sweating. You got to freaking do something about it. It's like, oh,
it's time to leave. It's time to leave. This is real. We need to get out.
Like, maybe the identity theft happened. I'm just like,
but how is it identity theft if it's not his account?
That hate you and are trying to convince the world of what happened, and then.
But it's not your account, DSP, so it's not identity fraud.
You are playing it. It is your username. There are all these bank statements that actually correlate perfectly with this game. I'm leaning more towards that side of the story.
Oh shit, he's toxified. Get him out of here.
I mean, you needed it out. You have money issues and have had.
I know I said I wouldn't
do
this
for a while, and it's just like it's hard to believe, dude.
The reason that this story has not died out like every other one is because this is the one that I really don't have a way to prove my innocence.
Yes, you do.
Without further exposing myself.
Yes, you do.
Do you have a police report? For the
police
identity
report?
You don't.
Oh,
you
no.
can redact certain things.
I do not. I don't have a police report. Geez, how do I?
Did you not go to the police when your identity was hacked?
But it wasn't my identity. It was someone else's
I went
account.
to all my financial institutions.
Okay, where's records for that?
Bureaus.
You didn't go to the police though when someone was
I
stealing
didn't.
your identity. Why wouldn't you do that?
I didn't even think to do it. I don't think. What would they do about it?
Try to fucking get the person and arrest them for
Yep,
stealing
that's what
your
they
identity?
did when I had my identity stolen, legit.
Guess
And they
maybe,
caught him in
but
California.
Okay, I guess what I got to do is tell you a little bit more about all the crap I've been through.
Hold on, I got to give some more Pignosis. He doesn't want to hear it.
No, listen, I have contacted the police.
I want to hear it.
Spotted
Gundam was in the chat.
Years later, when someone was actually doing tons of fake transactions against my PayPal account, they were all fraud. They were actually fraudulent credit card transactions. I contacted our police here.
They stole my accounts, but they didn't get into anything. They hacked my account. They hacked someone else's account. Whose account got hacked?
We don't have an online task force for this stuff. They said the only thing we
You're
do
telling me
is
in one of the
human
biggest cities they
trafficking.
don't have
That's it.
anything.
That's all we can do. Here's the number to the FBI if you want to call them. But unless you're talking about ginormous sums of money being tossed.
It does you did look like them, or you didn't? Monies.
Not about identity theft. I contacted them years earlier about other issues.
And you talked to them about identity theft.
It's gone.
I talked to them
It's
about a lot
gone.
of
The interview's gone. DSP leave.
That happened or could happen. And they
But why would you have talked to them about identity theft years earlier if none of that was even happening to you?
Well, I don't know if we specifically said, identity theft. Like I said, there was a case where.
Man, I didn't know this was allowed on YouTube. I didn't know you could actually broadcast a murder.
Someone saying they're going to come out and murder me with a gun.
Well, that's a completely different subject.
Correct.
Right.
And I contacted them about that. And while I was talking to them, I also brought up PayPal issues that I was having with fraudulent transactions and other things. And they basically
I might have to have pizza delivered. I don't want to leave this damn seat.
Local PD doesn't care. You have to go, if you want to go to the FBI, but they even said, here's the number. If you ever get into something
Yeah,
really
Lewis,
bad,
this is really bad. Isn't Seattle the capital of Washington
call us
State?
911.
Yeah, but he doesn't live in
Outside of
Seattle.
that, anything
He lives in
else,
Renton.
Big
See, it's completely
transactions
different.
or whatever, like you lose $1 million, you call the FBI. That's it. So I didn't think.
The Review Tech USA sent $20 to say something that makes a little too much sense. Get him out of here. I had my PS4 account.
It seemed like you were talking about identity theft with them. So.
Well, yeah, it's really
so
easy to get this stuff done because it happens a lot.
Right. You addressed the bank leaks on a stream?
Yeah, and said that it was my bank account.
Why? If they're not yours, why?
Yeah. Oh shit!
Why did you feel the need to talk about the bank leaks if they weren't yours?
Well, what do you mean by that? Like to
what else could he mean?
Specific stream that I did.
Just in general. I mean, if somebody hacks an account and they say this is Darkside Phil's bank account, right? Why don't you say, well, it's not mine? What are you even talking about? And like, I
did.
No,
okay.
he did not. That is not true. That is empirically false.
Then how come, and this is, the internet doing what it does, there's been matchmaking based off of your life, going to restaurants, big events in WWE Champions, things like that line up perfectly with this bank account.
Craig is starting to warm up my heart.
It's your money, dude. You can do what you want. I don't care. But why? If we were in the court of law and somebody was to bring all this evidence in front of, say, like, look, hey, there's a bullet here. Here's the gun that he used. It has his fingerprints on it.
Yeah,
this person is dead because this person pulled the trigger, and the other guy's like, no, I didn't do it. Well, like, there's clear DNA there, and like, I think that's the thing that I'm really struggling with here, man.
Get yourself out of here, Roast Bait.
It just seems like if you would
Yeah,
just
Captain,
say,
these
yeah,
guys
it was
have
my bank
bodied
account.
him.
It was really fucked up.
This is the best thing ever.
It aligned with all these things. By the way, I play WWE Champions.
Someone cloned
I have a
DSP
hard
just to
time
frame
quitting
him.
it.
This lonely
those
Goomba
games are
got it.
addictive. And he just kind of said, yeah, these things are accurate. I think people would just be like, okay, and they'd be cool with it. But it just seems like you keep digging and digging and digging. And I mean, walk me through this, because there's just evidence here, mounds and mounds of evidence. And that
right,
say
you claim that it was someone else, but why do a lot of the things on the bank statement actually correlate to things that you actually did and paid for?
Yeah, I'm going to
right, and the only
DSP's
evidence
total line and buying
that you're putting
booze.
out is, well, no, it's not, or that's a lie. And just walk me through this, man, because this is the whole purpose of this thing was not to make you look bad at all. I just want to walk through this here, man, because it doesn't make sense. This doesn't add up.
What specifically, like you said a couple things there. First, you said big events in the game correlate to money being spent on the account.
No, I don't think he meant in the game. I think he meant in life.
Well, in life and in the game, apparently,
like if they're
there's
doing some sort of
special events
events
that
or
happen
something.
in the game, and
then you always seem to beg
certain
right before those
characters
events.
released or whatever. I don't know enough about the game, right? I didn't do a deep dive into the game. Just
Black
there are
Hawk
special
going by
events that
and these
happen.
they're pretty cool.
Hey,
They didn't come
it's
in
like
and
you see
rescue
this
DSP,
on any
Get
game,
'em out of
Call
here.
of Duty, Apex.
I
For
don't
this
think
time
Craig's
only,
angry.
you
I
can
think
buy this
Adam's
character or
angry.
whatever.
Craig, I think, is kind of
that's all.
panicking.
I'm just trying
because I think he
to walk
realizes
through
this shit show is really bad,
Here's the thing,
and that this is kind of an opportunity for him to try and repair his image. But I'm just spitballing. I can't really tell what he's thinking. But I think Adam's angry.
That's been proven that I spent money on. How would that even be proven? What does that
Well,
mean?
I mean, maybe you went to a restaurant and you said, "Hey, I'm going to go to dinner tonight," and then there's a transaction at a local restaurant for an amount that may add up to a couple
Or that
people
you mentioned
dining
that
at
you're
a
going to
restaurant,
Total
you know what
Wine
I
to
mean?
get some booze for one of your events.
That's all. Like I said, I'm just trying to walk through this.
Yeah, I don't know. That sounds. I mean,
nothing.
first of all, from your perspective, if I were sitting where you were right now and hearing this story,
You just have to believe me. Just have
I'd
faith
like
in Phil.
Probably lying.
Just have faith.
I don't know how to defend. Again, I don't know how to defend
You could.
myself.
You could show us your
without putting
username.
myself and my family at personal risk. And
Who's-
that's the problem.
how is your
I
family
don't
at
know
risk?
how
It's
the-
fair.
How that lines up. I
That-
wish I
that's very
wish I
fair.
knew.
No, it's not fair.
I wish I knew I could.
How is
explain those
Kat going to be
transactions.
risked by you
I
showing
guess-
your username?
Man, I'm trying to figure
Does she
out
use your
how I can tell you
username
from my
to
perspective what really happened that
cyber troll
summer.
people and make them kill themselves?
and why- 'cause I
I'll
did-
tell you. Here's something very
No,
easy.
that's
very
stupid.
simple. Very simple.
Yeah, Adam's been
You
kind of
have my
cranky the
email,
whole time.
and this is a small ask. It's also a big ask. You can say whatever you want. Will you? And you can say no, and I'm totally fine with this.
No.
But just
Answer's no.
confidentially,
No.
between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account?
No.
Of your WWE account, and just so I personally,
I'm not
I
doing
will
it.
not share your name to
No,
anybody.
he can't trust you.
But just between us.
No.
Man, I have to think about
And vouch for you.
I would put out.
Yeah, and I will vouch for you either way.
I have to think about what kind of risk that. I don't want to say. Here's the thing. I'll
I have to
consider
Photoshop it.
but I can't agree to it yet. I have to.
He's gonna have to
see
Photoshop
exactly
something.
What's the risk? You know, and I not say that I think you would do anything with it. I don't.
I think you got to look at what's to benefit more than what's to risk.
You have no idea.
It's not going to happen. It will never happen. He'll come up with a million reasons why he can't do it.
I do. I see it. I'm well aware. I have chat up. I mean, I know. I mean, people have been tagging me relentlessly since
Relentlessly,
it was announced
BBC.
you were coming on the show, and I didn't know who you were. I had never heard of you before.
And you're
before
already
this moment, when
toxified
Craig was
to
like,
him.
"Hey, so do you know who
Yeah, I think
DSP
so,
is?" And
Lewis.
I'm like, "No."
He's really
what's
moving
the
around.
deal?
His
And
eyes are
everyone's
going
like,
around
"Oh,
like
we
crazy."
gotta freaking tell Adam who DSP is." You know, it's like I see the amount of attention that you get in a negative light, right? So, like, I understand.
The
That's
only
why I'm
thing
like,
he's going to be
I
able to do
kinda
right now is to
understand
go
that
on Kat's
you don't
phone
wanna
and make an
be
account.
too forthcoming with your.
But then it's going to show that he
any
hasn't
more
spent any money
information
on it.
that isn't
So
public
that's not
already,
good. So he has to go on
because
Kat's
there's-
account, spend
there's a
about
lot
I don't know,
out there.
$1,800.
You know, but
And
you're in a
also
pickle,
have it be
man.
timestamped
because
to when he started playing.
The
No, it's
internet is a
impossible.
fucking pulse, and it's a new brain that humans are
It's
still
over.
learning how to adapt to. And right now, there's a big chunk of the internet that has a target on your head, and you know, you said it multiple times that you fucked up. You held your hands up. You said, "I didn't handle this right. I fucked up multiple times. You did this and that." So it's like, if you want to remain on the internet, which you seem to enjoy streaming,
It's pretty
you
funny,
like what
Sniper.
you're doing now, which is good. I'm glad you like what you're doing.
Instant
But
hatred
it's like,
towards this dude.
if you want to move in a direction that's gonna alleviate some of these haters, anything might help. Obviously, not giving them more ammo, which I mean, I've grown to trust Craig.
I don't trust him.
You know,
Look at this
don't
dude.
tell him I said that. But you know, I think that would actually do more for you than
It's not going to
you
happen.
think.
You need to get
If
over
Craig came out and was like, "All right, guys, he sent me this, the proof, and I can confirm to everyone that his account is not."
How much are you looking to be bribed,
whale account,
Stuttering Craig?
You know, like
or the other name, Down from the Rafters.
or would have changed it to, yeah.
Right.
Like almost at this point now, it's like
672
it's almost suspect
Awesome.
that you're not wanting to just do whatever you can.
Yeah, again, I hear you. If I was sitting in your position right now, I would feel exactly the same way.
But I'm not doing
Just
it.
as the levels of shit that I've been through and people who betray
Pity,
me, not
pity,
that I'm
pity.
saying Craig would. I don't think he would. But
I
every time
have no interest, Phil. I want to be really clear with you, man. And just like this, we were talking about this. I have zero interest in making you look bad. Like I think
you do that
there's a
perfectly well on your
tremendous
own.
opportunity here for you to be humanized to a lot of people who don't see you as human. You know, and to err is to be human, right? That's the old saying.
don't
Like
think DSP's
everybody
gonna
fucks
appear on
up,
any more
and you've
streams with
owned
these
up
guys.
to a
I
lot
think
of
that's
those
over.
things. But there are certain things here, man, that I just
he probably is going to have to create a new account, but it's
you
not
know,
going to work.
They
because
don't add
that
up.
shit
And you're
keeps track
saying
of
you're
everything.
saying, hey, if I was in your shoes, I'd be saying the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't. I don't know, man. It's not connecting. It's not connecting. And I'm trying to help you out here, man. I really am. And
I hear you.
I think this is basically DSP's
I feel
defense
like
attorney.
Help yourself,
dude.
I
It's
feel
not
like
adding
there's
up,
nothing
man.
else to be said then, you know, because.
Could I bring up one point about these bank statements?
Sure. Yeah.
So I've seen limited amounts because here's the thing. You guys just said why do you bring it up on your stream? I only bring this kind of stuff up on my streams when someone else brings it up, and there's like, it's such a loud fervor on the stream. People
Not
are
really.
talking
It's maybe
about it.
one or two people who
I'll
bring it up.
address okay, I did look into it. I saw some of this supposed bank statements that are mine.
Mhm.
There's a couple things that don't make sense to me. All right, number one, if this is me, okay.
Why am I buying so much
There's
booze?
a bunch of transactions on there, I guess, from like pet stores, okay? And people are like, well, that's because Phil has a cat. Yeah, but those transactions are like big.
Yeah,
We're
you
talking,
say
like,
that it's
hundreds of
big.
dollars a week or something like
You
that.
say you have to
I
spend a
one
lot of money
cat.
on these pet
Now again,
visits.
that's he said, she said. It's not going to prove my innocence, but everyone knows I have one cat. He's been on the street.
But you buy him the
all
best
the
shit.
time. I don't have a secret herd of dogs in my basement. I don't even have a basement.
Well, you
So
could,
you know,
knowing you.
Some of the
You're a liar.
transactions in that I've seen don't make sense at all. Per what it's funny because you say circumstantially, some of these transactions could be yours if you went out.
Secret limited
you know,
amounts?
and ate.
Yeah.
Okay, you're
Secret
right.
limited.
But some of them also don't make any sense.
Yeah, he
Like,
can't, and he's
okay,
in too deep.
There's a bunch of
I'm
transactions
in on the stream
there
once
that
this
say
is over.
iTunes.
I will probably
Now, I don't
stream
know,
his
but here's the
his
thing.
decompression
The
stream,
narrative
and then I
that
probably
they
won't
put
do
out
its
there
evening
about
stream.
Is that I'm
Maybe.
begging and shilling to my viewers. The viewers give me tips every day, and that money goes right into WWE Champions. Correct? Like that's the narrative that they say on the internet. If that's the case, why are there bank transactions for iTunes? Right? The money is in my PayPal account. Why are there bank transactions for iTunes? It doesn't make any sense. Why would I take money out of a PayPal account that I have? That
Because
I
you
tips
don't
from,
know any other way to do that.
transfer
You've
it
mentioned
to
that you
my
do that
bank
stuff.
account, where then I take a hit because there's a transfer fee.
You've mentioned that you do
anytime
that
transfer
before.
money from PayPal to a bank account.
I
So
remember
I'm taking
hearing you say
a
that
big
you had to
financial
do all this
hit on that
transfer
money.
shit. You have to.
Then I'm making
And people in the chat were
transactions
saying that it
off
was
the
dumb, and you
bank
said,
account.
shut up.
Why wouldn't it be made out of the PayPal account? That doesn't make sense to me. It makes no logical sense. To me,
Well, there's a lot of things that haven't made a whole lot of logical sense here, Phil. I mean, let's just be real. There's a lot here that doesn't add up, right?
Well, isn't the iTunes like where the microtransactions from games get charged? So that actually would.
Yeah,
make
Lewis,
sense.
he's in panic mode right
okay,
now.
You're correct, but the point I'm making is the money's in the PayPal.
And also, he has to buy all that freaking horse
So,
feed.
If there,
Yeah,
if
but
I'm-
hold on, I know what you're saying. But on
Mm-hmm.
PayPal, you can actually use PayPal, and you could click use balance.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my
or
turn
use
to
your
go
bank
down.
account.
Uh-huh.
And
When
it'll
I
just
spend money on
pull the
DDD
money from your
Duckabone,
bank
it
account,
says
but
Google App
using
Store on the
PayPal as the
transaction.
payment
Yeah.
service. So that
Yeah.
that's irrelevant because you can choose where the money's coming from on PayPal.
Okay,
Yeah,
I see what you're saying. But
Dustin, this is a legendary
I was
stream.
going off of their narrative, and their narrative is every day I'm begging my audience for money. It goes to my PayPal, and then I immediately spend that on WWE Champions. That's the narrative.
I didn't believe that narrative, but it does seem that you do get money and you just spend it on the things that need to be spent on,
not need,
instead of, you know, planning for taxes the next month or whatever. You know.
That is absolutely correct. Yes.
Right, and
yeah, they're not buying
things
it.
that aren't necessary.
I think Craig really wants to
could
buy
include
because if you
WWE.
think about it, if
Not
Craig
saying
was
that it
able to
is,
crack the case
but
of
it could be.
DSP was totally innocent, it would make him look good.
Feel that
because then he could have some instant kind of.
You said you still play the
credit
game.
from that.
Do you play any other mobile games?
Adam doesn't care.
Yes.
Do you feel that you're addicted to them at all?
No.
You had him on
No?
stream
I
a
play
couple
them
times.
casually. I play them, you know, for example, I'll be off the stream and it's night and my wife and I are watching a TV show. And as we're watching the show, I might just open it up. And, you know, these mobile games are not big narrative experiences. They're just like kind of busy work game, grinding games, right? You mash a little bit, you do like
They are basically Jetsons level
Champions,
distractions.
a freaking puzzle game.
Yeah, you mentioned that, Lewis. You mentioned that you buy your
Doesn't take
DC
a lot of
movies from there.
intelligence to do them. They're more
I
like,
mean,
you know,
do casual players pay just under $1,000?
No,
I don't know. I feel like you elevate your level when you actually.
I think if you look at it, I
into
probably
it,
spend
but then
over
when it
$1,000
goes
on
over
Magic the Gathering Arena.
$100,
Only because I get the little
kinda
cards, the
elevate
codes that
from
come with it
casual
whenever I
to,
buy
all right,
Magic the
I'm
Gathering
one of
products
the
and I
core
buy a bunch of that.
This,
So I guess
this
you could
all
make
started,
that
you
argument.
guys probably don't
But still,
know,
not really.
This all started
You don't
many,
see
many years ago
$1,000 worth of stuff
before there
on
was tons
my
of
account.
financial issues that were public.
So I guess that doesn't really count.
I
It
was
doesn't matter.
playing a different WWE game. It was called WWE Supercard. All right? This
Mm-hmm.
one, I actively spent a lot of money on. I will tell you guys this. I can't tell you the exact. I got addicted to that one. Everyone
The
knew
day
it.
DSP
I
met
So you
talked about
have
it.
been addicted to mobile games.
Yes, I have.
So we got a brand new clone.
I spent way too
Well,
much
that's
money
not.
on
That doesn't really
There's
count
another
because
one
he said
called
he wasn't
Dragon
addicted
Ball
now,
Z
but he was
Dokkan
addicted
Battle.
before. Okay, fine.
That one as well. This was before.
He plays during the stream
before
sometimes.
The bankruptcy and everything. I was spending too much money on them. And at that point, I
Like a doll's
stopped.
eyes, black
I cut off. I
soulless.
stopped
The
playing
devil's
Super
eyes.
Card and Dokkan Battle completely. When I saw what I was doing.
How long is this
I stopped
stream
myself
going?
from
This was
doing
supposed to be an hour and a half.
You know, I've
We're
casually
at
played other
two
mobile games
2 hours
over
and
the
45 minutes. Holy
and
Christ!
Basically, what happens is with my, and I know you guys are going to say you're changing the narrative. Please bear with me with this.
No, it's not helping your case at all, though.
I know, but I'm being honest. I'm going
But
to be
you're
honest
not.
with you. Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you guys. This is all public record. You know, I talked about those games in the past, and with these detractors, what they do is they find a narrative and they stick with it. If I can dispute it or disprove it, or if it gets somehow disproven, then they drop it and they latch onto the ones that they can't, that I haven't.
No, what happens is once we've
This
concluded
particular
that.
one,
Yeah, we're up. I
they've
think
been
we're up to
looking
at least
for
one
something
clone,
to
but I've
get
probably
me
lost track of which
years
one.
and
I
years
think
and
12
years,
is the last I
and
remember.
Every single thing gets disproven. Or
How long
just
is the stream
forgotten
gonna be?
about. This
It was
is the
supposed to be
one
an hour and a
I
half.
can't find a way.
Use Craig. Use Craig. Send him a screenshot.
I haven't found a way to do this without putting myself in
Adam's
risk up to now. And
passed his verdict.
So this is why the narrative
He's guilty.
continued, even though there's been so many different things that have been disproven.
It's
There's
over.
people who make videos about WWE Champions that have made entire exposés about me in the past that were completely disproven. They don't care about that.
When were they disproven?
What's the next thing? That
What
we
was
can
it
do
disproven
drama
with?
about for Phil's
That's
sake?
why we move
Some
on. Is
pain
because
on
we
your
realize
neck.
we're not going to get anything out of you.
You know.
We get tired of
That's
the
what I
didn't
mean,
happen,
because
and we
this
move
all
on.
started years ago with those other games. I publicly
You
admitted to
didn't
everyone.
disprove
yeah,
anything about that
I
video
spent
with
too much
Secret
money on
Limited.
them. I'm done
You
with
didn't
that
even
now.
touch it.
You know.
You
And
just
then
told
I
people not to
casually-
watch it.
People at one point, like 2017, when this
Adam
game
just
came
told
out, asked
Phil,
me,
"Yeah, I
"Are
don't
you
care,
playing any
you're
of the mobile
getting-"
games?" Yeah, I started playing this one, and every once in a while I mention it. I think the last time that I actively had admitted.
I want
that
Adam to
played
really
it
say what he's thinking
was
right now, because
2019.
he's being
I
very
said that I was on a
polite.
plane to Connecticut to get married with my wife, and I had played it on the plane.
Yeah,
And
I think the
people use
most
that
I've
as,
ever
"You're still
wailed on a
playing mobile
game
games, you're
dedicated
still
wise is
spent-"
Gun
you
to
know.
Battle Operation, and that's because there was
So,
a good
let's
year and a half where I didn't
Okay.
buy anything else but just play all
So,
my games.
so
I didn't buy any.
you
other
say you
games.
play the game. You say you're not addicted, although you
Actually, about
have
2.5
been
years.
addicted to mobile games in the past, right?
So that was
And
my game
I'm
budget.
just going to lay this all out in front of us, all right? So you used to play a mobile game that was WWE related.
Yes.
Okay. You were addicted to that game. Fast forward, new game comes out, right? You play that game, and by the way, you
Yeah, he's definitely
separated
lying, Lewis.
yourself
You
from
can't
that
get out of this.
game because you knew that you were addicted to it. Okay. Usually, in the case of addiction, just usually there's some sort of intervention in life, some
Yeah.
sort of intervention that
Yeah.
happens, whether
The
it's
intervention was I didn't have
brought
any
on
money.
by friends, family, or just personal, you look inside yourself and you realize something needs to change, right?
Right.
Damn, how did
Do you feel that you're addicted?
Oh God, where'd he go?
To these games. I've already asked you this,
Shit,
but I
the
just
assassin
feel
took
like
him out.
once again you
Derek killed him.
have transactions that line up with major events. I'm getting DM pictures of you of your Discord, your Discord handle in the WWE Champions
They
Discord,
got
right?
him.
I have
Superhound assassinated
It just seems
Adam.
there's all so make it make sense. Like this doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. I
can't.
I have such a hard time believing that there is a group of people that are so hell bent, this evil plan to make you look bad, that they're willing to spend thousands and thousands of dollars on WWE champions just so they can make you look bad. I don't buy it. And once again, there's an easy out here, Phil. I'm offering you the easy out. All you got to do is just take a quick screenshot. You can email it to me. It's done. We all move on. The detractors move on, and everybody goes.
I will move
okay,
on, DSP.
You know what?
I promise you.
And we all move on. That's it. That's it. It's very simple, man. And
oh God,
we
that's
want to make
horrible,
this
Little
happen.
Shadow.
I
Derek and
I want you to be able to move on from it. I want
are in
the
there right now,
detractors to be able to move on from it. I want the internet to move on from it.
With the
I want all the
BBC.
WWE content to be done. Like it's there, man.
We'll never see him
It's
again.
there. Like let's
He'll throw himself off
let's
a
make
cliff
this
after all
happen.
that.
Like, and then we all move on, and we can start talking about other things.
Like I said, I'll think about it. I gotta see how I can do it.
No,
and,
it's never gonna happen.
Again, what liability? I'm not gonna 100% agree to it, but I'm very strongly considering doing it.
He won't do it. What he's doing right now is thinking, who can I get to Photoshop this for me?
Let's see if we can do it before the end of the stream. We have a captive audience here. They want to know.
No, it's not going to happen if it's before.
No, hold on. I told you I'm not even doing anything with my phone or anything on the stream.
You never said that.
I'm not doing it today on the stream.
So he's got time to fabricate evidence.
You gotta understand, there's liability here.
Oh shit! DSP did get to Adam. Look at how blurry he is now. He got him with the blurry curse.
If this account gets out, that's a lot of stuff that now can be compromised.
Okay. All right. Look, like I said, family, I get it. Right. Totally understand.
Yeah. How's Jasper at risk from this?
When you decide that this is something that you're comfortable with.
I mean, I was addicted to
you can email it to me. The email will only be seen by me, not anybody else.
Really get into
and I will delete it immediately after.
I prefer to have the real thing, but that has its own problems.
And I will
got like 4 shelves full of that crap.
I will serve as your confidant in this process. So, all right. Well, let's. I mean, I don't really know how to move on from this. I don't know. I just feel like there's this mountain of stuff here, and it just.
Phil, I got a show name that you can do. This is how you don't game. I think you need to own it, man. I think you need to fucking take back what they took from you.
They didn't
and just
take
fucking
anything from
lean into that, dude. Fuck them.
I will admit it would be funny if he really leaned into his character being utterly incompetent. It'd be kind of funny.
Be honest and own up to whatever. Right?
They were talking about it on this. That being said, they said he should wear a stormtrooper outfit.
You don't know what you could do.
I
think Craig has given you a good out. If you want to use it, like I understand, you got to like think about it. That's fine.
To get him to take a screenshot of the date
again, we didn't even get into that identity theft stuff.
If you can't get DSP to take 50K, you can't get him to do anything. No, this is never going to happen.
That's what I mean.
What DSP is thinking is, how can I Photoshop this? Because I can't ask anybody.
As pointed out in the chat, several people have said like the charges to your bank account or to the bank statement that is not yours.
The alleged account.
That is not yours. They include shops that are around where you live, and restaurants and like that.
So I'm right there next to you, DSP. I'm in your walls.
Once again, Phil,
I'm in your walls, going and buying drinks.
We're looking at an account that just so happens to be around where you live. That just so happens to be shopping and dining where you're at. That just so happens to have your a social security number that is extremely close to yours. I mean, that's how they accessed it. Not like I said, we talked about how we totally disown that. That's ridiculous. But it's out there.
It was Cat all along.
Let me ask you a question.
I can't believe it.
This is interesting. Let's say,
she was there at every crime scene.
Screenshot, you see it. Okay, this is his account. This is not what he said was true.
There was a jab, Little Shadow. It was a little bit of that.
Happen? How did they make this bank? How did they do that? I don't know how they did it. I wish I knew. Just like you just mentioned, the Discord chat stuff. I don't know how they did that. I have no idea. I guess I'm stupid. I'm a dinosaur, right? Like I don't understand how they faked all that stuff. I really have no clue. And people say, well, how could they have done it? It's like they took advantage because I don't know. I don't know about Discord enough to answer how they could fake.
Yeah, speaking of Discord, what happened on Discord? Some sort of doxing situation happened on Door.
Somehow had access and found one that's close to. I don't know.
No?
How could that
Do you think that somebody went in and created a fake bank account and made 12 hours, 18 hours, however long it was? Do you really think that somebody dislikes you that much that they're willing to make a 12 to 18 hour audio recording of every single transaction from a bank account that just happens to be right where you live, right in the same area?
Yeah, they would do it.
Shops
I'd do it.
you may or may not.
He's getting angry. He really wants to ban these
dudes.
This
seems like way.
He wants to leave.
Like, dude.
Do you hear my honest answer?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yes, I believe they hate me that much. I have other situations that are similar.
No one hates you that much, DSP.
If you want, or we don't have to.
Look at this. Look, even Craig knows
it's just way too elaborate, man.
I hear you. I've had people who've catfished me for 2 years.
Hell, snort. All your snort for that belong to us.
They moderated for me
Oh
on my
shit!
chat
I got a bunch of
for
ants,
2
and they're
years,
making accounts.
saying they were a person. They had a whole persona of who they were. All my other moderators
They're
were
kind of
friendly
done.
with them.
Look at them checking
and then after
out.
2 years, they revealed I'm a secret detractor and I was here to try to ruin Phil. Like, what? You spent 2 years of your life doing this? And you're like, that can't be true. It's true.
Hey, let's go play NBA Jam back there. I'm done with all this crap.
What about Phil? What about that? These accounts, the Down from the Raptors, the DSP account.
Welcome to the gun show.
Why are they tied to your phone number?
That I don't know, and I don't know what that means. How could they be tied to a phone number?
Well, when you register an account, you have to put a phone number attached to it, right? Why would that be?
No, to my knowledge, if you're going to play any mobile game, you don't ever enter your phone number into it. It's tied to.
Okay, Craig's a little incorrect here. He's talking about the Line app.
Line?
Tied to what's that?
The Line app?
Oh shit! It's over.
Perhaps?
That's one of the apps. Correct. There could be.
Throw down a smoke bomb, DSP. Get out of there.
I'm trying to think currently. Okay.
I want to see him throw down a ninja smoke bomb and vanish like a Ninja Turtles. Hell yeah.
Champions, I believe.
I'm out of here. And you kind of see him waddle out of frame.
Facebook account, or there's a third one, and I don't know because I don't think I use the third one. So I use.
He knows. DSP knows he's not getting through to these dudes.
I never entered my phone number.
I wonder if he knows he looks bad or he really thinks it's cool. Yeah, it doesn't make
to
sense to me
download
either,
off
dude.
Apple
It's
Store
actually
or whatever.
working.
There's no phone number entry there, so I don't know.
I think he's really overestimating the power of reasonable
I've
doubt.
never entered my phone number into any mobile game that I've ever played.
Yes, if you really think about it, anybody
You bring
could be
up the Line
framed in
account,
any
that's
sort of
something
way.
else entirely
But it's just
to
not
talk about, too,
reasonable,
because
man.
they tried to spin that into it too.
This guy made prosthetic fingers in my same fingerprints and shot that guy.
We have almost been going for 3 hours.
We have? Holy crap.
And it's been
Yeah, I
a
see.
great
He's been
interview.
tweeting.
I know it's been tough. I'm certainly
They did.
taking
not
the
those
stance
ones.
of
Never
being
mind.
very critical.
Thank you.
You know, I don't want to make you uncomfortable or anything. But I think that we should move to super chats because, and I don't know if we're gonna have the time to read them all because I saw super chats going the entire time.
Yeah, you guys made some bank off this.
Well, there's a
I'll
lot
let it
more to
go
get to
this
here.
time.
And
You guys can
I
have
think
most of
that those who are contributing, they will be read and they will be appreciated. But I feel like there's more substance here that we need to hit on before we look.
Yeah,
we
we're
talk
not
about
done
it. And I think
shitting on
those
this
who are
dude.
contributing
Come on.
will contribute because they want to contribute and they appreciate that this is happening. And Phil, I want to be clear. Like, dude, I told you all along, man, I really appreciate you doing this. Like I said, you had other offers. This was not meant to be an interview to start with, but I
this is not a video that's
going to
debunk everything. Like you
I
thought
know
it would.
that those who
He was really
want to
hoping they would
contribute,
just
will
listen
contribute,
to it didn't
they will
happen.
give memberships, they will super chat, they will buy
And they
merchandise,
didn't.
whatever,
And he
because they
wasn't
want
ready
to
for that.
support. But I think that there's more substance here. So let me continue with this really quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
This has possibly been the worst thing that he's done in a long time.
It's our show, buddy.
This
Our
was
show.
super self-destructive. But I guess you wouldn't know until you got into it.
So we'll move on from WWE, and we'll talk about something else.
Yeah, they should give a cut of that money to him.
You have been doxxed.
By
you have
DSP.
been doxxed, and
By
that
DSP.
is ridiculous, right?
By DSP.
Now, to be clear, there's been a lot of the idea of what doxing is, right? Like leading up to this, I was asking people, like, I want to know who I'm getting my information from. People are like, are you doxing us? Well, no, I was asking to see who I was speaking to. I feel doxing is putting personal information out on the internet for people to find, for people to see, and that normally wouldn't be available to people, right? And you have been doxed. Your personal information has been put out. Like, why do I know that your personal phone number is tied to this account, right? Like, you know, your
DSP,
your address. You know, all
DSP
these
is
things.
going to find this guy
it's insane.
whose account
But
was
you have
made
also
so
been
close to mine.
accused of not necessarily doxing.
You did dox
but
you did dox them.
But holding the information of that you have over people's heads. And I wanted to kind of show you this clip real quick, and then we can talk about this. So let's.
The fact that his fucking Twitter account is the same exact avatar that he's fucking using for this troll account on my website. Oh, by the way, I have your IP, I have your name, and I have your address.
That was like a million years ago.
Congratulations, you fucked up.
That was a million years ago, man.
You really did.
That was like 14 trillion clones ago. Come
I have
on.
all your
That's not
personal
reasonable.
information. Now, I'm going to say this up front. I'm not going to give it out.
Ugh.
Give it out.
Just tuning in, how's it going? Dude, it is bad, Chili.
I will never give out
This dude is getting
personal
murdered
information
here.
or
I did
anything
not
like
think
that
I would be enjoying
whatsoever.
this as much as I did.
However, understand something.
Oh, someone.
I got you. How about the fact that his
Okay.
fucking Twitter?
Do you think that's okay?
Yes, he deserved
It
it.
sounds like a threat, right? That's
He
the first time
deserved
I
it.
heard
Fuck
since
him.
I said it.
Pretty sure it was a threat.
That was a threat.
Yeah.
That is definitely a threat.
That is. I mean,
Well, what's the statute of limitation?
no, it's not. Again, this is kind of goes back to you tell a dark joke. You
Yeah,
made
it was.
One way, it came
Yeah,
out
that was a
another
threat.
way. What I was getting at in that clip was this is someone who hurt me.
You can't charge a clone. That doesn't exist anymore. It's true. I'm a completely different person than him.
Really
See
bad.
my serial
It's
code?
actually one of the things that have actually hurt my business overall financially since then.
This is
So
a
it
detractor
justifies
holiday
it.
now.
No, it doesn't justify it.
That's what
because
you're. That's why you
Yeah,
wouldn't
you're
have said it
justifying it.
otherwise.
It got me that angry. It got me that angry. They had actually hurt me so bad.
They
For
hurt
no
you.
reason.
They
I don't
hit
even know
you.
who that guy is.
Did they
All
slap
right?
you?
And the only reason I knew
Punched you in the
because someone
chest.
had found that information, sent it to me. I didn't
Kicked
find
you
it
in the
myself.
head.
And I said that on the stream because I was so upset. And essentially, what I should have said was,
I'll kill you.
You know, this is a situation. You hurt me so bad. I don't know who you are, and I think I'm going to go to the authorities with this. That's what I should.
The authorities you
I
didn't
should have
talk to
said,
about
I got all
the
your information
identified?
and blah, blah. You're right. 100%.
Oh my God, man.
I never doxed
So
that
it
guy.
was a threat.
It was a
You
threat.
admit that it was a threat.
It was me venting anger.
That's a threat, dude.
It was me.
Adam's
correct. It was me
done.
venting anger.
Adam's done with
Threatening
this
man.
shit.
Yes, but I never did anything with it, nor did I ever dox that person. Their information never went on.
Doesn't
the internet
matter.
publicly, or if it did, it wasn't me.
It
that did
doesn't
Like I said, someone
matter.
sent me the information.
I have a gun and I will shoot you in the chest.
But you understand,
It wasn't
like
a threat.
that's-
Well, it was, but it wasn't that big a
that's
deal.
not something that you should.
Uh-oh. What happened?
Craig, you're breaking up. I can't hear you.
Oh, shit.
Greg, your audio.
Yeah, what happened?
Not sure. His
No, the dubbing's
mic
all
seemed
wrong.
to
Hold
have
on
been
a second.
muted.
Oh crap.
The mic's muted the whole time. man.
Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah, check it out,
have
Lewis.
people that support me. I have a few different companies. I have a coffee company. And
Oh, no,
I have
Craig's not here to
people's
stop him.
information, and I would never ever use it ever, and I would never claim to, even if someone pissed me off, even if they bought my coffee company.
He does
anywhere
have the
they
same
live.
phone number.
That just feels like a weird, like you say, your anger or whatever, and it just slipped out. It's like, is there things that go on that, like, in your head that might, because the way it sounds, like, it seems like you kind of just fly off the handle sometimes and do shit and
It
say
really
shit
is,
that you're.
It is really bad.
That gets you in trouble. Like, I mean, it almost
Yeah.
feels like I need to be worried about you, dude. Like, what's gonna happen next? You say you've changed, but
I was saying
you know,
that I don't
it-
think
it
they
turns
should
out
have
that,
this on YouTube.
Racist
This is
video with the little
this
girl
is
was
really
only,
bad.
like,
You shouldn't
7
show
months-
someone
it was
being
a year
murdered
ago.
on stream.
That's pretty recent, dude.
You
know,
can,
so
again,
it's
you
like,
can say it's you can say it's racist. That was not what I was making a
bro,
joke about.
bro, I'm telling you, it doesn't matter. The internet and thinks it's racist. I saw it, and it's fucking racist. So you're talking about a killer who's killing people in their basement, and then so you're bringing up the slave, like sending a little girl off to the slave trade. I don't know. It just, it's pretty obvious. All right. So I know you claim that it isn't, but it really did sound that way. But that's whatever.
Whatever,
I don't know,
racist.
man. It just feels like.
No, Craig, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I still can't hear you, Craig.
What the heck happened?
I got tired of this bullshit. No, I'm just kidding.
No, but anyway,
Or bullshit
to
in general.
follow up on what you just said, so that clip, just so you know, 2015.
What does that mean?
Okay.
What does it mean?
Not to say that that means anything. Yes, I will admit I
check.
made.
Hey,
there
there
you go. You're back, Craig.
All right, got me. Cool. Thanks.
That's Minosky part
So
of the
that clip was
interference.
from 2015. That's again one moment.
Yeah, he was about to
in
go
my
off on him if he
15-year
stayed
career
around a little longer.
That maybe I
Muted
made
anyway.
a threat of doxing. I never did it, but I shouldn't have done it, and I openly 100% admit that. I didn't even know I had ever done that. I don't remember that.
I don't remember
really
bad things I
never know
did.
that
Therefore, it doesn't
happened.
really matter.
So I apologize for that. I should never done that. You know, the guy should also
DSP would
not
definitely swat
get
someone.
false copyright strikes that destroyed.
He
ESPN
threatened
gaming.
to come across the pond and beat up this guy who lived in the United Kingdom. He's like, I know you got
That's a moot point. I should.
You live
I
in the
did
UK,
wrong
huh?
thing.
Maybe
Well,
I ought to
you
come
can't
visit
fight a wrong
sometime
with a
next
wrong,
time I'm over there.
correct?
I'd like you
You
to,
can't fight
please.
fire
Come
with fire.
over.
It just makes things worse. And I shouldn't have said that.
You're right. But I feel like that statement in itself, the idea of like you can't fight fire with fire, you can't fight,
hate with hate.
I feel like a lot of this conversation, Phil, has been it's been deny, and it's
It's going to be
I
perfect.
don't know, that's not true. That didn't happen.
If anybody has any problems with what he said, they can watch this
but
video.
you haven't really given any facts to back it up. I feel like just across the board, there's this entire mountain of evidence here that's saying.
It kind of reminds me of some religions.
saying,
You can point out all the flaws in the religion until you're blue in the face, and they say, well, you should still just believe it. It doesn't really work that way.
And you're just saying, well, no, it's not. And
I didn't say no, it's not. I said,
or that's not true. Or
Do
that's
you
not
think
my
we should use
account.
Wing
That's
Zero
not
Custom
me.
on
That's not
DSP?
my.
I wonder if the Zero system would even be able to predict
That's all I'm
DSP.
saying.
Well, yeah, he's pretty predictable. Yeah, I think that would be great.
Just when there's a mountain of evidence, you can't just say like, well, no, that's
Yeah,
not
I
true.
think PW
there
Dubs has
is
been in here.
definitely a reason why I'm in the position I'm in. This
Low
stuff
center.
doesn't happen overnight. This is 15 years.
It's
of
all
me
evil AJ's
all
fault.
day,
And
every day
Tevin.
putting myself on the internet, making mistakes. When I started,
Oh my God.
there was no
Adam's going to
groundwork.
pull
See,
off a
everyone
mask,
who's
and it was
done there's
Tevin all
right things
along.
and wrong things to do, and I've made tons of these mistakes over the years. Like I was just saying, that clip's from 2015. When that happened, I'm sure everyone called me. I said, "How dare you make threats against that?"
And then you
person
banned them
if
all.
They've hurt you. Oh,
And you
know
banned
what?
them.
You're right. I probably shouldn't have said that.
No, you
I
banned
don't
them.
do that stuff anymore.
You screamed at him.
And then maybe I did it again. I don't know. But I'm doing my best to improve and not.
Phil, you
make the
sexy
same
beast.
mistakes.
Shut up.
I do slip up.
Some
I
goofy crap in
absolutely
this
do.
chat.
What I would say is, and Craig, I have
Epion
no
Gun
clue
would
if
be
you
great.
did this or anyone else. If you
Epion
just
Gundam
watch
would be great because he'd be doing strings on him.
Just come by one day.
This Gundam's doing
watch
strings.
I have,
half an hour to stream. Did you see anything like that on the stream? Did you actually see me? You know what I mean?
No, look, there is something to the idea of people picking and choosing things that people say during interviews, during streams, during whatever, right? There is absolutely something to that, and it only takes 10 seconds to screw things up, right? I totally understand that, but it just Adam, you said something yesterday when we were talking about this. Do you want to? You were talking about a collection of moments. Do you want to kind of say what you were saying yesterday? I don't want to steal your.
Adam's
thunder on
kind of
that.
checked out.
I don't remember what we were talking about.
Well, you were saying that in the event of these collections that your detractors put together of you saying these things, there's a lot of them. Like there's a lot, and if you were to go through most people over the last, most people just in general, there wouldn't be as many.
I think
They
I
wouldn't
would
be as
maybe have
long.
a few videos of terrible things
There's just
I
a
did.
lot to sift through, and maybe
Maybe
you
like
have
4 videos.
Maybe you have a more
And most of them
watchful
wouldn't
eye
even
on
be
you
about
than
streaming.
most people, but it just seems like there's a lot there, man. And I think that's probably the biggest thing here.
I think you're right. I think it comes with being one of the most prolific content creators.
Tallgeese is awesome. I love the Tallgeese.
Over 100,000.
Yeah, Lewis, he's really
There's that
desperate.
illusions of grandeur.
DSP just cycling through
No,
all
I
his
don't care.
excuses.
I'm not saying it's good content. I'm saying it's just happened. You could say it's shit.
DSP is running out of
when
ammo
I put
here.
myself out there that much, there's just that much more to microanalyze. And when
Man, Dustin,
I'm a
if that's
small
the
time
case,
guy,
what's even the
and
point of
you see
trying? If
concretely,
we're
well, if we make
so
that video
far
about
advanced
Phil,
and we're defeating him
number
before
one,
he existed,
you're getting the clickbait views.
it's over.
You're getting money because you're probably running ads on the video, or people are donating to you to continue to make fun of me. This is how you don't play. I became the whipping boy of the internet. People made entire channels that were profitable based off just making fun of me, right? So when I'm out there as the target and people realize, well, people have been doing this for years and they get away with it. This started making fun of my gameplay. Then it became make fun of him and his mannerisms, make fun of his family members, make fun of, it just it kept going, big, as much as you can, as toxic as you can.
I'm defending myself in chat.
And that's what I mean. Like, I feel like I'm the one. It's me and others. They call us lolcows, correct?
Lolcows unite.
Lolcows.
Right, lolcows, yeah.
So you got Wings of Redemption.
Rise up.
You got Boogie. We're targets because we don't really. We make mistakes repeatedly. We all do, and sometimes we make the same mistakes over and over. I feel that other content creators make those same mistakes too. Maybe not as much.
DSP's gonna have a hard time with this chat. He's gonna have to go through this entire chat and ban everyone.
Ginormous audiences
on his end
that back them and defend them. You know, crazy stuff. I mean, the other day I saw a video of Moist Critical picking up an assault rifle in his video.
What a hero!
If I picked up an assault rifle,
I would think you're the coolest dude ever, DSP.
That would be
Do
ended
it
for me. I'm out of here.
Finally, you know good trolls are in for it now.
If I pick up a weapon
but
on
I think
this
it does.
street, I'll be off the internet.
But it very much does. It very much does matter the context, right? Like if you know what he was doing was he was making a point. I saw the video you're speaking of, and he was talking about some beef he has with some other guy. I don't really know the whole deal, but the guy that he was talking to was talking about you know, clips. He was talking about clipping streams and clipping, and the guy who was kind of threatening him with a gun, who was talking about the clips, and he's like, no, listen, that's not a clip, this is a magazine, and he was explaining these things in context for what was going on.
Yeah,
I think
DSP did that.
very much does matter though.
It is against terms of service on YouTube to be live while holding any gun.
Well, he wasn't live. He wasn't live. Yeah.
Oh, he wasn't live. It was a video.
Live. Yeah, it was a video. So
then there's nothing wrong with it.
He may be
so what we need to do is have DSP hold up a gun on video.
Let me say this, Phil. You
on stream. You see your comment?
You have your
detractors. Do we use Banshee gun? Banshee gun would be awesome. Just go bananas and start pulling them apart.
Very much want to see you fail, or enjoy seeing you fail, or laugh.
DSP already switching gears. He's no longer confident. He's doing his best.
That does not
fly. Yeah, he's
sound very fun to me. Right? It doesn't sound like something that I would want to be a part of.
As much for the past
Have
2
you
weeks.
thought about?
Yeah. He thought people were going to see his streams and think he was cool.
Anything along those lines to help.
Can't afford therapy, you idiot.
Obviously not an easy life.
Yeah, this has been a wonderful festival.
There's a lot to talk about, and I would imagine that going to talk to somebody, therapy is not a bad word. It's a very good thing for a lot of people.
I think his therapist might need to have a
Get
team.
these things off your chest and
yeah,
talk
I saw your
about
comment,
those
Lewis.
things.
Sorry,
You consider that.
I get these moments where I really get fixated on their chat.
At one point I did, for sure. I would say probably around, like I told you.
I love the Sinanju.
Was one of the worst years of my life.
I've got the real Grey Sinanju. I love the Sinanju.
But I've never formally talked to anyone. I'm not anti-therapy or anything like that.
You've made fun of people.
No, I just never.
You've made fun of people who did therapy. He didn't do it as overtly as he has about other things.
Pursued thing.
I'm just throwing this out there. Is it because you think that it's not you, it's everyone else?
Yes.
No.
That's the feeling I get.
I'm a flawed human, man.
I know you've admitted your flaws from the past. Like you say, like, yes, back in 2015 I said that fucked up shit, and I took that, you know, this is how not to play, way wrong, and I admit that now. But it's like it's really easy to do that, right? To convince someone that you've changed. Not saying that that's what you're doing, but it could be.
Decompress stream and
so
say,
it's like
I showed the damn trolls. I proved them wrong. Yeah, dude, this is an amazing defeat. We are completely debunked here.
Almost. And that's the
I think this is going to be my last stream. I've got nothing else to say. He disproved everything.
Like, not in your past, but it does feel like you kind of have like, what I've changed, so people should understand that. And like, I don't know. It's just a vibe that I'm getting that you're, because there's been so many times
this guy picked up on all DSP shit really fast,
instantly blaming other people. And that was a consistent answer throughout the entire 3 hours and 10 minutes that we've been live. So, you know, it's like a dishing responsibility elsewhere.
DSP might want to crack into some of that gin those two brothers sent.
Right? Like, Phil, we want nothing but good things for
you.
Yeah,
not,
right? We don't want
the rapist. That's Derek. He definitely doesn't want to go see Derek.
You know, to allow you an opportunity to kind of talk through things.
He's getting wrecked out here. I mean,
and Adam is correct.
It's like his
pretty much
Bighorn moment.
What about this? Well, my detractors or the people who are after me, at what point, you know, you have taken accountability for some things, right?
No, not really.
This is how I was in the Street Fighter community. This is how I was.
But you did make amends for that.
But I feel like there are other things that have yet to be, you have yet to atone for, whatever the word is.
Atone. It's fine.
That are just. I just go back to it, man. It just seems like there's just this mountain of evidence, and we're talking fucking JFK level conspiracy theory here if
I think aliens were involved.
If all this stuff lines up the way it does, and
if
you were just to say like
they used alien tech to copy DSP's bank account.
Yes, I have a problem with spending money on it. Yes, I.
See, he's saying what I was saying.
You know, I need to improve. I think people would be like, yeah.
All right, Craig. I got you, man.
Instead of
you turned around, I hated your guts at the beginning of the stream.
You know,
no real reason.
That's
I
what
feel
it feels
humbled.
like right now, man.
Thank you.
Just look, only you know the truth in your heart, right?
You're telling me these biplanes are going to take me out?
No. Which there is a mountain of, right?
I kind of lost track of the clone count.
Craig,
He was
you sound
contradicting
like,
himself
you sound
so
like a
fast.
detective right now trying to get a confession. I'm just
No,
saying.
well, no. And it's not trying to. I'm not trying to. I'm more trying to sound like fucking Dr. Phil.
I know,
you
but
don't sound like him.
There's a fine line between
idea.
the two.
Yeah, he's rocking.
I understand.
He's all over the place.
It feels like you're trying to get a confession, and I don't. I'm not trying to like make it weird and
right. And I apologize for that.
You've already
Fess
been
up,
there a
DSP.
couple
You did it.
times.
You killed that man.
I'm just having a really hard time getting through it, and I apologize if that's what it sounds like. That's not what I'm trying for.
Fess up, DSP.
You might not be able to get through it, Craig.
You ate him.
You're right. I may not, and for that I understand why people would be critical. You know,
Right.
it just too much lines up.
It makes sense. Usually kids who are very nervous move around a lot.
There is no win in this situation. There just isn't.
Well,
no matter what I do, there's a risk. There's a liability, and just like you said, even if I send you this screenshot, they won't care. They will not care.
It honestly it depends, right?
Yeah, I don't agree with you. I don't agree at all. There's people out there that would be like, damn, would be genuinely shocked, myself included, because I don't think you're gonna send that screenshot, but I truly believe it would be for the better. I think that
Adam is peeing on him now.
I mean,
nice.
I don't know how many people who hate you know who Craig is, or can even trust Craig, or think that they'll probably just be like, oh, he photoshopped it. He edited out
exactly
his thing.
1,000,000%. That's
whatever.
it. That's the explanation.
So
I photoshopped it today.
So FaceTime with him. FaceTime him. Pull it up. And Craig
Oh
will be
shit!
like,
Now that
FaceTime.
definitely doesn't work.
And
no,
he opened.
never.
I saw
You
him
can see it
open
in
the
his
app.
eyes.
I mean, there's ways around it that Craig would be like.
That's the face he gives
saw him
when
do
he's
it live,
already prepping a
right?
no.
I mean,
right.
Okay.
There's ways around that.
I will. Can I tell you a quick story?
No,
as to
it's
why
never a
I'm
quick story
so
out of you.
Not convinced that anything I do will help at all. Can I please just tell you a story? Will you bear with me for a couple minutes?
It's your show, Phil, man. Yeah, absolutely. Go crazy.
It's not my show. It's yours.
Then give me all the money.
Our show, Craig.
Give me the money.
Well, listen,
Hand
we're
it over.
providing you a platform for you to
Thank
do it, and listen, you have thousands of people ready to listen.
It's
to you
true.
right
We
now.
have 2,371 people.
You guys have been great. You've been great interviewers. You've been completely fair with me. You've given me. Thank you. You guys have been the fairest.
DSP, you would have tried to kill anyone who said that in chat.
Commended.
What?
For being as neutral. I know you're saying
All
you're
right,
trying
we'll
to
see.
get a confession out of me.
Or
I
should
don't
we
feel
put
that
Pig in
way.
the
I don't feel
Psycho
pressured.
Gundam
No,
with
he's trying
DSP
to
at
help
control
you.
would be
That's
terrible.
really what
I know.
I'm saying. But he sounded like it. So
And
That
the
thing
thing
would
is,
go
he's not
nuts
gonna
so
get a confession
hard.
'cause I'm telling you, it's true.
It's
I'm telling you.
I know, but
uncontrollable. I
it's,
wipe out cities on
it's
accident.
clearly Craig trying to help.
Okay. So here's the story. Okay. When I was first talking with my now wife, okay, I was so scared that people were going to harass her or do things. We didn't live near each other. We had online communication. After talking for several months, we started dating. Okay, she flew out here on her own dime, by the way. It's another conspiracy.
Escort
I did it
saga.
that way.
Damn it, not this. I was hoping we would get through this without
And
the
after a
damn
few
Escort
months,
saga.
She visited for Christmas.
What's the average of the other
Christmas
side scroller shows?
2017.
I was told that it
I
was
took some
that this
pictures
is
while she was here,
6
but I
or
didn't
7
take a picture
times
of her
more.
face. I just took a picture of her back, decorating my Christmas tree.
The only ammo he's
here's,
got is
you know,
the
here's
Escort
someone
saga,
nice
and he's
who's in my
dying to
life
get to it.
now. My
And
life
it's
has
not
changed.
even
I've
good
previously
ammo
been
because
in
he's
a
not the one who
relationship that was
disproved
very
that. It was the
public,
detractors who disproved
and
it.
Sadly, it turned out toxic. We broke up in 2016, or excuse me, early 2017. So this was like something new and positive that I wanted to share with
Yeah,
everyone. But
see,
I was
they were all
apprehensive about
wrong.
showing her face
That's
or
why
anything.
they proved it
All I
wrong.
showed was her back, decorating my Christmas tree. I talked about what we did when she visited. We made some brownies together. We did this, we did that. Very, very basic stuff. I'm not making this up. It's documented. You can look this up on the internet. I wonder if you guys have come across this. There were people, my haters, made up an entire fabricated story.
No.
About that was not someone I was dating. That was an escort that I was paying. The money that I was bringing in on streams, I was paying for a European escort and flying this escort across the globe to spend Christmas with me. All right?
Right. Well,
they had evidence.
What does that have to do with anything, though?
Yeah, oops.
Well, let's
Shit.
continue, okay? They had
Okay.
evidence,
I think we need an
documented
armored
evidence. Oh, look at this. There's
DSP's
going
gonna roll out some sort of experimental pig Gundam. It's
Here's
unstoppable.
the logs of plane tickets. Here's the recipe for the brownies. It's well documented. Everyone said I was guilty.
Done.
I maintained my innocence for about 3-4 months as she continued to visit me, and we had a relationship blossomed and all of that. Eventually, she moves in with me, okay? What ends up happening is, guess what? The whole thing was fake. It was all my haters. They had made the whole situation up.
Well,
no, they did not.
Now, hold on, because you're talking about the narrative is that your detractors actually cleared you of evidence.
Oh shit!
You of that.
Yeah,
no,
Crick's the greatest.
Right? They're looking for evidence of this thing adding up, and they're
after the fact.
No,
and
during.
Who
During.
Put the evidence out.
Adam's
said,
done
like,
again.
Hey, this is not the case.
Yes, this is the best.
Weird. What happened was for 3-4 months, they're making my life a living hell.
No.
Just like with this WWE.
No, they were on it the second it happened. Don't give me this shit.
You know, look at all this evidence. It's all there. It's outright.
Yes,
And
I'm
then,
gonna hope that he saw my
basically,
message because I'm the one who put the message on his Twitter and said, "Ask who disproved it. It was the detractors." Sorry, I'm so excited right now.
Europe, who apparently they do this all
I
the
assume
time
other
with
people hosted
streamers.
it too, but I'm gonna assume it was me. I got through.
Extort me for money. Try to get them to shut up about it.
Shut up, DSP. You got caught out.
So, to give yourself
You're done.
did anything
Turn
change
off the stream.
positively when that was disproved? No.
Use the strike freedom.
They were on to the next thing already.
Strike freedom's Pignosis raise
more
might deactivate the
they went on to.
the Dragoon.
This is something concrete, almost exactly parallel to the situation. All this evidence, corroborating evidence.
You're
proving
welcome
that
to
it was
do it,
real,
Wet Floor.
real. And then all of a sudden,
They
oh,
said
yeah,
they might
we
read
found
all
out it
that
was fake.
stuff.
Oh well, move on to the next. There was someone who made a video about it. Okay, you probably know him, Craig. Did you watch the Secret Limited video about the $100,000?
I sure did.
You watched it.
Fantastic.
Secret Limited is someone who once a year makes a very negative video about me, highlights all my mistakes.
Yeah,
puts it into
as
one
you
video.
should be.
They made a video documenting this. They called it the Escort saga. Okay, the thumbnail for the video was me, my ex. I don't know why she was in it, and the Escort
Cameo.
face, supposedly who it was. This gets disproven.
Yeah.
3-4 months.
So
later.
he's everyone?
Did my detractors
So he's
say,
everyone.
Sorry about that, Phil. Mea culpa. Yo, we made a big mistake. Let's forget. No. You want to know what he did? This is the same guy who made the WWE Champions video. He took the face of the Escort and put a horse's head on it, and he said, "My wife looks like a horse." He never took the video down. He never put it
the internet, though.
I know.
Come on,
but that's
man.
what I mean. When these things get proven wrong, oh, move on to the next. It's just the next thing. I will say.
So wait. So what does this have to do with it, though?
Because I will disprove anything, and they will just move on to the next. It will never end. That's what I mean.
So it's the internet. So who fucking cares then?
So then why even bother? Why bother with any of it? And that's the attitude I've taken. Now, Adam, you just hit it dead on.
Oh my god, I had to die there for a second.
Why? This was not supposed to be.
Which
an
Gundam is
interview,
immune to
right? I was
Pignosis?
supposed
Turn
to
A.
be a guest on your show.
Turn
It was
A
my
is two
intention to
god
never
tier.
come out and
That's
tell
why you have to
everybody.
hide it.
On my streams, we don't have this. That's why I wanted this.
Oh
to
my
be
god, that was so
you want
fun.
my actual
That was
answers
so
on this,
goddamn
watch this
funny.
Show, and that's the last thing I'm talking about, right? So this is off my streams. I'm making content. I just want to be left alone. They won't leave me alone. They're the ones who continue the narrative. I'm with Adam. It's the internet. It's going to go on forever. So then why even bother? Why disprove anything? It's on to the next anyway. So once I disprove WWE
All right, I'm
Champions
back.
at great
I just
personal
say point
risk,
out that just because
okay?
one detractor gets
On to
something
the
wrong
next.
does
And
not
by the
discredit
way,
all of us.
now
Yeah, that's what I
something might
posted in the
happen
chat. I
to
was
you
like, so he's
because
everybody?
So that's why I don't care about it anymore. I've really become, in the 15 years I've been a content creator, I have become so desensitized.
That was so goddamn funny.
It's like, what's the next one?
Just
I don't
didn't
care.
If you truly don't care, then you won't.
Turn
bother
X would
sending
work
him a
pretty
stream.
well because he can't deal with all the multiple parts of
Because
Turn
it
X
doesn't
at
matter
once.
to you then.
It doesn't matter either way. If
Well, then
anything,
it doesn't.
if I
Then who
send
cares?
Then it would also
if
be
I
the
send
dodgy
Craig the
stuff.
screenshot,
Yeah,
it would be out of
maybe.
like respect that he gave me his time today on the show. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well,
but then
that's
again,
something to think about.
That's a lot of trust too, because again, I'm not saying Craig would ever do anything dishonest or expose me. I'm telling you, there's been times this exact situation has happened, and then something bad has happened to me because I did.
Like what? Name 2 examples.
I haven't. I'll tell you this. I haven't done anything to dissuade your trust or lose your trust. So look, ultimately,
It's not going to
this is your
happen,
call,
Craig. It's
but
not going to
the
happen.
offer's
Get
there,
over it.
And I know you said you didn't want to do anything, with your phone during this. Respect that. That's fine. But you realize that by leaving the door open, by even doing this after the stream, there still allows the opportunity. It goes back to the pics or didn't happen. Like if somebody sees you pick up your phone right now on stream,
Yeah,
you were to then email it to me right now on stream. and it was this was to happen literally right now.
It's not going to
in real
happen,
time
Craig.
as people
That's what's
were
great about
watching.
this.
It's on his bucket list. It's on his
all
bucket
done.
list.
But
Seriously, it's like number 3 on Craig's bucket
yeah,
list.
I'm
for
trying
that
to stay
happen
alive.
right now. I'm just saying.
Once again, I think this is all done. It's all done. It's all done. All right, let's continue on, man.
He completely dodged a 5K business expenses question. Yeah, he did.
Bro, Phil.
Adam's done.
How
Come
the
on.
fuck did you not know the camera was on?
Oh,
you know what I'm
So
talking about.
I wasn't going to talk about this, but I mean,
dude, what the fuck, man? I mean,
Look, he was in a
come
hurry
on.
to rub it out,
Sadly,
man. There's no
when it
time.
happened,
That shit
I
got to
tried
come out.
to spin it. I tried to spin it in a very positive light, and I rolled with it. It's one of the rare times where I learned in my life you roll with it.
That
and
is
it'll
not
go
true.
away.
You got
It
super
never went
pissed
away,
when it
but at least
happened.
People, it's just something funny, right? Imagine if I had reacted to that the same way I reacted to "This Is How You Do
You
It."
did.
Like that would have been the end for me. Like,
You
this
did.
guy, what's he gonna say? He didn't do it or whatever? Of course, it happened. It's something stupid. But the truth of the story, sadly, is not happy. Okay. Here's the truth. I've told it before, but never in this context. So in 2016, it was probably the second worst year of my life. Everything was falling apart in my personal life.
So I whacked
moved
it on
out here to
stream.
Washington. I used to live in Connecticut my whole life. I moved to Washington in 2014 with my then girlfriend. Our relationship was great. Over the course of 2 years of systematic harassment on the internet, being swatted, doxxed, all this stuff, her family members being harassed, my family members.
Cam don't matter why not do it in another room for sure.
Okay, in 2016.
Because it's not about you masturbating, DSP. That's never what it's going to be about. People masturbate. It's kind of a thing people do. It's more about you did it in your office, essentially, right on the camera.
It got to the point where she went off and had her own. She had her own friends.
Yeah,
her own job.
I remember that. He
I
tried
was
to get
doing my
Machinima
thing.
to pull it
No one
down.
knew this. Everyone thought everything was fine. We pretended, we smiled, whatever. No one knew that.
I know a
depressed.
Gundam
I was really messed up in
DSP
the
would
head
not be able to beat Lewis.
The way that I
or
saw
rather
it
would
was
not fight, and that's
this
Noble
room
Gundam for obvious reasons.
was the only place in the house where she never went.
Yes,
She
no, it'd
never
be great
came.
if something was wrapped up briefly.
So this room was like my safe space. I know that sounds stupid, but it was like this is the one place I can.
Remember
be
that time
away
she
from that,
invaded his safe space?
and I can have my own.
Coming
safe
in there and
place.
shitting on him? That
And
was
in
funny.
particular, I couldn't tell you the specific day when it happened, but I guarantee you it was something awful had happened.
He didn't roll with it nearly as much as he likes to pretend like he
And I
did.
came in
He
here
did
and
get really
back
upset about
then,
certain things about it.
I
And
have
then he
very
tried to
different-
profit
today I'm
off it.
professional.
Then
I
it
have-
didn't work
yeah,
out. Then he got
blocking
mad about it
screen.
over
Back
again.
then I just
So he
had,
went back and forth
you know,
on it. He never had this
You got
unified approach
like
to
a
it.
couch in the corner that you
Exactly,
can
there's
go
a
do
guy-
that. Go do that
this-
now.
I like Noble
so
Gundam. I think she's a really
I
cool
had
design.
The camera
Well, it's a cool
had been
design.
left on from the day
Sexless
before.
machine.
Back then, I didn't do face cam like I do today. Today, this
Adam
is
just
a
talked
common
about
thing
how-
to have the face cam on every single stream.
how
Back
Phil's
then, it was a
blaming
rarity. I
everyone
only
else,
did
and
it
here he
for
is
like
doing it again,
FromSoft
yeah.
games where I was going to get really upset. People like to see me rage on camera.
So
It's
it's
like the
it's
thing that
Team
makes that
Ninja's fault and Panda Lee's
character.
fault that he masturbated on stream.
I left it on. And so I come in here and I'm feeling like shit. I feel awful, like probably depressed, awful thing. And I you know, I beat
Busted
one
one
off
out.
to relieve
Spanked
myself
it.
before a stream.
He went to town on that
And
little
then
boy, man.
It's all over the internet. And I'm like,
You
oh,
beat the shit out of it.
camera was on, huh?
So it was
Man, you had a tug of war with
It
Cyclops
was
down
part of
there.
it. It was definitely part of it. Like, obviously,
I feel
you
the
don't
DSP.
sit
Sometimes
down
you
in
just
front
gotta
of-
do it, man.
You know, why would you even do that? I mean, I'm
Like,
an idiot.
all right,
To do
guys,
that
I'm gonna
in
put down my
situations
controller
like
for a
this,
little bit. I
probably
gotta
something
spank one
simple,
out.
You know, another argument. There's many
Go
of
for it,
them.
dude.
So
do
you
what
said
you need to do.
the camera was on, and then you started the stream and then did that, or like you were prepping for a stream, but the camera was on, so it just.
So
happened?
I understand what
So
he's talking
basically-
about. This does happen.
I have a
My
question.
setup, my camera's always on.
I'm sorry- I'm
However,
sorry.
I'm not a
I'm just trying
dumbass.
to
I turn my
walk my
camera
through.
away when I'm finished.
What was the lead time between starting the stream and completion? Because that's pretty fucking impressive.
Dude was at it, man. He was
Not
speed
long.
running it.
Not long, man. It was, you
It's
know,
like,
I would turn
boom,
on the
done.
stream.
One pump.
I call it the pre-stream roll or whatever. So you had
No,
to see
I
the
don't-
message.
I really don't care. I really don't care. I really don't care.
The pre-stream roll.
The stream is the
God.
stream that keeps on
Oh,
giving.
Lord. All right.
So it's
that's
a normal
awesome.
thing.
No, it's not. Obviously, no. It wasn't.
You've got a name for it, Phil. You got a name for it.
The time that I turn on the stream.
DSP doesn't get the joke.
Oh, thank God.
He doesn't
Oh,
get the joke.
jeez.
He
Okay.
could
It's
have
not a
rolled with it
routine
right
I do
there.
every day.
That's-
Hold on, guys. I gotta do the
I mean, it'd be
pre-stream
hell of a
roll if you
pre-show,
know what I'm
I'm just
saying.
Like,
So here's the thing, here's
You're gonna hear a couple
monetize
grunts in the
it, as our
background. Just
Prince
ignore
Pizza
them.
Gamers say you could monetize the haters. You could
Right.
start a wicked OnlyFans, Phil. I'm just saying.
I think people would pay for that. Derek would pay for it.
Oh,
and
jeez.
here's the narrative. Here's the truth of the matter. First of all, it took place on YouTube, not on Twitch. All
That's
right?
not.
There
No
was
one
maybe-
cared about where it was
maybe
happening.
20, 30 people there when it happened because I just turned the stream on, right? And it was right, laptop in front of me or whatever, cameras on. So embarrassing.
Two janks and a
What's the
delivery time
narrative
guy. That's a
now?
great way of
Darkside
describing
Phil
it.
masturbated in front of thousands of people, including small children,
Yeah.
on the internet, live
Right there in
on
front of
Twitch.
everyone. He basically did it in the middle of a zoo.
When did that happen?
Well,
It was-
CNN rehired Tubin after he jerked it in a friggin' Zoom meeting. So I
Right.
mean,
What a
things
hero.
can happen, dog. You know.
Thankfully, the camera was not panned down. That would have been very, very bad. Thank
I mean,
God it was, the angle
I half expected to
No one
see
wants to see
Phil's
Okay.
giant BBC
it
right
doesn't-
on screen.
It doesn't show anything because I haven't seen it, and I
Oh
don't
no,
want
no,
to see
it's
it.
it's actually like from the neck up.
And you
it's
just
kind
see a bunch
like
of
tilting my head back.
head jerks.
Okay, so
It's just the
my
street
my
relief.
O face. It's just my O
hey
face.
man,
That's it.
there's
that's
been
exactly
worse
what's gonna
videos
happen to Rolling
of
Stone.
prominent YouTubers with their heels above
Someone is
their
downstairs
heads,
crying
and,
right now.
It's been worse.
It is
But
worse.
I'm the one. That's sadly. That's
I
the
think
association a lot
why
of
I found it
people
particularly
have.
funny of an
They said
event
that's
is because
why
of his weird
I
flip outs
know
about it.
2016.
Yeah, it is really
All right.
funny,
Am I
but
ever
I
gonna
would
do
have
that?
gotten over
If
it a
ever-
while
if
ago.
anything,
Most
here's
people
what I
would have gotten
learned-
over it
here's
a
what I
while ago.
learned from it.
But because he
That's
kept trying to have
gonna
these
always,
weird
no matter what
interactions
these
with
idiots
it.
say about me, that's always going to be my most embarrassing moment.
You know what? Hold on. I'm going to give you some advice. All right. I want to give you some advice right now. You need to own it, and you need to have a box of tissues behind you.
And a T-shirt.
As a fucking joke, dude.
And it says
Troll
pre-stream
back.
roll on the box.
Here's
Fuck
the
it.
thing. Here, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. However,
Yeah.
again, you have to understand something. We're joking about it. It's funny to joke about it and own it, but actually, it's representative of a really bad time in my life. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
Okay, that
depressing.
makes sense. Yeah,
No,
sure,
you
sure.
need to pity me,
My
assholes.
wife
Quit trying to make this
doesn't wanna
fun.
talk about it. You know, she knew. I
Hey.
mean, think about this. She met me after, and
Get
she
it?
still likes me. She married me
Yeah.
after that.
That is
So
pretty
obviously
wild. That
she's-
is probably the
she doesn't
shocking
wanna
thing
talk
in
about-
this
it's like,
story.
why am I going to
Phil,
monetize the most
Phil.
embarrassing moment?
Phil,
You know.
beat. Damn it, that would have sounded so bad.
Yes.
I was gonna say beat your demons, but
Wait, what's
in
this about demons?
context,
What's this
pretty
about
good.
cat and
Pretty
demons?
good.
shit. I mean, conquer your demons. You know what I mean? Like that. You're like, I don't wanna like go there, but it's like, no, fuck that.
right.
Like face it and conquer your demons. I didn't mean to make that pun. That was unintentional, but it was so good. But you know what I'm saying, right? I'm trying to like. You
Yes.
say you don't want to go there, but like
Right.
conquer
You're not the only
it,
person
dude.
who said
Own
that.
it.
You're not- you're
Own
definitely
it.
not the
Own that
only
shit.
person. The problem is, again, when you focus on a focal point like that and it becomes your end all be all, I don't want that to be what I'm remembered for. It probably will be.
Yeah, it will
but
be.
I want people who come to my content every day to remember that awesome stream they had or that cool gameplay through that.
That
we did.
is
I don't
never a
want the
feeling
people who come
anybody
to my
has,
who
DSP,
got a
except
whole
maybe
feed
Derek.
off on stream. Like, it's so
Review Tech
stupid.
mentioned that
And it's such a
that
dumb thing
DSP
that I
chewed him
do.
out for.
I'm
Yeah.
not in that part of my life anymore. I'm so much happier now that I don't need to dwell on the past anymore. I
He
don't need
tried
think
to,
about
so
that
hard to
when
lean
I'm
into it
stupid.
one time, and then it didn't work,
I'll
and so he
say
went
this.
back to anger,
Forever.
which I
If
think
you're not
maybe
gonna
indicates
monetize
that
it,
he
we
wouldn't
will.
mind
Later tonight, the
monetizing
Beat Your
himself,
Demons t-shirt
except
will
that
be
it almost
available
always
on
was
the
on the
Oh
top.
my god! And it's no, that's terrible,
I'm
dude.
totally good. I thought it was really funny. All right.
Oh my goodness.
Derek,
So there's a few
DSP
things
was
that
not
I want to
amused.
circle back.
Oh, shit.
Back with you on Phil. Phil, you
DSP's
still there? You
frozen.
look like you're frozen.
Did we lose him?
Oh,
I
he's
hope
getting a
not.
screenshot ready.
Oh well, if he drops, well, he can come back in. Yeah, he does look frozen and such. But
No, that's
I was
usually
just
how he
kidding.
looks, actually.
Of course.
Oh, hold on. Well, that's
couldn't help
definitely a
the
clone
puns.
change.
They wrote themselves.
Phil, make sure you pop back in. I'm sure that he will. I doubt that he quit because he would have been dropped from the thing. It's definitely an internet issue of some core.
Goja Tank's attacked.
I do not think that he rage quit or anything like that.
He's
So,
doing the
Phil,
phone
you can
thing
just
right
pop
now.
back in whenever you're ready, and we'll keep going. But there are a few things that I want to circle back on, mainly on the 5K. Okay, let's see, he dropped, so he'll pop back in. I do want to circle back on the business expense because I feel like Phil kind of skirted that question a little bit. No, we didn't really get, the idea of. I don't know, man. Like I said, it's if we can have a little 1-to-1 here, I feel like there's just so much.
Yeah,
here to add
Adam
up,
sees it as a joke.
Man.
Yeah, that clone was an idiot. This current clone.
I
he's
mean,
smarter than
I
that.
don't believe him. I mean, I don't. There's just too many things. I mean, I caught him live, and then he admitted like a minute later that I was right. And it's just like, man, that your whole credibility was already shaky. And
Remember, this is the first time this guy
I don't
met
know.
him.
I mean, I'm not saying this now because
He
he's
beat
not here.
Jenna's
I mean,
record.
you guys have been very blunt.
This guy
to
got
his face. I'm not
toxified
gonna,
in
like, you know, if he hears me, it's
About
not like
maybe an hour, really. He was
I mean, I
toxic
straight up
pretty
told
early
him I
on.
didn't believe him about that joke that he made, and it's just like, dude, that's such bullshit, you know. So,
Well, while we have a second, hopefully Phil's going to rejoin us. I did want to thank everybody for your super chats today, and I see a lot of people buying merchandise, and it's genuinely greatly appreciated. Appreciate everybody allowing us to have this conversation. I appreciate Phil allowing us to have this conversation.
Maybe he had to go rub it in
honestly,
real quick.
I gotta give him props, dude.
Yes,
because it's not easy to fucking do
It
what
is.
he just did.
It is brave to do what he
being
did.
Easy on him.
And
I
it was
wasn't
foolish.
going to.
Bravery and
because
foolishness are often interconnected.
I said earlier, you know, I'm an honest asshole, dude. Like if I
I
don't
did
know
not
you
think
and I'm
DSP
like,
would stick
and
around
there's-
this long.
there's
I am
shit that
impressed. I will
you know,
give him
it's a
credit for
serious
that.
situation. Like I'll get.
I would
serious.
thought he would have bailed
like,
an hour.
This is the most serious show we've ever had on this channel, right? We're constantly laughing. I'm like, when you said you were going to bring him on, you read his email that he said you could read publicly, and it seemed like he just wanted to be joining and doing a regular show, and it kind of evolved through the weeks of it's going to be an interview, and now we've done this interview today, and I mean it was tough.
Right. Well, I'll say this. Phil just emailed me and he said, "Hey, I'm still here. I might be getting DDoS. Not sure."
Hilarious.
So, I will say this. Look, we do have. So while we have a second and Phil's not with us, I'm actually going to invite somebody to the chat right now. Keemstar is going to join us
there he
to give
is!
his side of
Woo!
the thing. And when
The interview
when
died
Phil
from
hops in,
self-inflicted wounds.
Oh my God.
It somehow shot itself twice. I don't
see.
understand.
Like I said, I don't want to make this weird for Phil, but I do think that while we have a second, we'll bring Keemstar in.
Oh, definitely.
Keemstar
DSP's
has
gone
the
then.
link, and
He's not
he
coming
should
back.
be joining us any minute.
Oh my God, this is getting.
This was the out that DSP wanted.
I will say this. I will say this.
Oh, I'm
guys.
being
I
DDoSed.
appreciate
I don't
everybody
believe you, really.
staying with us, and while we have you for a second, I want to remind you guys we do have some other guests coming up, including Mark the Cyborg and James
Never heard of
Rolfe,
this guy.
Video Gamer. They're coming up here in the next.
I want to be on your
next
show,
few
Side
weeks. If you guys
Scrollers.
aren't
Have
even,
me
make sure
on
you guys
there.
hit the subscribe button, of course, and come join us. We are a daily
Cut the
podcast
cord.
Monday through Friday
Now she's
at
going for
11
Phil
o'clock
Nick.
Central
Nobody
Time,
laughed at the
and
incident.
usually
Yeah.
it's pretty fun. We have a great
You
time. And
shamed
if you guys
me.
really like it, you
Again,
guys can head over to
Phil.
patreon.com/Side
Now you're getting it.
Scrollers and support us over there. But joining us now,
I gotta say, I really didn't mean to make that pun beat your demons. It was just so
it's great,
funny.
man.
I couldn't stop laughing, and I
What's this about, Cat and Demons?
all right. Keemstar is joining us. Hello, Keemstar. How are you? Nice to meet you.
Good. It's nice to meet you. You guys have absolutely crushed this. I think you've done more than a fair job with Phil here, and especially like how difficult he is. But with him talking about the $50,000
He's not coming back.
offer
No way.
and the LOL Call
Exactly.
podcast, I just
Exactly,
really wanted to
Senful.
get
That's
on to say
bullshit.
my piece because
Any troll would want this to keep
he's
going.
just dishonest. And I think you guys experienced this, right? He had an opportunity to clear his name so easily, and he just put it off and made excuse, and then goes on to bring up some other situation with hookers and some other lies. And it's like every content creator has been lied about, right? But in this one issue where he could just prove his innocence so quick and he doesn't take advantage of it, then it's like, and
I told him it's just making you more sus. Like that, it's making me trust your story
Once
less.
DDoSed, Phil
That you're
saved
not
him.
like,
Oh, I
you
see.
know what? I want to fucking
Hey,
prove this.
that
shit.
works out.
Like I'm
All right.
sick of these lies. Let's prove it. You know?
Yeah,
Well,
we went
I'll
through
say this,
so many
look,
clones. We're gonna have to
Team, we appreciate you hopping
put them
on.
back in the
Phil
tanks.
has rejoined us. Phil said he didn't want to be on the show if you were on it. So I'll say, can we invite you back on after we're done with Phil?
sure, absolutely.
Okay, I appreciate it. Okay, we're gonna bring Phil
Get
back
the hell
on.
out of
We
here,
don't wanna
Keemstar.
make things weird. So appreciate you
They
understanding.
might start
and,
fighting like
you have the
in
link.
Jerry
I'll DM you
Springer.
when we're ready. Okay, buddy.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Keem. Appreciate it, man. All right. Boof. All right.
Boof. There he
Phil,
is.
Welcome back, man. Sorry, we had a second. We wanted to. He had reached out and he wanted
I
to
know,
share
I
his
saw
side
him.
of it. So
I
we
saw
appreciate
that piece
you
of
running with
shit.
it, man.
Fuck him.
So let's continue. Everything okay?
I don't know. I have absolutely no idea what just happened. My whole internet went down and came back up, and I don't know if it was my ISP or if I've just been DDoSed. I would not put it past them to DDoS me.
Why would we
At this
DDoS
point.
you when you're making a fool of yourself?
I've never, to my knowledge, my IP address has never leaked this one. But if it happens again, I guess we kind of know, right?
Well,
I
hope that's
have
not
no
the
clue.
case.
I
Hope
hope
that's not
not
the
either,
case.
because that's a lot of work for me. I have to call my cable company then to get it fixed. It's not
Right.
pretty.
All right. Let's circle back on some stuff here, man. And
Did I
there's
miss
a few things-
anything? Did I miss anything?
Yeah, you did.
There's a few things that I feel like we kind of went through, and I feel like we do need to kind of address. And I want to
cycle back
like
to that 5K
expenses, because we talked about the 5K, we talked about that, and
I already addressed that.
Didn't answer, right? Like, and this kind of all ties in together. The idea of, like, as somebody who works online, I've been doing this for a long time as well. I understand that spending 5K on anything is a lot, and the idea of a mortgage being a business expense, that's not necessarily true. You can.
I didn't think it was.
From a tax perspective, you can. Well,
yeah. How do you not know? You're the one involved.
Because from a tax perspective, you can take the square footage of your office space in your house, and you can.
Yeah, that's
that can be deductible, right? And you can use that as a business expense. You can take the internet and do those things, but
that's true.
But your entire house, your entire mortgage is not something that can be.
I think DSP could try and make the argument that it is, because he could do live streams with all his phone.
I don't think
and so the entire area is
it's
office.
not. It's not the way it goes. But with all that said, I feel like
there's our first burp.
With everything lined up,
I heard it.
Right, there's still a lot. Like, are you spending that money on food, or what are you spending that money on it? Because you can pay for meals out and things like that, as long as you technically talk about business.
Oh God, no! Talking with Cat about business, that's a nightmare.
We're you go out to a meal.
So,
and
Cat,
say, well, we're
there
gonna
was
have
a
business
jerk
meeting,
in my
and
stream and I banned him.
Whatever, right? It's it's just one of those things. But
Cat's
walk me through once again.
Looking.
Like, what are your month-to-month business expenses? What are you paying for?
Hey man,
as a streamer
you're the guy, huh,
who works
Roach
12
Bait? You're
hours
going
a
to those
day?
total line, total
walk
lines,
me
huh?
through this.
Line
well,
app, total
again,
line.
I can tell you what I'm doing now. I mean, we're talking what people are.
I'm glad you like it, Captain.
Something from like 2019, I think, right? Is that
you got DDoSed?
Well, but I want to know about today.
DSP
I want to know about
Why
today.
would the trolls
Like, your
DDoS
expenses that you have on a month-to-month
yourself
basis.
with your
What
words?
do those look
Exactly.
like? Are your expenses?
You know what? How about this? Give me 1 second.
Sure, do your thing.
Bring in Jasper.
This should be fun. All right.
Oh, he's gonna pull a gun on stream.
Off, and it looks like, I wonder what he's.
Now we got a new clone.
Be a surprise.
Got a new clone.
See what happens.
I'm an old man. Okay?
Yes.
I do something that no one else does. I use paper and I write on it.
Paper is expensive as
shit. Does this, right?
Now hold on, Phil. Before you show anything, I want to.
I'm not going to show. I'm going to read.
Okay.
I'm going to read some things. Don't worry. I'm not going to show anything. I'm going to read some things. What I'd like to do is kind of
got prop comedy. I like this.
Because people say every day, "Where does your money go?" Essentially that's what you're asking, right? Where does the money go? That's coming in.
No, Phil should do that.
100. You guys are chopping. Tell me.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. Keep going. Keep going.
Okay.
Keep going.
Cat might want a divorce if he talks about the business.
Here we go.
Probably.
I'm going to go through this. I'm not
She said he
exaggerating.
does. Damn.
Line
She
for
said
line,
she
this is
doesn't
what
care
I'm
about
paying
his
this month.
activities.
And this is where all my money
stream.
goes, plus a few other things. Okay, and this is literally all of it.
Great. $5,000.
I have a subscription to Hulu.
That's easily 10K. 10K.
Okay.
Definitely not a business expense. I'm just saying this is where my money goes. This is everything.
It's not about that. We're talking about business expenses.
I have my internet. I have 2 internet lines.
10K. Okay.
They're very expensive because they're unlimited internet. It's it's not an hourly.
It's costs like $4,000 a piece.
Hourly? Who pays for hourly internet?
No, not hourly. I said unlimited.
Oh, I thought you said that. Okay, you go ahead.
I'm sorry. I meant to say data rates, not hourly. My bad.
Got it.
Data rates.
Shut up. Continue.
I have my dues here where I live. I live in a community, a condo facility.
That's not part of business
dues,
expenses.
Monthly dues.
Mm-hmm.
I've got.
Yeah, Dustin, this was a bad idea. He should have left.
But you're reading off personal expenses, and that's
those
no
aren't
one's
business
business.
expenses.
Right.
I'm reading off everything. I don't care. I'm reading off everything so you know where my money goes.
That's
this
not necessary.
This is what they want. They want to know where all my money goes. I'm going to tell you right
now.
No,
I don't think that's the case. I think it was about the $5,000, the business expenses that they were like, what is going on with this? Like, how is this the case? So you're now giving them more shit when you were seemingly very nervous about giving anyone any more information that isn't public. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to, before you continue, it just seems like this is counterintuitive for where you have
Adam, I liked
said
you up
your
until now.
stance is on like revealing public information. So like,
well, I'm not going to tell you any account name. I'm not going to.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, I get that, but still, it's still personal stuff. That it's like.
I like that skateboard in the background.
Yeah, I don't understand what. That's not what the
one on
was
Adams.
about.
The other one,
business
no, not so much.
expenses.
But I like
these aren't
business
expenses that you're reading off. This is personal stuff.
Some of this would be considered business.
What would be considered business?
Like I was just going to say, Game Pass.
But what's the point? Is kind of where I'm leaning. Like, what is the reason for giving us your?
Yeah, we could tabulate
expenses?
all this, and it would
because
be really
people
dumb.
Want to know where my money goes. You're asking me
your business, the business expense money. That's what they're talking about. That's what I've seen on the internet. That's what I've
DSP
seen.
doesn't understand the instructions. Don't raise your voice at him. He's confused.
The 5,000.
Look at this poor
like,
boy.
I don't know
He's
where
so
this like
lost.
$500,000 thing is, or what that
This
even
poor
is.
clone
But there's
just
some,
got born
some
like 10
questions.
seconds ago. Look at
Yeah,
how
I don't know.
confused he is.
I heard. I've seen. I didn't look into that much because I have multiple shows that I do, and I couldn't dedicate too much.
Yeah,
to,
Adam saved
learning
this
about
so
you,
much.
so,
I think Craig would have still
come and just
done all
hear
right,
from
but I
you.
think Adam
but
really sealed the deal.
That's from what I've seen. It's the business expenses that's what people want to know about.
Yeah,
like, where,
what is business
How are you spending
related?
that much money on the business?
If you spend $5,000 on your business,
If you were
I get it.
nickel and dime
Cool.
every single transaction I do, when it comes to like video games and stuff like that, I don't think it gets close to that. I think I don't know how it was divvied out.
But you're
in
responsible.
that report or whatever they used for the bankruptcy. I don't know.
That's not how that works.
I'm not my
Then it
bankruptcy
makes you look
attorney, I'm not my
irresponsible to
CPA.
write that.
I know it's done right because I went.
They
through
had
it
to have
with
shown you the
bankruptcy
paperwork
judge,
at some point
line
and said,
by
"Hey,
line.
does this
So
look
I know
right?"
Is that where
correct.
that large number comes from? Is the bankruptcy number like how much debt you had?
Game Pass, $15 out of
I'm trying to take a.
5,000. If you round up, it works out.
I mean, you know, right? I mean, if that's what
I don't know the total number of debt.
seems like a pretty
Is
big
this-
moment in your
is
life.
this
that
a
you would-
series
you would
finale?
know.
The next stream, DSP is going to come on stream and reveal
not
that
a
he was a
milestone.
D-backer all
Man,
along.
I'm so happy.
Did
I
you
got
guys enjoy that
$100
season
off of it.
finale?
I'm not
We
saying
worked really
it's
hard
it's
on
a
it.
good milestone.
No,
but
it's a horrible milestone. Something I want to move past and forget and get,
Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to
past,
follow
but
Adam
I don't know,
after
maybe
this.
that's
But
what that number is. But again, I don't know. I can't go line item by line item. I don't know.
that sounds great, Roachbait. Drink carefully, though. Drink responsibly. D-Dust.
Guys, you still there?
Yeah.
Okay,
You're
you
good.
froze again.
You're good.
Jesus.
You're good.
Keep
You're good.
freezing.
You're
Yeah,
good.
okay.
Keep it going.
Well, they call me Mr.
That's me.
Freeze, so.
No, who calls you that?
But yeah, like I can't. I don't have
Tell them
that.
to
I don't
stop.
know. I would assume. This is my assuming that data includes anything that's considered associated with the business or not. I don't know.
But how would
again,
they know what you
I
do?
without going through? it,
Who
I'm not
did
gonna
this
go through
information?
it Anyway, that would be exposure. to
Because
talk about
you
all
sound like a child. I don't know who
Okay.
tabulated these numbers up. Well, they
a
had to have
couple
asked
things that
you.
No one knows. I guess I have to. I didn't want to do this.
Oh,
I
yeah.
really didn't want to do this. But,
Oh, yeah.
You know, again,
I'll be quiet.
Phil, you do what you're comfortable with, man. I think that's the biggest thing. Is
I really
you
don't
don't
want to.
like.
Let me go put the paper away. I'm going to tell you.
I put my prop away. We got to switch out clones. That was going really bad. I'm gonna get number 16 in here. 16, you can fix this.
All right. I don't want to talk about shit, but I have to. It sucks.
Oh, he's gonna start crying.
No, you don't. You said like 30 minutes ago you don't give a shit, and it doesn't make a difference. So pick a point. Pick a place to
Dustin,
stand.
Yeah, I know. I don't.
Either you don't give a shit and you're gonna
even
move
if you
on
have a text
and
count, you have
let
to
the
tell
haters
them
hate you no
stuff.
matter what because
You have to tell them the information that they put down. They
try
can't just pull
to
a number
appease
out of
them.
their ass, can they?
It's not. You can't be somewhere in the middle where you're like, I might appease you. I might actually do this. I'll think about it. You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
gonna start crying,
like,
Adam. Watch out.
One or the other.
I care about you guys. I care
So you're
about my viewers. I care about
Right.
these neutral parties out there who've heard so much nasty stuff about me. At least have a
Oh,
place to
here
listen
comes the
and hear myself.
crying.
You know, that's what this is. And I appreciate you guys so much for giving me this time. I really do. I'm starting getting emotional now, thinking, but, all right, I'm just going to, fuck this. I'm going to do it. All right, I'm going to tell you.
I'm bringing Cat in
a
here.
few things that no one knows without specifics, okay? So it doesn't.
Cat, get on in here.
Bus or anything. I've been involved in a few different, legal things over the years.
Like what?
I've been involved with medical issues, my own health and my wife's. All right, and it's
Oh,
not stuff I should
God.
talk about with my audience. I don't want my.
How is
audience
that
to come to my
medical-
stream
how
and
is
be
that
like, "I wanna
business
give you a tip
expenses, though?"
Because I found out that you have maybe a medical issue or something going on. That's none of it. No one's business. I've said to my. Let me explain. I said to my audience, if you're gonna come to a DSP Gaming or a DSP React stream, please come support me because you like me and my content.
I don't.
Don't come support me because you want to stick it to the haters. I don't want that pity party.
You did say that
Keep
before.
that, let them celebrate whatever. Come and just support me for my content. If I tell you stuff that's going on,
I remember the
that
vest
are
goal. The
expenses,
vest is a symbol.
Medical expenses, legal expenses. And it's again, I'm not going to tell you. I have some medical conditions. Okay.
Well, then
how's that business related? That still isn't business
this is your
related.
forum.
I feel for you,
Like,
DSP.
this is your forum,
Let me pretend you're
right?
right, and you
If
have
there's
medical
some
conditions.
sort of
that
like
shit
medical
sucks. I get
condition
it.
that is
Medical conditions
causing you
suck.
to live,
It's not business related. man.
paycheck
Sorry.
to paycheck or
Life's
stream
unfair.
to stream.
You can't write your gout off on your business
You pride
expenses.
yourself on transparency. I can't think of anything more transparent.
This
than
is
just,
really wild,
Than just
Palpatine.
telling your audience you have, something going on, and you know what? People are people, and they'll understand that. Like, if God willing, I came out and you know I had cancer or something bad happened, I would.
It's not that. It's definitely not that. Okay.
I just cancer. I don't have cancer. I'm a nexus of cancer.
I have a few chronic lingering things that come back over the years, and then you know, yes, there's a medical cost. There's deductible, of course. You know, you have to pay to a certain amount. But in a nutshell, I've been involved with a few legal things, and I've been involved with some medical things. Okay. And essentially what's happened over the years is I can't really pay them because of the financial situations that I've been in. Okay. And
did you pay any of those? Did you pay any of those things as business expenses?
Again, I believe, and I don't know if this is true or not. Isn't it true that certain, like your health insurance premiums and stuff is covered or is a tax deductible? I don't know. Again, I get asked this by my tax
it's
guy.
not. Damn, I wish it was.
Said,
your tax guy was asking you this?
He said, I just got an email the other day that said, we need your breakdown.
This clone's going to have to get shut down too.
Medical expenses, if you had any of this, we need all this to file the taxes properly.
It doesn't sound
yeah,
right.
Adam has been saving the stream, Palpatine.
Again, no, listen, please. Here's the problem. I don't want people going over my tax guy. You know what I mean? He knows what he's doing. He's a professional.
But he clearly doesn't because you've been in tax
Doesn't
issues.
sound like it.
No.
He sounds incompetent as hell.
Or from before this shit.
Adam is done with Phil and is going to choke him out now. It might happen. How was the Keem part? Keem part was brief, but he got in a couple important words. Basically, the dude's a liar. He can't be honest about stuff. He has to divert stuff. He can't help himself.
Basically, okay, I have a few ongoing things. When you don't have credit anymore.
Yeah, he cried about an earache for months. You're absolutely right. And he had to get special equipment. And he had to tell you about the special equipment that he was getting.
And I'm in a situation
and he had
where
to tell you
I have
about the medication.
costs
Yeah, no way.
that I'm on payment plans for. Okay?
That's not business expense.
Credit card. I can't get a credit card. I have no credit. My credit sucks.
Remember when DSP said he wouldn't do
No,
this? He would not let them get away with this kind of stuff. And here he's being strung around. It's like those money matches in the fighting games. He got ran around like a hoe with that.
Right? With the IRS, I owe them back taxes. Phil, we understand.
This is probably some of the best DSP content we've gotten in a long time.
This is, you know what I mean? So that's
why I think it's the series finale.
I'm embroiled in all these ongoing
because it's Thursday, right?
things
Friday, we're gonna have the last episode of the DSP show. So they come in and be like, "I was a deep cover actor. Did you all enjoy it?"
And where does your money go?
I keep thinking that too, Lewis, but he sticks around for some reason. I kind of have to give him credit for it.
I'm stressed some days, you know. And then I got to come on my stream and hear you blew all your money on mobile games. My wife and me are feeling so much stress with this.
My wife?
And, you know.
Is that a business
we didn't go on
expense?
a honeymoon when we got married. We haven't been on a trip since 2019. We haven't done anything.
Phil,
I get it.
Is your wife's
we
crying a
understand,
business
which is why,
expense?
you know, we've talked about therapy. We've talked about all these things. We
right.
understand, right? We've talked about all these things. But you still haven't answered the question. I'm going to ask you this really directly, okay?
Where is the money?
On a month-to-month basis, how much money are you spending on WWE mobile games and or any other mobile games on a month-to-month basis?
Zero.
Are you spending on iTunes or any sort of mobile?
I wouldn't
device?
even mind if he spent a little bit.
Okay.
I wouldn't really care. I wouldn't really care. But the way that he's
And
wailing on
whatever
it.
it is, it's okay.
Okay. Do you want? Okay. This month, I have spent probably $10 to $15.
That would be reasonable.
That is an honest answer.
But I don't believe that's
By the
all
way,
you spend.
It wasn't on WWE Champions.
I would be okay with that.
What was it on? Just curious.
Well, here we go. Because you know, if I tell you, they're just going to blow it up. They're going to.
No, okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it then. Don't worry about it. If it's
$15.
They already said it's a new game. It's a Street Fighter game.
Oh, I knew it. I knew he'd get hooked on that shit.
Okay.
It's all right.
We all called it on Twitter. I wasn't the one who called it. Everyone was calling it.
It's like tap RPG. Crap.
Similar, yes.
Okay.
And that was just for experimental purposes. I'm not playing it a lot. I'm playing every once in a while. You know, I'll spend $1 and get a bunch of stuff, you know. So I spend a couple dollars here or there. Of course, I will get destroyed for saying that I spent $15.
You know what? No, DSP. I will not destroy you for that. I will allow that because I probably spend more than that a month on Gundam Battle
Thank you
Operation.
again, Phil, for your time.
The problem
Appreciate it. We're
is that is not all you spend.
I got a few things that I want to make sure we hit on before we go.
Sure.
Before we, can move forward.
So, yeah, the lying is a problem, and the amount is the problem. And the amount becomes a problem because it creates
said
the
that he will
need to
be
beg,
respectful,
and that's a problem.
And he would love to talk. I think this is a tremendous opportunity to bury whatever hatchet or whatever it is you guys have, and
there's not
mend
really
the
anything to
fence.
bury between
I think this is a tremendous opportunity. Are you open to that?
I would
If you
round
want him on
16
the
figure.
show to talk, I'm not doing business with this man under any circumstances.
Yeah, you established that. That's fine. That's not
Yeah.
what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm not trying to broker a business deal or anything like that. But are you open to talking with him now?
I'm curious what he even wants to talk about. I'm not being on his stuff.
I don't really want to know, Lewis. I think it's going to be a dark.
Okay, I'm
dark.
gonna bring him on.
Wait. So you're okay with him coming on to talk?
As long as he's not going to sit here and insult me or...
There we go.
you know,
Now we're
you
going to get
guys
the rage
have
quit.
already asked me so many
We're going to have the
questions. I don't
complete
want you to
blackout on the
arrogant.
bingo card.
It's your
No,
show, not his.
that's not. I mean, Keem.
Snowcrawl's
you know,
here.
He's watching, obviously, so it's like that's not the case. We're the interviewers. He just said it. He agrees.
Yeah, he agrees. So look, we're going to bring him on, and like I said, I think this is not a tremendous opportunity for friction.
Messed that one up, but it's fine.
It's an opportunity to build.
It's not a
bridge. So
low-tier
let's do this real
godism.
quick. Keemstar, welcome back to the show.
He would
How are
say
you?
adorn.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. And Phil, thank you for letting me on to talk to you directly. I do mean what I said here in the chat, that I will be respectful. I'm not here to interrogate you, but I desperately want to represent my point of view in this situation between me and you.
This year's been
what
great.
I've
It's like
heard
2 Christmases.
listening to this podcast or this interview or whatever you want to call it, is you describing problems that you have in your life, paying bills, being harassed by, your detractors or whatever. And I actively went out of my way to solve major problems in your life. And me and you are not friends. In fact, before I put together this business opportunity for you,
God, I hope not,
me and you
Dustin.
were fighting back and forth. It started
can't- well, he couldn't do that, Dustin,
you
'cause then
on
he'd
your
get banned off
podcast
YouTube.
out of nowhere,
I get it.
reacting to me retiring when I turned 40, and you said, well, that guy's evil, and all these horrible stuff and blood money, whatever you said about me, because you don't like my show Drama Alert. And many
I think
of
I'm
your
gonna break up the stream in 2
detractors,
for when he does
picked
the,
up on right
the decompressed
away
stream.
that the reason why you don't
'Cause
like
this is
my
running a
show
little
and you
long
don't
and I wanna
support
have it
me is
broken up.
because we covered the fapping situation in 2016.
Oh, that's
that is the
completely
root.
untrue.
Oh,
Dude, you covered it
Go
fairly.
ahead, respond, Phil.
You covered it fairly. You didn't even really harp on it. One of your guys contacted me behind the scenes, said, do you have anything else to add? Do you want to be on the show? I was like, no. You covered it fairly. I don't think you were.
You should have
unfair
at
all.
that time,
That's not
DSP.
the case.
Thank you, because I don't think I was unfair either.
No, not at all. Who told you that? That's bullshit.
You
That's
did.
That's the detractors
That's
making
what-
shit up.
That's what
I didn't know.
Keemstar
everybody jumped to that conclusion why you had such a hateful response to me retiring was because of that, because we have no previous history, Phil.
Correct.
This has
I've
been
never talked
amazing.
to you. The only interactions I've ever had with you is just covering this one story about you.
Mm-hmm.
And just this is a great example of why I wanted to bring you on, because there's clearly a miscommunication somewhere along the lines.
Yeah, there is
right?
miscommunication.
Clearly, so
Keem needs to pay that money if
Phil
he's got
thought Keemstar
5K
this,
laying
Keemstar
around
thought
as a
Phil did
donation.
this. All right, so we're in a better place, which is great.
Yeah, Reason
to move on
16's
from that,
Clone
you know,
16's the reason. He's got this.
I see a clip and it's on Phil's stream. He's reacting to my retirement.
I gotta
and he's
calm
saying
down. I'm
I'm
too
this
hyped.
horrible, evil person, and he doesn't support me.
Yeah, lean in on this
and
guy. Ban
I
him.
responded.
Hold on, Keem, is that true, Phil?
I don't
Like,
know.
Yeah,
I'm sure I've criticized him. I don't know.
That is true. You did do it,
Okay,
DSP.
continue.
I don't know exactly what was said. I'm going off of memory, but it was something along those lines. The clip gets sent to me by multiple people. So I respond to Phil because
You gonna hit
the
us with
only
the
thing
now,
I
guys,
know
Lynn?
about Phil is him being a lol.
No, because I gotta go
Him
use the restroom. I've been sitting on a full
begging for
bladder for
money
the
to
past
pay
2
rent and
hours.
stuff like that. That's
But
all
I
I
don't
know
wanna
about
miss
him.
a second.
So
I'll piss
I
my pants
responded
before
to
I
him
miss any
on
of this.
Twitter, which I thought was pretty clever, in gaming terms, and I explained to him that like we are roughly the same age. We've been doing
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
YouTube
I like
for,
his little bar
15
back there.
years each. We started at the same time.
He's got kind of
And
like a barber
I'm
chair sitting over there
retiring
to the side.
now, and I don't ever have to work again. So I have completed this video game of YouTube. And I said to Phil, you're still on level 1. All right. You're still on level 1 and you're restarting, level 1 over and over again, like a video game, and you're getting nowhere. You're still at the point where you're begging people on stream to pay your bills and whatnot. And I thought that was a good response, right? Even though I am talking trash and, we got a little drama going on for Twitter and whatnot, I thought that I was actually giving you good advice. And you know,
yeah, I was gonna say that
is that advice or is that more like because in
that
text
felt like
form,
a backhanded smack.
Right.
With,
Should have put in a piss bag. Yeah, one of those piss jugs like
battles,
what you got has.
100%, 100%. But it's also advice, right? My point in those Twitter videos was that Phil needs to do something different.
I didn't think it was gonna.
You know,
I didn't
imagine
think it was
you're
gonna
playing a
turn into
video
this.
game. You're on level 1 and you try the
4
same
hours.
technique over and over again.
That's how DSP
all right?
plays
And you're
games.
dying, and you
Are
have
you
to
new here?
restart the level over. Like you're never gonna beat level 1, and that's the situation that Phil has been in.
right? And Phil, what are your thoughts on that? Do you
I
feel
don't
like
have
there's
any
truth to that, or do you feel like that Keemstar
he's
is
not
out of his,
happy.
out of his
He's having
way
a bad
to
time.
kind of make you look a fool?
Well, first of all, you know, the best way to give life advice is to, you know,
Cry.
say it in an insulting way, for sure. I mean, that's makes everyone very receptive to it, correct? You know,
Right.
make sure
Well,
to do a nice
fair point,
backhanded
but-
slap it.
Let him finish, Game.
On Twitter. Is there some truth to it? Yes. Okay. But here's the thing.
I did nothing
If you
wrong.
want criticism of me, then criticize me fairly in a way where
He
you know,
did.
maybe I have a chance to have a conversation.
He
Instead,
did.
you just go to your platform
He
and you
did.
say something nasty about me on there. I'm a tiny little guy.
He
okay?
did. I
When
don't
say
understand.
something on my
Is
stream,
he?
who cares?
His clone
A
is
couple
really
hundred people?
defective.
Yes, my detractors then echo it. They extrapolate it all over the internet. Boom, it's amplified. Correct?
Yeah,
But
sudden fool. I
I'm
noticed
the little
that.
guy. You are a big guy, Keen. You're huge. You have a giant reach on the internet. Do you not understand that the stuff that you say and do has repercussions for everyone around you?
I think he's
You
getting something
didn't
off
seem to
here.
be
He's getting
someone
something
that
off his chest here.
You're not self-aware. You don't understand that when you say
I've had
something
it
like
tough
that. Now
over the
I have to
entire
live with
interview.
that shit. For months on end, I get, ha ha, you're on level 1. Ha ha ha, Phil, level 1. Yo, you've been for 15 years, you're just on level 1. Do you think I need that? I already have enough shit in my life going on. So much stuff. I don't need Mr. Big Time punching down on me, which is what you do. That's why people don't like you, man.
I didn't
how do
see
you
it.
not understand that?
I didn't see it that way. I saw a clip of you talking all kinds of shit on me, like unprovoked, and I just responded, talking shit back.
This
But
is kind of why I
also
don't like
giving you
Keemstar, because
advice.
Keemstar is
That's the
actually
way
using
I saw it.
DSP's lines right here.
Anyhow,
I
after
don't
that
really much care for the
incident
guy
took
either.
place,
I don't see how you
months went
saw it
by,
like that.
and this bothered me
you
because I
bothered me,
saw the
and then I
solution
attacked.
the entire time that Phil needed to do something different. All right, I am a person that recognizes entertainment. I really, really get it. You got to understand, Phil. You have haters, you have detractors. So do I. But I have more. I have more than Wings of Redemption, DSP, and Boogie combined. I have way more haters, but I'm still successful, and I still have new business opportunities, and I'm still making money. I was supposed to retire a year ago, and I'm still doing new stuff and being successful in this platform because I understand this business very, very well.
Kim just have
and
to say,
even though you have
it's my
that
character.
hate,
You cannot like
you know,
my character, but
they
you can't
are
deny the
viewers.
truth. I'm
They
just
are
telling
your
it like it
customers.
is,
The
Dark Side Phil.
detractors are your customers. The haters are your customers, and they're more loyal than the people that give you money, that donate on your stream. The people that hate you
echoing
are way
that you're
more
talking
loyal.
about. That's like you can't pay for that shit.
Damn
I mean,
it, he's right. I
look at
need
how
some
many
people to
are
hate
here.
me.
2,500 people.
I'm gonna
are
pick
here.
a couple of you to piss off.
It's just it's you have a legitimate fan base. Those
I am a fan,
haters,
DSP.
those people that don't like you, are your fans.
In a
And
way, I suppose.
I wanted
I'm
to
not
solve
really.
this issue for not just you.
I'm not gonna pay
but
you any money.
Wings and
You're not
Boogie.
getting
I looked
anything out
at
of this
all of you
fan.
guys. You're lolcows, right? You have more haters than like supporters, right? But really, they're all fans. They are all fans. They're
That's
all
not entirely
obsessed
true.
with you and watching your content.
I don't feel like that's
nonstop.
really fair, Keemstar.
The solution really is to get the three of you to do a podcast. All right. Those haters are going to watch. They're going to absolutely love that these three guys have come together to make content. Now, between
Oh,
the
shit, are
three
we
of
actually
you, you
gonna get it
guys
now?
don't have the business sense to like really figure this out and make this thing actually happen. But I do. All right. And you guys don't even understand how valuable you are as individuals, as entertainers, because you look at the numbers
true.
and you're looking at
It's true
everything
that he
and
has
like,
his
oh, well,
draw,
I've fallen off. And,
but
you know, that's the
I don't
mindset
like the
that
term
you
that
have,
I'd be considered a
right?
fan of DSP.
But I have a different mindset for each and one of you, that you guys are amazing entertainers.
It's like
just
being a fan of a
not
serial
in the
killer.
way
You're not really
that
a
you
fan,
want
you
to
follow
be,
them.
right? You're lolcows, but there's so much value there. By putting the three of you together and each one of you would own 25% of this podcast. All right. We never got to have this conversation. So I do want to have it now, even though I know you're not going to do it. All right. I would also own 25%. I would do the business aspect of it. I've had many success selling podcasts to
DSP's
exclusive deals with Spotify.
Yeah, he's
and
not going to
other
accept this.
companies,
Hell no.
multi-million-dollar deals. All right. I wanted to put the three of you together for this show. I would do the business side of the things. And I knew that all three of you would be in a situation where you didn't really trust me, or you're like, I don't know if this is going to work, and you'd have a lot of doubts. So I was just going to take my own money and take $150,000, give you each, just to start off before we even filmed an episode, $50,000 up front to let you know that I was serious and I believe in this.
It's called a bribe,
and this
DSP.
idea. Now, I call Boogie first. I instantly get on the phone with Boogie. All right. He loves the idea. He understands it. He gets it. He reaches out to Wings. Wings is down. And now it's time to talk to DSP. Boogie,
Right.
the way I understand
disagree
it,
with the
called
term
you,
fan. I
contacted
can
you,
see
and
how
told
it's
you
made,
what was
but-
going on, right?
He DM'd me on Twitter, and we had a brief conversation back and forth in DMs.
And he told you that I wanted to do a podcast with three of you, right?
Yes, I had no idea that's what you were trying to contact me about because we never talked. But he said that there was this idea for a podcast, correct?
So you did know.
so Boogie told you or didn't tell you?
Boogie told me that he and Wings had spoken to Keem, and that Keem wanted to do a podcast with all three of us.
Oh, we already have a brand new
money
phone.
or anything was discussed. He just say, he wants to do a podcast with all three of us.
I have no idea what you
didn't know
talked
that's
about
what he
last
was trying to
sentence.
reach out to me. I said maybe that's what it was. I didn't know because I never spoke with him.
Phil, hearing this and hearing the business opportunity that was laid, I don't even know if it's still there or not, but
Yeah,
what are
he's
your
very
thoughts
defeated
right
right
now,
now.
given what Keem has said?
He's not going to do it. He's not going to do it.
Thoughts? Like,
Yeah,
you mean?
yeah, just as he's laid this out, like lay out your feelings based on what Keemstar has laid out for you.
I have absolutely no problem doing anything with Boogie or Wings. In fact, I had the conversation.
Oh, hell yeah!
back and forth a little bit
New
more.
season!
Would he be interested in maybe doing a podcast with me or me?
Oh, we're going to get some crossover
whatever it
episodes?
may be.
Hell
These
yeah!
guys, I did a react about Wings last year.
Oh, I can't wait to see the merch. Look here, look, listen. I was pressing buttons.
Me doing a collab with them, just doing a fun podcast, is not out of the question for the future.
But your issue is with Keemstar and his business principles.
Correct.
Okay, so understand. So even if there's an opportunity for you to remove yourself from quote unquote level
exactly,
one,
Restream. I had no idea what they were talking about, but it
have
was
an
this
opportunity
exact thing.
further down the line to potentially sell the podcast to something and put $50,000 in your pocket
Yeah, we're
initially.
burning through 'em.
That's a 100% no go for you.
Oh man, see, I didn't know you put me on the spot. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's what we do.
Show the
That's an
phone.
interview, man.
This
Show
is
the phone.
a discussion that cannot be just made by
Send Keemstar a picture of your phone. That'll be a good turn of events. No, he's not going to
Sorry,
accept this.
Keem. Can I criticize you fairly if I'm reasonable?
I don't
and
like your beard.
Not under the belt. Can I be honest about you?
Sure. You can say whatever you want about me.
Sure.
But I just want to represent how I feel about the situation. I'm not done, but go ahead.
Okay. So, Keem, you are someone who, when you look at your history on the internet, it's very interesting. And I'm actually, I'm impressed with what you've done.
You've
You know
shit
what
on
I'm
so
saying?
many
Like,
people.
I watched a documentary about you.
Podcast would be
last
hilarious
year.
because
You started
DSP
off
thinks he's
trolling people
A
in
tier
Halo.
above these
I mean, holy
guys.
shit.
He doesn't accept
You
his
turned
little
that
cow
into an
status.
empire.
Yeah. Oh, Mr.
Money
Mediker's here.
on YouTube.
DSP,
You know
bro,
what I'm
take the
saying?
money.
That's crazy.
And let
That's
his
so
shit is a
admirable.
good offer.
And if anything,
The three
one of
of
the
you could
things you
parlay it into
absolutely
something.
need to be praised for is your determination.
Medicare is
You
a
were
queen.
shut down time after time. False copyright strikes, real takedown requests, all kinds of shit. People wanted you off the net, right?
Including
You're
you.
still there.
Including you.
You never gave up. Damn,
Sound-
that's a success story. That's
Phil, it
the
sounds familiar, dude.
Yeah.
I guess.
It literally sounds like you.
DSP, are you going to cry, man?
I-
Get a good cry
That's
out,
true.
man. I
We
won't
just
even make fun
we
of
just
you.
heard your story and
Get it out, man. It'll make you feel
It
better.
is. Craig's absolutely right.
Okay. Now, at the end of the day, all right, when you look at what Keem has done,
I'd buy some merch from the Locale
I'll probably
podcast.
be
Hell yeah.
forgotten. I'll just be a fart in the wind, right? I got 100,000 videos on the internet. No one's going to remember Darkside Phil besides the guy who jerked off on stream.
Hell yeah.
And, probably
Now we're
this
talking.
WWE Champions thing will go away eventually, just like everything else. Who cares? But Keem, has a big body of work. He's known. But when you look at how Keem,
I think it's supposed to be an intervention, Josuke.
again, I'm going off documentaries and things I've seen.
But therapy would definitely be
Keem, you
a
have
descriptor
to
too.
openly
Yeah.
admit that there were a lot of things that you've done that you probably have no issue with whatsoever. You always feel from your perspective, because there's always two perspectives on everything, right?
Holy shit, Phil! I gotta say, this is fucking rich coming from you right now, though.
Whoa.
Yeah,
You're getting your information from the detractors that Keem has, and that's where you're basing this on.
Oh, shit.
When this whole episode,
Adam,
you
get him
have
out-
been
get Adam
talking
out of here.
about how much shit your detractors have made other people think about you. Like, do you hear yourself right now?
Indeed, I do. That's the nature
Okay.
of the beast. That's how YouTube works, man. That's how all this works, right?
Fuck, man.
You're right. So, from what I've heard and seen about Keem, you know, I call them a misery broker. All right, Keem, on a day when you have a good day, it's because someone else is having a bad day. Someone else has drama going on. Someone else has horrible things happening in their life. It's your good day, man. It's time for you to blow that up, and then you interject like a shoe wedge. Zoop, get into that life. Get into that drama, right? You gotta be a part of it. And now get them on your show so that you can pull this out to be not just a one-time thing, but now it's going to be pulled on for weeks and weeks. If there's something,
Phil,
there's
do you
some
know
milk
the
for
internet
profit,
at all?
keep going.
Do you know
Oh, I
the internet at all?
Yes, I do.
Do you see who's successful on the internet? I mean,
I don't know how I feel about this right now.
I would probably be more
Can you update us on
successful
the
if
viewer
I
count?
talk
Yeah,
shit
we're at
on people, but like I don't.
2,689
And
viewers.
you know, I do what I can because that's just where I'm at. You know, so it's like you can't be upset when people use the algorithms for their advantage, which
Here's the thing.
Keem seems to have figured out.
You're right. And at one point I was a really stupid, jealous guy. Man,
Yeah, that was
I
about
feel
10
like
minutes
I'm
ago,
putting out
right?
Content that's not harmful to anyone. I'm just doing gameplay. I'm dicking around on the internet here with my viewers, and this guy gets over and he's doing this drama content. People are saying it's hurtful. You know, you're right. At the same time, everyone has what's called a moral compass, correct? And you know, I've been talking about this on my streams recently. I was raised a Roman Catholic.
Hey, we got
I'm
God
not
in here.
religious anymore, by the way. So this is not like an excuse.
Shout outs to
I
God.
grew up with certain
How's it
morals,
going, God?
All right, and values. And to me, if the only way that I can get over on the internet and get or just get over in life is by stepping on other people, I'm not going to step on those people. I would rather be. The
I don't
guy
think
over
that's
here
what
on
I
the
don't think that's what Keem's doing when he's making videos. You know, I see. Yeah,
I don't wanna say
D-Day
right now.
Cobra. Shout out to him. I saw him in chat earlier. You know, and tweeted us out. Thank you, buddy. He talks shit on anyone. Like he freaking, you know, he monetized the haters better than anyone I know.
Right.
And
Well-
I've talked to him personally off air, and he's a fucking great guy, and like has a good moral compass to me. I don't think talking shit about people on the internet somehow changes who you are, right? As your moral compass. I mean, you said moral compass, and it's like, come on, dude. Like,
Can I ask Phil a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely.
DSP is
Phil,
the old
listen,
streamer who's mad
all
that he's
right,
washed
if,
up.
if
Exactly.
me running Dromeler is like taking advantage of people's misery, right? Because
It-
the way
it
I
does,
understand
kinda.
it, for how you're explaining it,
But
is
that's
like,
not a new business.
a YouTuber will get canceled, and then I cover the story on my platform, or you know, you had the fappening, right? And I covered the story on my platform that I'm making money off of other people's downfalls, right? That's the way you see it.
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
That's how he sees it, anyway.
there's people on YouTube that run documentaries on important things that happen on the internet. They're also in the same situation, correct?
Yeah, sort of.
What do you mean by that?
They're
What kind of
making money.
documentary?
They're making money on a newsworthy story on the
So you're,
internet.
like factual reporting of things that are happening, like a news network. Like, what do you mean?
Well,
Of
like
course.
and
and then I inject my opinion on these stories as well. But there are YouTubers, right? They're commentators, and then there's commentators that do like documentary style stuff that cover drama on the internet. You're saying that every single one of them is accepting blood money because they're voicing their opinions on what's going
I
on.
feel like Mr. Medicare's
Well,
being a little unfair here.
simply
but it's-
voicing your opinion is
You're
one
making
thing,
your point,
Keem,
though.
but
I'll let it go.
let's take
It's
a
not
look at
really.
your history.
It's not really my
You've
place to interject here. I'm just
documented
listening.
where you've actually staged stuff and
Keem's an
extrapolated
equal
drama
opportunity
in
offender.
situations where
DSP
it
doesn't
didn't
that
really
make?
exist. There's evidence of
Doesn't that make? Yeah.
Explain that. Explain that.
DSP and Keemstar have a lot in common. I
I
think
don't
that's
know
what
where these-
The
angers DSP
documentary I
about it.
watched last year, but June the King made this one.
Yeah, June the King.
And I guess there was a situation with a
You called it,
YouTuber,
Richard.
and I forget if he was a Minecraft YouTuber or another YouTuber. And, you know, originally he appeared supposedly as an upfront, honest guest on Keemstar's show covering this drama. I think it was allegations that he had been with underage girls or something like that. Okay?
Like
Come
Panda?
to find out, later on, the whole, or at least part of it, was orchestrated between the two behind the scenes. Like, I guess he wanted to get back at someone, his ex or his current girlfriend, and Keem participated in that setup situation.
I have no idea what you're talking about. That doesn't even sound legit whatsoever. I have no idea what you're talking about.
You have the right to deny it. That's fine.
But,
you know what? It's out there. Just so you know, that shit's out there, man.
But I just want to say, like, you participated in supporting a YouTuber, all right, that covered a story on my misery, right? If I supposedly did something wrong, you watched and supported another YouTuber doing exactly what Dromler does.
It's a good point.
Well, and on top of that,
he's
just
got
to
you
kind of
there,
reiterate
DSP.
this, like, once again, Phil, you're telling Keemstar that he has the right to deny that because he's saying it didn't happen. Even though you're saying there's a mountain of proof in this documentary, right? The same thing is being said to you right now about your WWE legends and everything like that, and you have the right to deny it too, even though there's a mountain of evidence through documentaries online.
Correct. But the difference, Keem, to respond to your point, sorry, there's a lot of points that just came up. The documentary is not just negative stuff about you. Okay, you understand?
But DSP, anything that makes you uncomfortable is negative. That's what you said one
A lot
time.
of things about you that I find very admirable and very positive by watching that. It really did cover factually your rise and all the stuff that's happened and some of the.
How do you know that, though, factually?
And also, how do you know that it didn't hurt his
It's on the
feelings?
internet, so it must be true.
I know. Phil, real quick. I mean, I see documentaries on DSP, but you on the show said half of the stuff's not even true. So I'm confused. Is the internet 100% trustworthy
Well,
or
if it
not?
says something that
Because
makes me
when
feel
it's
bad,
about
it's
me,
fake.
it's all facts. When
Right.
it's about you, it's all lies. I'm confused.
It's not all facts and it's not all lies. It's always somewhere in between, right? We all know that. We're not stupid. We're not born yesterday. When you watch that documentary, you gotta kind of suspend your disbelief. Say, hey, okay, believe it or don't, right? Make your own.
But you just said it was factual.
So you chose to believe this one when it came to Keem.
In a couple of particular cases, I'm not saying that one documentary is the
It's
only
clone
thing
as
I've
bug.
ever heard about.
Yeah, this one we're running out, man. We only
That's
had
what you're
about
referencing
12
a lot
back here
so
in the,
far,
the
so that's
tanks.
what I'm going
so
on.
we're
Can we
running
come
on
to the
regular models
conclusion
now.
that me and you both have a bad reputation? We're controversial figures, but one of us is
Yeah, he wanted to
wildly
be done
more
with this a
successful.
while ago, Lewis. You can see it in his face.
I wouldn't even say I'm successful at all. So
Okay.
like, yeah, sure.
Keemstar, continue with what you were saying. Okay, I think we've established this. Keemstar, continue with what you were
Can you
talking about.
explain the
leading up
5K
to
in
this.
business
You reached out
expenses?
to-
I feel like we
to Boogie
lost
Wings
part of
and
that.
DSP, 50 grand on the table to start the podcast. Continue.
So knowing how
It
to
does,
help
doesn't
all
it?
three of them, all right, and then also creating a
Little Shadow.
business opportunity for myself, right? You know, it is all these things combined, and not only just helping DSP, Wings, and Boogie and myself, because this is a brilliant idea, but it's also helping every single person that's in this chat right now. It's also helping every single one of your haters, every single one of your guys' actual supporters. Everybody wants this content. This is a win. This is a golden opportunity. So knowing this and wanting to reach out to help you, I found you to be so incredibly difficult to work with.
Because he doesn't
Boogie
trust
already
anybody.
contacted
He
you
doesn't like
and
anybody.
told you that this was
He
about
sees
a
everything as a
podcast.
conspiracy against him.
I publicly tweeted, reach out to me, $50,000, and you ignored me. Then we finally start talking in DMs, and your response is, well, email me, because I want to set up a call. We're already talking in DMs on Twitter. Why can't we just jump on a call and talk right away? We're already communicating. You tell me
It's the same thing with
to
the,
go email you. That's that is so
the condo,
weird
the
from
condo
my perspective.
official.
If I reach out to the biggest
lady who was
YouTuber on
selling
the
it.
platform,
He wanted an email,
Mr. Beast,
and she needed
and
to
I
call.
text him,
He needed to
hey,
call.
we got to get
And
on the
DSP
phone. I
was
got to
not down
talk to you
for
about
that.
something. I'm going to talk to him within 12 hours. And this is a wildly more busy guy than you, Phil. All right. And that's the biggest YouTuber on the platform. This is how content creators communicate with each other. We don't, email each other. Like, we have managers to do that stuff. We have lawyers to do that stuff. I have a team of people that will get in an email. I don't get in an email ever. I'm never in a Gmail ever. You know, this is, what are you talking about? That was
He's
so
complimenting a dude he acted
disrespectful
screwed
to me
bashed. Yep.
when I'm just
Howard didn't love it.
communicating you in Twitter DMs. We're talking back and forth, and you're telling me I have to email you in order to get on a call. I was so confused by that, but I play along. All right. I think one of my people may have emailed you or something. I got a phone number. We set up a scheduled time when we're gonna call and we're gonna talk about this.
Phone 18 is
and
ready.
I call you
Got
during
it
the
on
scheduled time,
on the launch pad
and
right
you
now.
don't answer the phone. And then I get a message back saying,
He addressed
"Oh, I'm
this the other
sorry.
night.
You know, I was streaming. I told you I
Yeah.
work at this time."
He said he'd be able to deal with
Even
the
if that
headphones
is
for one
true,
day.
and you were streaming, that stream is not more important than my phone call and my opportunity. It's not.
Phil, what do you think about that? Do you think that's accurate? You have an opportunity to put 5 figures in your pocket, and you kind of give us your mindset.
He couldn't
there,
answer the
'cause
phone anyway.
It's
WWE
also
Champions was on the
answers,
screen.
Because who cares how you're talking or whatever? First of all, Craig knows how to contact me. He contacted me to be on this show. It was pretty straightforward. Wouldn't you say, Craig? It was pretty easy to reach out to me. It wasn't hard to reach me, was it?
No, I emailed you. Yeah, it was easy.
And when we were able to talk back and forth pretty reasonably with no issue, correct? I don't think we ever had an issue, right?
No. I think what we're hearing
Well,
here is...
hold on. You think Craig is a big YouTuber though? Come on, look at this guy.
Oh no, I'm not even saying.
Hey,
it has nothing
once
to do with
upon a
size.
time, buddy. Once upon a
Ban
time.
at him. He's getting
It has
toxic
nothing to do
everywhere.
with size. This has to do with just being reasonable. If
It's
someone has
weird
a
that
business
he's
contact line,
so
this
happy
is
about this. I'm
the
really
best way
shocked
to
by
contact
DSP's
me. Please
behavior in
do
a
it.
lot of this.
But instead, you go to your giant audience on
This is
Twitter
what we've
and
been
you
needing,
just
DSP.
scream,
Get out and
I
talk
want
about
DSP
this shit.
to contact me immediately. $50,000 on the line. It's hostile. It's disrespectful. It's unprofessional.
So you got triggered and were on the defensive immediately when you saw that from
Exactly.
Keem. You
If
did
he-
not see that he was actually reaching out to help. You know,
No,
even
not
though
at all. I didn't even
it's-
know. People had to tell me in my chat this was happening.
So according to like what I've just heard, you were talking shit about him retiring, and he jokingly responded and kind of slapped you a lighthearted slap with a glove, but said, "You know what? I'm gonna hook you up anyway." That's the vibe I'm getting. And you were stuck on that. What year was this, by the way? Just because I
Last
kind of
year.
have a. So this was recent.
Yeah, roughly a year ago.
Wow. Okay. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting a little further back. I mean, it feels like
Yeah, I was
Phil,
right about
you're-
when that
you're in
racist comment
this
was said.
Time of like you're trying to find that way past this spot that you're in, and I don't mean to like call anything out, but it does feel like that's being stuck on level 1, right?
Mhm.
And
It is.
And
if you think about the metaphor, it
it
works.
feels like, I mean, shout out to Keem for like actually
He's
reaching
being
out
nervous, I
after you
think.
were talking shit. Like that's not something that happens. And if he was
Right.
truly trying to help you out, like that's kind of surprising. I would
well,
if
it-
someone was talking shit about me and I was as successful as Keem, I'd been like, fuck this person. I wouldn't even acknowledge them. Especially as you say, it was just some small
DSP
time,
has
I
to
don't
respond.
remember
You
what
don't know
wording
who you're
chose,
talking
that
about
you
here.
weren't even successful in your own mind.
But him talking shit to me isn't a personal thing, right? It's an opportunity for me to make a Twitter video and make some entertainment for my audience. Like when I go on the internet,
That's how you internet right there.
when I
that's
go
how
on the
you
internet,
internet.
I'm not thinking about, will people like me? Will people hate me? I'm thinking, let me make a piece of content that people will enjoy watching, whether they like me or hate me or whatever. Let me make some piece of content that
Oh,
people
wow.
are interested
Kinda
in.
makes
That's
sense there,
all I
DSP,
ever
doesn't
think
it?
about when I come to the internet is serving viewers. All right.
Phil, hold on, real quick. Phil, are you okay with this? You know, I don't
what?
want. Yeah, just with this conversation. You know, I mean, you came on to do an interview with me and Craig. You know,
Maybe
it
this
was a
is
tough
therapy.
interview.
Like
you know, we
said.
dove deep into throughout. You know what was going on, and
BITW
you weren't
is
prepared
awesome.
for. I didn't know that Keemstar would be on the show
BITW
today. I didn't know
awesome is in
either.
here.
Yeah,
Neither
and
did I.
this
Yeah.
is all just kind of happened naturally.
This is the
And
internet.
As the guest on my show, I just wanted to ask you if you're cool. Like I would love for this to continue. I just want to make sure you're cool with it.
I'm okay with this, but I mean,
Warbucks,
obviously
too.
we want to get back to the other topics too, right? I mean, we
This is
kind
how
of
you
put
go on
everything
the
on
internet.
pause.
That'd be a good title, yeah.
We
I
will,
mean-
sure, but I think that
Yeah, let's
I
go
think
back to the
something
5K
good is
thing.
happening here, right? We're working
Agreed.
through things. We're understanding what each perspective is. I understand your perspective, Phil. I understand Keemstar's perspective. So I got a question for you, Keem. Is this? You don't mind if I call you Keem, do you?
No, that's fine.
Okay,
Everyone
okay,
calls
cool.
me Keem.
All right, all right. Is the offer still there for this to happen?
I mean,
if Phil is open to it.
I would say potentially, but not really, right? You know, I took Wings of Redemption.
Wow,
and
that's a
Boogie
big ass
298,
donation. $100.
Who were willing to work with me and understood this business opportunity.
I was thinking that too.
And
Show that
I'm
new
setting
bottle
up a
he got from
boxing
those two
match
brothers,
between the
it's
two of them,
gone.
and
It's
I'm
gonna
going
be
to
gone by
break
the end of
the
the night.
internet with this. All right. This is a awesome opportunity for Wings, an awesome opportunity for Boogie. This is going to be broadcasted on May 13th, and I haven't even announced this anywhere yet. This is an exclusive.
Hey,
it's going to be free to watch.
DSP's not in. That's
it's gonna
stupid.
Be free to watch.
That's dumb.
And
can I ask a question?
Yeah,
of course.
Where's the money?
I am the guest, right?
Of course.
Yeah, please ask. Yeah.
Keem, again, I understand your reasoning here. You're saying I'm just making content people want to see, right? Is there any line that you won't cross when it comes to content that you think people want to see that you can make profit on? Do you have any kind of restraint? Do you ever feel that morally something is too far? Because I personally and many others hear this about this boxing match coming up. Okay, now let me give you my perspective. Okay. Wings of Redemption.
Oh, cool. We just went over this earlier today.
We all know they're down on their luck. They could definitely use some money. Right?
Hey.
We all know this. They publicly
I didn't
project that
realize
to
I
the
was doing a preview.
They're both, technically, from what we can see and understand, they're kind of unhealthy. Maybe not. Who knows? But you only know what they project, correct? Do you not feel
box DSP.
that having two people like this, overweight, possibly unhealthy, doing a boxing match against each other so that everyone on the internet can laugh at them, could possibly, just possibly, be either putting them in harm's way or maybe be considered morally reprehensible because of the repercussions that could happen during this match?
Do you not think they're adults that they can make their own decisions?
Yeah, that's it. That's the problem. They don't know what they're doing. You gotta protect these dudes.
Please answer them.
Let me respond. All right. Every single influencer boxer, whether they're healthy or not, is putting themselves in harm's way for entertainment.
Yeah, for real.
They're all warriors.
Those Paul
and
brother
they all
dudes.
deserve respect. Wings of Redemption and Boogie haven't gotten any respect. In fact, it's disrespect.
Team does
Very
have a nice
similar
bar.
to you.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
All right. And by doing this, they will get respect, whether people laugh or not. They are going to get respect.
Yeah, like
for
I'm
jumping
respecting
in that
DSP
ring.
right now.
But you mentioned
Unironically,
that
I
they're
respect him
unhealthy.
for sticking
Of
around
course
this
they're
long.
unhealthy.
I thought he would
But
have
I can
punked
tell
out
you
20
right
minutes
now,
in.
behind the scenes, and nobody knows this, both of them have actively already lost weight training for this fight.
That's awesome.
This is a positive thing.
Yeah, they
in
might
both
kick
of their
your ass,
lives.
DSP. You
and
better watch
I
out.
don't think either one of them have the ability to seriously hurt the other. Do you?
That's
do,
what I-
do you
that's
think
what I
they're
don't
in
think they're-
real danger by fighting each other? I think these are equal opponents.
This is not a serious boxing match, Keem. They're not boxers. They don't know anything about boxing. These are two overweight guys that are going to go at it, swinging. You know.
Are you going to
anything can
watch?
Yeah, let's watch, DSP.
Yes, you are.
No,
yes,
I'm
you
not.
are.
I don't watch
believe
that
you.
crap. I don't watch
Wait,
your crap.
Phil,
Are you out of your
Phil,
mind?
you know,
I don't
you know,
believe
who
you.
is,
yeah.
You know who is gonna watch it, Phil?
Everyone else.
Everyone. Great answer. That's exactly what I would have said.
I just
Phil-
don't believe you. It really comes down to what I just said a little while ago.
I personally am not gonna watch
when
it
I
either.
look at
I'll watch it if one of
like,
them gets
making
killed.
content for the internet and doing stuff like
Now, if
this.
it was Low Tier God came
my
in out of
question is,
nowhere,
will this
yeah,
serve
now we're
viewers?
talking.
And I know it will. I know so many people are going to tune in. I know so many people want to see this. And I don't believe you when you say you're not going to watch this. I think you are going to watch this fight.
You're so
Phil-
mistaken. You have known
Phil-
nothing about me then, dude.
Well, let's ask this, Phil. And this is just my morbid curiosity. If there was an opportunity for you, Phil, to do something physical, box, whatever.
Yeah, box me, DSP.
You know, whatever it may be.
Hell, I'll get
that was
out of
a
shape.
kind of a YouTuber versus YouTuber opportunity. Would you
Fight
would you be
Tevin.
open to that? Open to anything like that?
Wouldn't do it.
No.
That's not what I'm about. I'm on the internet to share my passion for games, to have a cool social interaction with this.
Yeah, fight LTG.
Fans, whatever you want to call it.
Just go for his legs, man.
I'm not here to make a mockery of myself.
Yeah, he does.
or,
He does.
You know, do a publicity stunt. I don't do that kind of stuff. You know, people will say I do. Whatever. It's your perspective. From my perspective,
I'm not really a big
I
fan
just
of
wanna
Boogie,
be
like in
my
terms
lane,
of
my
the
viewers
new
doing the
definition
good,
of
fun
fan
stuff.
that I've been told
I have no
exists.
aspirations of grandeur or anything like that.
But
I don't want to blow up.
I don't care about Wings enough to actually watch it.
You know, it's
If Low
just-
Tier Guy was in there, hell yeah, I'd watch that
That's
shit all
fine,
day.
Phil. If I could finish why I'm frustrated and explaining myself.
Continue.
Because, like, look, this all started with me retiring and you having, you know, a bad opinion on me, and then us having that metaphor of, you know, you being on level 1. Like, I really did retire like a year ago. I pretty much did retire. Now I'm doing DLC, but I'm not paying for the DLC. The DLC is paying me, you know, and I'm doing more and more and more and more stuff in this space because I just love it so much. and it comes from a place of
You'll
you
fight single-handedly
absolutely
against Phil.
loving what you do and loving.
My money's
these
on you,
video
Mac.
games.
Kick his ass.
You know who else likes video games? Wings and Boogie. You don't think the three of you on a podcast would be a good thing? You guys talking about games?
Yeah, you
giving
guys
your
could talk
opinions,
about how
talking about
Souls
current
games
events
suck,
and whatnot.
Call of Duty
You don't think
sucks.
that's a positive thing?
You and Wings would
I just
bond
said right
so
here on the
much.
show, I would love to do a show with those guys. I'm friendly with them. Behind
So-
the scenes, I have conversations.
So when I couldn't get a hold of you and I called you multiple times, it wasn't once and you ignored, it was multiple times. I kept calling, I kept DMing you, and you said, "Oh, I'm streaming now," and da-da-da. Couple weeks went by.
By the way, that's
And-
false what he's saying, but I'll let him keep going. It's fine. Whatever. Believe it as fact, you know.
No, he's starting to get
I
cranky.
want to hear your perspective. That's
starting to
what
get
we're doing.
cranky.
Did he not call you multiple times?
He called me at least once, maybe twice, but I think it was just once. It could have been twice.
The amount of times that you've said during this interview that you don't really remember is shocking.
Because I don't document this stuff. Why do I?
In your
but,
head?
But how can you say with such
That's a
certainty
new clone.
that it wasn't you, or that he didn't call, or that all these things? If
There you
if
go.
Constantly.
We're up to
I'm
18.
just-
18,
I'm
get
just
in there.
Calling it out. Or, I'm not trying to come at you, but that I've just noticed that a lot. So now you say actually he called maybe twice. Could it have been 3 times? Could it have been 4 times?
It definitely
that you
wasn't
didn't even
3 or
notice.
4. It was 1 or 2. It
How do I
definitely
know?
wasn't 3 or 4.
I'm just,
Well,
I specifically remember when he
Akeem's
called
looking
me
pretty
during the
frustrated
stream,
over
I'm
there.
like, who's calling me? And then when I went on a break, I opened my phone. I'm like, this must be him because I don't have his phone number. I'm assuming this must be him because of the
6-3 instant win. Kick him in the
phone
head.
numbers or whatever. And I'm like, why is he calling me when I gave him these specific times?
Lord, he
to
can't
call
show
me?
his call history.
He's calling me when I said
It's
I
all the
was
times
busy.
he had to
But
call for
even then,
DoorDash.
Phil, you may be busy, but there's a call worth potentially 50 grand plus more on the
That's what I was
backside of this
saying.
that
If
could
some
take
dude was calling my
10 minutes.
workplace, hey,
I mean,
I got
and
$60
once
an hour
again,
position
your
for
true
you.
fans
I'm
will
dropping
understand,
whatever I'm
look, I
holding.
had to get on a phone call. This is a really important business call.
You think I
appreciate
give a shit
you guys, and
about
you know
that?
what? They're gonna stay there with you. They're gonna stay there watching because they want to know what's happening. They want to know more about this. Like the idea of not taking a call just because you're streaming, like your fans will understand that, man.
Yeah, they would.
No, and again, I didn't even.
You
know
guys
it was
would
him. I
understand.
didn't have his number.
Yeah, I just got a
I checked
call
it
from
after the fact,
Keemstar.
like a break.
Turns out I'm gonna fight DSP.
But the fact that this guy can't call me when I'm
No, I
giving
think
him
he was
times to call
on
is
break and he saw that he
baffling.
missed a call.
So first, he won't.
Unless I misheard
the
him.
true interaction here, I had to DM him. He wouldn't contact me. I had to DM him. He would not talk further in the DM about what this was until I demanded it. I'm like, dude, just tell me what you're talking about to see if I'm interested. I don't want to get on a call with you unless you just say, what if he had said something I'm totally not interested in at all? I can say, no, we're not even bothering you.
Then you could hang up.
I had to like pull strings.
There's this little
to get
red
him to
button
say,
that you can press
okay, I
and
want you to
hang
be
up.
like a host on a show. And then he wouldn't even talk any further. He demanded a phone call. I give him my number. I give him the specific times to call. He calls
How
the
long
wrong
has this
time.
gone on?
Well,
Right?
I mean, according to what I
Guys.
hear from Keem, hold on, I just want to say this real quick. According to what I'm hearing from Keem, he was going to put up $150,000 to do a show with 3 guys. Like, that's a risk. That's him investing a lot of his income to try to help these guys, for including yourself. And I think a phone call, wanting to do it over a phone call, is like,
If I box DSP
just-
out, keep in
that's
mind that he's
nothing
got
in
about 100
comparison
pounds
to
on
what
me.
he's
Yeah,
trying to do.
just don't get
I
hit
just need
once.
to say that, Keem.
And
Do
Phil,
a no hit
listen.
and run on this guy.
Do you
Now
want to
that
know
we're-
why I don't like the phone call idea? Why I wanted it in writing? Would you like to know?
In just a
Why?
second, Keemstar, go ahead.
Phil, now that we're talking about this and we're communicating for the first time back and forth, all right, I can tell just by how you're reacting and what you're saying back to me that you actually understand that this was a great opportunity. And that's why we needed to be on the phone, is so we could actually communicate. We could hear each other's voice. We could talk this thing out. You can ask me questions. The text conversation, the emails back and forth, all right? That's
DSP
not
really
like
wants to
really
leave.
how
Just let
business
him
gets
leave.
done. That's how contracts get done. That's how managers communicate back and forth and do deals. But like
I'd have to move in
when we're at
fast
the
and take him
very
out as fast as
beginning
possible.
of an
You
idea,
also need to
and
try
we're
and not hit
trying
him,
to
like
figure
touch
out
him, 'cause he's
what
very
we're going to
oily
do with this
and he could get
business.
you
It
stuck.
has to be like real communication back and forth in a phone call, like it is right now.
Yeah, why would Keem lie? It's true.
So that's why it was so important for me to get on the phone with you.
Okay.
Do you agree
Does that
or
make sense?
disagree? Does it make sense to you, Phil?
What I was going to say was
Sure.
the reason I wanted it in writing was very simple. All right. Again, you have to understand, Keem, you have a lot of stuff that's said about you on the internet. You know that. We've agreed to that.
Keep
right?
So do you.
I'm so
Correct.
sick of hearing that from
So
you.
do
Phil.
you.
But
It's so frustrating
if
when
I'm
you
going to
say
deal
that.
with this guy, if I'm going to
I'm
deal
with
with
him.
this guy, if I'm going to deal with this guy, I want our
Keem wants to
conversation
leave.
right. Because what's to stop me from getting on the phone with Keem, having a conversation, and the next thing I know, he completely lies about what we just talked about to get drama on his content.
Like you just lied
Phil,
right
that's
now.
that's like me going to Craig. Like, hell no. I hear all this shit about Phil. I don't want him to come up here and start fucking wanking it on the show live. You know what I mean? That's like me believing what is on the internet when I think this was actually pretty. It was a tough.
I
But
think
it was a
DSP
good
is going
show,
to get more
you know,
paranoid
and it was a
after
chance
all
for
this.
you to come clean and like really try to
You
tackle
aim for
some
the
of the shit
Italian
that's
nose.
out there.
Yeah,
But it's like
he'll have
you're
his finger in
using
there.
the same
You can break his
kind of
finger at the
shit
same
that
time.
people have been using against you, but you're using against Keemstar.
That's why he wanted to
Doesn't
talk
make
in
any
person,
sense.
Phil. Yeah, so you can pick up on cadences. and stuff.
You do hear it. You do see it, right?
Trust him. I do not trust Keem.
But once
You
again,
don't know me. We've never
Right.
even talked.
How do you not trust the man
He
when
hates your
you're getting
beard.
your information from the internet? The internet is not
Look
a
at
real
that
place.
Leonidas beard. That's stupid.
I can tell you this. I do business with the biggest content creators on this entire planet. All right. I don't just run a show called Drama Alert. I develop video games. I represent YouTubers. I get them brand deals. One of my companies represents the biggest streamer on the planet. I have a long business
DSP?
history with FaZe, Mr. Beast. Like, you don't know anything about me. You don't,
Mm-hmm.
right? But if we had a conversation and you got to learn about me and what I've done, and the business opportunities
Phil
that
already
I've
made
created
his decision.
for
It's not happening.
this industry for the last
This is gonna
15
be extra
years,
tinfoil hat after-
your
Yes.
opinion
He might not
of
even
me would
stream.
be wildly different than you watching a drama documentary about me, something that you're against. Like, this is blood money,
It was
but
not a
that's where
drama
you got your
documentary.
information from.
It talked a lot positively about you. Why do you think I watched a drama video about you? That's not what I watched.
So
at all.
it talked positively about me, but by watching it, you had a negative view of me.
Oops.
That doesn't. It's
No,
not
I told
adding
you.
up.
I respect you immensely, but
Wrong.
I don't know after.
Oh, goddamn,
it's
new
not just
clone.
that,
Shit.
there's other things too.
Rolling the
People
next
that have
one.
said things about you, and they're dealing
Respect
with
you.
I have to kind of be protective of
Playing with me.
myself and my business and my family.
Was there
I
ever?
I
Was
feel
there
there's
ever a
risk of being
story?
involved with you? I do. I feel there's a risk that I could be, hung out to dry somehow.
I know that there's multiple things that I've done wrong in my career, like a 1,000%. I have said outlandish things in the
CDSP,
attempt of
you and him are the
making
same
entertainment,
guy. Feels good, huh?
And entertaining people.
Put in a comment.
In 2015,
had
one of the
to put in
biggest
contract
things,
why he ruined his
my team
business.
got a story wrong, and I went on air with the story wrong and falsely accused someone of being a pedo. It was wrong identity. It wasn't even the same guy. All right. If
So
you
it
look
says
at
here
that
in the
story and
contract
actually
that
look
my
into
business
it,
is to be ruined.
The person that
Yep,
exposed
that's it.
Keemstar for that and brought that to the internet was Keemstar. I exposed myself for getting it wrong. I right away tried to make, it right with that guy, offer him 20 grand. This is like back in 2015. If you actually look into any of this stuff about me, you're going to see Keemstar saying wild effed up stuff, and he's definitely wrong. But you're going to see Keemstar making mistakes and trying to make amends for it. If you
Yeah,
actually
DSP can't
take the
bother with
time
that
to
part.
look into it. Now,
Remember,
you're
no
on
logic
this show
algorithm. No.
asking these audience,
Semantics.
detractors, these gentlemen running this podcast to treat your story and what's said about you fair. I should have gotten the same respect from you, or at least a respect to get a phone call, just so we
shit.
could better
Oh
know
no,
each
DSP's whole world is falling
Phil,
apart.
but that
Go ahead,
didn't
Phil.
happen. And if I could finish, because I'm almost
Sure.
done
Yes, sir.
with representing, my point in all
DSP
this.
has astounding
I
cognitive
called him
dissonance.
multiple
I think if
times,
you could
couldn't get a
power a
hold of
generator
him.
with it, we could.
It rubbed me
get
the
to the-
wrong way
get to
right
the
from the
moon.
beginning when he was trying to send me to an email, which made no sense to me. And I think 2 weeks roughly went by, and I went on YouTube, and because I was looking up DSP stuff, doing research for the podcast, the algorithm sent his live stream in my feed, so I tune into it. And I'm telling you, the minute I tuned in, I saw Phil begging for money to pay rent and utilities, and I just lost it in his chat. I'm like, I cannot believe that you're doing this right now. 2 weeks ago, I was trying to get a hold of you, offering you the greatest opportunity you've ever been offered in your entire career. Phil, if this podcast was a success, all right, everyone in the chat and you are looking at $50,000. It wouldn't be $50,000. This podcast would make millions. It would be a wild success. It would be a brand.
I don't
This
know
is
about all
something
that.
would be clipped on TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Instagram. People would talk about this.
I need
Just
my
like you're being
emergency
clipped on your
boost.
little live stream now, except for we would have an opportunity to monetize it.
I think I'd probably fall out of interest in DSP because I'm only into
Phil,
him
do
'cause
you
he's obscure.
do you
I
understand
don't like that mainstream stuff.
kind of the obviously I think what
I don't
Keem
know
is
if
saying,
that's
he
true or
has, he has this business experience, right? He's offering you an opportunity. You turn the other way.
Do you realize how
But there's a
much
lot of
video
things that
content
you're
is
saying
gonna be made
today.
now?
You're talking about
This is
you
at
know,
least
Keem,
4 or 5 dozen
making
videos.
mistakes, saying things,
Just
doing
from
business
the
the
first
wrong
hour
way.
of this.
That can also be said about yourself. And the things that you're saying are very. I mean, it's like holding a mirror up to yourself, because I feel like there's actually a lot of similarities between Keemstar making mistakes. You've made mistakes. Things that we touched on during this.
Keemstar
podcast,
also
right?
has an addiction to WWE Champions.
You do understand the similarities between what
I
your
don't think
argument
it'd
is
make $1
for
million,
not
Keem.
wanting
I
to work
admire that you're
with
a
him,
businessman.
and
You're
the
trying to
reason why you
sell
have
this
so many
image to me, but I really don't
detractors.
think that's going to be $1 million. No
What
way.
what I would say is the difference between me and Keem.
I think
outside
DSP is
of
not going to do the
wild
second stream
popularity
tonight.
difference, is that if you take a look
At
at the
least.
body of work that I've done in the 15 years I've done it, all right, you would say, has Phil ever really outright with anything he's done actually concretely hurt someone?
It did
To
hurt
the
me.
point where, like, you know, wow,
It hurt me. It
what a
touched me.
heinous person.
In a bad way.
People will
Yeah.
say that about Keem. They will say that about Keem, okay? And at the end of the day, when I have to make business decisions about who I'm going to associate with and who I'm not going to,
Keem's going to rage quit.
that's
He's going
a
to toss
factor.
his mic. And he can afford to.
It's a moral factor.
Isn't that awesome, DSP? I got so much money, I
has
can
nothing to
rage
do with
quit.
Keem's business sense. Keem, you are a great businessman. Everyone knows that. I think you would actually run the podcast very, very well. I do.
I have
would
no
love to
clue
do
how
this
the clip
podcast
channels will
with
clip
you.
this. The last
I
4
have a
hours have been
problem with
gold.
you morally
No,
with the
we're
content.
talking week.
I'm gonna
let him
week to
respond.
week
Let him
content
respond
here.
to that.
Listen, you just said that you've never hurt anyone, right? And you talking trash doesn't hurt me. That's just an opportunity, right? But when you treated me the way you did behind the scenes, this sounds like bullshit coming from me, but you hurt me. I was offended. I was hurt. Like, why are you treating me like this?
Poor Keem.
Why
He did nothing
why
wrong.
can't
He
you
was just
treat me
playing
like a
around.
man, and why can't we have a conversation? If you came
That's
to the
dangerous,
conclusion
especially
that
when-
no, I don't want to do this isn't right for me, that's fine.
Yeah, it is a
But you
dangerous
really
thing, buddy.
showed
But it could
me
bring
no
us into a
respect
third season
at
of the
all.
DS or a third arc.
It was so disrespectful how you were
DSP.
treating me, making me email.
We had
I have
early
to
Phil,
call at
we
a
have
certain
modern Phil,
time.
and now we're gonna
I'm
have
calling
new
and you're not
modern
answering the
Phil.
phone. And then
Neo-modern.
when people
Hell
were
yeah.
asking your fans asking online, why didn't you do this
Where
podcast
DSP
with
touched
Keem?
you?
During
It's
this whole
right around the
time,
heart.
I forgot to
That's where
mention
he
this.
touched
He
me.
was still talking bad about me.
Keep coming back to
publicly.
the fact that DSP thought this was going to be a fluff
Keem,
piece and on
you
the
just
trolls.
said it. Like, just what you just described is probably the main reason I have a problem with you. You are someone who has no self-awareness, and you think that you're the most important thing. You tweeted
I think
on
Keem's
your
about to start
Twitter
flipping out.
that I should contact you about a business opportunity. No one does that. They contact the person about the business opportunity directly.
We all do it. We all do it.
Yeah,
It's the internet, Phil.
Phil, it's
Like,
the internet, man.
like
Yeah.
You said you've been doing this for 15 years, but like, do you not understand the way algorithms work? The way anger is addictive and how people are hooked on crazy shit? Go ahead.
I want no part of that drama. I
Phil,
don't want to be
Phil,
on a
Phil, let me-
podcast that is going to be about that.
Phil,
I don't
shut
want
up.
to be involved with someone
That's not what he was.
he's-
I don't even
this
know
is
what the
egomaniacal
podcast was
what
going to
he's
be about.
saying. He's being egomaniacal. I have to just listen
Phil,
to what he
I'm
just
not.
said. Keem,
Phil.
you just said my whole life should have stopped because you wanted to contact me. Really?
I did
my
not say
whole
that.
Life. You
No,
just
he
said,
didn't say that.
Answer
I
the
did
call
not
at
say
any
that.
time.
Oh, crap,
Even
new
though I gave
clone.
you the
Damn,
time
we're up to
to call.
20?
Can I
Answer the
give
call
you
at
some
any time at
context?
all.
Can I give you some context? From the
Context?
time I wake up to the time I go to bed, every single day, I talk to at least 20 different content creators. And this is true. This is not an exaggeration. You know, I run an influencer
This is getting
boxing,
really good.
You know, Happy Punch. We represent fighters that do boxing. I have all my staff. I have YouTubers and content
His brain is
creators
at
that we
maximum power,
represent
the heat
business-wise
sinks
with
are
brand
making-
deals and stuff like that. And then I run Drama, right? So I have to get on the phone with different
Engines
content
at full
creators
power. DSP
to
mode,
validate
go.
stories or get people's takes so I can, you know, inject that into the story to make sure that like what I'm reporting and what I'm talking about is accurate and have a full perspective, right? How all this business operates,
Oh, what's that cable?
right, between content creator and content creator is like Twitter DMs. It's like it's like a tweet. Yo, DM me. Yo, let's hop on a phone call. When we're talking about contracts and
I
stuff,
don't want anyone
then
to
you have
email me, really.
lawyers, you have managers.
I mean,
they're
well,
in
someone if
emails,
I
emailing each
feel it's
other
really
back
necessary,
and forth.
but in general, I
but the
don't do that.
content creators, which we are both content creators, we are on the same
We add
level.
extra
I'm
hamsters for
not
additional computation power.
higher than you. You're
DSP's
not higher
checked
than
out.
me.
He's
We
done.
have a mutual respect as content creators. We should be able to be in Twitter DMs and then get on a phone call. And you didn't treat me like
I
that.
think this
you treated me
interview
like dirt.
deserves a
This
this
is
is how
not
you
about
don't
me
play.
thinking I'm
This is the
God.
first episode of
This is
how
about
you
how
don't
you
internet.
treated me in those Twitter DMs.
Keem, I gave you the times to call. You called at different times, and we never had another interaction ever again. How was I disrespectful to you?
So when they asked me, is this opportunity, you know,
There's this
still available?
psychological
And I say-
study where
I
they
say
had
maybe
three people
because,
who
like,
thought they were
I
Jesus,
don't know
and they
how I
put them
could
all
work
together
with
to
you.
interact.
You are very, very difficult to
DSP
work
is
with,
kind of
to
like
even
one of those
communicate
Jesuses
with.
right now. The answer is slapping him right in the
Firsthand.
face. The realization
Because I
slapping
didn't
him right in the
drop
face,
everything
and
to
he
talk
just
to you,
doesn't
I'm
get it.
difficult to communicate with, even though I
But
have
what are you dropping?
publicly listed ways to contact
What?
me.
Please explain to me what you're dropping. Like, what is so important that's happening that you can't get on a
You've
phone call
dropped your
with me?
controller for your
Work,
blinds
my
being
job.
weird.
I'm here 6 days a week, full-time streaming to make a living.
But this job that I'm about to offer you would pay wildly more and
Phil had
solve
any brains,
all these
he'd know
problems
this
that you
is the
have
only way
going
his
on.
career continues
First of all, you don't
online.
know what it's going to
Yep.
solve. That's a huge assumption. Second of all, I didn't know what the thing was because you never told me. You didn't call at the time you were supposed to.
Didn't
We're
Boogie
going
give
in a
you?
loop.
We are
give
going
you-
in a loop. You're
Yeah.
right.
It's happened a lot on this episode so far.
Right.
Yeah, Adam's about done.
So look,
Let's get out of here.
I think let's leave it here, right? A bridge has been gapped. You know, we
Not
brought a
really.
bridge together, right?
We're
I
at
don't know
5
if
hours
something's going
almost.
to come
Holy
from
Christ.
this with Keem and Phil, and there's obviously still friction there, and that's fine.
Phil
but I'm
can't
glad
respect
you guys
anybody
had an
because
opportunity
respect
to talk.
has to
And,
recognize you as a
and I
person,
think
and DSP
more than
really
anything,
doesn't see other people
Phil,
as people.
You know, you're learning
They're
more
more
about
obstacles
business
to
in
money than
2022,
anything.
2023, and how
He's as
how
bad as
interactions,
Keemstar is
you know,
accused of
and
being.
The importance of being quick and nimble and things like that along here, because that's in
And he
reality
keeps
that's
drinking
how
all the
business works
coolants.
now, so.
Let me put it this
Before-
way: if it weren't Keem, because again, I already had a negative association in my head of who Keem is. I had really very little interest in doing any work with him. If it was someone else, maybe I would have. But you know, that's the association I had. I had a moral issue working with the guy, so it wasn't a big deal to me that he was reaching out to me.
Before I leave, because I'm pretty much done, I've expressed everything that I want.
I appreciate it, Keem.
Can I give you some criticism?
Me?
Bill, is that okay?
Yeah, because I came in saying that I'd be respectful and I wouldn't dunk on you or any of that stuff, but I do have some criticism that I desperately want to express to you.
Shave the goatee.
As long as it's respectful and it's not.
Is it about the beard?
I'm going to do this in the most respectful way, and then I'll go. And of course, you can respond. But I don't condone people harassing you, people doxing you, people going into your private, you know, life and doing all this horrible stuff that they've done. But I believe the reason why this has happened is because people don't trust you.
Yes, 100%.
You don't come across.
You're not
as
a trustworthy
trustworthy.
person.
So when you're on stream and you're asking to pay utilities and
You
rent
are
and
a
all that
liar.
stuff,
You've been a documented liar. So I'm going
the
to treat
audience
you like you're a
is
liar.
getting frustrated and they look at you like
He's
you're a
actually looking, so
scammer
he
and they
jumped on
want to
and
know
escaped the
where
actual
this
thing.
money
Yeah.
is going.
The 5K
How is
thing
he
completely
always in
disappeared.
this situation? What is he spending his money on? And that is the motivation to dive into your personal life. You had an opportunity on this show, and I watched it, to just pull up the screenshot and show the WWE account, and you didn't do it. Your internet cut off. At that point, when your internet cut off and you were DDoSed and you were gone off stream, the opportunity is now gone. It's gone because while your internet was out, you could have made a fake screenshot. All right. You're never, ever going to be able to prove what your WWE account was or is ever again, because people will say he just photoshopped it. He just made it up. You're never going to be
Never
able to
gonna
prove
say
that.
that anyway. It's not
You
a
had
big deal.
one opportunity.
You did.
To do it right
You could
away
have
with
changed
these
everything.
guys, and that was it. And you didn't take advantage of it because I personally, watching it, and so did the audience, thought that you were lying. And if you are lying, if it is true, and you're not being honest, if I were you, this is the best advice I could give you, right? Is just be like, look, this was my account. This is that. I would ask for a clean slate and I would do things different.
Yeah.
Because
He shakes his head when he doesn't really
restarting
want to hear
level
what they're
1
saying.
over
It's almost
and
kind of
over and
animalistic.
over again
No,
is
I don't
the
wanna hear
root
it.
of all your problems, if that makes any sense.
I appreciate the input. It's not true, so I'm not going to do that.
There we go.
I appreciate the input. If it were true, I would fess up to it.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for having me.
but shut up.
Appreciate it, man. I'll appreciate you hopping on. Really appreciate it.
Definitely.
Oh man.
All right. Hey, Phil, you've been throwing curveballs today, which I did not see coming. All right, I did not see them coming at all. But
Story of my life, Craig. Story of my life.
This is all happening to me. I did nothing
Do you
wrong.
want to keep going? I've got till around 4 p.m. We could keep going. If you have more questions, I'm down for it.
So
that's funny, Roachbait.
Let me say this. I
it's
reached
almost
out.
10 p.m. for me, and I haven't had dinner, and so I can't
No.
go much longer.
Adam,
Give us 15
Don't
minutes.
leave
Let's
us.
go 15 more minutes.
Okay.
No.
And if you guys are new, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button. Once again, we
I already subscribed because I
stream
thought I'd
Monday
have
through Friday
24-hour chat
at 11 a.m. Central Time. We have some great interviews
Also
coming
the
up.
taunts
Once
that
again,
motivate
Mark
them
the
to come after-
Cyborg,
Exactly.
James Rolfe, the Angry Video Game Nerd, coming up.
This dude
so
creates
make
all
sure
the
you guys
problems
are
himself.
here for those. We'd really appreciate it. Once again, you can follow us over on Twitter at Side Scroller Pod. You can follow me at you can see down there, and Adam as well, and obviously Darkside Phil as well. Okay, so Phil, I reached out. We only have like 15 more minutes, and once again, I appreciate everybody hopping in, being a part of the day, being part of the stream, and all your super chats.
You guys
have been
don't
amazing.
realize this.
I want to let you know
Keemstar
that
gave me an ear infection.
We will
I
definitely
would have
take a look
taken
at
my
them. I don't think
headphones
we're gonna
off
read
a
them
long
on
time
stream,
ago, but he had to
but
come
during
into
our
the
post-show
interview and
over
be
at
an asshole.
patreon.com/side
And now
scroll,
I've got
we'll
an
bring,
ear infection.
Blabs and
Blame
Travis
him.
in.
I give you
We'll continue
permission
on while,
to
so Adam
spam
can
his
get some
inbox.
food. But I wanted to play some audio. This is actually I reached
That's a
out to
good
several
reference,
of your
Dustin.
detractors.
Oh no.
And I thought it would be fair to allow them to ask questions.
No.
So
Ban
I
'em.
wanted to play this for you.
Ban 'em. Get 'em
and,
outta
you.
How's the
we'll just
goat,
kinda go
Phil?
from there, okay?
Look at my
Does that sound good?
skeletons, bitch. Is that the guy?
Fire away.
Are you okay with
I
that?
want to hear all the
I don't know
highlight
who
ones.
they are. I don't know what they're saying, obviously. So.
Well, this is from It's a Gundam.
Hey, it's that guy.
Are you familiar with that name?
I'm familiar with the name, and I'm definitely familiar with the voice.
Okay, well you're gonna know the voice. So here you go. This is a question from him.
Hey there, Philly cheesesteak. Guess who it is? Your favorite YouTuber. We're best friends. Remember that time you thought it'd be funny to put a restraining order on me, Filbert? Well, Philly, my question is, what the hell did you spend $500,000 on? You didn't pay off your house. You didn't pay off the condo. You didn't pay off any car you own. You're in debt. Where did the money go? Why did you take
It
business
went to
loans?
bills.
What did you use the business loan money for? You never improved your content. You've been using the same
He
camera
must be in
for
United Kingdom or something.
5,000
What? I
years.
don't know.
If it wasn't for like the Dutch
Is he?
brothers sending you a new web camera or
don't know the
like
detractor
LEDs in
question
the
section.
background,
Yeah.
you'd have no ideas. Where'd the money go? You're like a politician in San Francisco. If I went to the mayor and I said, Mayor of San Francisco, where did all that money go? That $120 million you defunded the police with and put it to black communities. Where did it go? You know, Phil, you screwed up. You never should have been a YouTuber. You should have been a politician in San Francisco. You would have gotten away with it, baby. If it wasn't for those meddling detractors.
Is it going to end at some point?
All right, it's over now.
It's actually not too late. I mean, politicians tend to be older.
Yeah, DSP could still do
Look,
that.
that was a long question. I think my first question after that is what
I
is
think
he,
we handled that though already. We talked about that shit.
It's never
but
been resolved.
The 500,000. That's the first I've heard of that figure. Where is that
No,
coming from, dude?
I mentioned it earlier. We talked about it. And
Could be the bankruptcy. I'm not sure.
And I asked him,
Bankruptcy,
and
yeah.
if it was the bankruptcy, and I think that's it.
It's a Gundam.
Have
He's
you
all
taken
right.
out any business loans?
I find his voice gets a
And
little
if
old
so,
after a
what were
while,
they
but it's not his
used for?
fault. That's
Business
his
loans?
thing.
No. Everything that all that debt that got written off was credit cards and stuff.
But yeah, everything he said was absolutely
Oh,
correct.
I had personal loans, not business.
It's kind of like how
I've never
Robert
taken out any kind
Gilbert
of loan
Godfrey's funny
officially
for
in the
about
middle of the business
3 hours, and then it starts getting a little old. But that's nothing against him as a
Okay.
person.
Is there
He
anything
can't
else?
control that.
You
You
know,
can't have
I don't know. It's very
voice
rarely
box
do you have an
implants or
opportunity
something.
to kind of interact with.
Did he used to be on the Howard Stern show? His voice is so familiar to me. He used to
No.
be was he that clown guy?
Is he the clown?
Actually, he
Is
sounds
that the
just
clown?
like
No,
him.
that's the clown right
He
there. I'm
sounds
looking at
just
him.
like him. No, I don't know. He's one of the many detractors who make videos.
Yeah,
about me.
I'm blown
literally
away
never
by how
watched a video.
well Craig and Adam did, especially Adam. But
Do
I
you think
will
that,
give props to Craig. He
by
was cool
not
about
watching his videos, you're like, do you think that if you were to spend time watching their videos, you'd be able to
No,
react
hell no.
and,
Banned.
you know, you have a reaction channel. Don't you think there's an entire niche market of you reacting to negative content about yourself?
Perhaps
react to
in the future,
mine.
yes, now that
React to
I'm
my
doing
ending
that,
videos.
I'm
Hold on,
in
I'll
operation for
post
a
it up on
month.
the link.
It's something that I would consider dabbling in the future. The thing is, as I there is something with these detractors. The more attention you give them, just the worse it gets. It eggs them
That
on
is
to do
true.
more. So my opinion is, people are not coming to my channel to see this. They don't care about that. They want to see gameplay. They want to see whatever. I don't want to inundate them with that stuff, so I don't address it. You know.
Okay.
But maybe,
I was
maybe
gonna
it
say
would
a
be
new
a
show idea, the detractor reactor.
Hell yeah.
Maybe that should be something we do. A whole
Okay,
show
so
where react to detractors.
I've given you two good show
DSP,
names so
watch
far.
this.
I did react
Watch
to
these
the
two.
original This Is How You Don't Play last year.
Watch this one.
So just want to talk
This
about
one's pretty
talking
good.
two sides
It went
of the fence. How it's
viral.
completely unfair how I'm treated. The guy tried to take it off the internet, so I couldn't react to it. Everyone else had done it, but when I went to do it myself,
Because it was funny,
oh,
DSP.
no,
do you not
can't
get
do
that?
Phil. Like, what are you talking about? It's fair use. You
Gotta
can't take
download
that.
it. Gotta download it next time.
Well,
So-
someone gave it to me.
Yeah, he didn't pay off anything.
Can we talk
Didn't
about
pay
that
off
though,
a
real
damn
quick?
thing.
Have you ever tried to remove reactive content
Yes.
from
This is empirically correct.
your business that people have reacted
Yes.
from
Reactive content. So you're saying someone actually watching my content and reacting to it.
or
Yes.
or posted or just posted
Anything.
clips of it?
The only time that I have tried to ever take anyone down was straight up ripping the raw content and illegally reposting it with absolutely no.
You said
transformative work
Tevin was doing that.
The
I
moment
don't
that
understand.
someone's there and they're talking about it, that's transformative. I know because everyone does it.
Propaganda.
The judge that made a ruling on that. The only
There's
way
your
that
model
you
kit to
really
build.
legally you should be able to take anything down is if they just right now if they rip this raw podcast
Uh-oh.
from side
I'm in
scrolls, put it
trouble.
on their channel, no context, no commentary. That's illegal. Everything else is fine. So no, I've never tried to do that.
That's a lie. That's a
at
lie.
all to anything that's reactive content.
You tried to
or
take
reactive.
down This Is How You Don't Play multiple
So
times.
I understand that, right? And technically, legally, you are correct, right? But this
Yes,
goes back
legally he's
to
correct.
like this is the internet, and the internet. I know that people are going to take this episode and like if
Catch
I'm
Rollers
sure
videos? I haven't even
Gundam
watched those. I
and
should watch
Keem
those.
and all sorts of people are going to go and they're going to make content based off of this content. But
Mm-hmm.
ultimately, and we could get upset about that because legally, bleh, right? But ultimately, that's going to help the show. That will benefit side scrollers.
It definitely does,
because
DSP.
more
Now
people
everyone
know
loves you.
about side scrollers, right? So, I just feel like
We're up to 2,899
I feel like I've
viewers.
kind of zeroed in on what's happening. Like, Phil, the internet has changed, and you haven't necessarily changed with the internet.
That's not true. He
whether
told me
it's
he changed.
the things that we've talked about today, and so there's big opportunity for you to adapt and change with the internet.
No.
You've
No,
changed
the
some
internet
formats.
needs to come back to
you've
where
changed
I'm at,
some,
idiot.
changed your content and such. But
Yeah,
the
he got
internet
my side
still
build nuked.
is
I know he got,
adapting, and it's adapting
Tevin banned a couple
literally
times.
exponentially fast, and it's something
Are
that
they? All right, I'll check those out.
needs to be done if you're going to be
He did not admit to that
relevant-
BR joke.
relevant content producer
But
online.
he did not admit to them specifically.
I don't know.
I'm saying.
I would just love to hear your thoughts on that. That's just a reoccurring theme that I've heard today.
Well, of course, what I'm going to say is, well, today I've changed and I'm much different. Because he said that a million times already on the show, right? I mean, I really am trying to be different and more receptive to criticism and being open, like the React stuff I'm doing
Gundam
right
is
now
a
that I
racist
started
and
doing
worse than
last
Phil.
month.
Don't
That's
have that
something I
moron
was
on
so
again.
against for
Okay,
so many
Guy
years.
Void.
And that's
Not a
running
problem.
pattern with me. I'm stupid. I'm ignorant. I say dumb stuff. Then someone finally says, "Hey, Phil, wake up, stupid head."
And then you
Check
ban
this
him.
out. And actually, there is some meaning to doing that.
No,
You
you
can add
ban him.
Context. You can add, your own perspective. You can make a React that's not just being dumb stuff, but instead intelligent content. And now I know that. I need to keep doing that. I feel like I'm getting better at it. It's a work in progress, just like everything in life and with any
No,
person
that's not true.
trying to grow or evolve.
He
It's a work
hates
in
every
progress for me to
criticism.
become
Every
more
criticism.
I
He hates it.
I feel I'm a lot
That's
better
not
at
even
walking
remotely
in other
true.
people's shoes
I
now.
thought
I'm
Craig
lot
was a
better
new
at listening
locale,
to
and I admit that I was
perspectives
wrong because
and suggestions.
I do feel this was a
Right?
very
I
humbling
need
experience
to
for me.
adapt.
I was
need
ready
open
to
minded
shit
to
all
change
over this
things.
Craig dude, and I feel really bad
Phil,
for it.
I gotta say,
And I apologize, Craig. If you're
took a
hearing
lot
this
of
through
balls
the
to
internet, because
come
I'm
on
going to
the
do
show
the DSP
and
approach and not actually
handle the questions.
talk to it all.
If anything,
so-
that's the one
love your work.
actual positive thing I hear is that Phil never gives up. Phil is the unbreakable rock that the waves crash against, and he's still gonna be here at the end. You know what I'm saying? Like,
But you will
I put
get
up with all
eroded.
of it, and I'm not going anywhere, man. I'm gonna keep making
Yeah,
content.
Adam looks
I'm not gonna
hungry.
give up
Let
on
him
it.
go
I
have
love
some
it,
food
you know?
before he
It's my
starts
passion.
flipping out.
It really is my passion. Best job I've ever had, and I'm happy to be here with you guys and be honest with you as much as I could. Thank you. You guys were great hosts. I know it sounds like we're ending now. It was a great, great opportunity. At least to
It's
get
over,
my
man. Let's
perspective on
go.
it. Thank you.
Well, and we appreciate you coming on. We still got a few more minutes because I want Adam to be able to get food. But is there anything that you feel that you need to touch on before we leave, before we part today?
My wife is not a horse.
There's so much. I mean, we could go on for hours and hours.
My wife is not a horse. Panda Lee was 18.
My ex-girlfriend.
And
is
I'm
that
actually
what you
really
want
good
to
at Dark
focus
Souls.
on, though? He asked you specifically, is there anything that you want to bring up?
Okay, well, let's do this. Phil, would you be open to coming back on again?
No.
Sure, absolutely.
Never.
Cool.
You guys are
We could do like a part 2. And
I'm there.
just kind of hit on more of those things, right? Because I want to be
Gun him
conscious
as black
of
and
everybody's
Indian.
time.
I thought that was the other dude who was black and Indian.
We'll schedule a part 2 for some time down the
thought Gunham
line,
was
right?
white.
And
Am I thinking of someone else?
And get you on for a part 2. But in the meantime, what is the one thing that you wish you could address right now that we haven't addressed today?
Oh my gosh. You know.
Well, the first thing you just said was that
DSP is a
groom and
cockroach.
shit. Like, what's up with that? Because I don't like it.
It's blatantly false. It's my ex I met. She contacted me. I never contacted her. She contacted me via YouTube DMs when they were a thing. That's how long ago this was, over a decade ago. She was an adult, a legal adult.
She was not what I would consider an adult.
People say
she
I
was
met
18
her when she was like
and
16
just
and I
still in
knew her
high
for years.
school.
I never even spoke to her until after she was 18. It's a complete and bold-faced lie. Okay?
Yeah, Adam came for the throat.
I'm sorry that I have to bring this up, but I talked with my wife about it. I want to get this out in the open. People say that I'm some kind of a horrible woman abuser, and basically
No,
I
get
groom
abused.
women,
I'm sorry.
And I bring
That's
them
not funny.
into my
It's
personal
funny.
life. My wife and I met online, casually talking for a few months before we ever started dating or anything like that.
Yeah, what about the Subaru guy?
Basically, she was in a really bad place in her life, an abusive relationship. She got
She
out of
was
that
made to
relationship.
watch
She
Marvel
did.
movies.
Then we started talking
Abusive.
a little bit more romantically, and then things pursued. People made stuff up and said that I basically stole her from her ex and that he's a victim. It's funny because when you look on the internet, they will find all this public information about me and my personal life. They'll find my bankruptcy. They'll find all these statements. Did you ever find the restraining order that she had against her ex because he was hitting her? Right? But, make him look like a good guy on the internet, right? Which is what they've done. My detractors have actually done this. They've gone into her personal life with her family. She has nothing to do
I was
with
in the
me or
camp
my
that this
content.
interview was just going to
Stop.
be softball
If
pitches.
you're going to
They
mess
told
with
me.
me,
Yeah,
that's one thing. Leave my
I might
family,
stay subscribed to
leave
them. You guys are
everyone
all right.
out of it. Make fun of me. Put the brunt on me. It's one of my biggest regrets as a content creator. I never meant for anyone to get hurt doing this. Never. I feel
More
awful
tears.
at my wife every
More
day.
tears. Bring it
Just
on.
feeling awful about things going on. Like, why are they saying these things about her? She has nothing to do with any of this. Leave her out of it, all right? Just
Before I
all the
forget,
stuff. I mean, I'm sure there's a million other
throw
things.
subscribe on that guy.
We'll get to it.
Adam's
then.
pretty
but
cool.
Those are two things that have always been horrible to women. If anything, you will never ever, 1,000,000%, you will never find someone on the internet saying that Phil was in a sex scandal, Phil was abusive
Cat
to women in
donation.
the past. I have
Yeah,
never
cat donation
done that in my
reveal was
life.
worth mentioning.
1,000,000%. But they want to say it, and it really irks me the wrong way. So.
I understand. All right.
If
Well,
Greg
look,
gets
I
good
think this
support
is a great
from
place
this,
to
he's gonna
stop.
do even more
Like I said,
part two.
let's definitely. I'll email you.
Yeah, that's not good.
I won't DM you. I promise. I'll email you, and we'll set up a part 2. I think that there's
Shit, I gotta
still a
take
lot to
another day
cover,
off work.
But I
Damn.
know that I speak for everybody when I say we appreciate your time, we appreciate your patience, we appreciate taking the time.
Yeah,
to
they don't blame
allow
it. You
us
can
to
tell
kind of
Adam
poke
doesn't
and
believe it even
prod.
slightly.
And I know you.
But I think
had no
Adam
intentions
came
of
to
this
the
being
final
like an
conclusion that you
interrogation
always
interview.
come with
Hopefully
with
it didn't feel like it was an
DSP,
interrogation
is that there's no
interview.
real
But
sense
hopefully you
being
feel like we're
angry
fair,
at
'cause
him.
I feel like
Because
like I said, I try
DSP
to
is a
be fair
person
to,
incapable of change.
fair to me, fair to whoever we're interviewing, and fair to the audience. So hopefully you feel that was the case.
I do, ultimately.
Okay, I gotta really use the restroom, so you need to hurry up, DSP. Wrap it up.
Interrogation that I can just be a normal guest. I love you guys, man. I used to be a huge Screw Attack fan back.
I don't think Adam wants him back on the
video
show.
2 days ago of a MagFest where we're peeing on Shaq Fu. I was in that video. That's how long I've been a fan of Screw Attack. I just want to chill with you guys. I have a normal show. I don't want your whole show to be the Dark Side Phil show.
That'd be a great show.
Hopefully we'll be able to get to that point. I love it for sure. Well, once again, if you guys are new, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button. We're going to end the stream here. Once again, make sure you guys subscribe for part 2.
I gotta go.
But we're
I'll be
gonna
right back
continue with
Before we
DSP's
end, hold
part
on.
2.
I just want to say to everyone who supported
Yes.
today, thank you so much. I don't know how we're gonna handle it. We've been going for 5 hours. This is, I had no idea what to expect. It's pretty crazy, but I really do want to say thank you to everyone out there who, whether you know our show or not, this is like kind of like what they just said. It's not what our show is. shoot the shit about video games, talk about weird cultural stuff. It's a lot of fun.
No Restream. Well, I'm glad you
I
restrained
feel
it.
like Craig.
Thank you. I
and
appreciate
Phil
it.
were talking.
I appreciate Sam.
Craig wanted to
Fantastic filter.
give Phil
I get too
a
excited and I
platform
start
to
stuttering.
Basically,
It's a sign of my glee.
make your piece. So I
Aren't
don't know
you married,
when
man? Ode?
number 2 will be.
I am
but,
married.
Normally we read all our super chats throughout it, and it didn't feel appropriate to do that today because I'm sure there's a lot of them that are probably really good super chats, but there's probably a lot of them that are really would throw things to the side. We know about everything that
I don't think DSP is going to do
going
part
on
2.
the internet.
Never.
I feel like Craig did a fantastic job of putting questions
Because
together.
there's going
That
to
was
come
all-
out
that was his
audio
journalism
from
degree,
Adam,
by the way.
and he's going to be saying
fantastic.
that Phil
He
guy
actually
was
used
full
it
of
for the
shit.
first time
He's
in his life.
complete
Congratulations,
liar, all
by the
that
way,
was
Craig.
crap.
Alright, nice.
And DSP is going to
so
say,
thank
well,
you
there's
very
no
much for
sense
your
being on there
support.
now.
I really appreciate you all. All right, please continue, Craig.
Yeah, and once again, we're going to continue with our post show over
This
on. and
was
Phil,
a
you can
glorious day.
bounce whenever you like. But
What should I
we're
have to
gonna,
eat? I want
Around,
something
man.
really
Listen,
tasty because
support good people
it's
making
like I'm
good
at
content. These
a
are good
wedding
people. Your
or
other hosts are good people. I would love to
something.
do a post
Such
show
a
with you guys too if
beautiful
you want. I'm
special
here.
day.
Okay, sounds good. Well, we'll continue the post show over there, over at patreon.com/sidescrollers. You guys can go over there and support the show there. We appreciate everybody popping in. I hope that you guys come back tomorrow. That's the big thing. You can have a great show, but I want to see you guys tomorrow.
I think you should
join
keep
this
watching,
amazing
buddy.
little positive community we have going on over here. So make sure you guys hit the subscribe button on your way out. Mark it on your calendar every Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock Central Standard Time. So with all that said, remember, people are going to try to keep you down. Don't let them. You guys got a goal.
Be the rock,
Go
you
get
know,
it.
like
I'll see you guys
DSP
later.
says.
Twitch, we're going to say goodbye to you now. Goodbye.
got
And
clips
all
like that
all
too,
our
buddy.
friends over
Check
on
this out.
YouTube, we'll see you guys over on patreon.com/sidescrollers. So with that said,
Oh, was that too early?
it was too early, but not too gone. We're about to finish now. So bye. There we go. Lots of fatalities. Good. All right,
My wife came in the room and
Superman. Okay, well, I guess that's the end of that shit. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to end the stream. I'll be back one moment.